Chapter 1. The Journey of Courage. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. On a vast training ground, a group of new recruits was engaged in a grueling weighted long-distance run. However, what drew attention was a lone recruit lagging behind, struggling to keep pace with the others. This recruit was a 15-year-old boy with dark hair, and from the labored expression on his face, it was evident that he was exerting every ounce of his strength. As he gazed at the distant figures that seemed perpetually out of reach, Teya gritted his teeth, his pace appearing to quicken slightly. Yet, despite his efforts, the gap between him and the group remained stubbornly wide. To understand this predicament, one must rewind a month. On that sunny day, Teya was comfortably ensconced at home. With the air conditioning on, relishing watermelon while immersed in a novel, he felt utterly at ease. Another remote attacker, Teya muttered, furrowing his brow as he spat out a few watermelon seeds. Isn't hand-to-hand combat the true romance of a man? If I were the protagonist, I'd certainly be punching the South Mountain. After conjuring an elaborate daydream, Teya chuckled softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Yet, after a while, perhaps due to boredom, he dozed off. In his dream, he heard a voice, tinged with weariness, addressing him. "Young man, you possess great courage. With that in mind, I shall bestow upon you this precious mark of martial potential, which has awaited release for many years. Use it wisely, and embark on adventures in the world you cherish." At the end of this proclamation, the voice added gently, "Oh, and do refrain from consuming the devil fruit, otherwise I shall have no choice but to eliminate you within 3 days." When Teya awoke, he found himself in a strange yet familiar world. After grappling with a series of existential questions, he gradually pieced together the memories that confirmed he had indeed crossed over into the realm of One Piece. The year was 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, a mere 8 years before the onset of the Great Age of Pirates. At 15, he was the orphaned scion of a naval officer, newly inducted into the recruit training camp. Moreover, his physical abilities were rather mediocre. Though Teya met all the criteria for a typical protagonist in a crossover tale and had imagined such scenarios countless times, the reality of his journey stemmed from an inadvertent flag he had raised. With a heavy sigh, Teya gasped, "Didn't I merely express my thoughts idly? Hand-to-hand combat is indeed romantic. What a curse I've brought upon myself." "Teya, what nonsense are you spouting now?" A burly officer, standing at the edge of the track, glared at him with piercing eyes. "Still have the energy to joke around? Hurry and catch up with the others." "Yes, sir." Teya wiped the sweat from his brow, raising his chin and responding with all his might. Regrettably, by the end of the training session, Teya had yet to close the distance to the main group. During the break that followed, he slumped to the ground like a malfunctioning robot. Notably, a red mark resembling a symbol adorned the back of his right hand. The others paid little heed to this mark, assuming it to be a mere tattoo. Yet, Teya understood that this was his golden finger, the mark of martial potential. As the name suggests, the mark was meant to unlock his latent martial abilities, aiding him in mastering Haki. Unfortunately for Teya, it currently felt like watching a monkey at a play. He was merely a 15-year-old boy, newly joined in the naval recruit training camp. Not to mention, he barely knew how to fight. With his eyes closed, Teya concentrated his awareness on the mark, feeling it gradually warm up, and he distinctly sensed a portion of his stamina returning. Letting out a sigh of relief, Teya remarked, "Thank goodness I had a hearty breakfast." This was the singular ability he could currently wield. By activating the mark, he could draw upon the energy he had consumed to restore his physical strength. In essence, it allowed him to replenish his stamina through food. Yet, one must not underestimate this ability. It had enabled Teya to endure the rigorous training over the past month. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to the relentless trials. However, it also earned him the moniker of glutton, given his bottom-of-the-class, first-in-eating reputation. Teya plucked a blade of grass from the ground, fiddling with it in his hand. "This past month hasn't been entirely fruitless. At least I've gone from being lapped twice to keeping up with the group for the full distance." Teya's progress over the month was indeed noticeable, primarily because the body he inherited from his crossover was in such poor condition. Recalling the exhaustion he felt on his first day, when he nearly fainted, Teya couldn't help but chuckle. Now, the difference between his current physical state and that of a month prior was akin to that of a seasoned athlete versus a bedridden patient. This improvement was largely due to Teya's commitment to additional push-up training beyond the mandatory drills. He understood that without a support system, even a golden finger could only pave the way. The most crucial factor was his own determination to forge ahead. Thus, for the past month, he had persevered without faltering. Observing the other recruits around him, engaged in laughter and camaraderie, Teya realized he couldn't even remember all their names, yet he found himself outclassed by each one. The disparity was indeed significant. With a resigned shake of his head, Teya sighed, but his smile quickly faltered. An electronic voice suddenly echoed. Host's physical capabilities have met the minimum standards. The Martial Potential Mark Assistance System has been automatically activated. System Principles 1. Assist the host in better utilizing the Martial Potential Mark 2. Provide no special power assistance 3. Offer no guidance regarding martial techniques beyond the scope of the mark. Tip: to activate this system, simply connect your thoughts to the mark. Warning: consumption of the devil fruit is strictly prohibited. Consequences are the host's sole responsibility. In red letters. After the drill concluded, the other recruits were taken aback to find Teya, unusually, not rushing toward the cafeteria, but rather jogging back to the dormitory. Once inside, ensuring he was alone, Teya sat on his bed, eagerly activating the system as instructed. As he focused his consciousness on the mark, what had once been an abstract symbol began to materialize vividly. The system was indeed linked to the mark. A panel visible only to Teya appeared before him. The interface was simple, featuring 3 options: martial arts, Haki, and physicality. The options for martial arts and Haki were grayed out, inaccessible for now. Teya surmised that only upon mastering a specific type of Haki or martial art would he be able to unlock these features. As for the physicality option, it presented a digital representation of his current physical condition, annotated with various statistics: red indicating injury levels, blue signifying stamina, and so forth. Upon reviewing this information, Teya couldn't help but nod in approval, exclaiming, "This system is indeed a marvelous invention." Yet he lamented his current weakness, realizing he needed to continue his training. Teya could only hope he would never encounter the devil fruit again. Its very sight was distressing. "All I can do is rely on my efforts." Teya lay back on his bed, biting his lip as he muttered to himself, "Martial arts, hand-to-hand combat. Oh dear." Suddenly, the system's voice resounded once more. Detected that the host has yet to master any martial techniques relevant to this world, and survival capabilities are concerning. Based on the host's current identity, a single copy of the 6 Styles training method is provided. This is a one-time offer. Would you like to use the 6 Styles training method immediately? Teya sat up with a start, his eyes wide with astonishment. The 6 Styles? Chapter 2. True strength comes from within. For Teya, the system's revelation was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Stay calm, he urged himself, then inquired of the system, "Does using it mean I can directly learn the 6 Styles?" The system clarified. The 6 Styles training method is merely a set of techniques for mastering the 6 Styles. The host's current physical capabilities are insufficient to endure the intensity of the 6 Styles. Further exploration of physical potential is necessary to enhance one's strength. Oh, I see. Teya felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. He had a penchant for setting goals and diligently striving to achieve them. For instance, if he aimed to finish a book in 2 days, he would carve out the time to do so. He relished the joy of reaping rewards after hard work. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Every endeavor carries its own costs. To paraphrase a classic adage, what is the price to pay? Whatever the cost may be, Teya dismissed the notion of hesitation, his stomach already grumbling. He'll use it. A peculiar text and imagery materialized in Teya's mind. In that instant, he grasped the training methodology for the 6 Styles, yet he felt something was amiss. With a mind brimming with various cunning strategies, yet finding oneself unable to articulate them, akin to losing hair in the process of writing. At this moment, the body technique interface had transformed into an accessible state, revealing that all 6 skills under the 6 forms were marked as beginner level. The system prompted, upon the host's deeper understanding of a body technique, it will unlock to beginner level. Once the host masters the technique, they can enhance their proficiency through continuous practice. Proficiency is categorized into 4 stages: beginner level, proficient, getting better, and mastery. Upon reaching the highest stage, further development of the technique is possible. Teya exclaimed, "Leveling up proficiency? Do you think this is like training a hero?" However, once he truly attains the mastery realm, he might just intuitively comprehend it himself. "All right, first, I shall satisfy my hunger, and then strive for those 6. Whatever they are." Ha ha ha. Teya raised his fist in a triumphant gesture, nearly shouting out the 2 characters for 6 forms. At the Navy cafeteria, 4 empty bowls lay before Teya, marking his 5th serving of fried rice. Over the past month, the other recruits had grown accustomed to Teya's voracious appetite. Initially, for the first few days, Teya's frenzied eating had drawn attention, becoming a peculiar sight in the cafeteria, though eventually, they grew indifferent to it. Yet today, as everyone passed by Teya, they were seized by a cold sweat, fleeing in disarray. "Teya, unfazed, continued to shovel spoonful after spoonful into his mouth, a mysterious smile gracing his face, lost in thoughts unknown. The scene was undeniably bizarre. A new recruit with winered hair, seated diagonally across from him, watched as yet more individuals were frightened away and could no longer contain himself. With an expression of disdain, he whispered, "Teya, have you lost your mind? Eating is one thing, but why are you grinning like a ghost?" Teya, caught in a daydream of pursuing Kaido in a chaotic frenzy, was abruptly interrupted and ceased his whimsical thoughts. He brushed off the grains of rice clinging to his lips and responded, "Roy, in fine, I was just contemplating some amusing ideas." The recruit named Roy eyed Teya with curiosity, but resigned himself to continue eating in silence. Throughout this past month, many recruits looked down upon Teya due to his lack of strength, rendering him somewhat isolated. Only Roy never regarded him with disdain and became his friend. Roy and Teya shared a dorm, with Roy arriving a month earlier and ranking higher among the recruits. Despite Teya's gluttonous behavior and absurd remarks, often leaving Roy exasperated, he found Teya entertaining, and their bond remained strong. "I heard there will be a selection soon." "Selection for what?" Observing Teya's expression of mischief while eating, Roy scratched his bangs and said, "Don't you know? Admiral Zifa will be serving as an instructor at the new Navy Academy." "What did you say?" Teya's eyes widened, his spoon halted midair. "Admiral Zifa?" Roy nodded in affirmation. Teya set down his spoon, suddenly finding the fried rice before him unappetizing. "Admiral Zifa as an instructor at the Navy Academy." Sifting through the useful information and memories in his mind, Teya finally recalled. In the year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, Zifa's family met with tragedy, and he retained the rank of admiral to assume the role of instructor. By this calculation, Akainu, Kizuru, and that array of monsters would soon make their appearances. He must find a way to swiftly master the 6 forms, otherwise he would not attract Zifa's attention. When it comes to body techniques, Zifa is undoubtedly the finest teacher, which aligns perfectly with Teya's aspirations to become Zifa's student. Just think of his students, each one is a renowned naval commander. If I could become one of his pupils, it would surely be better than toiling in solitary practice. Roy observed Teya in silence for a while. Seeing him keep his head down without uttering a word, he reached out to wave his hand in front of Teya's face. Thud! Ouch! Teya slammed his fist on the table and turned to Roy. "Roy, where is the selection? Where is everyone?" The table was devoid of people, and Teya glanced around but failed to spot Roy's figure. At that moment, a hand emerged from beneath the table, followed by a head precariously balancing a bowl of rice, glaring fiercely at Teya. It was none other than Roy. "You still have the audacity to laugh. It seems you were destined for a beating today." Seeing that Roy genuinely appeared angry, Teya seized his half-finished bowl of fried rice and fled. Roy chased after him, shouting, "You're still eating? Stop right there. I'm sorry, I was wrong, but wasting food is shameful." The two dashed out of the cafeteria, much to the astonishment of the other recruits. All the new recruits privately rejoiced that they had not grown too close to Teya. After all, in their eyes, even someone as composed as Roy had started to exhibit unusual behavior. Ultimately, Teya could not escape a thorough beating. When he returned to the cafeteria with a woeful expression, the chef mistakenly assumed he hadn't eaten enough and inquired if he wanted another bowl. Teya was utterly speechless. However, he learned from Roy that there were less than 2 months until the Navy selection, a comprehensive recruitment across the Navy, and he wondered how many hidden talents from other branches would emerge. Indeed, Akainu hailed from the North Sea. Teya clenched his fist, motivating himself. "I too must begin my preparations." In the evening, Teya arrived at the residential area. Guided by memory, he approached a house and retrieved a key from his pocket. This was his home, though his family was no longer present. Teya had moved back from the dormitory because he needed a quiet space free from disturbances to conduct his additional training. Thus, this place was perfectly suited for him. With less than 2 months remaining, let's see what level I can achieve. Teya shed his outerwear and donned light attire, commencing his training. Visualizing methods to break through physical limits, Teya picked up a pen and jotted down his training goals on paper before beginning his warm-up. Breaking through my own physical limits. First, let's discover how far I can push myself. Chapter 3. The Path Ahead. It has been a month since Teya returned home and commenced his secret training regimen. Compared to a month ago, Teya has been experiencing rapid growth in various aspects of his physical prowess each day. The systematic training principles have proven to be remarkably effective. According to the 6 forms of cultivation, he began by pushing the boundaries of his own limitations. To transcend one's limits entails surpassing the physical constraints of the body. For instance, if the maximum he could perform in push-ups was 200, executing 250 would signify a breakthrough. Thanks to the restorative emblem, Teya's body has not only withstood the strain, but has also grown increasingly robust. However, most of his meager savings have been spent on food. While the cafeteria provides ample nourishment, preparing meals at home for training is also essential. The sensation of waking up hungry in the middle of the night is quite an unpleasant experience. Definitely not worth it. Teya fondly patted his firm abdominal muscles, nodding in acknowledgement of the discomfort. There is always a reward for effort. During this period, Teya has successfully mastered the first two forms, shave and moonwalk. While he has grasped the fundamentals of the other four forms, though further development of his physical potential is necessary to fully learn and master them. Despite this, Teya is astonished by his progress. In just 2 short months, he can now experience firsthand the strength he once could only imagine, which is truly exhilarating. However, there have been amusing mishaps along the way. During his initial attempt at executing shave, he lost control due to excitement and collided with the door, resulting in a swollen lip. Consequently, he had to request permission from his instructor that evening. As he certainly did not wish to train alongside others with a swollen mouth, his pride would not allow it. Following this incident, he began to feel that the space in his home's basement was somewhat constricted. Although the physical training was sufficient, it was not conducive to practicing the 6 forms. Fortunately, Teya discovered a patch of wasteland behind the residential area, which was largely unvisited, thus transforming it into his secret training ground. It was there that he also learned the moonwalk. In his previous life, Teya had a profound admiration for the 6 forms, often imagining whether he could master them while watching anime. At one point, he even practiced stepping in place at home, attempting to strike the ground 10 times in an instant. The effort left his legs nearly exhausted without achieving success, and he even received a scolding from the neighbors below. Reflecting on it now evokes memories of an overly dramatic adolescence. In the naval cafeteria, Teya navigated through the bustling crowd, holding a 4-person serving of steak rice. In search of an unoccupied seat, Teya, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Today is truly peculiar. Why are there so many people?" Nevertheless, amidst the cacophony of the crowd, he swiftly spotted a striking shade of burgundy hair and made his way toward it. "Wow, there are just too many people." Teya sighed as he plopped down beside Roy, dejectedly placing his steak on the table. "They only gave me 4 portions." Sigh. Roy, accustomed to the situation, did not even glance up, but replied, "Many people? Most of the branch members arrived early." "Ah, right. It has been over a month. The selection is imminent." Teya exhibited an expression of sudden realization before burying his head in the bowl, embarking on a quest to eradicate the remnants of conflict. He had already registered some time ago. With no collective training scheduled for the afternoon, Teya planned to finish his meal and head to the back mountain. Through this period of training, he discovered that proficiency was indicated by the varying shades of color in the text. For instance, in the beginning, the designation novice appeared in a light hue. However, as he grasped the nuances, the color deepened. Eventually, upon mastering the art of shaving, he noted that novice had transformed into a considerably darker shade. Indeed, while Teya had acquired the skills of shaving and the moonwalk, he had merely scratched the surface, lacking any practical combat experience. Thus, labeling himself as a novice was not an exaggeration. Consequently, Teya felt that time was of the essence, and even with just a few days remaining, he dared not relax. The thought of an unexpected mishap during the selection process leading to his exclusion was daunting. Nonetheless, as he returned after his meal, he overheard some individuals discussing him. Could it be that we are overshadowed by a mere foodie? Indeed, the selection is hardly a competition of culinary prowess. Such a disgrace to our faction. Teya heard clearly, yet he chose to remain silent. Even in the most intense weight training, he undeniably surpassed others by a considerable margin. Typically, he merely kept pace with his peers, refraining from revealing his true capabilities. He preferred to act with audacity while maintaining a low profile, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. In the woods beside the back mountain, a robust man clad in a justice coat stood beneath a tree, his gaze fixed upon a withered one. Though the man's visage bore signs of weariness, his eyes radiated unwavering determination, exuding an aura akin to an immovable mountain. This individual was none other than Admiral Zephyr, known for his dark armband. Having recently endured the anguish of losing a beloved family member, he sought merely to breathe in the fresh air. The barren tree mirrored Zephyr's own despondency, stripped of its former vitality. What can I rely on now? Zephyr pondered, recalling the time he submitted his resignation to Marshal Kong, yet remained in service. Releasing a deep sigh, was the Navy truly worth his lingering affection? However, the thought of his kin being slain by pirates ignited a fresh blaze of fury in his eyes. The culprits were the pirates. Eliminating them was the solution. With a powerful punch, Zephyr struck the desiccated wood, reducing it to dust that danced in the wind. Is someone nearby? He mused, advancing towards a colossal rock beyond the wasteland. There, he spotted a black-haired youth, dressed as a new recruit, balancing on one finger in an inverted position, sweat dripping onto the ground beneath him. A flicker of curiosity ignited in Zephyr's gaze. The boy, upon flipping down, wiped the perspiration from his brow, oblivious to the watchful eyes upon him. "Soru," he exclaimed suddenly, vanishing into thin air, only to reappear several meters ahead. A glimmer of admiration shone in Zephyr's eyes. This young lad had actually mastered the Soru technique from the Six Powers. Calling him a genius would not be an exaggeration. Wait, could he have self-taught? Zephyr's astonishment deepened as the boy executed the moonwalk, appearing remarkably adept. Who exactly was this child? Zephyr had completely forgotten his earlier discontent, his focus wholly captivated by the youth. The future of the Navy, perhaps? A sudden thought struck him, nurturing the new blood of the Navy. His agreement to serve as a mentor at the Naval Academy was initially merely a duty, but upon witnessing this boy, he understood his true purpose: to cultivate these budding talents into towering trees of strength. The boy was, in fact, Teya, who remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of such a formidable figure. Teya returned to the ground, a hint of frustration in his voice as he lamented, "Having only mastered the second technique of the 6 styles, when will I ever become a superhuman?" Recalling Rob Lucci's assertion that one must master all 6 styles to attain the status of a superhuman, Teya felt a profound sense of the long journey that lay ahead. Superhuman? An intriguing young man indeed. Zephyr smiled, casting a meaningful glance at Teya before turning to depart. Chapter 4. A serious fist at last. The day of selection arrived. The venue for the selection was set at the headquarters playground, where several platforms had been artificially constructed. This selection adhered to the principles of fairness and impartiality, pitting the elite chosen from the divisions against those from the headquarters. Only 50 slots were available for entry into the elite Naval Academy, and only the top 10 would receive the personal guidance of Admiral Zephyr. Well, for now, there should be no issues. Teya scrutinized the posted grouping chart, where the matchups were delineated with clarity, allowing for an immediate understanding of each contender's opponent. Among the names listed, he quickly recognized several familiar figures: Sakazuki, Borsalino, and the Weasel. Well, as if I hadn't mentioned it, they are all future titans of their realm. Yet, I am uncertain of their current prowess. Surely, they must surpass my own capabilities by a considerable margin. Oh, even the one at the bottom of the rankings has signed up? A sarcastic voice suddenly emerged from behind Teya, remarking, "This isn't a competitive eating contest. You might as well concede now, lest you find yourself in tears after the bout." Teya turned around to find a curly-haired boy picking his nose, laughing derisively at her, accompanied by 2 lackeys. The onlookers were all wearing expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Teya disdainfully turned away, having no intention of acknowledging such a person. After all, in his eyes, they were merely a forgettable pawn, unworthy of remembrance. In fact, within the entire recruit camp, the only individual whose name Teya could recall was Roy. Observing Teya's indifference, the curly-haired boy's companion remarked, "Boss Moore, this kid certainly carries an air of arrogance." Just as Teya was about to depart, he suddenly halted upon hearing those words. "Moore, you are my first opponent. Let us play a little." Teya turned around, wearing an innocent smile as he inquired, "Could you allow me one move?" Brother Moore, though Teya still resembled a young lad, his exaggerated expression rendered several nearby recruits nauseous. Moore was momentarily struck dumb, unable to articulate a response, yet for some inexplicable reason, he could not summon any anger. "You're insane. We shall meet on the arena." After hurling this fierce retort, Moore dragged away his 2 companions, who were still retching. Observing the chaotic crowd, Teya scratched his head in bewilderment. Did my words possess such lethal power? That day, everyone's understanding of Teya deepened yet again. In the 4th match of Group B, the instructor bellowed, "Match 4, Teya against Moore." The spectators below immediately erupted into discussion. "How long do you think Teya can last? Moore ranks 3rd in the recruit camp. I doubt Teya can endure more than 3 moves. Shall we place a bet?" Teya rubbed his forehead, suddenly realizing that heightened auditory perception was not necessarily a blessing. 2 individuals ascended the dueling platform. Before the instructor could announce the commencement, Teya shouted towards Moore. By the way, does your promise of letting me strike first still stand? Moore found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation. With the sharp sound of a whistle, the decisive battle commenced. Moore intended to seize the initiative, swiftly charging towards Teya with clenched fists, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that clearly indicated his formidable strength. In stark contrast, Teya remained motionless, standing his ground. As Moore closed the distance, he abruptly halted, a sense of caution creeping into his mind. He thought, this fellow must have some sort of scheme. I must tread carefully. Hey, what's the holdup? Hurry up and attack, Teya proclaimed, elevating his chin and placing his hands on his hips, activating his taunting mode. Surely, wouldn't he actually allow me a free shot? Moore, feeling a surge of irritation, recalled Teya's usual demeanor during training, which often resembled a theatrical display of desperation. He dismissed the notion that someone ranked last could possibly surpass him. Resolving not to waste any more time, Moore charged directly towards Teya once more. Teya remained unfaltering. Yet to the onlookers, it appeared as though he could not evade Moore's full-force strike. Just as everyone believed Teya was destined to lose, an astonishing scene unfolded. Teya dodged Moore's blow at an incredible angle and subsequently nudged Moore's back. Moore lost his balance, nearly toppling out of the arena. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. What had just occurred? It was too swift to comprehend. At this moment, Teya felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he should have exerted himself a bit more. He simply wished to conclude swiftly and return to his training. What Teya employed was merely the ordinary prowess he had honed through personal training. As for the 6 techniques, that was a trump card he intended to reserve for dire circumstances. He too yearned to discover the extent of his capabilities without resorting to the 6 techniques. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Moore's forehead. He was genuinely taken aback that his speed had been effortlessly discerned by Teya. Could it be that Teya had been concealing his true strength all along? Yet, before Moore could react, Teya had already surged forward with a punch. With a muffled grunt, Moore was propelled out of the arena. I was quite serious with that punch, Teya remarked. The instructor, with a hint of astonishment, looked at Teya and declared, "The victor is Teya." No one applauded. The spectators were rendered speechless by their astonishment. This reaction was understandable, akin to the lowest performing student in a class suddenly achieving the highest score on an examination. Most would undoubtedly suspect that such an individual had cheated. Hardly anyone would attribute the achievement to diligent study, for in their eyes, such a feat seemed implausible. Yet, reality often delivers a merciless slap to the face of public perception. Just as now, how many present were willing to believe that Teya, the reigning champion of the mess hall in the recruit camp, had utterly dominated one of the top contenders? Teya shrugged and muttered softly, "Sigh, pretending is truly exhausting." Just then, Moore rose to his feet, clutching his shoulder as he approached Teya. "What is this? Are you angered by humiliation?" To Teya's astonishment, Moore bowed deeply. "I apologize for my previous contemptible behavior. I am truly sorry." Faced with Moore's sincere demeanor, Teya smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. Moore continued, "You conceal your true prowess while enduring the jests of others, yet you maintain such a commendable attitude. I admire that. You are formidable, but one day I shall surpass you." With that, Moore turned and walked away. Teya gazed at Moore's retreating figure, letting out a wry smile. "My friend, it is not my intention to discourage you. Let us converse again once you have mastered the 6 forms." As Teya departed, a path was instinctively cleared for him, and even those who had previously mocked him bowed their heads in his presence. Strength proves everything. That evening, in the new recruit's bathhouse, a gentle white mist enveloped the entire space, imparting a sense of warmth and tranquility. Within the bathhouse, only Teya and Roy remained, immersed in the pool, their foreheads resting against towels, cheeks flushed, and faces adorned with expressions of bliss. The indulgence of a warm bath was truly a delight. With the day's selection battles concluded, 50 recruits had emerged victorious. After a day drenched in sweat, Teya yearned for a refreshing soak. Teya could have taken a shower at home, yet the modest size of his bathing facilities left much to be desired. For some inexplicable reason, today he simply yearned for a soak. Roy, with eyes closed, reveled in the soothing warmth of the water as it opened his pores, casually remarked, "Teya, how is it that your strength has suddenly surged?" In a languid manner, Teya, resembling a devil fruit user submerged in the depths of the sea, slumped over the edge of the tub and replied weakly, "It's a secret." Roy chose not to press further. "Haven't you also advanced?" Teya stood up and stretched, giving Roy a thumbs up. as if to imply that he was rather weak. Only by breaking into the top 10 can one receive the personal tutelage of Admiral Zephyr. I am not so certain of my abilities. He added, after today's matches, I plan to dine. Has the schedule for tomorrow's match been posted? Roy, observing Teya's nonchalant demeanor, retorted, you seem rather unconcerned. Do you have any confidence? Teya could only chuckle foolishly. I have seen that tomorrow you will face a formidable opponent named Sakasaki from Beihai, who is said to be quite strong. As Teya ascended the steps to the pool, it appeared that he lost his balance and with a splash, he plunged into the water, reminiscent of a spectacular diving performance. A colossal wave of water instantly splashed onto Roy, soaking his face and filling his eyes and nose. Rubbing his eyes, Roy shouted, Teya, are you out of your mind? Submerged in the water, Teya could only wish to bash his head against a tofu block in frustration. Why must I face Akainu? Wouldn't it be more agreeable for Kizaru to take him on? Meanwhile, both Akainu, resting in his quarters, and Kizaru, strolling in the sea breeze, simultaneously sneezed. Chapter 5. The passionate youth Sakazuki. The following morning at the Navy headquarters training ground, the crowd gathered was even larger than the previous day. It could be said that yesterday was merely an appetizer. Today was the main event. At this moment, Teya stared blankly at the matchup chart. Teya Sakaski, Polyusolino Flying Squirrel. Teya shook his head, slapping his own cheeks. Forget it, I'll just give it a try. It would be much more satisfying to land a couple of punches on Akainu. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Are you Teya? Teya turned her head and saw a young man dressed in a red shirt and wearing a naval cap standing behind her. He was tall and robust, his muscles prominently defined. It was none other than Sakazuki. Teya spoke somewhat nervously. No, Sakazuki, hello. Do you know me? Sakazuki, slightly puzzled, waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, that's not important. I am particularly eager to engage you in a duel between men. On the battlefield, I will exert my utmost strength. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Teya in a cloud of confusion. Is this person really Akainu? Could he be an imposter? In the stands behind the duel platform, Karp exclaimed, Zifa, you've arrived. Ha ha ha, it has been a long time. I heard you are set to become an instructor? Seeing his old comrade, a smile crept onto Zifa's face. Karp plopped down beside Zifa, clutching a bag of donuts, occasionally popping one into his mouth. Chewing thoughtfully, Karp remarked, Are you truly being so picky with these youngsters? I intentionally arranged this, Zifa replied. They are the future hope of the Navy. His gaze fell upon Teya and Akainu. Filled with satisfaction. You can utter such words? Old friend, this is not at all like you. Karp set down his donut, his expression serious as he regarded the fresh recruits. The tumultuous sea awaits them. Indeed, we will inevitably grow old. The Navy requires new blood. Karp suddenly inquired. By the way, which promising young lad were you referring to? The one with black hair. Zifa indicated Teya, who was stretching his body. That boy has taught himself the 6 powers. If he has indeed discovered it on his own, that is truly remarkable. However, have you investigated the child's background? Zifa interrupted Karp, stating, I have reviewed the records of each individual. Initially, I believed that the boy's name was merely Teya, but I inadvertently stumbled upon an old file. Zifa paused momentarily before continuing. It was ultimately confirmed that the boy's father is named Ulysses Carlos. What did you say? Karp gazed at Zifa in astonishment. Is he that family's child? Indeed, they are extraordinary. You are more aware than anyone about the incident, Karp, so let us refrain from discussing it. Karp fixed his gaze intently on Teya, as if lost in memories, his eyes revealing a senior's affection for a junior. I shall keep an eye on this child. With your assurance, I find solace. Teya stood upon the dueling platform, enveloped in discomfort. It felt as though he were under scrutiny, yet the sensation was not entirely unpleasant. However, his most pressing dilemma at present was how to engage in combat with Akainu. Please, both of you prepare yourselves. Teya gazed helplessly at the figure of Akainu across from him. Akainu had assumed a battle stance, an expression of palpable excitement etched upon his face. With the blast of a whistle, the fight commenced. Aya! Like a freight train, Akainu charged towards Teya, fists clenched and roaring with fury, his movements frantic and unrestrained. Teya swiftly evaded to the side, yet Akainu's speed increased rather than diminished, relentlessly pursuing Teya. However, Teya, relying on his superior speed, maneuvered behind Akainu and unleashed a powerful punch towards his back. It seemed Akainu sensed the impending strike and swiftly turned, countering with a punch aimed at Teya. The two fists collided, generating a shockwave, causing both combatants to stagger back several steps. Teya felt a tingling sensation in his palms as he realized that Akainu's strength far surpassed his own. Akainu, as if he had encountered a worthy adversary, chuckled and proclaimed, "Teya, you are indeed qualified to be my opponent." Presently, Teya could only muster an international gesture of goodwill towards Akainu. However, Akainu pressed on with his assault, and Teya instinctively responded in kind. The battle appeared to reach a fever pitch. On the sidelines, Garp furrowed his brow while observing Teya and turned to Zephyr, remarking, "This kid can't have merely awakened a single technique, can he?" Zephyr merely smiled in silence. It was Zephyr who had orchestrated the match between Teya and Sakazuki. He understood that Teya had reached a bottleneck in his training of the other 6 styles, and without genuine combat experience, self-realization would prove elusive. Sakazuki's attacks were swift, precise, and brutal, effectively suppressing his opponent. Zephyr gazed at the somewhat flustered Teya with an expression of anticipation. "It's all up to you now, young man." With a resounding thud, Akainu's fist shattered the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Teya was compelled to employ the moonwalk to evade the frenzied onslaught of Akainu, resembling a mad dog in his relentless assault. It is no wonder he is referred to as Akainu. He truly embodies the essence of a rabid beast. A trickle of blood flowed from Teya's cheek, a testament to the fact that he had failed to dodge a stray pebble moments ago. Teya cautiously wiped away the sweat, keeping a vigilant gaze fixed on the distant figure of Akainu. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. Merely evading attacks without a single effective counteroffensive was exhausting. During this period, Teya had made no significant breakthroughs with the other 4 techniques. Consequently, Teya still lacked a primary means of offense, relying solely on brute strength and the agility provided by Shave. Against other novices, this approach could be deemed overwhelming, but when faced with a madman like Akainu, it became utterly futile. To encapsulate the situation succinctly, what can I do? I am equally despondent. Teya, receive my blow. Receive a hammer. Akainu's heavy punch once again missed its target, leaving the ground beneath him resembling the surface of the moon. Teya began to feel breathless, indicating that more than half of her stamina had been expended. This was under the condition of continuous evasion. Should she take a single blow, it would surely incapacitate her. What? Enduring 4 or 5 punches would necessitate the assistance of a professional team. Teya let out a bitter smile, took a deep breath, and adjusted her breathing. There was nothing left to do but give it a try. She would have to rely on her speed. Teya concentrated his mind intensely, gradually fading away other scenes from his consciousness, as the surroundings seemed to fall into silence. He appeared to rediscover the sensation he experienced during his training. Now, the only figure visible to him was Akainu. Akainu, too, sensed Teya's unusual demeanor and assumed a defensive stance. Teya sprang into action, employing a swift and seamless technique of cutting. The speed was astonishing. Akainu strained his eyes in an attempt to capture the fleeting afterimage of Teya. Teya felt as though the velocity of her blood coursing through her veins had increased, an adrenaline surge overwhelming her senses. Now is the moment. Teya swiftly pointed his right hand, propelling himself towards Akainu with astonishing speed. Teya struck with precision, her fingers piercing through the right arm of Akainu, blood cascading from the wound. Akainu reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Teya flying. Teya fell to the ground, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she smiled. The gun was finally under her control. Chapter 6, A Standoff. Holding her wound. Akainu fixed his gaze intently on Teya, blood oozing between his fingers. Teya was not faring well either, having just taken a blow and with her energy severely depleted. She now breathed heavily, keeping a vigilant eye on Akainu. Victory was within reach. In his heart, Teya encouraged himself silently. On the stands, Zifa's eyes gleamed with a glint of insight. This young man, indeed, was not mistaken. Karp nodded in agreement, stating that the ability to comprehend in the face of adversity foretells an immeasurable future. However, that boy in the red shirt seemed to be much older than Teya. Here, strength dictates everything. Zifa also nodded. The younger the age, the greater the indication of innate talent. With a thunderous crash, Akainu and Teya once again launched into their assault. Yet this time, despite Akainu's relentless onslaught, Teya did not choose to evade but confronted him head-on. Although Akainu's formidable presence remained, his punches appeared somewhat diminished due to his injuries. In the previous stalemate, Teya utilized his ability to restore stamina. However, due to the energy expended in battle, his replenishment was only marginal. Yet, it was better than nothing, as the saying goes. Once more, they exchanged blows, causing Teya's hands to tingle with numbness. My goodness, is he truly that fierce? If I were to consume that, what would become of me? Teya rubbed his somewhat numb thumb and quietly muttered a complaint. However, Akina stood firmly in place, gazing at Teya with a serious expression and stated, I concede that you are formidable, yet you are still not my equal. Teya was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Was he being advised to concede? Did this somehow enhance his charm? The battle was far from over. He could utter such words only after laying me low. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. In that instant, Akainu, having spoken, clenched his fists and assumed a posture of gathering strength. Then, akin to a sumo wrestler, he raised his leg and forcefully struck the ground. Are you preparing to take flight? Yet, in the very next moment, everyone was astounded, for Akainu truly soared into the air. More accurately, he leaped upward. Suspended in midair, he descended like a meteor hurtling towards Teya. With his fists drawn in front of him, a sense of familiarity enveloped Teya. The sound that erupted was akin to the cacophony of dozens of popcorn machines exploding, resonating with a tremendous roar as dust and debris ascended upon the stage. As the dust settled, the surface of the floor, reminiscent of the lunar landscape, lay shattered into several fragments. The magnitude of the impact was evident. Teya knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Akainu appeared to be struggling as well, supporting himself on his knees, gasping for breath, with fresh wounds marring his body. The pre-existing injuries seemed to have reopened, oozing blood anew. This was a decisive maneuver. Akainu had meticulously prepared for this selection. Such a tactic, inflicting harm upon oneself while damaging the enemy, had not been his initial intention. However, he believed that if he did not resort to this strategy, the ongoing battle would only become increasingly disadvantageous for him. Thus, harnessing the immense impact of his extraordinary speed, he indeed achieved the desired outcome. Teya squinted as he rose to his feet. The recent impact had been overwhelming. Despite employing the technique of evasion, he could not entirely escape its force. In that fleeting moment, Teya felt as though his very organs had been displaced. Although his agility prevented him from being thrown out of the ring, he still sustained some internal injuries. The situation had now reached a stalemate. Karp furrowed his brow and addressed Zephyr, urging him to intervene. Zephyr, you must stop those two, if this continues. Zephyr grumbled in a low voice, remaining silent. Zephyr, they are both pushing their limits, convinced that one another is their rival. With a sigh, Zephyr gazed resolutely at Karp, acknowledging that no one could halt them now, save for the collapse of one combatant. Karp looked down at the two fighters, closing his eyes and falling silent. The battle raged on. Akainu and Teya had exhausted their speed and techniques, relying solely on sheer willpower. Both were nearing their limits, yet an indomitable spirit of competition propelled them forward. Exchanging blows relentlessly, the surrounding onlookers, who had initially been raucous, were now transfixed in silence, captivated by the unyielding determination displayed by the two fighters. Both combatants simultaneously launched punches at one another, landing almost in unison upon each other's faces. The world spun around them. Akainu and Teya staggered backward before collapsing to the ground. The crowd murmured, "Is this a draw?" Teya, lying on the ground, squinted at the sky. Exhaustion enveloped him. He had truly reached his limit, feeling more fatigued than during any prior training. His eyelids felt heavy, nearly impossible to lift. Yet, he could distinctly hear the voices of those around him, perceiving the cacophony that surrounded him. There were so many people, and the noise was overwhelming. Did I win or lose? It matters not. I have done my utmost. Teya's consciousness gradually faded, and then darkness enveloped her, leaving her in a state of oblivion. It was akin to embarking on an extensive dream. In this reverie, Teya felt as though she were watching a film, with scenes from her past continuously surfacing. Strangely, a faceless man frequently appeared. Yet there was no sense of aversion. Rather, she found him to be quite gentle. In the dream, this man tenderly caressed Teya's head before turning to depart. Teya yearned to catch up with him, yet realized she was utterly immobilized. Her father opened his eyes and discovered himself lying upon a bed. Teya desired to move her body, yet was overwhelmed by an all-encompassing fatigue that rendered her powerless. After a few futile struggles, she surrendered to her exhaustion, only to be startled by the sound of a door creaking open. "You're awake?" Turning her head, she beheld a towering figure with violet hair standing at the threshold. Teya exclaimed in astonishment, "Admiral Zephyr." Zephyr smiled and nodded, then moved beside Teya, propping him up against the pillows. "Do you feel any better?" "Somewhat, though I still lack strength." "Haha, you young lad are just like Sakazuki. both utterly exhausted from your efforts. Upon hearing this, Teya chuckled awkwardly, yet he sensed the presence of someone approaching and turned his gaze towards the door. Teya, you have finally awakened. The door swung open, revealing Roy. It seemed Roy remembered something and said, "Wait here, I shall fetch you something to eat." With that, he hurriedly departed. Zephyr turned to Teya and remarked, "During the days you were unconscious, that red-haired boy took care of you. I have quite taken a liking to him." Teya remained silent, feeling an increasing sense of gratitude towards Roy. "By the way, Admiral Zephyr, what brings you to see me? And regarding the selection of Teya, not to worry. Once you have recovered, I shall gradually reveal everything to you." At that moment, Teya's heart was filled with numerous questions, yet upon hearing Zephyr's words, she chose not to press further. Teya suddenly felt as though she were experiencing tinnitus, uncomfortably covering her ears. Yet, almost instantaneously, her body seemed to acclimate. However, she began to perceive an array of peculiar sounds. "Admiral Zephyr, I believe I have heard some strange noises," she remarked. Zephyr, exhibiting no fluctuation in his emotions, calmly nodded in acknowledgement. "It appears that after this confrontation, you have gained quite a bit. You have awakened your observation Haki, in addition to mastering the 6 powers." He consoled, gently patting her shoulder. Teya gazed at Zephyr in astonishment, then lowered her head as if deep in thought, connecting her consciousness to the mark. Teya activated the system panel. Chapter 7. Clinging to a Benefactor. 2 days later, Teya's condition improved, and she was discharged from the hospital. Indeed, the air outside felt much fresher. The confines of the room were stifling. Teya stood at the doorway of the infirmary, stretching languidly, oblivious to the fact that her belly button was exposed. Having confined herself within the room for several days, she felt as though her joints were on the verge of rusting. On her way home, Teya recalled Zifa's words and let out a deep sigh. She couldn't believe she had managed to draw with Akainu that day. Both had expended their utmost strength, landing blows on one another. Yet they were both left in a state of exhaustion. However, while Akainu mostly sustained superficial injuries, Teya suffered a slight internal injury. It was evident that the Navy Academy had indeed chosen her, and Akainu was undoubtedly Zifa's disciple. But did she truly have this opportunity? Alas, she hoped Akainu would not dwell on the outcome of their duel and seek her out for a rematch. Teya arrived at the residential area and retrieved her keys from her pocket. "There you are, Teya. Shall we have another match?" A familiar voice erupted from behind her, startling Teya so much that she nearly dropped her keys. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Akainu stood before her, his shoulder wrapped in bandages. Yet he appeared vibrant and full of life, standing with hands on his hips, intently gazing at Teya. Teya gazed at Akainu, their eyes locking in a moment of intense silence. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, prompting several passers-by to opt for a detour. Teya could no longer contain himself and took the initiative to break the stalemate, stating, "Well, is it really necessary? How can a contest between men fail to yield a victor?" Akainu, with a clenched fist raised towards Teya, replied, "Then let us engage in another bout. You may choose the time and place." Teya wore a frown, momentarily at a loss as to how to persuade this impassioned youth. Was Akainu always like this? He seemed even more troublesome than those from my world. Ultimately, Teya opted for silence, retreating indoors and shutting the door. "Teya, this is cowardly behavior. Come out and settle this once and for all. I assure you, I won't be able to sleep until I defeat you. If you don't emerge soon, I shall resort to banging on the door." The crowd outside grew larger, murmuring and pointing as if they were eager for a spectacle. Eventually, Akainu was escorted away by a patrolling officer, bringing a semblance of peace. What is going on here? Can we not achieve some normalcy? With Akainu's antics disrupting everything, Teya lost all motivation for training, sitting on a bench in a daze. The Teya Consciousness Connection Mark has activated the system panel. The previously gray options of the domineering aura are now accessible. The phrase initial threshold of observation Haki appears, with its colors somewhat faint, likely due to Teya's recent awakening. As she attempts to exert control, she perceives some changes in her surroundings, yet she remains perplexed, unable to grasp the essence of it all. Teya felt as though she was holding a transparent seasoning packet for instant noodles, something so tantalizingly close yet utterly impossible to tear open. It was a sensation of possessing something while being unable to wield control over it. After several attempts, Teya surrendered to her frustration. At this moment, she yearned desperately for a guiding light. Perhaps it was best to wait until tomorrow when she entered the Naval Academy to seek clarity and continue her training. Teya patted her cheeks as she ventured into the basement. The following morning, in the desolate expanse of the back mountain, Teya's expression was somewhat gloomy. After all, Why must they assemble here at the Naval Academy? It seemed that the other 49 shared similar sentiments. Among the ranks, Akainu pointed at Teya, gesturing animatedly as he proclaimed that they would eventually face off. However, the clamor of others rendered his words inaudible to Teya. In the distance, Zephyr and Garp observed the gathering. Zephyr, did you say you only need 10? Garp inquired. Yes, I will instruct the others as well. Yet those 10 lads warrant a greater investment of effort. Garp sighed softly, since they are the future of the Navy. It is essential to teach them more than just skills. Zephyr cast a meaningful glance at Garp and smiled. Are you concerned that I might veer towards extremism? While I harbor a deep-seated hatred for pirates, my principles remain steadfast. That is reassuring, Garp chuckled. I was merely overthinking. With a friendly pat on Zephyr's shoulder, Garp took his leave. Now, only 10 individuals remained in the desolate area, specifically retained after Zephyr's lecture, while the others had been taken away for training by a rear admiral. After a prolonged silence, Zephyr addressed the remaining 10. You are the 10 selected among the 50. The strongest of the group. Upon hearing this, several among them lifted their heads in pride, for they truly had reason to feel accomplished. However, true strength lies within oneself. I do not wish for you to rely on external powers in the future. I will personally guide you henceforth. And I hope you do not betray the ideals of the Navy. Upon concluding, Zephyr exuded a formidable presence. The 10 responded in unison, yes, Teacher Zephyr. He nodded in satisfaction. Now, discuss amongst yourselves. Teya, come with me. Following Zephyr to a rock, Teya observed Akainu seemingly embroiled in an argument with Kizaru, leaving him somewhat speechless. Yet, at this moment, he was more curious about what Zephyr wished to convey. Could it be that he was about to receive special instruction? Teya, it was here that I first witnessed you employing the 6 powers. Zephyr's words startled Teya, revealing that his secret had long been exposed. Was Zephyr's choice of this location intentional? Teya inquired. Teacher Zephyr, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Zephyr, gritting his teeth as if deep in thought, seemed to have resolved himself before continuing. Is it true that you have mastered the 6 styles? Upon hearing this, Teya let out a sigh of relief. Realizing that this was the question at hand, he had anticipated a much more probing inquiry. Indeed, Teacher Zephyr, he replied. Teya is surely to respond with what he has mastered. He cannot simply claim that it was taught by the system. That is well. And with your innate talent for cultivating dominance, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional newcomer in the Navy. Thank you for your kind words, teacher. I will certainly strive to do my best. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction and allowed Teya to leave. Watching Teya's retreating figure, Zephyr closed his eyes and sighed. Perhaps it is best not to reveal this child's origins just yet. Upon returning to the team, Teya discovered that Akainu and Kizaru were still embroiled in a heated argument. Akainu, visibly irritated, exclaimed, Borsalino, you are undeniably the strongest. Why do you refuse to accept my challenge? Kizaru, with a languid glance at Akainu, replied, I do not enjoy unnecessary troubles. It is quite dull. That is the behavior of a coward. Akainu retorted. Meanwhile, Kizaru nonchalantly picked his nose. Witnessing this scene, Teya nearly burst into laughter. It became evident that Kizaru's demeanor was innate. One could only wonder how Akainu would evolve in the future. Teya cast a glance at the nearby flying squirrel, who stood bashfully in place, silent and wide-eyed as he observed the others. Regardless of the circumstances, I have finally latched onto a formidable ally. However, judging by the members of our team, future training sessions promise to be quite intriguing. I shall take a sick leave today. The 2 chapters intended for today will be supplemented later. Chapter 8. During training, it has been 2 months since Teya entered the Naval Academy. These 2 months have passed as swiftly as sipping plain water. Although the training during this period has been more arduous than before, I can distinctly sense that the nuances of my training have become more pronounced. It feels akin to preparing for a high school examination, where one starts from the first page of a particular book, only to find that despite having worn it thin, no substantial progress is made. This highlights a significant issue, the inability to grasp the essentials. Zifa, true to his reputation as a master educator, tailors his teaching methods to suit each individual's needs, adeptly identifying their focal points. For instance, he trains Akainu to utilize his strength with greater agility, moving away from reckless aggression. As for Kizaru, the strongest among the 10, his combat skills are already commendable. Yet, there seems to be a lingering tension between him and Zifa, as if they were adversaries in a past life. Nonetheless, despite Kizaru's nonchalant demeanor, he possesses an exceptional aptitude for training. During this period, Teya has also confirmed one crucial fact. Neither Akainu, Kizaru, nor the others have yet consumed any devil fruits. Teya is acutely aware that in this era, The might of one's own strength is held in high regard. Most formidable warriors do not rely on the powers of the devil fruits. Zephyr's mastery of Haki is formidable, and Sengoku's prowess is equally impressive. As for Garp, his iron fists are legendary. Furthermore, the current fleet admiral, Steelbone Akainu, is no less a master of martial arts. However, the potent devil fruits continue to await their destined owners in the desolate wilderness of the back mountain. Teya stood alone, gazing at the sky with a sense of bewilderment. The time was correct, yet she found herself the sole presence here. She recalled that teacher Zephyr had informed everyone the previous day about a special training session scheduled for today. Could it be that she had arrived late? Had everyone already departed? Suddenly, Teya sensed a faint aura and turned her gaze to the distance. Ah, there was teacher Zephyr. He approached from behind a rocky outcrop. A smile gracing his face as he looked at Teya and remarked, "Indeed, you have become significantly more adept in your observation Haki compared to 2 months ago." Teya chuckled softly before sprinting forward. "Teacher Zephyr, are you wondering where everyone else has gone?" Before Teya could finish, Zephyr articulated the question that lingered in his mind. With a smile, Zephyr continued, "My boy, during this period of training, what progress have you made?" In response, "Teacher Zephyr, my physical abilities have notably improved." Teya reflected carefully. "As for the 6 styles, I can confidently say that I have mastered all except for Iron Body. Currently, my Saru and Jeppo have reached a level of proficiency, while the other 3 techniques are nearing that threshold. After learning Kinbunchaku, I found the study of paper drawing significantly easier. This technique allows one to shed all bodily strength, rendering defense as light as paper. When combined with Kinbunchaku, it becomes immensely powerful. As for the Gale Step, it employs rapid kicking techniques to create a vacuum around, thus generating air slashes. Once I had grasped Saru and elevated my physical condition to a certain level, executing this became quite manageable. Iron Body requires an acceleration of blood flow, followed by tensing muscles upon impact, training one's resilience to blows, as I had previously mentioned to you." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Teya nodded. Indeed, over the past 2 months, Zephyr had dedicated himself wholeheartedly to instructing everyone, including the rebellious Kizaru. As for the whereabouts of the others, they have already embarked on the special training I mentioned yesterday. They left ahead of us. Just follow me. Teya obediently followed Zephyr as they departed. The journey was silent. Upon boarding the warship, an unsettling sensation began to envelop Teya. Where were they headed? However, upon observing Zephyr's stern countenance, the flicker of inquiry within him was swiftly extinguished. He dared not speak up, nor did he summon the courage to ask. After a considerable passage of time, the warship approached an island. Gazing at the land from a distance, Teya was reminded of his past excursions to Bali with a tour group, though this island appeared to be somewhat smaller. What was the purpose of this visit? Were they here for a vacation? The warship drew near to the shore and came to a halt. "Teacher Zephyr, what is the meaning of this?" Teya inquired. "This is your special training, to survive for a month on this uninhabited island, relying solely on your own abilities." Zephyr responded gravely to Teya's question. "Teya, is this training me to become a Navy officer or to be a master chef?" Upon seeing Teya lost in thought, Zephyr furrowed his brow slightly, grasped Teya firmly, and then flung him away as if he were a small dog. "Well, this isn't how you play, is it?" Teya promptly employed the moonwalk technique, narrowly avoiding a dismal fall. The warship departed, leaving not a trace of cloud behind. A voice from the vessel echoed, "I shall return to fetch you in a month. Do not let me down." As Teya gazed at the receding warship, gradually vanishing beneath the horizon, a realization dawned upon her. Indeed, this was a rather straightforward yet rigorous form of specialized training. Teya stretched her limbs and murmured to herself, "There is no other choice. I might as well embark on a survival adventure on a deserted island." Before her journey across dimensions, Teya had indeed watched numerous wilderness survival programs, yet she had scarcely absorbed the techniques of survival, as she was more captivated by the culinary highlights presented within those shows. Teya suddenly recalled that he had a profound fear of insects. Do not laugh. Everyone harbors a fear of something, perhaps stemming from a childhood trauma or due to other reasons. Teya had been bullied in his childhood before the time travel, subjected to a haphazard assortment of insects thrown upon him, which instilled in him a lasting aversion to such creatures. Thus, he paced back and forth along the riverbank for nearly half an hour, summoning the courage to venture into the depths of the dense forest. Since that encounter with Akainu, he had scarcely experienced a state of such intense concentration as he did now. Teya advanced cautiously, moving step by step, glancing back several times yet hesitating to turn fully, fearful of encountering a monstrous insect looming before her. Just a moment ago, during dinner 2 nights prior, as Teya reminisced about an event He recalled the dinner they shared 2 nights prior, during which Zephyr joined them for a convivial conversation. In the midst of their discourse, Zephyr casually posed a question. What flaws do they perceive within themselves, or what fears do they harbor? Responses varied, with some expressing a fear of sea kings, others of their stepmothers, and even some admitting to a dread of inconveniences. It was evident that Kizaru's fear was implicit. When it was Teya's turn, he confessed to a fear of insects. He thought it prudent to share this, considering their inevitable long-term companionship, yet his admission incited uproarious laughter among the group. Observing Akainu and the others, Teya noted their amusement was nearly overwhelming. At that moment, Teya felt an overwhelming sense of regret. His face flushed a deep crimson. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He fervently hoped that teacher Zfa would not indulge in such malicious humor. Otherwise, what was that rustling sound? Teya suddenly heard a rustling behind him and instinctively turned his head. There, amidst the grass, emerged a colossal beetle. Drooling as it gazed intently at Teya, "Ahe!" A scream echoed across the deserted island, perhaps the most harrowing cry since its inception. Chapter 9. The best method to eradicate fear. A thunderous rumble resonated, accompanied by a violent tremor as a horde of giant beetles, towering at 2 meters, traversed the dense forest. Viewed from above, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Why are there more and more of them? In front of this swarm, a young boy was desperately sprinting, occasionally shouting in panic. It was none other than the unfortunate Teya, who had already covered quite a distance. Yet, despite their cumbersome bodies, the beetles managed to keep pace, maintaining a constant distance behind him. How could these wretched creatures run faster than wild donkeys? Teya uttered a remark that was once ambiguous, oscillating between praise and reproach, lamenting her own predicament. All of this can be attributed to her innate fears. Teya had attempted the gale kick several times, yet it remained uncertain whether it was due to his insufficient strength or the formidable hardness of the beetle's exoskeletons. In any case, he failed to breach the enemy's armor. What? Try a thrusting attack? Do you believe a person who harbors a fear of insects would dare to use their hands for such an endeavor? Even if he succeeded, Teya would likely find himself instantly surrounded, and the vivid imagery conjured in his mind after making contact would be utterly intolerable. He might as well be contemplating the severing of his own fingers. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Suddenly, a precipice loomed ahead. He realized he had been ascending and had now reached the mountainous region at the heart of the island. Teya swiftly employed the moonwalk technique to evade her pursuers, finally breaking free from their relentless chase. Some of the beetles, unable to halt their momentum, plummeted over the cliff, while the remainder lingered behind, gazing at Teya, who defiantly gestured at them. "What now? Come after me, you fools," she taunted, her earlier disarray replaced by triumphant glee. The swarm of beetles retreated like a receding tide, restoring tranquility to the dense forest. In the office of the Admiral, Kay was meticulously examining some documents when a burst of hearty laughter erupted from outside, followed by the door being forcefully kicked open. The water glass on the desk nearly toppled over. Nevertheless, Kay remained unfazed, continuing to scrutinize the papers before him. "Haha, Kay. Let us have a donut eating contest. I've already devoured 157. Boomed the voice of Garp. Kay, however, paid him no heed, prompting Garp to chuckle and settle onto the sofa to savor his donuts. After a brief moment, a loud snore punctuated the air, followed by the entrance of Zephyr, who pushed the door open. Kay set down the documents and remarked, "Zephyr, you've arrived just in time. I have something important to discuss with you." Zephyr nodded and took a seat at the desk. Ahem, Kay coughed a couple of times. "Wake Garp up, will you?" Zephyr, with an expression of mild exasperation, seized a water glass from the table and hurled it at Garp, striking him squarely on the forehead, shattering the glass. "Soaked," Garp exclaimed. "Oh dear, I fell asleep again. Is it raining?" Ignoring Garp, Kay continued, "Burgess and Crane are still out on a mission. I will contact them later via the transponder snail. The purpose of calling you here is to expedite the strengthening of the Navy's forces." Instantly, Zephyr and Garp grew serious, attentively listening. "I have received notification that I am to travel to Mariawa in 3 days." Kay paused, looking at Zephyr. "During my absence, you will act in my stead." Zephyr acquiesced, but suddenly inquired, "What do you mean by strengthening the Navy's forces?" Kay regarded him thoughtfully before he heaved a sigh. After a moment, he spoke. "The world government has tasked us with this initiative." Both Zephyr and Garp stared at him in astonishment. "What? Isn't this a bit too hasty?" Zephyr stood up, furrowing his brow at Kay. "Such an urgent approach will jeopardize the future of the Navy." "I disagree. That is the will of the 5 elders." Kay's statement left Zephyr momentarily speechless, yet he soon sank back into his chair in frustration. Kay continued, Zephyr, I have reported your efforts in nurturing new talents within the Navy to the world government, and the 5 elders are quite supportive of you. Which is why this plan has been proposed. Now, that person's former subordinates are stirring restlessly at sea, and to confront these looming threats, we genuinely require additional strength. Kay placed a reassuring hand on Zephyr's shoulder. We are running out of time. Garp remained silent throughout. I have reservations, but my students require more time to hone their skills. Hearing Zephyr's words, Kay smiled reassuringly. That is perfectly acceptable. I will clarify this with the 5 elders. Zephyr nodded slightly before turning to leave. Once Zephyr departed, Garp spoke up. What about Teya's background? The higher-ups are already aware, Kay replied. That is why we hope he can become a formidable sword for our future. Are we to let him bear the burden of vengeance against the entire sea? Garp queried. Garp, such matters are beyond our control. His father was slain by pirates. This is the destiny that awaits him. Garp fell silent, still clutching half a donut. Crumbs cascading to the floor, on a deserted island. Teya had not eaten for half a day, and her stomach had begun to betray her with its growls. Normally, Teya could maintain her composure in the face of adversity, but hunger and insects were exceptions. How she longed for something to eat. This was the second mountain she had traversed. It was said that upon surmounting this peak, one would behold the ocean. However, upon her ascent, she found only another mountain. The terrain was sparsely adorned with a few scattered plants, and not a single bird was in sight. Teya cast a glance at the ground. A wave of bitterness washing over her. Would she have to eat dirt today? Had she known earlier, she would have caught some fish by the seaside to bring along. How infuriating. At last, upon traversing the 3rd mountain, she arrived at another dense forest at the foot of the hill. Teya was nearing exhaustion, his sole desire being to locate some fruit or perhaps mushrooms. However, misfortune struck again, sending chills down his spine. Dozens of yellow creatures, resembling oversized locusts, were perched upon a patch of grass. They had evidently noticed Teya and were now swirling towards him. Alas, it seems that fate has a way of intertwining the unfortunate. Before Teya was encircled, he delivered several swift kicks, instantly dispatching the first few locusts. The others, seemingly startled, vanished into thin air in an instant. As night fell, a bonfire blazed in this place. If anyone were nearby, they might catch a whiff of an enticing barbecue aroma. Yet, what lay upon the fire were, unmistakably, the headless giants of the locusts. Teya's heart remained filled with trepidation. Although she had previously indulged in fried locusts during her travels, which tasted quite similar to fried cicadas, the enlarged version before her certainly instilled a sense of apprehension. Nevertheless, the aroma was undeniably enticing. Once she estimated that it was adequately cooked, Teya, trembling with uncertainty, picked one up and tore off a piece of flesh. The most effective remedy for fear is to confront it. With her eyes shut, she placed the morsel into her mouth, and to her surprise, it bore no peculiar taste as she had anticipated. As Teya indulged in the culinary delights, a famous adage came to mind, the taste of chicken, delightfully crisp. Chapter 10. An extraordinary encounter on the 3rd day of his arrival on the island. Teya came to terms with his new reality. By the 7th day, he had grown desensitized to the sight of insects. Today marks the 10th day since Teya set foot on the island, and now, encountering bugs elicits no response from him. This indifference may stem from the plethora of peculiar and bizarre insects he has encountered over the past few days. With familiarity comes a certain nonchalance. During this period, Teya has gained a comprehensive understanding of the island, which he has tentatively dubbed Insect Island. This island is home to 2 predominant factions, the colossal beetles and the grasshoppers, while a myriad of other smaller creatures populate the landscape. A mountain range bisects the island, with one half serving as the domain of the beetles and the other as the realm of the grasshoppers. However, in his quest to satiate his hunger, Teya has primarily resided within the grasshopper territory. Over time, Teya has discerned that this area exhibits 2 distinct extremes. The grasshoppers, lacking in combat prowess, are commendable solely for their edibility. In contrast, the formidable beetles possess significantly greater fighting capabilities. Teya has ventured back to the beetle territory on several occasions. Although he encountered solitary beetles, they swiftly summoned reinforcements. Their foul-smelling and hard exoskeletons have proven to be quite a challenge for him. After several unsuccessful attempts, even utilizing a spear has resulted only in scraping off a layer of their tough, keratinous armor. Teya is acutely aware that her combat skills remain rather rudimentary. Although she has managed to conquer her fears, her training must persist. The formation of habits can be quite daunting, whether they are beneficial or detrimental. Prior to her journey, Teya often spent sleepless nights engrossed in her phone, only to realize that dawn had arrived, resulting in her sleeping until the afternoon, thus perpetuating a vicious cycle that governs the lives of many. However, the current Teya finds no trace of her former device. She now awakens punctually each day, partaking in meals, exercising, and resting. Each morning, she greets the sun, brimming with positive energy. Just as Teya was methodically enjoying her leisurely existence on the deserted island for over half a month, she stumbled upon a hidden cave concealed behind a waterfall in the locust-infested forest. What a remarkable coincidence it was. Teya strolled to the tranquil pool beneath the waterfall, impulsively picking up small stones to cast into the water. However, one stone, thrown with excessive force, hurtled towards the waterfall itself. Amidst the roaring cascade, Teya discerned a profound echo. Upon investigation, she indeed uncovered a concealed cave. Navigating downstream from the pool, Teya ventured into the cavern. Initially, she harbored concerns about not bringing any illumination tools. Surprisingly, the walls of the cave were adorned with unique luminescent minerals. This phenomenon evoked memories of the glowstone lamps from her previous adventures in Minecraft. The minerals emitted a soft, green light, lending an eerie ambience, reminiscent of wandering through a haunted house. The cave was not extensive, but it sloped downward, and in less than 10 minutes, Teya reached its conclusion. What Teya beheld was a secluded subterranean chamber, modest in size, yet bearing the marks of human craftsmanship. The rough-hewn staircase and several stone stools spoke of a bygone era. Illuminated by a slender beam of light filtering through a narrow crevice in the ceiling, Teya discerned what appeared to be a figure reclining upon a stone bed below. As he approached, he realized it was merely a skeleton, its garments long since decayed, a testament to the passage of many years since its demise. Nearby, Teya stumbled upon a journal, its pages mostly in tatters, with only fragments legible. Year, the shipwreck has cast me here for an unknown number of years. Aside from my dagger Yinyuan, I possess nothing else. No vessels surround me. I fear my time is fleeting. Should a kindred soul happen upon this place, I implore you to return this blade to the sea. The final sentences faded into incomprehensibility, rendering them almost indecipherable. Teya meticulously searched the surroundings and took quite some time to finally discover the knife. It was not due to Teya's lack of attention. Rather, the knife was exceedingly peculiar. The blade and the sheath, in fact, the entire appearance of the knife, resembled a rock so closely that one might mistake it for a mere stone if unaware of its true nature. Teya furrowed her brows as she glanced at the unexpectedly acquired knife, only to quickly lose interest. My knowledge of knives is rather limited. I am only familiar with the term Dao Yuan Zi, and besides, I have no inclination towards such pursuits. After confirming that there was nothing else of value in the vicinity, Teya resolved to return. However, at that moment, it felt as though the very mountain was trembling, as if an earthquake had struck. What could be happening? This place does not appear to be a volcano, does it? Teya maintained her equilibrium, striving earnestly towards the exit. However, the cavern's rocky walls unexpectedly fissured, and colossal debris plummeted, completely engulfing the exit. A certain plant. She gasped in disbelief. Confronted with this predicament, Teya reacted swiftly. Utilizing her moonlit steps, she ascended towards the crevice, deftly evading the descending boulders. Just as she was on the verge of reaching her destination, the entire overhead fissure shattered like a block of tofu striking the ground, cascading downwards in a tumultuous fall. The distance between Teya and the crack had diminished to an alarming proximity, rendering escape nearly impossible. In a moment of life and death, Teya summoned every ounce of strength within, managing to extract a slender thread of hope from the minuscule fissure, and thus, she fled. Upon emerging, she realized that she had come to the precipice she had crossed during her initial escape. However, before she could exhale in relief, she found herself enveloped by an immense shadow. To her astonishment, what she had presumed to be a gloomy, rainy day revealed itself as a colossal beetle looming directly above her, far larger than the one she had encountered earlier. In that instant, Teya felt akin to an ant gazing up at a truck. Opposite her stood a grasshopper of equal magnitude to the gargantuan beetle. Teya, what is happening here? Are we filming a blockbuster about the insect race? It is evident that the two leaders of their respective factions are engaged in combat. This also elucidates the tremendous noise that just occurred. It is a pity for that venerable elder, who has been cruelly buried alive. Glancing at the dagger in his hand, Teya felt a tumult of emotions. Why does it seem that I am increasingly encountering bizarre events? What sins have I committed? Toru, you have gone too far today. Do not blame me for being merciless. Graphite, do you really possess the audacity to utter such words? Suddenly, a dialogue between two individuals echoed from beneath the precipice. Teya furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings, inquiring, Who is speaking? Suddenly, his body felt as if struck by an unseen force, launching him into the air with tremendous power. By an unfortunate twist of fate, he plummeted beneath a chasm. In midair, Teya finally discerned the source of the voices. It was indeed the two insects conversing. However, during his descent, he caught sight of an unusual plant at the junction of the cliff and the crevice. It resembled a tree, yet at the same time, it did not quite seem like one. To Teya's astonishment, a ball-sized beetle lay curled up on the tree. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was no mere beetle. The peculiar patterns unmistakably revealed that it was a devil fruit. Chapter 11. I wouldn't accept it even if it were given to me. Warning. Upon discovering a devil fruit, do not consume it. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. In red text, the long-forgotten voice of the system echoed once more. Indeed, it was a devil fruit. Was the system truly concerned that I might consume it? I was merely observing and had no intention of recklessly eating anything. Gently descending into the now desolate underground space, Teya began to organize her thoughts. First, there were two boss-level insects engaged in combat above, apart from charging into the fray. There seemed to be no other course of action. And then, there was nothing more to consider. A minute later, Teya returned to the surface, where the two boss insects had commenced their battle. Notably, this creature, which we shall refer to as the Grasshopper King, appeared remarkably formidable compared to the weaker grasshoppers. It could be said that it was armed to the teeth. Meanwhile, the gigantic beetle seemed to strike a balance between offense and defense, resembling a super-armored vehicle. Each clash between them wreaked havoc on the surrounding terrain, causing the entire canyon to tremble. Teya ascended gracefully through the air using a moonwalk technique. If I can't provoke them, can I not evade them? Yet, he soon halted mid-air. Above him, on either side, loomed two cliffs teeming with factions. On one side were the beetles, while on the other surged an overwhelming swarm of locusts. The encirclement was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through, creating a mirage-like effect. The sight sent shivers down Teya's spine, a warning to those afflicted with trypophobia to refrain from envisioning the scene. Teya perched upon a protruding rock face of the cliff, observing the fierce battle below while remaining ever vigilant of the skies above. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from below. Toru, have you forgotten our pact? Graphite. Of course I remember. The victor shall reign supreme. Nonsense. The token of our agreement has manifested. Have you not noticed? The clash of combat seemed to pause, as Teya grew increasingly alert, for it had become eerily silent. Teya leaned forward, half squatting at the edge of the cliff to observe the situation below. Suddenly, a thunderous and maniacal laughter echoed into the sky, startling Teya to the brink of losing her balance. At long last, it had arrived. Below the precipice, a boss-level beetle danced with fervor, its limbs thrashing joyfully. Meanwhile, the beetle perched atop the cliff began its descent along the rocky face. Moments later, the beetle below spoke, addressing the one above. Human up there, if it pleases you, please come down for a conversation. Discovery had ensued. Teya was taken aback, contemplating an escape. However, after a moment's reflection, she realized that their ability to converse suggested at least a capacity for communication. If their intent were to kill her, they would have done so already. After pondering briefly, Teya cautiously approached the two insect kings. Teya fixed his gaze upon the two insect kings and swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, "Are you calling for me?" The locust emitted a curious hum and replied, "You are the only one on this island. Who else could we be calling?" However, upon noticing the knife in Teya's hand, it froze, revealing a glimmer of nostalgia in its eyes. Indeed, this was the first time Teya witnessed such human-like gestures and expressions from an insect. It appears that you are indeed the chosen one, a fated individual. We have awaited your arrival for so long, and at last, you have come. Teya, what? Am I the fated one? What does that mean? The two bug kings perceived Teya's confusion and proceeded to elucidate the matter in detail. It turns out that this island was originally a sanctuary for the locust tribe, but due to certain circumstances, the beetle tribe suddenly migrated here. It was during this time that the owner of a particular knife, having survived a shipwreck, found refuge in these underground caverns, sustaining no mortal wounds, and chose to settle here. According to the ancient pact of the beetle tribe, a chosen individual who consumes the devil fruit shall gain dominion over their kind. The knife's owner was that chosen one. Regrettably, as the beetle spoke, tears welled in his eyes. The moment he was chosen happened to be the last breath he took. Upon hearing this, Teya recalled the final, indecipherable scrawl in his notes. It seemed that after inscribing those words, the owner passed away, presumably sensing the overwhelming malice of this world in his final moments. With a resounding thud, the beetle struck the ground in frustration. It was lamentable that when the devil fruit manifested, the fated one perished. Alas, I had not the opportunity to leave any message before succumbing to slumber. The Locust King responded helplessly. No wonder you, Toru, awoke in such a foul mood. It appears you've been harboring years of pent-up frustration. Do you think I desired this? The beetle glared at him, rolling his eyes. In truth, it's your wretched face that irks me. You scoundrel. Teya observed the two bug kings bickering anew, unable to suppress a laugh. The absurdity of the situation was quite amusing. Wait a moment, could the devil fruit they mentioned be? Scattered across the ground lay a multitude of beetles, seemingly in slumber. On the rocky ledges, numerous locusts dozed peacefully. The two bug kings had been embroiled in debate with Teya from noon until dusk. No. I absolutely refuse, Teya exclaimed, his cheeks bulging with food provided by the bug king's minions. Others might covet it, but even if offered freely, he would decline. Why are you so obstinate? Can't you comprehend a kind word? The beetle, having toiled all day, found himself utterly unable to sway Teya, and his patience was wearing thin. In the past, the fated ones would have eagerly sought to consume the devil fruit, as did the previous one. Yet here was this Teya, rejecting it outright. Where's the logic in that? The Locust King had long since retired to rest. He had initially participated in the efforts, but, recognizing Teya's unwavering resolve, chose to refrain from further verbal exertion. After finishing his meal, Teya stood up and said, I have my reasons for abstaining from the devil fruit. I understand your predicament as well, but let us exercise some empathy. Continuing this quarrel will yield no fruitful outcome. Perhaps we can devise a compromise? The Beetle King cast a glance at Teya before turning his gaze towards the devil fruit, letting out a deep sigh. It seems this is also a matter of fate. The beetle stirred his massive form and remarked, there exists a method, though it will require a considerable amount of time. Teya inquired with a sense of perplexity, what method? The method is this. I shall return to my homeland with the devil fruit in my possession, awaiting the arrival of the next fated individual. However, I must sever all ties with you, which requires me to guard the devil fruit for a decade, without the liberty to depart. A decade? Teya felt a twinge of guilt, as this matter was indeed connected to him. However, the beetle seemed rather unconcerned, remarking that a decade was but a fleeting moment in his existence. Yet, he earnestly cautioned Teya, insisting that he must never return to his homeland, lest it reset the timeline of their fateful encounter. The peculiar nature of Teya seems reminiscent of a game setting, yet one cannot make any definitive statements. Teya inquired, by the way, where is your hometown? The beetle raised its head and gazed softly at the sky. Chapter 12. The unexpected change. Time swiftly passed, and another fortnight slipped away. Throughout this period, Teya experienced immense joy daily, all while diligently maintaining her training. Fortuitously, there were several days when the Bug King diminished in size and became her sparring partner. It was precisely due to these practical training sessions that Teya's proficiency in the 6 techniques improved further. Mastery of the iron block was now tantalizingly close. As the departure day approached, Teya felt a twinge of reluctance when she looked at the 2 Bug Kings, with whom she had shared such a brief time. The Grasshopper King responded, Indeed, Tolu has invited me to his home, and I reluctantly accepted. Upon hearing this, the Beetle King immediately expressed his displeasure. Could you repeat that? I extended my invitation to you with goodwill, and what is this attitude? Truly, they were a pair of charming adversaries. The Beetle King turned to Teya, his gaze laden with meaning, and remarked, You could have lived a carefree life, alas. I am quite content now. Encountering you both has been a stroke of fortune. Though Teya spoke those words, her heart was occupied with the thought, who could blame me for being an insulator against the devil fruit? It is simply fate. Suddenly, a shimmering object slipped from the beetle's grasp, landing at Teya's feet and producing a delightful sound. Teya picked up the object and examined it closely. It was a small golden shell fragment, no larger than half a palm, yet as soon as it rested in Teya's hand, the golden glow dissipated. What is this? A keepsake, perhaps? Teya mused, initially mistaking it for a treasure. Then I shall express my gratitude. Teya placed the shell fragment into his pocket, assuring, I will cherish it well. The Beetle King nodded and remarked, It is getting late. We must depart. Otherwise, your teacher's arrival may pose a complication. With that, the Beetle King's body radiated light, and all the tiny beetles on the island transformed into beams of light, merging with the Beetle King. The Grasshopper King waved goodbye to Teya, then fluttered his wings and descended into the sky. The Beetle King also unfurled his wings beneath his shell and followed suit, leaving the island behind, along with the cursed fruit. Teya felt a profound sense of loss. akin to the bittersweet moment of bidding farewell to a friend at the train station upon graduation. Suddenly, the voice of the Beetle King resonated through the sky. Teya, without the fruit, this island shall soon sink. Perhaps we shall meet again in 10 years, if fate allows. Teya beamed with a radiant smile, raising her arms towards the heavens as she exclaimed, until we meet again. Moments later, half a minute passed. The smile of Teya vanished. What on earth is happening with the island sinking? Must it be so melodramatic? A minute later, the island began to tremble slightly from above. It appeared as though the water level was rising, gradually submerging the low-lying areas. Yet, in reality, it was descending. Teya sprinted towards the place he had come from, employing both the shave and moonwalk techniques. Report to Admiral Zephyr, we are nearing our destination, came the announcement. Understood, replied Zephyr, standing on the warship, his gaze penetrating the horizon. He wondered how Teya was faring at that moment. A smile crept onto his face as he recalled Teya's fear of insects. I hope that in the future, this young man can forge his own path, he mused. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Admiral Zephyr. It appears the island ahead has vanished, reported his subordinate. Zephyr, taken aback, exclaimed, What did you say? He then commanded the warship to accelerate. Anxious and restless, Zephyr was deeply disturbed. The course was undoubtedly correct, yet the disappearance of the entire island was no trivial matter. He could think of a few individuals capable of rendering an island seemingly non-existent. Could it be that Teya has encountered some misfortune? Impossible. Enemies detected ahead, approaching rapidly. A figure soared through the air, resembling a jet, moving steadily towards the warship. Yet, after covering a certain distance, the individual descended onto the surface of the sea, then continued to advance towards the vessel. Zephyr chuckled. The individual was none other than Teya, her face contorted with fury. On the deck of the warship, Teya grasped several chicken legs, devouring them heartily. Zephyr inquired about certain matters, yet Teya refrained from mentioning anything regarding the Bug King. He merely stated that after discovering the dagger, the island began to sink. Zephyr chose not to press further. Teacher Zephyr, this dagger seems to be named Yuan. Are you familiar with it? Upon hearing Teya's question, Zephyr pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He then remarked, I do not possess any expertise in blades, but since it is in your possession, you may keep it for yourself. Of course I shall keep it. Would I be expected to surrender it? Teya subsequently questioned Zephyr regarding his peculiar sense of humor. Zephyr merely shook his head and smiled, offering no response, prompting Teya to relent. As they neared the headquarters, Teya seemed to recall something and said to Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr, the others must have returned as well. Yes. The training of the others has concluded, Zephyr replied, nodding at Teya, indicating that there was more training ahead. I hope the new training will not be as distasteful as this one. Although the gains from this session were considerable, enduring such experiences repeatedly may prove overwhelming. As the group disembarked, Zephyr began to speak. Teya, you should head back, but was abruptly interrupted by a hastily arriving officer. General Zephyr, please come quickly. There has been an incident. A jolt of anxiety surged through Zephyr's heart. Without inquiry, he hastily followed the officer. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Teya trailed behind them. The three arrived at the medical room of the headquarters, where they found the other returning personnel waiting anxiously outside, their expressions filled with concern. What had transpired? Zephyr scanned the crowd but noted the conspicuous absence of Sakazuki. Turning to the officer, Zephyr suppressed his anger and demanded, Where is Sakazuki? Answer me. Mr. Zephyr. Please remain calm. Allow me to explain, the officer began. It turned out that after completing training today, Colonel I's ship had returned from its mission. Passing by the area where Sakazuki was training, Zephyr had arranged for Colonel I to collect Sakazuki. However, they encountered a band of pirates along the way, seemingly premeditated in their ambush as they appeared to know the ship's route. Although they had promptly signaled for assistance using a transponder snail, they could not withstand the overwhelming onslaught. By the time reinforcements arrived, they managed to rescue the gravely injured and unconscious Colonel I and Sakazuki. But all other personnel aboard had perished. Both men had been saved, yet remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Zephyr remained silent throughout. Teya could clearly see Zephyr's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Which pirate crew was responsible? The investigation has yet to yield results. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a doctor emerged, announcing Colonel I has awakened. Zephyr hurried inside, followed closely by Teya. As the others attempted to enter, the doctor barred their way, stating that too many visitors could disturb the patient. Zephyr approached the bedside where Colonel I lay. The colonel looked at Zephyr, his mouth moving as if attempting to convey something. Zephyr leaned closer to listen intently. It appeared that Colonel Ide, having exerted all his strength, lapsed back into unconsciousness. Upon rising, Teya cautiously inquired, "Teacher Zephyr, what did the Colonel say?" With his back to Teya, Zephyr replied, "It was the beast pirates." "What? Kaido?" Chapter 13. Thoughts of each other having confirmed that Sakazuki was out of immediate danger, Zephyr ensured the others were settled before returning to his office. He stood by the window, gazing at the azure sky. The clear weather contrasted starkly with his turbulent emotions. Zephyr felt a pang of guilt, after all. Colonel Ide and Sakazuki had encountered peril due to his arrangements. Yet, why had this happened so fortuitously? Marshal Kong had yet to return, and he had left the headquarters for less than an hour. With Carp and Tsuru stationed at the headquarters, there should have been no issues. Yet, trouble still arose. What could be the cause? The door creaked open, and Carp entered. Before Zephyr could speak, Carp stated, "I am aware of the situation. But there is something you may not know." "What is it?" "On the way back, I'd captured a devil fruit," Carp replied gravely, taking a seat on the sofa. "It's an animal type." Zephyr let out a low scoff. "I suspected these scoundrels had ulterior motives. It appears I was correct. The reputation of the Beast Pirates Menagerie has become well known." "Zephyr, what are your plans?" Carp inquired. Upon hearing Carp's question, Zephyr resolutely affirmed the necessity of upholding the dignity of the Navy. "Have you considered that someone may have leaked our movements?" Zephyr paused, realizing he had not entertained this possibility. "Are you suggesting there is a traitor within the Navy? That is inconceivable. Would pirates go so far for a mere devil fruit?" Yet, the notion of treachery within the Navy was beyond his comprehension. Carp sighed. "Here is what we will do. You continue your investigation while I pursue those pirates. After all, with Kong still absent, the affairs of the headquarters require your attention." "Very well. It seems that is the only course of action," Zephyr conceded, casting a glance at Carp. "I appreciate your assistance. Do not hesitate to ask if you require anything." "Ha ha. Just treat me to some donuts." Zephyr. In the residential area, Teya sat in silence on the chair, her heart heavy with unspoken emotions. The image of Akainu, wrapped in bandages and unconscious on the bed, ignited a fierce anger within her. A few others had already departed, realizing their presence was of little assistance. Yet, it was Kizara who uttered a remark that left Teya momentarily stunned. This man, usually brimming with vitality and somewhat irksome, now exuded an unexpected solitude in the stillness. As she gazed at Kizara's retreating figure, Teya found herself lost in contemplation. She recalled Akainu's fervent spirit. In truth, he was not as unbearable as she once thought. If she or someone else had ventured to Akainu's training grounds, might this misfortune have befallen another instead? Teya rose to his feet, seemingly resolute, and stepped out of the door. Meanwhile, in the basement of a secluded residence within the residential area, time was of the essence. Any delay would lead to exposure. To be brief, a man clad in naval attire was conversing with someone through a communication device. A deep voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Rest assured, your first payment has been placed in the agreed location." After taking the risk to acquire the intelligence, he added, "As soon as I have the opportunity, I shall leave to rendezvous with you." "Very well, I shall speak favorably of you in front of Captain Kaido." With a dismissive gesture, the communication device was switched off. The man let out a few mocking chuckles before vanishing into the shadows. "What did you say? You want to join me?" Carp stared, astonished, at Teya. Initially, their encounter had been casual. Although Carp had pressing matters, he was not particularly rushed. Considering his previous promise, he engaged in conversation with Teya for a while. However, Teya's unexpected request to accompany him on the voyage caught him off guard. "Absolutely not." Carp firmly rejected Teya. This was no trivial matter, it was a battle, and he could not jeopardize the future. "We are members of the Navy," Teya declared earnestly, clenching his fists. "If I were in Sakazuki's place, I believe there would be someone making the same choice I am now, to remain true to one's original intent." Upon hearing Teya's words, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Carp's eyes. Perhaps this lad was indeed worth the attention. "Very well, let us embark together," Carp grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. "However, I must make it clear that you will have to rely on yourself along the way. I cannot guarantee your safety 100%. "Yes, Captain Carp." As the warship departed from the headquarters, it gradually faded into the horizon. Half an hour later, Zephyr roared into the communication device. "Carp, you rascal. Is there not enough chaos already?" Laughter erupted from the other end, a familiar sound to Carp. "With such righteous fervor, how could I refuse? I know you care for your student. Rest assured, I will look after him. Sigh, just take care of Teya, that's all." Zephyr's mood was already a tangled mess. It was not a matter of distrust towards Carp, but a genuine concern for unforeseen accidents that could lead to regret. "Am I truly afraid?" Standing by the window, Zephyr fell into deep contemplation. Bang. Ouch, that hurts. On the deck, Teya clutched his swollen head, rolling about in agony. At that moment, he began to regret his decision to set sail. Today marked the third day at sea, and throughout these 3 days, Teya had endured Karp's so-called love taps almost daily. Sometimes more than once. Karp deemed it training, but Teya felt like Luffy, experiencing a preemptive beating. Observing Teya, Karp chuckled. Kid, do not think that mastering the iron block means you need not worry. Let me be frank. Haki will be the cornerstone of your future. I haven't even learned the iron block yet. Teya lamented, gently rubbing his head, realizing that mastery is not achieved overnight. Karp burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, Teya had already cursed Karp countless times in his mind. For this voyage, Karp utilized a warship of the rank of colonel. The ships of the vice admiral were far too conspicuous, scaring away potential captures before they even arrived, thus hindering their efforts. This was also to avoid suspicion and better facilitate the search for clues. Report, Vice Admiral Karp. Ahead lies Storm Island. Understood. Storm Island, a location within the Grand Line, is often subjected to tumultuous weather due to various factors, hence its name. However, fortune seemed to smile upon them today, for the island was blessed with clear skies. The crew disembarked, and Karp led them directly to the Navy's outpost on the island. Surprisingly, Karp allowed Teya to wander through the town to pass the time. Yet, Teya understood Karp's intentions. Being young and dressed in inconspicuous attire, he was the ideal candidate for gathering intelligence. Nevertheless, Karp instructed an officer to discreetly ensure Teya's protection. The island boasted a town. Teya observed that there were quite a number of residents in this area. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern certain differences among them. Some individuals, despite their seemingly ordinary attire, occasionally revealed a glimmer of menace in their eyes, betraying their identities as pirates. While it is often said that appearances can be deceiving, would one truly assume that a burly figure, adorned with a formidable sword at his waist, passing by as a benevolent soul? As Teya continued on her path, she unexpectedly found herself standing before a tavern. Based on her experience, this establishment was the prime location for gathering information. Without further contemplation, she stepped inside. Chapter 14. The Emergence of Conspiracy. Supplemented on July 1st, Teya approached the bar, extracted some currency, and ordered a mug of ale. She then attentively listened to the conversations unfolding around her, the most comprised trivial topics lacking substance. However, the dialogue between two individuals nestled in a corner piqued her interest. They appeared somewhat inebriated, their words slightly slurred. Having joined the beast pirates, what do we have to fear? One slurred. Indeed, soon we will revel in the comforts alongside our captain. Although their voices were somewhat muted, Teya heard them distinctly. The beast pirates? Stealing a glance at them, she noted their imposing stature and robust build. She had identified her targets. Teya sat for a moment longer. Yet he did not partake in a single drop of alcohol throughout. Then, under the astonished gaze of the proprietor, he departed without hesitation. Upon returning to the alley, Teya relayed the situation to the officer, instructing him to convey the message further while he remained to keep a vigilant watch over the two individuals. The officer reiterated his concerns for Teya's safety, urging him to exercise caution before taking his leave. Teya sat beneath the tree across from the tavern, his gaze fixed intently ahead. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, not far from him, a figure was observing him through the window of a nearby building. A glint of malice in his eyes. This individual was none other than the naval officer from the basement. The dimly lit room was stark and unadorned, furnished with merely a table upon which rested a wooden box. Inside that box lay the object of many a dream, the fabled devil fruit. With this, I shall grow stronger. Grasping the devil fruit, the man did not hesitate. He took a decisive bite. Yet, upon tasting it, he discarded the remainder, as its flavor exceeded his expectations of unpleasantness. At that moment, the telephone bug beside him rang, and he answered promptly. How does it feel? Quite remarkable, isn't it? This is the power of the Zoan type. He acknowledged its potency, but then conveyed urgent news regarding the approaching naval pursuers. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end chuckled. No need to concern yourself. Our plan is already in motion. We are merely waiting for them to take the bait. Since they have been lured to Storm Island, we have already cast our lure and await their capture. Specifically, the man furrowed his brow surprised. You truly dare to act so recklessly. Our plan is sound. This is hardly recklessness. We shall reconvene later. After disconnecting, the man smirked coldly. Interesting. I shall join the game. Returning to the window, he continued to observe Teya, who remained seated. Their previous attempt had failed, but this time he would personally orchestrate the downfall of a future. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, the two inebriated men finally emerged. Although the officer had yet to return from his report, Teya decided to follow them without delay. To lose their trail would render his efforts futile. The two men meandered into an alley at the edge of the town. "You've been following us for so long. Why not show yourself?" Upon hearing this, Teya's heart raced with alarm. Discovered? How could this be? Was it a ruse to draw him out? Teya remained composed, refraining from any rash actions. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the two individuals no longer exhibited any signs of inebriation. Instead, they were fixated on Teya with predatory intent. In an instant, just as Teya was about to make her exit, the two men positioned themselves in front and behind her, effectively blocking her path. "Oh, what do we have here? A little brat? Haha. Are you lost? Would you like your uncle to escort you home?" In the face of their taunts, Teya remained unfazed, her gaze vigilant as she contemplated her next course of action. Teya took a deep breath and inquired, "Have you intentionally revealed your whereabouts?" Upon hearing Teya's words, the two individuals burst into hearty laughter. "Now that we are aware, it is too late. You should reflect on what you ought to do for yourself. That lad in the red attire was your companion, wasn't he? What has become of the Navy? Is it merely a band of inexperienced recruits?" Teya furrowed her brow, a fire of indignation igniting within her. How outrageous. Without further ado, she resolved to take the initiative. In an instant, she launched herself towards the individual on her right, delivering a swift jab. However, her attack was effortlessly evaded. Observing the individual's ability to transform, Teya remarked with a frown, "You are a wielder of a devil fruit." "Indeed." The figure replied, "I am the antelope man, having consumed the goat fruit." Teya found himself in a rather precarious situation. In terms of physical prowess, Zoan-type users possess the most formidable enhancements. Currently, Teya could engage them in a skirmish, yet overcoming them proved to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, there were two adversaries. And although the capabilities of one remained uncertain, caution was paramount. If circumstances became dire, retreat would be the only option. Resolute in his decision, Teya clenched his fists, preparing to reorganize his offensive strategy. "What did you say?" Teya had discovered the whereabouts of the beast pirates. Upon hearing this news, Karp immediately made his way to the tavern, only to find no trace of Teya. "Where has that rascal gone?" Karp commanded the others to begin searching in different directions. As Lifa reported a sighting of Teya, Karp intended to return to the town. However, at that moment, he was confronted by an individual. "Karp, come and exchange a few blows with me." Upon hearing these words, Karp's gaze sharpened. He turned to the enormous figure that had appeared on the nearby ship and coldly replied, "Kaido." Returning to Teya's predicament, his situation had become increasingly dire. In a one-on-two confrontation, Teya felt the weight of the pressure. The antelope man was remarkably agile, launching rapid assault after rapid assault with incredible leaping speed. The other individual, lacking devil fruit powers, focused on defensive techniques. This combination of relentless offense and steadfast defense left Teya struggling to find an opening for a breakthrough. Teya found himself in a disheartening predicament, akin to being relentlessly targeted by the opposing jungler and mid-laner. Utilizing a mark, he managed to regain some vitality, preparing himself for a tactical retreat. However, the stalemate proved unsustainable. Why, he pondered, was no one coming to his aid? The town was not particularly vast. Unbeknownst to Teya, chaos had already erupted within the town. A horde of pirates had inexplicably emerged, wreaking havoc throughout. The Navy, originally in search of Teya, found themselves preoccupied with this marauding band, unable to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, at the harbor, Karp had engaged in battle with Kaido. Though Karp was at the peak of his prowess, Kaido's strength was sufficient to keep him occupied. Thus, Teya found himself utterly isolated, unable to overcome the troublesome duo. Teya continued to fend off attacks while retreating, when an unexpected occurrence transpired. A figure clad in a black cloak and mask suddenly appeared behind him, blocking his escape route. Without uttering a word, the stranger launched an assault on Teya. Now, Teya faced a three-pronged attack, with this newcomer exhibiting far greater strength than the previous two assailants. After barely managing to withstand several exchanges, Teya felt himself faltering. Seizing the opportunity, the trio's strikes landed squarely upon him. He was knocked to the ground by a powerful punch, only to be sent crashing into a pile of debris by a swift kick. Despite being battered and bruised, Teya struggled to rise from the wreckage, only to be felled once more by another brutal blow, causing him to taste blood in his throat. The cloaked figure addressed the other two, instructing, "You two go on ahead. I'll take care of this one." Teya was momentarily taken aback. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Teya gasped for breath and inquired, Who are you? The figure lowered his mask, and Teya finally discerned his features. A look of astonishment spread across Teya's face. Instructor Chris? Chapter 15. Teya's Dilemma. Teya could hardly believe his eyes. The person before him was none other than his instructor from the recruit camp. From the moment Teya had entered the camp, this individual had been responsible for their guidance. Although he was typically stern and unyielding, particularly towards Teya, how could one possibly deem him a traitor to the Navy? After all, he was a disciple of Master Zephyr. Teya rose and inquired, Why? Chris smiled coldly, holding an iron blue mask in hand, thus deeming it unnecessary to divulge this to a mere corpse. A chill suddenly enveloped Teya's heart. Does he intend to take my life? Teya exerted every ounce of strength as he sprinted toward the harbor, with Chris closely pursuing him without relent. Due to his injuries, Teya was significantly fatigued, and thus found himself intercepted by Chris on the outskirts of the town. At this moment, Teya was entirely at a disadvantage. He also perceived the unsettling events occurring within the town and the thunderous noises emanating from the harbor. It seemed that Mr. Cap and his companions had already engaged the enemy. This had all been part of a nefarious plot. Instructor Chris. This shall be the last time I address you as such, Teya proclaimed, his eyes filled with fury. What do you truly intend to accomplish? Chris gazed at Teya with a calm demeanor and replied, If you seek someone to blame, let it be yourself for crossing my path. Had you not left the headquarters, I would have had no opportunity to take your life. Teya still could not comprehend the meaning behind Chris's words. I bear no animosity towards Chris. Why did he choose to take my life? What prompted his betrayal of the Navy to become a pirate? Chris continued, after toiling for over a decade. What have I gained from being Zephyr's disciple? I remain merely a lowly lieutenant. I possess a naturally robust constitution, which could have propelled me to greater heights. Yet Zephyr relegated me to serve as an instructor in the rookie camp for nearly 10 years. 10 years. You were hailed as the future of the Navy. But I too was once deemed the Navy's future. In the end, what did I achieve? Now, I have effortlessly acquired a devil fruit, augmenting my strength. In this world, power is paramount. The Beast Pirates have already pledged to grant me the position of a division commander, a reward rightfully earned through strength. Chris's declaration plunged Teya into deep contemplation. Feel sympathy for Chris? No, Teya felt none at all. Chris had veered into a path of obsession. It is not inherently wrong to desire the devil fruit. But his heart has already transformed into that of a demon. Suddenly, Teya burst into laughter. Power? No one would refuse power. Teya gazed at the mark on the back of his hand, yet you merely seek to satiate your own desires. You are gravely mistaken. Upon hearing Teya's words, Chris glared at him with ferocity. At that moment, he was incapable of absorbing any further discourse. Teya gazed upwards at the sky and remarked, I have never envisioned myself as the future of the Navy. My efforts to grow stronger are merely to enhance my existence in this world. After a brief pause, with resolute eyes, Teya turned to Chris and continued, However, even if I possessed nothing, I would never wield a knife against the weak when the opportunity arose. During this time, Teya replenished his dwindling stamina with the use of his mark. Feeling the warmth radiate from the back of his hand, a soothing current coursed through his entire being. In the end, it all comes down to you. The battle between the two resumed. Nevertheless, Chris, who had initially held a distinct advantage over Teya, began to sense an unusual shift. This young man seemed to have gained strength. It was not that Teya had grown stronger, rather, he had entered a state of heightened mental focus. This was akin to the state he had achieved during his confrontation with Akainu, or perhaps even more refined than that moment. In a single breath, each attack and defense was executed to perfection. Chris, proficient in both shave and moonwalk, engaged in a combat that ascended from the ground to the sky, akin to two high-velocity bullets colliding. The fight persisted for a while. In midair, Teya landed a powerful punch on Chris, who winced in pain and retaliated with a kick aimed at Teya, only to be deftly evaded by him. Teya performed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground, only to discover that Chris was descending from the air, launching a flying kick toward him. Had he not been familiar with the move, Teya might have thought that Akainu had taught Chris. Teya once again employed the moonwalk, deftly evading Chris's assault. Now, taste my strike. In midair, Teya struck towards Chris with a powerful punch, but Chris reacted with remarkable swiftness, responding with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, creating a shockwave that separated them. Meanwhile, Carp, observing from a distance, had already taken note of Teya's predicament, feeling a mix of joy and concern. Teya was ensnared by an unknown adversary, and Carp found himself unable to assist him at that moment. Come at me if you dare. Kaido roared as he charged towards Carp like a falling meteor. With a thunderous crack, Kaido swung an enormous spiked club towards Carp, who retorted with a disdainful grunt. Meeting the attack with his own fist, the clash of their formidable Haki sent tremors through the ground, uprooting the earth beneath them. Carp let out a furious roar, firmly pushing back against Kaido's momentum. In a swift sequence, he unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Kaido, ultimately delivering a final punch that sent him crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, Kaido quickly rose to his feet, coldly remarking, "I still have a team at my end. Let us go again." Though he bore injuries, they healed rapidly, a testament to his reputation as the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. Carp, gritting his teeth, cast a worried glance towards Teya's location, hoping to reach him in time. The nature of battle is ever-changing. Initially, Teya had harbored concerns regarding the devil fruit that Chris had mentioned. As anticipated, Chris had indeed consumed it. Now transformed before him, Teya realized the situation had become even more precarious. With two horns sprouting from Chris's head, Teya instantly recognized the fruit Chris had devoured, the Zoan-type bison fruit in its buffalo form. To his astonishment, the very fruit he had seen in the anime had fallen into this foe's hands. The buffalo man Chris declared, "I had intended to eliminate you effortlessly. It seems I have underestimated you." Teya, without uttering a word, charged forward to launch an assault. "You are not of the natural element. I refuse to believe I cannot strike you." However, Teya indeed underestimated the power that the fruit bestowed upon Chris. With a foundation of considerable strength and speed, Chris, in his buffalo form, exhibited an even more robust physique, along with enhanced velocity and power. The assault launched by Teya proved futile, as he was instead forced several steps back by Chris's formidable charge. Unrelenting, Chris pressed forward, intent on delivering a lethal blow to Teya. "This is where it ends for you, kid," he declared, unleashing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Teya's head. Faced with a fist as large as a sandbag, Teya instinctively crossed his arms in front of him. Adrenaline surged through his veins. In that fleeting moment, he felt his muscles swell with the rush of blood. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized. Teya took the punch solidly. However, the smile on Chris's face vanished, for the sensation he experienced upon landing the blow was peculiar, akin to striking a steel plate. A wisp of white smoke emanated from Teya's arm. Teya felt a few drops of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Yet he managed to smile and say, "That was close. I appreciate your timely intervention." Chapter 16. There is a reason for the beating in this critical moment. Teya finally grasped the iron block technique. At this point, he had mastered all 6 forms. However, the current crisis remained unresolved. Overcoming Chris still posed a significant challenge. After all, Teya lacked considerable experience in actual combat. Chris coldly remarked, "I never imagined you could comprehend in such circumstances." "Humph. I refuse to fall at the hands of someone like you." Teya maintained his defensive posture, aware that many tasks still awaited his attention. The battle raged on. The enhancement of Teya's defenses enabled him to withstand the majority of Chris's assaults. However, Chris's onslaught grew increasingly fierce. After a considerable period of combat, Teya began to sense his strength waning, his stamina nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Chris appeared to be in a frenzy, his eyes glinting with a murderous rage. At that moment, several pirates emerged from the town, brandishing their weapons and charging toward Teya. "Teya, what is this, a game?" Harnessing the momentum gained from his encounter with Chris, Teya pivoted and charged towards the group of pirates. The foremost among them received a powerful punch squarely to his pudgy face, instantly contorting into a grotesque expression. Although Teya was unaware of the feelings experienced by the pirate, he himself found the sensation of striking the soft flesh to be remarkably substantial. The others were unable to evade Teya's assault, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Minions are indeed minions. Ado! A roar of fury echoed from behind. The moment Teya turned around, she beheld Chris transforming from his formidable minotaur form into that of a wild buffalo. The unstoppable force of the charging beast was imminent, set to collide with Teya in mere moments. In this critical instant, there was no time for contemplation. Teya firmly grasped his 2 horns, exerting force to push forward. Yet, he found himself continuously sliding backward, propelled by that very force. Teya gritted her teeth and spoke in silence. "Is this the Spanish bullfighting?" As she realized she was about to be thrust against the stone wall behind her, Teya seized the moment and leaped over Chris's back, propelled by inertia. Chris collided forcefully with the wall, producing a tremendous sound. The entire wall came crashing down. Teya gasped for breath and murmured with disdain, "How could this cursed devil fruit lead to mad cow disease?" In a maritime expanse not far from Storm Island, a ship lay anchored upon the waves. The flag of piracy billowed in the breeze, signifying its allegiance to the beast pirates. A tall figure clad in black stood at the bow, clutching a transponder snail. "Boss, our plan has successfully come to fruition," he affirmed. "Have you acquired the intelligence?" Came the reply. "Indeed, I have." The man let out a cold snort and declared, "Well done. The captain is on the island. You are to depart immediately." With that, he ended the conversation. Just then, another pirate approached and reported, "Boss, the other brothers have relayed news that the Navy is en route to support Storm Island." Upon hearing this, the man sneered. "The objective has been achieved. We can now proceed to the next phase of our operation." Humph, the Navy. Meanwhile, the turmoil within the town, though diminished, continued to unfold. Teya disregarded Chris and seized the opportunity to sprint towards the naval base. Along the way, he encountered numerous pirates, mostly insignificant foes, whom he dispatched with ease. Yet, he still witnessed many unfortunate civilians lying in pools of blood. How infuriating. Teya felt an incessant itch at the roots of her teeth. As she approached the next intersection, she beheld a one-eyed pirate brandishing a knife, relentlessly pursuing two girls, one large and one small. In a moment of misfortune, the younger sister stumbled and fell, prompting her elder sibling to hurriedly lift her up. However, the pirate had already reached their side. Witnessing the menacing expression of the pirate, the younger sister burst into tears. Overwhelmed by fear, though trembling with trepidation herself, the elder sister clung tightly to her sibling, determined to shield her at all costs. Just as the pirate's blade was poised to descend, a figure materialized out of nowhere and struck the pirate with a powerful punch, sending him flying. "Quick, hide." Before the two girls could express their gratitude, Teya had already vanished. Damn it, at this rate, when will it ever end? It is evident to Teya that the number of pirates on the island far exceeds that of the Navy. Furthermore, he has encountered several fallen naval soldiers. The weight of despair bore down heavily upon Teya, as he dealt with the scoundrel pirates along his path, drawing near to the heart of the square. He unexpectedly encountered the officer in a narrow alley to his right. "How are you?" Teya helped the fallen officer to his feet and checked for signs of life. He was still breathing. The officer slowly opened his eyes and, upon recognizing Teya, coughed a couple of times. I'm fine. Quickly, hurry to the port and inform Admiral Karp that there are traitors within the Navy." "I understand, but do not speak further. I shall assist you." Teya tore a few strips of cloth from his garments to bandage the officer, subsequently securing him to his back. However, just as he was poised to depart, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from above him. Teya instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading an attack. Cold sweat immediately dripped down her face. It was a close call. It was none other than the antelope man who had approached. Teya said little as she sprinted towards the harbor, with the antelope people closely in pursuit. Teya, burdened by the weight of his companion, noticeably slowed his pace. Although the antelope-like adversaries moved with remarkable speed, they were skillfully evaded each time they drew near. Just as Teya was on the brink of reaching the outskirts of the town, he found his path obstructed by Chris. At this moment, frustration surged within Teya. Standing atop the structure, he vigilantly surveyed the enemies flanking him, a sense of despair beginning to take hold. After taking several deep breaths, Teya veered towards the diagonal right. While the other two closed in to encircle him, Teya exerted all his strength to turn around and delivered two swift kicks, successfully shaking off the pursuit of the antelope man, and then he accelerated forward. "I am truly giving it my all." However, to his astonishment, a companion of the antelope man suddenly charged out from the adjacent house, revealing that he had been lurking right beside him. Teya cried out in alarm. But it was already too late. He had engaged in combat with Chris. Although he managed to parry the frontal assault, he found himself lacking in strength. However, another adversary had already launched a punch aimed at his back, poised to strike the officer behind him. Teya, driven by sheer will, turned to face his adversary. A powerful fist struck him squarely in the chest. Although the iron block had been successfully unleashed, it was now at the end of its strength. After enduring that blow, he staggered back several paces, struggling to remain upright, yet ultimately finding himself half kneeling on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his vision blur. Gazing at Chris, who approached with a cold sneer, Teya let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Could it be that he was destined to fall here? As Chris ran, he shouted loudly, "Your so-called future of the Navy, perish?" Yet, Teya felt no trace of fear. Instead, she closed her eyes. If there were to be a next time, let me indulge in the taste of a devil fruit. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards her. Then, Teya heard Chris's shout, followed by the sound of the house collapsing. What on earth is happening? Teya opened her eyes. And her first sight was the cloak of justice and the striking dark blue ponytail. The naval officer before her, facing away, remarked, "Cop who always knows how to cause trouble." She then turned, smiling at Teya, and said, "However, with such a remarkable future ahead for the Navy, how could I possibly allow him to forfeit his destiny?" Teya gazed at the handsome young woman before him, his expression blank as he stammered, "Are you Granny Crane?" With a swift motion, Crane, her face contorted with anger, delivered a sharp rap to Teya's head, making him wish he could retract his previous words. Chapter 17. The Dust Settles Teya. Teya. Hearing someone call out his name from behind, Teya winced while clutching his head and turned to see Roy approaching. Roy hurried to his side, helping him up as he exclaimed, "I finally caught up with you. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Relieved to see a friend." Teya felt the weight lift from his heart. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Crane interjected, "This child heard that you were sailing with Carp. Coincidentally, I had just returned to headquarters for supplies, and he implored me for quite some time before I came here." Teya felt a warmth in her heart, for there were those who cared for her safety. The pressing matters remained unresolved. Idle chatter could wait. After speaking, Crane turned and charged toward the enemy. Teya had been contemplating the extent of the Crane's prowess, and it indeed surpassed his expectations. With a single strike, she effortlessly dispatched both the Antelope Man and his companion. However, considering her youth, it was hardly surprising that a seasoned general would possess such formidable strength. The two individuals resembled freshly laundered garments, hanging limply on a clothesline, their faces adorned with expressions of sheer bliss. Teya, slightly astonished, exclaimed, "Is this the wash fruit? It possesses quite an intriguing quality." At that moment, Carp approached, his attire marred with dust. Upon first sight of Teya, he noticed that he had saved the officer, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. "Ha ha ha. Good lad. I'm glad you're unharmed," Carp bellowed with laughter, giving Teya a hearty pat on the shoulder. Teya's smile, which had just been forced, instantly froze, and her face twitched involuntarily. "That old man, exerting such strength, wishes to hinder my growth. However, since Carp has appeared, it is likely that the battle has concluded. Let us depart and return to the ship for some rest." Roy supported Teya as they made their way towards the dock. Carp gazed at the trio's retreating figures, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Ahem. Upon hearing a cough from behind, Carp hurriedly turned around, only to find Tsuru looking at him with a displeased expression. "Ah, little Tsuru. I owe you my gratitude for your assistance this time." "Humph. Spare me the flattery. I did it for the sake of that child, not for you." Carp scratched his head and chuckled, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The two approached the ruins, gazing at the unconscious Chris lying on the ground. "Let us take him back to headquarters. Zephyr has questions for him." Indeed, upon returning to the ship, Teya felt she had truly reached her limit. Relying solely on her will to persevere. As soon as she lay down on the bed, she fell into a deep slumber. The doctor examined Teya's injuries, noting that her fatigue from the battle had led to internal injuries. However, her constitution was robust, and with a period of rest, she would recover. Minor external wounds were treated with simplicity. The others chose not to disturb her, allowing her to rest peacefully. Teya had been asleep for an entire day and night. Upon awakening, she was astonished to find an abundance of food beside her. At that moment, Teya was so ravenous that she could have devoured her pillow. She seized the food and stuffed it into her mouth, her manner of eating so unrestrained that it was almost distressing to behold. With a creak, the door swung open, and Roy entered. "Teya, you have finally awoken. I knew you would be hungry, so I prepared everything in advance." Teya's mouth was full of food, rendering her speech indistinct. Roy was also amused by Teya's antics. Throughout their journey, however, Roy had not been able to fully relax. He was a sensitive soul. If one were to assert that Teya had only Roy as a friend, one could conversely argue that Roy was equally solitary in this regard. Following the unsettling events involving Sakasaki, Roy harbored an ominous premonition. Upon learning from Zephyr that Teya had set sail with Garp, Roy found himself restless. His concern was not that Garp would fail to protect Teya, but rather stemmed from a sense of responsibility as a friend, perhaps even a partner. Although Roy had not ascended to the ranks of the strongest 10, he stood first among the remaining 40. Perhaps it was a blend of diligence and innate talent that facilitated his rapid advancement. Zephyr held him in high regard and imparted much wisdom upon him. Occasionally, Roy would contemplate why Teya had suddenly surpassed him in strength. He would feel a fleeting twinge of discontent, but it would dissipate almost immediately. Self-reflection was an essential part of Roy's daily routine. "I strive, so why should others not? In this world, there will always be the powerful and the weak. I shall remain true to myself." "Roy? Roy?" Teya continuously swayed in front of Roy, who was lost in thought. Roy snapped back to reality. His brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, Hmm? Oh, what is it? What were you just thinking about? Teya, speechless, responded with eyes so crinkled with laughter that they could barely remain open. Huh? This. After finishing the last piece of bread, Teya contentedly rubbed her belly and said, "Thank you." Roy patted Teya on the shoulder and smiled, replying modestly. The two of them made their way to the deck, intending to enjoy the breeze. However, upon reaching the entrance to the cabin, they discovered two figures standing at the bow. Kapu and Suru. With a hint of curiosity, they had concealed themselves behind the nearby mast, eavesdropping. Kapu remarked, "I wonder how Zephyr feels about his apprentice becoming a traitor to the Navy and colluding with pirates." Suru sighed, "Zephyr will make his own decisions. The only uncertainty lies in whether that information has been leaked. Even if it hasn't, the higher-ups have already begun to take action." A silence ensued. Information? Teya fell into a contemplative state. If Chris was merely gathering intelligence, why would the beast pirates create such turmoil on Storm Island? Furthermore, what kind of intelligence would be compelling enough to capture Kaido's attention? Suddenly, a chill ran down Teya's spine. She looked up to find Garp and Suru grinning mischievously at her. Teya hastily turned around, but there was no trace of Roy behind her. "I can't believe this. How utterly ungrateful." Teya silently offered Roy an international gesture of goodwill. Teya gradually stood up, donning a sycophantic smile as he remarked, "Well, I won't disturb you two any longer, heh." With that, he swiftly turned and fled. Upon Teya's return to the cabin, Crane erupted into laughter. "This child is indeed quite amusing. I began to ponder his future. Can you utter such words as well?" On a deserted island distant from Storm Island, a furious Nei shouted at his subordinates, "You useless fools. All of you are nothing but gluttons." The air grew thick with silence, as everyone fell mute, too frightened to utter a sound. The devil fruit, while significant, cannot redeem the inept. Ultimately, they remain worthless. Yet, all we gained was an uncertain piece of information. The Navy. This debt shall be repaid in due time. Suddenly, flames ignited upon Nei's form, casting an eerie glow upon his black mask. The only visible part of his face, his eyes, radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. The very air seemed to congeal. Chapter 18. This is merely a choice. 3 days later, Teya returned to headquarters. After the recent battle, his homecoming felt akin to returning home, even though this place was indeed his home. However, this time, he truly sensed that he had integrated into this world, although he was still in a period of recuperation. Teya felt the need to move, lest his body succumb to idleness. Bidding farewell to the others, he resolved to take a stroll around the training grounds, seeking to rekindle the sensation of training. The grounds were bustling with activity as the new recruits continued their rigorous training. Teya recalled the scene from when she first arrived. Gazing at a robust officer standing by the runway, Teya became lost in contemplation. "Teya, what nonsense are you spouting again? Do you still have the energy for Banner? Hurry up and fall in line. Instructor Chris?" Teya was jolted from her reverie, realizing she had been lost in thought. It was merely an auditory hallucination. Yet, why did this matter weigh so heavily on her mind? Never mind, she decided, letting it go. Teya was gently rubbing her face when she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure passing by Akainu. Although his arm was still wrapped in bandages, he appeared to have made a considerable recovery. However, his demeanor seemed transformed. The fiery passion that once characterized him had seemingly vanished, replaced by a calmness and a somber disposition. He exuded a stern seriousness that made him seem unapproachable. Upon hearing someone call his name, Akainu halted and turned to see Teya smiling and greeting him. Yet, he maintained his serious expression, merely nodding at her before turning away, leaving Teya standing there, frozen in confusion. What had happened? Had the spirited youth extinguished his fire? Suddenly, someone tapped Teya on the shoulder from behind. It was Squirrel. On the edge of the playground, Teya and the flying squirrel sat in the clearing. The flying squirrel set aside the knife he carried and said, "Teya, during your absence from the headquarters, you may be unaware of the reasons behind Sakasaki's actions." Teya nodded, gesturing for the flying squirrel to continue. The flying squirrel sighed and elaborated. After Sakazuki awoke, he was initially filled with rage, but for reasons unknown, it seemed he had heard of the betrayal within the Navy. Since that moment, he has remained silent, transformed into his current state. Upon hearing the flying squirrel's words, Teya too let out a sigh. It became evident that Akainu's unwavering sense of justice lay deeply embedded within him. This incident served as the catalyst for his transformation. Henceforth, he would no longer tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes, nor would he show mercy to pirates. The passionate youth had ultimately morphed into a steely soldier. What a cruel twist of fate. Alas, is it truly so easy for a person to change? Teya's words seem to inquire of others, yet resonate as a self-reflection. For over a decade, Chris has dulled his sense of justice, while Akina has devoted his life to a singular pursuit of his own. The journey ahead is still lengthy. There remain 8 years until the grand age of exploration. Yet, can I truly steadfastly pursue this path within the Navy? Or, on some future day, might I too waver? The future, alas, remains an enigma. Teya gazed at the sky, lost in a myriad of thoughts. In the Naval Headquarters underground prison, most of the cells lay vacant, as they typically housed only those temporarily detained, such as death row inmates awaiting execution or prisoners soon to be transported to impel down. The sound of keys clinking echoed as the iron door of the prison swung open, followed by the approach of footsteps that reverberated crisply against the ground. The footsteps halted outside a particular cell, where, through the iron bars, a man could be seen sitting on the floor, his hands shackled with sea-stone cuffs. Hearing the commotion, the man lifted his head. Despite his disheveled appearance, his gaze remained piercing. "Chris, I never imagined you would resort to such actions." Zifa, standing outside the door, regarded his former disciple with a composed demeanor, though sorrow stirred within him. The reality that a once promising student had become a traitor to the Navy was a profound source of anguish for him. Yet, witnessing Chris's defiant expression transformed that sorrow into indignation. "Is it what I taught you to act against justice?" Zifa clenched his fists, grappling with the notion that a mere Zoan-type devil fruit was worth the cost of an entire life. Chris looked up at Zifa and chuckled softly. "Admiral Zifa, do you remember the first lesson you taught us? Not to rely on devil fruits, right? Yet, you said true strength comes from one's own power. Isn't the power gained from a devil fruit still a form of one's own strength?" Zifa paused, momentarily taken aback. Chris continued, "You claim to be nurturing the Navy's future. But what about me? Was I not once a part of that future? After years of serving as a mere lieutenant, training those inept recruits. Do you know how I persevered? My own strength, how laughable. I merely paid a small price to acquire the power of a devil fruit. Does that render me inferior to others? You taught us how to harness our own power. Yet you consistently rejected the notion of external assistance. Are you absolutely certain you are in the right?" Chris's rapid-fire declarations pierced Zifa's heart like arrows. Yes, he had indeed instructed many. Yet he had never considered how these children felt. Had he truly erred? Zifa cast one last glance at Chris before silently turning away. "Zifa-sensei," Chris called softly, prompting Zifa to halt. "Thank you for your guidance over the years." Upon hearing Chris's address, Zifa neither turned nor spoke, but his frame seemed to shudder ever so slightly. Memories flooded back, yet Zifa chose not to linger, exiting the prison. Chris leaned against the wall, and for reasons unknown, he suddenly thought of Teya. That kid was much like I was when I first entered the recruit camp, but I hope he doesn't stray down the same path I did. Following these events, Chris was completely erased from the annals of naval history. Initially sent to Judicial Island for trial, he was later imprisoned and impelled down. However, after leaking critical secrets to pirates, Chris was executed in secret. After these occurrences, Zifa appeared to have undergone a transformation. He no longer merely focused on training his students' powers. He also imparted lessons on morality. Yet, while some listened, others, like Kizaru, continued to cause him headaches. Chapter 19, The World Recruitment Campaign. It has been nearly a year since the incident on Storm Island. During this time, Teya and his companions refrained from venturing out to sea, dedicating their energies to training. Their lives during these 6 months could be described as both tranquil and fulfilling. However, in the vast world of the ocean, turmoil brewed. Following the defeat of the legendary Rocks pirates, their former crew members each pursued their own paths and became notable figures across the seas: Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Lin, and the future Pirate King, Roger. These renowned pirates, both present and future, relentlessly sought to recruit talent and bolster their strengths. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the ocean, turbulent currents stirred. Faced with this looming threat, the Navy's High Command initiated a world recruitment campaign in the latter half of the year, seeking out individuals of potential and a sense of justice to augment their ranks. The results were remarkable, as the Navy headquarters and its branches expanded significantly with promising new recruits. The newly established Marine Academy also welcomed a multitude of fresh faces. Teya, however, recognized some familiar names among the new batch of rear admirals, such as Fire Fist Ace. Yet, for Teya, this was merely a minor diversion. He understood the formidable adversaries he would ultimately confront. Only by strengthening himself could he secure his place in this world. He no longer had the luxury of relying on external forces, lest he tempt fate and test the veracity of the 3-day warning. With no options left, Teya devoted his energy and time to rigorous training. On one hand, he sought to transcend the limits of his physical capabilities, Zifa had once told Teya that while surpassing physical limits appeared straightforward, each step required immense willpower. The more one invested, the more solid their foundation would become. Endurance training evolved from a few hundred push-ups to thousands, ultimately culminating in a daily regimen of over 10,000 push-ups. Weight training began with long-distance runs while carrying weights, eventually incorporating weighted push-ups. Each day, he pushed himself to the point where he could scarcely lift his eyelids. This process of accumulation was long and grueling. During the first 2 months of intense training, Teya made minimal progress, which nearly drove him to despair. Nevertheless, he persevered. Teya found himself devoid of choices, with no escape route in sight. He could succumb to despair and lead a mundane existence as an ordinary sailor, or he could retreat to a remote locale to spend his remaining days in untroubled freedom. Yet, this was the world of pirates, where safety was but an illusion. Moreover, to abandon his struggle now would render the perseverance he had shown thus far meaningless. After enduring the most arduous 3 months, Teya began to progress at an astonishing rate. Perhaps it was the influence of his surroundings in this pirate realm. Firstly, his physical constitution underwent a remarkable enhancement. He felt his muscles had grown sturdier than ever before. In terms of combat prowess, he had transcended the threshold of mere initiation into the 6 powers, achieving a level of proficient mastery. The improvement in his physical attributes, in turn, amplified the potency of his martial techniques, for indeed, the art of combat is intrinsically linked to one's physical capabilities. It is noteworthy that, following the recent global conscription, the rankings of the new recruits had undergone a significant reshuffling. Though a mere few months had elapsed, the dynamics were in constant flux. Among the original 50, while many had not diminished in strength, the newcomers gradually eclipsed them, leading to a natural attrition of the former ranks. This shift, surprisingly, ignited a competitive spirit among the recruits, fostering a relentless pursuit of excellence. Even during the mundane journey to the mess hall, one could frequently observe 2 individuals, their faces contorted with intensity, racing with an urgency that stirred up clouds of dust behind them. Once, it was only Teya who would engage in such reckless pursuits. Now, it had become the new norm. With competition comes pressure, and Teya was no exception. Meanwhile, the once passionate Akainu had transformed into a frigid training automaton, relentlessly honing his skills day after day. The fiery Akainu, who had once shared moments of levity with Teya, had not smiled since that fateful incident. How had such a vibrant individual metamorphosed into this? Teya gazed at Akainu, who was seated in the corner, dining, with a subtle shake of her head and a sigh. She reflected on her nearly year-long stay here, noting the absence of her mentor, Zephyr. She surmised that he was likely preoccupied with preparations for the impending graduation assessments. As Teya pondered over various matters, she absent-mindedly nibbled on her fried rice. A month prior, Zephyr had informed them about the graduation assessment. However, Zephyr had cryptically mentioned that this evaluation might be somewhat different, and they would have to await further notification. This certainly piqued their curiosity. When it comes to assessments, aren't they typically about either engaging in combat with others or facing off against non-human entities? Before her journey across dimensions, Teya had indeed perused numerous novels. Regardless, it was certain that combat was inevitable, yet it was essential to ensure a fair competition, albeit to a reasonable extent. Teya furrowed his brows in contemplation, muttering to himself, "Could it be that I have come here to conjure up something novel?" Suddenly, someone behind him struck him forcefully on the back. Teya was startled and turned around to find it was Roy. "My goodness, you nearly scared me to death." Roy chuckled. "Well, what were you daydreaming about? By the way, I just saw Teacher Zephyr. He asked me to tell you to visit his office shortly." With that, Roy departed, leaving Teya in a state of bewilderment. Why am I being summoned to the office? I don't recall having made any mistakes recently. After hastily finishing his meal, Teya arrived at Zephyr's office. "Teacher Zephyr, are you there?" Teya looked at General Crane in confusion, having not spotted Zephyr's presence. How did Teacher Zephyr become Aunt Crane? Crane smiled and invited Teya to take a seat, yet Teya still voiced her curiosity. "General Crane, did you summon me?" With a smile, Crane replied, "No. It's because Zephyr had matters to attend to, so he asked me to take his place." "Oh, I see." Teya felt reassured now. After they settled down, Crane briefly explained the purpose of the meeting, primarily inquiring about Teya's current thoughts and her aspirations for a future in the Navy. Teya immediately recalled the sensation of being summoned by the homeroom teacher for a conversation. However, Teya expressed his thoughts candidly, without any concealment. In the end, Crane inquired of Teya how he would train the Navy from the perspective of a naval commander, or what qualities a Navy would need to cultivate in order to become exceptional talents. Teya pondered for a moment before responding. I believe there is a saying that goes, one who achieves success in any endeavor is a hero. Exceptional individuals undoubtedly possess outstanding abilities in specific areas, not solely in combat, but also in various other fields. However, I contend that during the initial stages, a comprehensive cultivation is essential. For it is through this process that we can discern each person's strengths and weaknesses, thereby allowing them to harness their unique talents. Teya, in a moment of candidness, expressed his thoughts, which indeed reflected his feelings. He is an individual with a propensity for specialization, the kind who struggles to grasp subjects that do not resonate with him. However, high school does not afford the luxury of neglecting any subject. It merely delineates between the arts and sciences. Yet, upon entering university, he was granted the freedom to select a major that aligned with both his interests and strengths. This transition can be perceived as a shift from a comprehensive education to a more focused one. Nevertheless, during the very first holiday of his university life, Teya found himself transported to another realm. Pondering this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Wait a moment, this is the world of pirates. Perhaps my musings are a tad premature. Teya looked up at him with a hint of concern. She was already lost in thought, and then, as if a sudden realization struck her, she smiled and said to Teya, "You articulated that splendidly." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Teya took her leave. Once Teya departed, he continued to murmur to herself, reflecting on the words Teya had shared. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and exclaimed with a smile, "I have an idea regarding your assessment." Chapter 20. The self-cultivation of the sixth forms. The day following Teya's departure from Zephyr's office, news regarding the graduation assessment was released. However, the specifics of the assessment process remained ambiguous, with only the timing disclosed. With less than a month remaining until the graduation evaluation, a palpable tension seemed to permeate the entire Naval Academy. For the vast majority, their relentless efforts culminated in this pivotal assessment. The level of their comprehensive abilities would ultimately dictate the prospects of their future endeavors. Some would remain at headquarters, while others might be assigned to different locales. Yet, for Teya, such distinctions held little significance. His primary concern was to fulfill his responsibilities and ensure his survival in the forthcoming tumultuous era. Thus, the martial arts he had mastered became both his motivation and his lifeline for the future. In the ensuing period, Zephyr ceased to instruct them, allowing them to train independently. Teya also calmed down to delve into the intricacies of the six styles. Currently, Teya has achieved a level of proficient mastery in all aspects of the six styles. In contrast to the previous awkwardness, it can now be said that they come effortlessly. What Teya aspires to explore now is the potential avenues for expanding the six styles. Teya's earliest acquaintance with the six styles occurred during a viewing of the Judiciary Island segment in a past life, where the esteemed members of CP9 were showcased. The development of the six styles in relation to the powers of Devil Fruit users is not a consideration, as it bears no relevance to Teya. Based on his experience with the sixth form, Teya has compiled his insights. Firstly, regarding the technique of shaving, its efficacy lies in the ability to move at remarkable speeds, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. It serves both offensive and defensive purposes, and is currently one of Teya's effective means of attack. However, shaving has a notable drawback: the sound. The sonic boom generated by rapid footfalls is exceedingly loud. Although the movement may evade visual detection, the noise inevitably reveals one's location. Teya once explored some information, and she now recalls most of it. Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates employs a silent assassination technique known as the silent step, which allows him to move at high speed while erasing the sound of his footsteps, rivaling the speed of the Rokushiki Sarer. Kuro's ultimate skill, the spoon, is executed with remarkable speed, albeit with the drawback of indiscriminate attacks. Consequently, Teya has resolved that the future direction of Sarer should aim to achieve a level akin to the silent step. When I utilize Sarer, my pursuit is speed, thus, I do not exert control over the force of my footfalls, resulting in unavoidable sonic booms. If I can manage the force within a certain range, it may yield the desired effect. Teya engaged in a moment of contemplation, pondering the intricacies of wielding the technique with precision. Mastery over the force applied is not achieved in an instant. This is merely Teya's preliminary notion, necessitating further exploration and practice over time. When considering the use of the iron block, Teya recalled Bruno's iron block and steel technique. This undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of defensive maneuvers. However, all defensive strategies bear a resemblance to the relationship between spear and shield. There is only the stronger, never the strongest. The limitations of the iron block are quite apparent. During its application, the user is rendered immobile. Teya had yet to devise a solution for this predicament. He remembered that during his time utilizing the iron block in Gabra, He was able to move, yet the specifics of how he accomplished this eluded him. Teya suddenly recalled the scene of his battle against Akainu, and Riley remarked, "At worst, I could simply smash an iron block onto the ground, creating a falling weight of 1,000 pounds. However, he had not contemplated a crucial question until now. Bruno's enhancement of his defense stemmed from the rapid flow of blood, which also served as the foundation for training with iron blocks. Yet, if in the future he could master the color of armament Haki, could it potentially be combined with the iron blocks? The fusion of these two foundations might elevate his defensive capabilities to unprecedented heights. Moreover, Teya reflected on the moonwalk, a technique he had first learned. His most vivid memory of the moonwalk was Sanji's ability to walk upon the sea. After all, he couldn't consume a devil fruit. So traversing the ocean should pose no issue, right? Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that Sanji's leg strength was extraordinary, beyond the reach of an average person. More time and combat experience were necessary for him to hone his skills. Another vital focus for Teya was the spear technique, particularly the 6-king puncture of Rob Lucci's 6 forms. This was a skill that could only be mastered by those who had learned all 6 forms. However, for Teya, he had barely scratched the surface of the 6-king puncture, leaving him with no clear path for study. Time, do not inquire further, it is merely a matter of time. As for his paper drawing, Teya had nothing much to say about it. For now, he was only utilizing it in conjunction with observation Haki. Finally, regarding the Galefoot technique, Teya's first thought was why it was called Galefoot. Could it not be called Galehand or Galehead? With this question in mind, he had previously attempted to use his hand, resulting in a gentle breeze that caused several leaves to fall. Its power was astonishing. Nevertheless, Teya believed it was a feasible approach and even found similarities with sword energy. In summation, all progress must stem from personal understanding and simultaneous training. The cost of strength is the ability to bear that cost. Yet, despite this, Teya contemplated the greatest extent of what he could achieve at present. By integrating all that he had mastered thus far, he wondered how far he could develop, even if it did not amount to an advancement in the 6 forms. The combination of these two abilities could still yield results. The graduation assessment would inevitably culminate in a battle, although it might not be a fight to the death. Teya genuinely worried about being thrown onto an island teeming with ferocious beasts or engaging in a grueling endurance match against a group of pirates with exorbitant bounties. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Teya is unafraid of trouble, yet encountering the unknown invariably induces a sense of tension. For him, this moment marks the inception of his naval career. He envisions a future where he ascends to the rank of a senior naval officer. However, Zephyr had previously inquired whether Teya would be willing to join the CP organization, to which Teya, without a moment's hesitation, declined. What nonsense is this? To be a spy? Absolutely not. Concealing one's identity to survive is far too exhausting. Teya prefers to conduct all affairs in the sunlight, although operating in the shadows does not contradict her identity. It does contravene her principle of integrity. As a naval commander, even if the journey is arduous, there is a profound joy in it. Teya sat in her chair, musing to herself, what kind of tale would unfold if I were to traverse here as a pirate? Perhaps I would have met my demise long ago, haha. Nevertheless, should I truly assume the identity of a pirate, my principles would remain steadfast. Regardless of the identity I hold, I shall live life accordingly. I shall pursue what I desire and what is rightfully mine. Teya resolutely rose to his feet and continued his training of the 6 styles. Chapter 21. The examination approaches in the office of the Fleet Admiral at Naval Headquarters. A tranquil atmosphere enveloped the room as Sora sat at the desk, a moderately sized box resting upon its surface. With a creak, the door swung open, and Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp entered. The trio paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight of the box. Sora spoke, I presume you have an inkling of its contents. There are 3 items within, to be allocated according to the top 3 ranks in the upcoming assessment. Sengoku and Garp remained silent, directing their gaze toward Zephyr. I have no objections, Zephyr replied, his brow furrowed in a serious expression. However, I must pose a question. What if a student chooses to reject this offering? Ha ha ha, Zephyr, are you jesting? Sora chuckled upon hearing Zephyr's remark, then rose to open the box. As the 3 men beheld the treasures nestled inside, astonishment washed over their faces. They had not anticipated such a lavish gesture from the world government. Garp nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, who in their right mind would turn this down? Sengoku added, no wonder it is said that this is an expedient method to cultivate formidable naval strength. Yet, Zephyr remained silent, his expression still clouded with concern. Enough, Zephyr. I understand your apprehensions. One cannot thwart the path each individual is destined to tread. even if it involves taking shortcuts, as long as the path is just. Does it not suffice? If he becomes a force within our navy, is that not the future you envision for it? Sora patted Zephyr on the shoulder, prompting a resigned sigh from him as he nodded slightly. Very well, then. By the way, how are things progressing on Crane's End? I have heard this assessment will differ from those of the past. It should be nearly ready. We can commence the day after tomorrow. Everything seemed to be falling into place, and the group gradually dispersed. Yet, Zephyr remained thoughtful, lost in contemplation, in a secluded area behind the headquarters. Teya stood with his eyes closed, a gentle breeze tousling his bangs. Suddenly, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. He reappeared before a massive boulder not far away. With a swift utterance, Teya thrust his right index finger forward, repeatedly striking the stone with remarkable speed. The surface, already resembling a beehive, was further punctuated with numerous small holes. Upon concluding his assault, Teya exhaled slowly. Phew, my power has indeed increased once more. Teya refers to this technique as the chaotic thrusting of fingers. The principle behind it is merely the rapid repetition of finger thrusts. Yet it demands a considerable amount of explosive power and energy. During this period, Teya has been contemplating a question. What does it truly mean for the proficiency? As indicated by the auxiliary system, to reach its highest stage in order to further develop martial arts? What prerequisites are necessary for the advancement of the 6 styles? Unable to resolve this inquiry on his own, Teya decided to consult the system. Until now, he had not paid much attention to the system, only occasionally checking his proficiency when utilizing seals. However, to his surprise, the system generously provided an explanation regarding martial arts. It clarified that each martial technique, depending on its stage of usage, offers different avenues for development. The further development of martial arts refers to the ultimate skills that can be unlocked when each technique reaches its highest proficiency. The specifics require personal exploration. The techniques that a host extends based on personal preference during usage do not fall within the realm of proficiency development. A friendly reminder, do not attempt to consume the devil fruit. In red text, the system, which had previously been inconspicuous, now fervently emphasizes the existence of the devil fruit. Indeed, this devil fruit has become Teya's own demon. Nevertheless, the system has alleviated Teya's confusion. It appears that his understanding was correct. It can also be interpreted that, regardless of how he performs, he is merely executing minor skills, while only the system's full proficiency development yields true formidable techniques. Naturally, all of this comes at a cost. Thus, during this time, Teya has focused his efforts on training and expanding the applications of the 6 styles. Teya has also dedicated considerable time to enhancing the potency of this technique. Initially, when employing the finger thrust indiscriminately, the speed was ample. Yet the attack range was excessively scattered, occasionally resulting in a lack of directional control. Teya, reflecting on the process of usage, has reduced the radius of attack while concentrating power in the arm muscles, thereby accelerating blood flow in the arm to enhance explosive strength. This has led to the current technique known as finger gun chaos. To discuss the origin of this name, one must delve into a fragment of Teya's past. As a gaming enthusiast, Teya considers his greatest shortcoming to be his inability to create compelling names. He still vividly recalls his middle school days when his deskmate, having just embarked on a turn-based game, sought his assistance in crafting a name that was both formidable and melodious. At that time, Teya did not yet perceive herself as lacking in creativity for names. She stubbornly spent an entire class period contemplating a suitable title. Ultimately, she named the character Swordmaster. Her deskmate gazed at her with a look of utter bewilderment and simply remarked, "Oh," after which the topic was never broached again. It was inevitable, as conjuring an exquisite name proved to be an arduous task. It was akin to wielding a weapon aimlessly. Sparked by a sudden recollection of a title from an online game she had played in her past, Teya gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle and remarked, "It's all right. A humble name is easy to sustain. One cannot possibly invoke 10,000 fingers returning to the clan, can one?" He then envisioned himself shouting 10,000 fingers returning to the clan during a battle with pirates. Teya shuddered at the scene before her. It was decidedly unsettling. As for the remaining 6 expansions, she currently possessed only ideas without a clear path forward. Skills cannot be conjured from thin air. They must hold some utility. Take, for instance, the technique of indiscriminately thrusting a finger. While simplistic, it can indeed be classified as a move that balances both offense and defense, effective for both repelling foes and mounting attacks. Teya recalled the words spoken by Zifa during their first instruction. "Teya, you excel remarkably in physical techniques. Your ability to master the 6 forms attests to this. However, your current focus should be on solidifying your foundation. Once your fundamentals reach a certain level, You will naturally comprehend the effects you aspire to achieve. As for Haki, I must inform you that, even if I teach you now, you will not be able to grasp it. This was the very power Teya yearned for most. Although he could not consume a devil fruit, he must still contend with those who wield such abilities. While other matters were manageable, Teya's primary concern remained the threat posed by Logia users. Without Haki, it could be said that one could hardly inflict any harm upon an adversary. Moreover, Haki serves not only as an offensive mechanism but also as a means of defense. What level of prowess could be attained by merging iron with Haki? Should it then be referred to as iron block stainless steel? With such whimsical names swirling in his mind, Teya returned home, intending to freshen up before dining. Yet, as he arrived and closed the door behind him, he was met with a sudden knock. Who could it be? Waiting for me to enter before knocking? Was that intentional? Teya initially believed that Roy was jesting with him, so he turned back to open the door. Roy, you idle, he began, but abruptly halted. Standing outside was not Roy, but Akainu, whose expression was serious yet tinged with a hint of perplexity. Teya quickly coughed twice to mask his embarrassment and said, Ahem, my apologies, Sakasuki. Do you need something from me? Sakasuki responded with a grunt and then stated, the last confrontation yielded no victor. If I have the opportunity to face you in this assessment, I hope you will give it your all. Teya replied, all right, I will. Sakasuki managed to squeeze out a fleeting smile, but it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, returning to his usual stern expression. He nodded at Teya and turned to leave. Teya felt somewhat bewildered. This was perhaps the first time since that incident that Akainu had approached him to speak. Yet, to discuss this matter with me. How deeply entrenched must he be in his obsession? Gazing at Akainu's retreating figure, Teya couldn't help but ponder. It struck him as peculiar that Akainu still bore a sword. Were it not for the unmistakable naval cap and the striking red shirt, Teya might have believed he was witnessing a mere weasel. Chapter 22. The method seems awry at last. The day of the graduation assessment had arrived. Since the group allocations had been arranged a day in advance, everyone found it remarkably easy to locate their respective teams when they gathered on the playground. There were a total of 8 groups, designated as A, B, C, and D, with 2 subdivisions for each. Teya found herself amidst unfamiliar faces in her own team. However, she spotted Roy in the adjacent team, and he, too, recognized her. A silent exchange of glances conveyed their mutual acknowledgement. As she scanned the surroundings, a few familiar figures caught her eye. First and foremost was Akainu. Standing at the forefront of his group, clad in the standard attire of new recruits, his sword still slung across his back. Those around him seemed to maintain a cautious distance, seemingly intimidated by his presence. Beside him, the seemingly lethargic Kizaru was absent-mindedly picking his nose, while the anxious squirrel, armed with a katana, appeared somewhat tense. At that moment, Admiral Kong and Zephyr ascended the podium. The previously murmuring crowd fell into an immediate silence. Standing tall and attentive towards the 2 naval commanders, clearing his throat, Kong addressed the assembly. Today marks the day of your graduation assessment, a true test of the fruits of your labor over these past days. I urge you to approach this evaluation with utmost seriousness, to showcase the skills befitting your naval identity and to honor the essence of justice. I shall refrain from further elaboration. I wish you all the best of luck. Kong's succinct remarks ignited a wave of excitement among the audience, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Upon reflection, it became evident that the majority of individuals in this world possessed a remarkably straightforward mindset, holding their beliefs in higher regard than even life itself. Teya perceived nothing amiss. Instead, she regarded those around her with an admiring gaze. Reflecting on certain occurrences from her past before her transition, she found them utterly laughable. In her elementary school days, she took pride in raising her hand to answer questions and in her diligent studies. Yet, as she matured, she adopted a more lackadaisical attitude, hesitating to raise her hand even when she knew the answers, transforming from a diligent individual into a peculiar figure in the eyes of others. Teya reminisced about the days of her relentless study for the college entrance examination, a period during which she immersed herself in her studies to the point of oblivion. Her memories from that time fragmented, with the sole focus being on learning. Ultimately, against all odds, Teya succeeded in gaining admission to the university of her dreams. Perhaps, with a pure and optimistic heart, any endeavor might seem effortlessly attainable. How she longs for the days of school. Now, all the groups follow the instructor ahead to their designated examination halls. ZFA's words jolted Teya back to reality. Examination hall? Such a familiar term. Could it be that they are to face off in groups? What an exhausting prospect. Teya also discovered that each of the 8 groups was heading in a different direction. Filled with curiosity, he followed the instructor to the Naval Administration building. Teya, what does this mean? Why am I here? After glancing around, it seemed that the others shared Teya's bewilderment, as if they too were contemplating the situation with a question mark hovering above their heads. One individual in the group voiced the collective uncertainty. Isn't this a test? Why have we come here? The instructor, without turning around, coldly responded, the assessment is right here. Everyone, keep up. Upon entering the administrative building, the instructor led them into a spacious room. The others still wore expressions of confusion. Yet Teya was rendered speechless. This scene was all too familiar, etched into her very DNA. The room was meticulously arranged with rows of tables and chairs, each separated by a considerable distance. Teya could not restrain herself as she remarked, an examination? In 5 minutes, Teya sat in the front row, wearing a face of despair. Lamenting his unfortunate luck in drawing such a position, Teya now finds himself in a state of discomfort, an indescribable sensation enveloping him. He never imagined that he would find himself in the world of pirates, let alone facing examinations. While the prospect of an exam is already daunting, he would prefer a physical contest. After all, engaging in a brawl seems far superior to this. Is it not the case that novels often depict practical assessments? Why has it taken a different turn in my situation? It is not that Teya harbors a disdain for written tests, rather. The unexpected nature of this development is simply beyond his immediate comprehension. Gazing at the instructor at the podium, who is busily organizing a stack of examination papers, he is momentarily transported back to his high school days. If not for the group of individuals clad in naval uniforms, Teya would almost believe he had not traversed worlds at all, a situation both infuriating and ludicrous. Nevertheless, he resolves to accept his circumstances. How could a future naval officer like himself possibly struggle with a mere examination? 3 minutes have passed. Very well, the papers have been distributed. The allotted time is 1.5 hours, and the examination will commence upon the sound of cannon fire. Cannon fire? Is this truly how one celebrates the commencement of an exam? Teya felt utterly exhausted from the relentless stream of complaints. The Navy, which once held a serious stature in his mind, seemed to be descending into frivolity. Meanwhile, on the deck of a warship moored at the harbor, Karp stood with an expression of utter bewilderment. A young officer approached, stating, reporting to Vice Admiral Karp, we are ready to commence. Understood, Karp replied, a hint of exasperation lacing his voice. I wonder whose brilliant idea this was. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with inspiration. He turned and seized a cannonball. Vice Admiral Karp, what are you doing? The officer inquired. With a broad grin, Karp exclaimed, ha ha ha. As long as there's cannon fire, it will suffice. Behold. He unleashed a powerful throw, declaring, meteor fist. The officer attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Karp had already hurled the cannonball with tremendous force towards the sea behind him. A thunderous explosion erupted, creating a colossal splash on the surface of the water. The impact was more formidable than that of the ship's own cannon fire. However, a nearby warship seemed to suffer from the proximity of the blast, as its mast snapped and collapsed under the force. Karp, witnessing this scene, continued to chuckle, oh dear, it seems I may have gone a tad overboard. I suppose I shall need to offer an apology, haha. The officer stood frozen, as if words were caught in his throat. By the way, whose ship is that? It looks somewhat familiar. Vice Admiral Karp, that is your ship. At this moment, all those present in the examination hall remained engulfed in astonishment. It was their first experience with such an exam, yet the sheer volume of the cannon fire felt excessive. They had been forewarned. Yet one might easily mistake it for an assault on the naval headquarters. However, Teya had succumbed to his fatigue and could no longer muster the energy to critique the absurdity. The examination had officially commenced. Gazing at the paper in his hands, Teya fell into deep contemplation. It could only be said that the individual who crafted this examination was truly a genius. For the entire paper was composed solely of short answer questions. What of the multiple choice questions? Did you consume them? Teya could only take a deep breath, reassuring herself to regain her composure. Since the assembly, she had not encountered a single serious matter, and it was indeed necessary for her to find tranquility. Teya intends to employ the previously learned techniques to tackle this examination. There is no rush. I shall first address the questions I am confident in, leaving the challenging ones for later. I shall confront this peril with a smile, for I have faced more tests than the battles you have fought. Teya felt a surge of confidence as he smiled and picked up his pen, beginning to meticulously review the examination paper. Chapter 23. The Grading System. After spending 10 minutes perusing the entire sheet, Teya found himself lost in contemplation. He now faced a significant dilemma, not a question of the paper's difficulty, but rather a matter of whether he possessed the requisite knowledge or not. At this moment, his paper remained utterly blank, for he could not solve a single problem. The first question posed: how would one engage in battle when confronted by 3 pirate ships while aboard a warship? The second inquiry requested an explanation of how to rescue a kidnapped merchant vessel with minimal casualties. The third question asked for a brief discussion on the impact of rainy weather on combat. Teya, what are all these questions? I have never encountered anything like this. Is this truly a graduation assessment? Teya has begun to question the very essence of life. The proctor is incessantly patrolling the room, leaving Teya with no choice but to feign contemplation with a pen in hand. In reality, he is desperately seeking a remedy for the predicament he faces. Grasping his hair with both hands, he fixates on the exam paper, his gaze revealing a flicker of confusion. Could it be that my only option is to resort to cheating, all while remaining undetected? Teya attempted to cast a sidelong glance at the individual beside him. Seated by the door, his view was limited to the person on his left. He fervently hoped that this individual was a top student. However, the harsh reality was that the person was sound asleep, resting his chin on one hand. Moreover, the pristine condition of his examination paper rivaled that of Teya's. Goodness. Is this some sort of joke? At this point, Teya found himself utterly despondent. Under the weight of dual torment, he paradoxically found a sense of calm. Reflecting on his past experiences with examinations, after a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration struck him. Of course, if I cannot write, surely I can fabricate something. Teya intends to employ the ace up her sleeve that she frequently relied on during her previous examinations. Our teacher imparted to us that even in the face of uncertainty, we must fill the pages. Submitting a blank sheet is utterly out of the question. There is a saying that one can plagiarize from reading comprehension when faced with a writing task, while in mathematics, one can at least attempt to provide a solution. I refuse to believe that this could prove more challenging than a mathematical problem. Although I have never been in a real battle, I have certainly engaged in my fair share of gaming. Teya regained his confidence, regrouping to tackle the examination paper, diligently seeking breakthroughs one question at a time. At this point, he was unconcerned about the accuracy of his answers. He simply organized his thoughts, filling in every conceivable response related to the questions presented. Be it the art of war or the strategic formations in gaming, Teya eagerly inscribed anything that seemed remotely relevant, as if clutching at a lifeline. As the clock ticked down to the final 10 minutes of the exam, he finally set down his pen. The paper was densely filled with writing, leaving no room for excess blank spaces. I truly am a genius, he thought, a smile spreading across his face as he exhaled in relief. With another cannon fire marking the end of the session, this time more orderly, the written examination concluded. Everyone was ushered back to the playground, awaiting the next phase of the proceedings. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. It was quite unexpected to encounter such a method of assessment. Indeed, he felt fortunate to have absorbed some insights from his father, enabling him to respond to most of the questions. However, a wave of dread washed over him as he realized he had forgotten to write his name. You are truly unfortunate, someone remarked. Teya overheard a myriad of conversations. In essence, the majority expressed their astonishment at this method of assessment, while only a scant few lamented their own circumstances. For Teya, it was merely a fleeting sense of self-satisfaction as she remained oblivious to the true nature of her written examination performance. It was reminiscent of her previous experiences with exams, where she would fill the pages with fervor, leaving with a sense of confidence, only to be confronted with a disheartening score that made her question her very existence. Returning to the matter at hand, she could not fathom which fool had proposed the idea of a written test. It was truly astonishing that such a notion had even been conceived. Teya remains deeply troubled by the recent written examination. However, given the current circumstances, it seems improbable that this is the sole assessment. It is likely that the true evaluation has only just commenced. Report to General Crane. All the examination papers from the new recruits have been collected, came the announcement. Ah, you have worked hard. Place them here, Crane replied, setting down her teacup and gazing at the stacks of papers before her. She was in charge of the entire assessment process, including the organization of this written test. As the chief advisor of the naval headquarters, Crane was acutely aware of the significance of the Navy's future. She was eager to discern the current sentiments of the recruits, which prompted her to engage in discussions with several students that Zephyr held in high regard. Summoning Teya to Zephyr's office was orchestrated by her own design. However, most students merely expressed their willingness to fight for justice, with Sakaski being particularly emphatic. Teya, on the other hand, conveyed a distinctly different impression. The arrangement of the written examination was also linked to Teya. From her prior interactions with him, Crane perceived Teya as an extraordinary individual, despite being only 16. His perspective on issues was remarkably comprehensive, resembling that of an adult. Teya's assertion that true heroism arises from the ability to accomplish tasks, and that excellence is not solely defined by combat, but can manifest in various other domains, inspired Crane profoundly. The impetus behind Crane's decision to incorporate a written examination into the assessment stemmed from Teya's advocacy for holistic development. In the upcoming evaluation, she endeavored to include potential future challenges as questions within the examination papers, eager to observe how these recruits would respond. Crane firmly believed that there are no useless individuals. Everyone possesses a unique place where they can contribute meaningfully. If Teya were to discover that the examination was instigated by him, he would likely be driven to bash his head against the wall. He, with an absent-minded gesture, picked up a stack of test papers, only to find that the very first one belonged to Teya. As he scrutinized the densely packed text on the paper, his gaze gradually deepened with contemplation. On the playground, everyone had been waiting for nearly 2 hours. When the instructor had brought them here, he instructed them to remain in place and then departed. After such a lengthy interval, a number of individuals appeared to grow impatient, sitting on the ground, engaging in conversation, and even some lying down to sleep. However, these were in the minority. The majority of the recruits adhered to discipline, with only the occasional hushed exchange. After another 10 minutes, Zephyr arrived on the playground accompanied by a group of instructors. Each instructor approached the groups, selecting individuals to step forward. All chosen were those who had displayed a lack of discipline earlier, including several who had been sleeping, totaling around 30 individuals. You all have failed, for you do not even grasp the most fundamental rules. How can you expect to become exemplary sailors? The recruits hung their heads in shame, likely regretting their actions. The others released a sigh of relief, quietly grateful for their own conduct. Once the 30 were taken away, Zephyr surveyed the remaining recruits and spoke. From the very first examination, this assessment has commenced, and it will not cease until it is officially concluded. Without adherence to rules, you forfeit your right to continue in this assessment. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to step forward. The recruits on the playground fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word. Excellent, Zephyr nodded slightly. This assessment comprises several components, with each individual's performance contributing to a point total. Ultimately, the top 2 scorers from each group will advance to the final assessment. I will also reveal that the top 3 in this final assessment will be awarded a prize from the world government. Upon hearing this, many recruits widened their eyes in astonishment. A prize from the world government? What could that possibly entail? Driven by ambition, they would surely strive harder. Observing the recruits' reactions, Zephyr wore a faint smile, uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane, even without disclosing the nature of the reward. However, one must ponder. Does a sense of ambition truly benefit the future of the Navy? Upon hearing about the prize from the world government, Teya frowned. The top 3, indeed, but first, one must secure the top position in their respective groups. Teya harbored great confidence for the forthcoming assessment, convinced that another written examination would not be in the cards. Glancing at the formidable Akainu in the adjacent team, Teya clenched his fist in determination. After all, I too yearn for a rematch with that individual. Chapter 24. The Duel of Tomorrow. The practical assessment officially commenced. Upon witnessing the assessment tasks, Teya felt as though he had enrolled in a summer camp. Shooting, endurance, weight-bearing, long-distance running, and physical fitness tests, indeed, a comprehensive array. It was evident that the 16 finalists, meticulously selected through these rigorous tasks, would undoubtedly possess formidable capabilities. Were the assessment to commence with combat trials and random opponent selection, ensuring fairness would pose a considerable challenge. There will always be those with specialized skills. Individuals whose physical prowess may be average yet possess exceptional marksmanship. It is speculated that each assessment is designed to identify outstanding individuals within this category. And perhaps it also aims to cultivate talent comprehensively. Wait a moment, comprehensive cultivation? This phrase seems oddly familiar. Teya scratched his head. Yet he could not recall what he had said to the Crane. The shooting range for the marksman unit was a place of rigorous training. The shooting assessments involved 10 individuals aiming at targets, with scores determined by the number of rings hit. The exercise was divided into fixed and moving targets, with the fixed targets further categorized into 3 distinct distances. The farther the target, the higher the score. Each assessment was meticulously recorded by designated officers. During his time at the recruit camp, Teya was exposed to a period of shooting training. He possessed a basic understanding of the operations, however. He lacked any inherent talent for marksmanship. His best score was a perfect 10, albeit on someone else's target. Teya is indeed rather indifferent to this matter. Reflecting on her childhood, when all her peers in the neighborhood and at school were eager to acquire toy guns, she found herself entirely disinterested. In contrast to toy guns, She had a greater fondness for Yu-Gi-Oh cards. The thought of her extensive collection brings a sense of nostalgia. Teya's thoughts had soared far into the distant skies when suddenly a furious roar jolted him back to reality. Teya, the moving target has completed 2 rounds. What are you doing? Upon hearing the officer's words, Teya realized he was still in the midst of the assessment. With bated breath, he focused and fired all his bullets. Yet inevitably, he missed the target. Laughter erupted from several recruits surrounding him. Teya, however, felt quite indifferent. He considered this to be his level of performance. Even managing to hit a few more targets than he had anticipated, which he deemed an exceptional display. The endurance test of long-distance running became intriguing. With no restrictions on laps and the weight being fixed, merely exceeding his usual training load by more than double. This challenge was fundamentally a test of resilience and physical strength. For Teya, there was virtually no pressure, as the weight requirement was lighter than what he typically trained with. It became abundantly clear to observe the disparity in physical capabilities among the recruits. From the 20th lap onward, individuals began to drop out one by one. And this continued through the 30th lap. Ultimately, only 20 individuals remained, including Teya, marking the highest achievement. Among these 20 were notable figures such as Akainu and Kizaru, with Roy also present. However, it appeared that Roy had reached his limit, standing beside Teya, meticulously controlling his breath, his shirt thoroughly soaked with perspiration. In contrast, Teya maintained a relaxed demeanor, merely exhibiting slight signs of breathlessness, having consistently led in speed throughout. Those who had mocked Teya during the shooting assessment were now realizing that he was, indeed, an extraordinary talent. Roy, placing a hand on Teya's shoulder, inquired, "Aren't you exhausted?" Teya smiled and replied, "I'm not tired. I do this every day." Upon hearing this, Roy exhibited a look of astonishment. Yet the truth spoke for itself. Such endurance could not be feigned. Roy opened his mouth as if to say something, but merely waved his hand and stepped aside to rest. Performing over 10,000 push-ups daily was no jest. For Teya, this level of exertion was trivial. He merely hoped that the cafeteria would serve a few more hearty dishes today to reward himself. The subsequent tasks were also completed with ease. Although Teya felt that he had already exhausted a significant portion of his stamina. In contrast, the fatigue was evident on the faces of the others. It was now time for a break. Akainu sat on the grass, wiping his sweat with a serious expression, while Kizaru, head bowed, seemed too lethargic to even pick his nose. Meanwhile, the dormouse had already dozed off, clutching a katana. Among everyone, Teya appeared to be in the best condition. Observing the disheveled state of his companions, Teya couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. This assessment is even more grueling than a sports meet. As the break concluded, everyone, weary and drained, resumed their positions. Zephyr stood on the platform, addressing the new recruits below. Your ability to endure to this point is a testament to your perseverance and bravery. I will now announce the names of the top 16 recruits. However, before I proceed, I must say this. The audience perked up attentively. This assessment is comprehensive, and I have observed that many of you possess innate talents in specific areas. Thus, your future positions will be allocated based on your performance. Do not be disheartened if you do not make it to the top 16. You are part of the Navy, and fighting for justice is your duty. Regardless of your rank, the future belongs to you. Next, I will announce the list of the top 16, which includes. At the Navy cafeteria, the number of recruits dining today was comparable to usual. However, the chefs expressed their distress. Are these people out of their minds? How much is too much to eat? Cooking is not done with words. The kitchen staff was overwhelmed, although they were aware of the assessment today. They had never encountered such a situation before. Suddenly, everyone's appetite surged, resulting in the insufficient amount of food prepared in advance. Each serving window was filled with new recruits waiting to eat, their cries echoing like famished spirits. Hurry up, I'm starving. Is it ready yet? Can the ones in front move a bit faster? What are you rushing me for? I haven't eaten either. The tempers flared, the intensity rivaling that of the earlier assessment. Teya wore an expression of utter despondency as he squeezed through the crowd. What a stroke of misfortune. Had it not been for teacher Zifa summoning him to assist in tidying up, he would have already indulged in his meal. His stomach had audibly protested several times in its discontent. Nevertheless, throughout the past year, Teya had arrived at a profound truth. One can always place their trust in the chefs of the Naval Mess Hall. After a long wait, he finally reached the front of the line. Upon catching sight of the day's menu, which was replete with an array of meat dishes, Teya could hardly contain his delight. For he was a fervent admirer of all things carnivorous. Teya beamed with a radiant smile and exclaimed, "I'll take 10 portions. Today, however, due to special circumstances, Each individual was permitted only 5 servings. Balancing 5 portions of food, Teya squeezed through the crowd, gazing upon the scene, which resembled a battlefield. Teya let out a profound sigh. What a predicament this is. Upon finding an empty seat, the others, who were initially engaged in their meals, greeted Teya warmly. After all, Teya was one of the top 16 competitors, with a legitimate chance to vie for a spot in the top 3. News had swiftly circulated that Teya was among the 3 most promising contenders, a fact substantiated by his evident prowess displayed in the previous assessments, aside from his shooting skills. Teya responded to others with an air of indifference, quietly savoring the delicacies before him. He pondered who he might encounter in the draw tomorrow. A thought that caused him to furrow his brow. Among the 16 contenders, there was Roy. He felt a mix of joy and trepidation, as he dreaded the possibility of facing a friend in competition. This was perhaps one of Teya's shortcomings, when he found himself in rivalry with a friend. Despite understanding the rationale behind it, he couldn't help but feel a certain emotional hurdle. However, having just witnessed the resolute look in Roy's eyes, he grasped an important truth. Roy would undoubtedly not show him any leniency. It was precisely because they were friends that they needed to give their all, for that was the bare minimum of respect. Otherwise, what was the purpose of their mutual efforts? As Teya contemplated while eating, she resolutely nodded her head. This time, she would give it her all, regardless of whom she encountered. If she were to meet Roy, she would certainly give him a thorough beating. After all, he had once struck her in the cafeteria. Teya softly marveled at her remarkable memory. Chapter 25. If you dare, come and try the following day. At the Navy headquarters arena, the stands were filled to capacity, all eager to witness the fierce competition among the 16 strongest contenders. This was a pivotal moment to determine who among the new recruits would emerge as the mightiest. And everyone was curious about the nature of the coveted top 3 rewards. In the central seating area sat the officers of the Navy headquarters, including the esteemed Fleet Admiral, who had graced the occasion with his presence, accompanied by senior officers such as Sengoku and Garp. Zephyr was responsible for overseeing the event from the sidelines, ensuring that everything proceeded without incident. In the lounge beneath the stands, Teya and the other 15 participants had just completed the drawing of lots. Teya was set to compete first against a new recruit named Ruger, who had been selected from the divisions during the global recruitment. Ruger appeared significantly more robust than Teya, clad in a short-sleeved shirt that revealed his slightly tanned yet well-defined muscles, and he sported a pair of boxing gloves, reminiscent of a WWE wrestler. Teya found herself needing to slightly tilt her head to meet his gaze. Despite Ruger's fierce appearance, he possessed a friendly demeanor, greeting Teya with politeness and a handshake after the draw. An officer stationed at the entrance of the lounge announced that it was time for them to take the stage, prompting both competitors to enter through their respective passages. A rule for this competition stipulated that those not currently competing were to remain in the lounge, prohibited from watching the duels of others, in order to prevent any unfair advantages gained from observing their techniques. As Teya emerged from the passage, he was greeted by the sight of an open circular arena, resembling a miniature football field, with a stone square combat platform at its center. Upon witnessing the arrival of competitors, a chorus of cheers erupted from the new recruits, their voices reverberating throughout the arena. The spectacle of such a confrontation stirred a surge of fervor within Teya. 2 individuals ascended the combat platform, flanked by several officers, with Zephyr also present below. Strangely, Zephyr wore a whistle around his neck, reminiscent of Teya's former physical education instructor. However, as Teya beheld the imposing figure of Ruger across from him, the atmosphere swiftly transformed from that of a gym class to a wrestling match. From the stands, Sora remarked to Karp, "The one on the right must be the lad Zephyr mentioned." Karp affirmed, "Indeed, he possesses remarkable talent in physical techniques." Pondering this, Sora nodded thoughtfully as the duel commenced. Almost immediately, Ruger charged at Teya with powerful strides, his arms swinging in a manner akin to a full-throttle diesel engine. In stark contrast, Teya remained rooted in place, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Ruger closed the distance, delivering a right hook aimed squarely at Teya, the sound of his punch slicing through the air audible to the recruits near the stands. It was evident that there was no evading this blow. Surely, Teya had not surrendered. As the new recruit speculated, Ruger's fist approached Teya's face, just as everyone anticipated Teya to take the hit. They noticed something amiss in Ruger's expression. To their astonishment, Ruger halted before Teya, frozen in his striking pose. It was clear he was exerting force forward, yet his face betrayed a grimace of strain. Ruger gazed at Teya in disbelief, for he alone comprehended that he had collided with an immovable barrier. Teya had pressed his left hand against Ruger's fist, having effortlessly countered the attack with a single hand. relying solely on brute strength without the need for any technique to absorb the force of Ruger's heavy punch. With a gentle push from Teya, Lugu unexpectedly stumbled back a few steps, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He gazed at the youthful figure before him, still wearing a smile. And an instinctive fear welled up within him. Lugu prided himself on being a prodigy of strength, always the strongest among the new recruits in his division. Upon arriving at the headquarters, he was acutely aware that he might be defeated, yet the magnitude of this humiliation was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to come to terms with. Even in defeat, he desired clarity and understanding. However, at that moment, Teya felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely intended to gauge the extent of his own power, but it became evident that he had indeed underestimated himself. When one truly reaches a certain level, they often cling to the past. Is this a psychological shadow? Teya let out a self-deprecating laugh, yet Ruger, observing him, was ignited by an inexplicable fury. With a fierce stamp of his right foot upon the ground, he charged once more at Teya. In an instant, however, Ruger was sent hurtling backwards, expelled from the arena entirely. The once raucous venue fell into an eerie silence. What had just transpired? The spectators were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the event. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of brilliance had briefly illuminated the eyes of the erstwhile air marshal before vanishing. It was revealed that, at the moment Ruger lunged forward, Teya had already employed the technique of shaving, positioning himself directly before Ruger. He had delivered 7 precise punches, ultimately propelling Ruger away with the sheer force of the final strike. Thus, the scene perceived by the new recruits was that of Ruger charging forward, only to abruptly collide with an invisible barrier before being rebuffed. The swiftness of the encounter was such that only a handful of onlookers grasped the reality of the situation. Zifa, upon confirming Ruger's condition, declared, "The victor is Teya." Gradually, applause resonated throughout the hall. Many recruits were not intimately acquainted with Teya. Unlike renowned figures such as Sakazuki, whose prowess was universally acknowledged, Teya remained shrouded in mystery. Numerous tales circulated about him, some so vivid that they even misrepresented his name entirely. Teya returned to the lounge amidst a chorus of applause, her demeanor unperturbed. The others likely heard the cheers from outside, yet their reactions were subdued. After all, there exists a regulation prohibiting verbal communication among competitors. Thus each individual's expression conveyed their sentiments. Roy was smiling, seemingly pleased for Teya, while Kazara lounged languidly in his seat. As for Akainu, he remained with his eyes closed, as if he perceived Teya's victory as an inevitability. Teya sat in the vacant seat, awaiting a moment of leisure. Alas, the inability to engage in verbal communication was truly stifling. In this draw that determined the quarter-final matchups, several originally formidable contenders surprisingly did not face one another. It is hard to discern whether this is a stroke of luck or merely a misfortune for the others. Teya sat in contemplation, pondering how to approach the impending duel. It seemed that among the final 8, there were Akainu, Kizaru, Roy, and Weasel, making 5 of us in total. As for the others, Teya ruminated over their names but could not recall having heard of such characters in the original narrative. They were likely mere bystanders, and thus, unworthy of further consideration. The most pressing concern now was the unfamiliarity with the opponent's techniques. While I was aware that Weasel wielded a sword, I believed I could manage him without much difficulty. The real challenge lay with the other 3. Although Teya had sparred with Akainu in the past, nearly a year had elapsed since then, leaving her uncertain of his current prowess. Then there was Kizaru and Roy. Roy was somewhat manageable, but the most crucial figure was Kizaru. Having never faced him in combat, she speculated that he was likely stronger than Akainu at this juncture. Teya now believes that if Akainu faces Kizaru, it would be a stroke of good fortune for her. She merely hopes that the confrontation can transpire more swiftly. Teya is utterly indifferent to any rewards. What he truly desires is the opportunity to don the majestic naval cloak of justice more swiftly, not for any other reason, but simply because he finds the cloak exceedingly stylish and has long yearned to wear it. The competition continues, and in less than an hour, the 8 finalists have emerged. As Teya anticipated, apart from 3 inconsequential names he couldn't be bothered to remember, he successfully predicted the remaining 5. However, Teya was the first to take the stage, facing off against one of the supporting trio. Unsurprisingly, he concluded the battle in merely 3 minutes. There was no other outcome. The disparity in skill was glaringly apparent. Yet, this swift resolution left many of the new recruits feeling quite disgruntled. What is going on? Other matches are filled with excitement, but the moment it's Teya's turn, the fight is over before one can even settle in. Teya shrugged and turned away. However, the audience on stage began to direct their ire towards the disheartened rookie who had just lost the match. "Hey, who are you?" Were you in cahoots with Teya? You were taken down in a single move. Did you merely stumble into the top 8? Yeah, what's up with you, little brother? The rookie, who had faced Teya, felt utterly frustrated upon hearing these remarks. What can I do? I am just as despondent. My opponent is simply on another level. We are not even in the same league. As he exited the stage, unable to suppress his indignation, he shouted, "If you think I'm incapable, come and prove it yourself." This only led to a chorus of derision from the other rookies, with shoes being tossed in his direction. The scene descended into chaos. Chapter 26. The duel of friendship. The competition for the top 4 continued, yet the rookies in the stands found it increasingly absurd. Why was the time for these matches accelerating? It was not just Teya. The other duels were overwhelmingly one-sided as well, making the contest for the top 4 conclude even faster than the top 8. The only truly captivating match was the final showdown between Roy and the Squirrel. Teya felt a pang of sympathy for the trio of supporting characters, pondering how long they could withstand the might of Akainu and Kizaru. The luck of the draw for the showdown seemed almost too fortunate. Had it not been Teya who personally drew the lots, he might have suspected some foul play. Could it be that I have inherited the fortune of a gaming sovereign? With nothing to occupy his mind, Teya sat in his chair, lost in thought once more. At that moment, the final battle had already commenced. This time, participants were allowed to choose their weapons. But they were required to select from the standard issue provided by the Navy, one piece from the array of cold weapons, although opting out was also permissible. The Weasel, a swordsman, selected a standard longsword. In contrast, Roy chose nothing at all. Most would assume that a combatant armed with a weapon would hold a distinct advantage over one without. Much like in a game, a long-range hero typically fares better than a short-range counterpart in certain matchups. However, this notion holds true only when both combatants are of equal skill. Roy and the Weasel were nearly evenly matched. Roy's strengths lay in speed and endurance, while the Weasel excelled in swift swordplay. Initially, Roy found himself under considerable pressure. Yet he remained undistracted, persistently searching for an opening. Even as his clothing was slashed by the sword, and the tide of battle appeared to turn against him, he deftly evaded fatal strikes with his agile movements. As the prolonged battle wore on, the Weasel seemed to grow increasingly impatient. At last, Roy seized his moment, landing a decisive blow to the Weasel's arm joint, disarming him and securing victory. The tension in their duel was palpable, mirroring the tautness of a drawn bowstring. And many spectators felt their hearts race in unison. The atmosphere relaxed as if a stone had finally hit the ground. The Weasel stared blankly at the sword that lay fallen beside him, closed his eyes, and sighed wistfully. It appears my journey of self-cultivation is still long. My mindset has yet to reach its peak. Picking up the sword from the ground, the Weasel smiled at the stands and bowed to Roy before turning to leave. Kong, observing the Weasel's retreating figure, remarked, "One who never surrenders in adversity, and another who can rise again after defeat. Both of these youths are truly promising talents." Different individuals possess distinct qualities that shine like treasures buried deep underground. Even if they currently lie hidden, they are destined to illuminate the future. Thus, the top 4 competitors emerged: Teya, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Roy. After an hour's respite, the battle for the top 3 commenced, invigorating the previously weary recruits. The upcoming matchups promised to be nothing short of spectacular. While the 16 and 8 rounds were tolerable, to slack off at the final 4 would be utterly unacceptable. Following the earlier draw, the next confrontations were set: Sakazuki against Borsellino and Teya against Roy. Teya furrowed her brow slightly, casting a contemplative glance at Roy beside her. The situation she dreaded the most had finally arrived. Since her arrival at the boot camp, everyone had looked down upon her, save for Roy, who had become her friend. Had it not been for this mark, she might not have even qualified as a recruit, destined instead to be just another casualty in the tide of traversers. Now, there was little left to fear. Since the moment had come, she resolved to fight with all her might. The eyes of Teya instantly brimmed with determination, mirrored by Roy's own fervor. This truly was a contest of camaraderie. As the first match unfolded between Akainu and Kizaru, Teya speculated that their battle could stretch on indefinitely, allowing him to comfortably relax in the lounge. However, it wasn't long before he was drawn to the escalating cheers from outside, each wave of applause more fervent than the last. Were these two engaged in such an intense clash? Teya has begun to feel a sense of curiosity about the scene outside, yet unfortunately, there is no way to witness it. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, it seems that the battle has concluded, and the officer informs the 2 individuals to make preparations. I had anticipated a prolonged clash lasting at least an hour, but I did not expect it to conclude so swiftly. Just as Teya finished speaking, Akainu stormed in with a furious expression, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, and forcefully plopped down onto the sofa. What on earth is happening? Did he not win? Why is he angry after a victory? What sort of issue is this? Teya gazed at Akainu in bewilderment, taken aback by his sudden outburst. What are you staring at? Just you wait, he bellowed at Teya. Teya? Am I at fault? Have I provoked you in any way? Is it even permissible to look? As Teya stepped out of the lounge, he thought to himself, Akainu, you better wait for me. Once I finish this exhibition match, I will deal with you properly. In the second round, Teya was set to face Roy. Please prepare. Came Zephyr's announcement, prompting both competitors to ascend the stage. It had only been a brief hour, yet the platform appeared to have deteriorated so significantly. As Teya walked, she couldn't help but express her disdain. The battle arena had become somewhat dilapidated. Clearly, the previous skirmish had been quite remarkable. However, the figure in the upper right corner, with fingers wedged in his nostrils, appeared strikingly familiar. Was that not Kizaru? Spotting the conspicuous presence of Kizaru amidst the crowd, Teya grew curious about how the outcome of the last confrontation had been determined. There was no time to concern herself with others. She needed to focus. Teya held her breath, fully prepared for the imminent battle. With the sound of a whistle, the duel commenced. Both opponents moved with remarkable speed, colliding with one another. Their hands clasped tightly. The contest of strength had begun in earnest. Roy, with a smile, remarked, I've long wished to face you in combat. Teya responded with a smile. So am I. At that moment, Teya noticed that Roy's strength had suddenly intensified, unexpectedly pushing him backward by 2 steps. It turned out that Roy had been concealing his true power. Was Roy truly this formidable? The spectators in the stands also exhibited expressions of astonishment. If his previous confrontation with the Weasel had showcased a slight edge, then the power he now displayed was in an entirely different league. Meanwhile, the Weasel in the stands widened its eyes in disbelief. So, he had been hiding his strength all along, preparing for the final showdown? The gap between us is far too vast. At this point, Teya had distanced himself from Roy, watching him with heightened vigilance. Teya was taken aback by Roy's sudden display of strength, astonished that he could achieve such a feat. It was indeed unexpected. However, I shall not concede defeat. Teya launched a swift strike, aiming directly for Roy's back with a powerful punch. However, the blow met only empty air, for Roy had suddenly vanished. What? Teya was utterly astonished, realizing that Roy had employed the same technique, Saru. With a smile, Roy remarked, the first time I witnessed you using it in the training camp. I recognized it as Saru from the Rokushiki techniques. It took me quite a while to master it, though. Upon hearing this, Teya burst into laughter. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. The sensation was exhilarating, filling him with an overwhelming anticipation. Teya has begun to revel in the surprises and excitement that the duel brings. This sensation is truly delightful. The two combatants simultaneously unleashed their strikes, their fleeting shadows colliding with each other, accompanied by the resounding sounds of flesh meeting flesh. The recruits in the stands were left in a state of awe. How could there be such a disparity among those who were equally new? After a while, Roy gradually found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being knocked to the ground by a powerful kick from Teya. After rolling a few times, Roy crouched on the ground, panting and wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, when compared to a genius like you, the difference is substantial, isn't it? At this moment, Teya could see that Roy was nearing his limit, yet he still shouted with a smile, let us settle this once and for all, Roy. As Roy gazed at Teya, who was charging towards him with fists raised, he chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with determination, and clenched his fist in response. The battle had shed its ornamental techniques. Neither of them employed their special styles any longer. They reverted to the most primal form of combat, that of fist between men. A punch to the face, a subsequent strike to the abdomen. Teya faced Roy's attacks without flinching. In this moment, there required no elaborate tactics. A contest of camaraderie, concluded in such a manner, serves as the finest testament. With a barrage of fists raining down upon Roy, he had reached his limits, his vision blurring. Yet he mechanically swung his arms in Teya's direction. Little did he know, Teya had already ceased his assault. Roy's bloodied right fist gently tapped Teya's shoulder before he slowly succumbed to the ground. Teya supported him gently, lifting him onto his back. The scene was enveloped in silence, with no one daring to disturb them. Roy, resting on Teya's back, whispered, have I lost? Teya chuckled softly and remarked, no, you have already won. Chapter 27, Teya vs. Akainu. After ensuring Roy's well-being, Teya returned to the arena. Zifa announced that since Roy was no longer capable of continuing the fight, he would not contend with Kizaru for the 3rd and 4th positions. According to the previously established point system, Kizaru claimed 3rd place, while Roy secured 4th. It is noteworthy that in the initial match between Akainu and Kizaru, The two had reached a stalemate, which prolonged the determination of the victor. Ultimately, Kizaru, perhaps deeming the situation too cumbersome, conceded and retreated to the sidelines to rest. This may very well explain Akainu's considerable ire. Upon returning to the arena, Teya observed that Akainu was already poised for battle. Stealing a glance at Akainu, he noted the imposing figure wielding a katana slung across his back. His arms crossed defiantly over his chest, complemented by a stern expression that conveyed an air of arrogance. This was indeed the final confrontation, and unexpectedly, it was against Akainu. Teya strolled leisurely to face Akainu, a smile gracing his features. Having left their last encounter unresolved, he was determined to triumph this time. Akainu clenched his fist, pointing it at Teya, embodying a visage of deep-seated resentment. "You truly are obstinate," Teya remarked with a hint of exasperation, tugging at his bangs. As if he had anticipated Akainu's demeanor, Zephyr also positioned himself between the two. The final showdown, Teya versus Sakazuki. The crowd erupted in cheers. The clash of the titans had finally arrived. "You too." Zephyr paused momentarily, a smile flickering across his face. "Let's give it our all. Let the duel commence." With a swift motion, Akainu unsheathed the katana from his back, the blade singing as it emerged. Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, Akainu assumed an aggressive stance. His battle spirit ignited, resembling a ferocious beast bound by chains, poised to break free and unleash havoc upon his foe. "To think you are a master swordsman," Teya mused. Taken aback, Akainu offered no response, yet he advanced a step forward. Teya, fists clenched, felt his knuckles crack ominously. Akainu initiated the assault, his right foot propelling him forward like a released arrow aimed at Teya. The blade sliced through the air with a series of swift, slicing sounds, resembling a wisp of white mist. However, Teya perceived the three arcs of sword energy hurtling towards him. Paper drawing. With remarkable agility, Teya's form seemed to distort, evading the sword energy with effortless grace, like paper escaping the wind. The residual force sent the three arcs crashing into the arena's back wall, leaving shallow yet distinct marks. The new recruits were left bewildered, unable to grasp the unfolding events, while Akainu lunged toward Teya with a single, sweeping slash. The sheer force of his strike stirred the debris beneath him. As Teya's expression subtly shifted, he let out a soft exhale and launched a punch towards his opponent. It was likely the first time these recruits had witnessed such a spectacle, an unyielding fist meeting a katana. Yet, instead of flesh meeting metal, the collision produced a resonant hum, reminiscent of iron striking iron. Akainu pressed down forcefully, only to find that he could not budge Teya in the slightest. He then retreated several steps, eyeing his adversary warily. "Are you made of iron?" Akainu inquired coldly. Teya nodded with a smile. This involved maintaining a defensive stance while launching a strike, utilizing the iron block. Although it appeared agile, the iron block rendered one immobile post-usage. Nevertheless, Teya had mastered the ability to swiftly disengage the iron block to counter the relentless assaults of her adversary. While the use of the iron block still restricted movement, she could harness inertia to execute certain attacks. For instance, Teya could leap into the air, activate the iron block, and then descend with the force of gravity, delivering a formidable aerial strike. With Akainu's attempt thwarted, it was now Teya's turn to counterattack. When facing Akainu, she had no intention of holding back. Teya lifted her right leg, unleashing a flurry of kicks that emitted a fierce vacuum-like sword energy, far more potent than that of Akainu's sword strike. Waves of azure blue vacuum sword energy sliced through the ground of the arena, hurtling toward Akainu. With a thunderous roar, Akainu swiftly spun his katana, attempting to counter the onslaught with his own sword energy. Nevertheless, several attacks struck him, though he managed to deflect them with his blade, resulting in a cacophony of metallic clashes. At that moment, the arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust due to Teya's relentless assault. As the haze began to dissipate, the spectators noticed Akainu standing in the center of the stage, looking somewhat disheveled, his attire covered in grime. However, Teya's figure was nowhere to be seen. Akainu felt a tingling in his hands. He had exerted tremendous effort to fend off the barrage of attacks. He realized that while the vacuum sword energy appeared chaotic, it effectively sealed off his escape routes. Truly formidable, he thought. But where is she? As the smoke cleared, Akainu discovered that Teya had vanished from sight. "Look up there," shouted several recruits from the stands, pointing skyward. Akainu glanced upward, and his expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. After Teya concluded her assault on the foot of the mountain, she employed the moonwalk technique to ascend into the air, rapidly descending with great velocity, maintaining her posture unaltered. She resembled a cannonball hurtling towards Akainu. Teya shouted loudly, "This technique is one I learned from you." Akainu seemed to mutter something with his lips barely moving. Hastily dodging to the side, a thunderous roar erupted, and the already battered battlefield was instantly reduced to splinters. The spectators were left in a stupor, witnessing an act that could only be attributed to madness. Akainu, kneeling on one side, leaned on his sword plunged into the ground, coughing incessantly. From the swirling dust not far away, Teya gradually emerged. The upper half of his attire appeared tattered from the impact, and he boldly tore it off, casting it aside, revealing a torso adorned with finely chiseled muscles. The yellow monkey in the stand smirked and muttered softly, "I'm fortunate not to have encountered this lunatic." Teya was uncertain of the consequences of his previous strike, given its immense force. However, he felt no after effects, likely due to the relatively moderate distance. Meanwhile, Akainu had risen, roaring as he charged once more. The battle intensified, with a cacophony of clashing swords and fists echoing throughout the arena. Akainu, having absorbed numerous attacks, grew even more enraged, escalating the frequency of his strikes. "I trained relentlessly to defeat you." On one side stood the almost frenzied Akainu, wielding his sword with such fervor that multiple afterimages danced around him. "You certainly overestimate your worth," Teya replied, maintaining a calm demeanor amidst Akainu's furious onslaught. Though Akainu's speed was formidable, Teya discovered that after employing the Sara technique, he could not mount an effective counterattack, while Akainu's aggression became increasingly ferocious. Witnessing this, Teya perceived Akainu as a ravenous wolf. The clash of their formidable auras ignited a tempest in the arena, sending many rookie hats soaring into the air. Teya suddenly distanced himself from Akainu while maintaining his speed. He contemplated the preparation for a strategic offensive. However, Akainu relentlessly charged at him, his eyes filled with a murderous rage. Observing Akainu's furious demeanor, Teya could not help but let out a wry smile. "Are you a rabid dog?" Chapter 28. The 0-point achiever. At this moment, from the audience's perspective, Teya seemed to be at a disadvantage. After all, a maniacal Akainu was fiercely pursuing Teya with relentless attacks, while Teya merely dodged without retaliating. In truth, Teya was merely feeling somewhat frustrated. Why had Akainu suddenly gone mad? Had I inadvertently activated some switch? Nevertheless, Teya revealed a mysterious smile. Suddenly, Teya accelerated sharply, appearing behind Akainu and delivering a powerful punch to his back. Akainu, having been focused on his assault, was caught off guard and received the blow squarely, staggering forward as he instinctively swung his blade in retaliation. Though it met only empty air, Teya's prior evasions had been a deliberate strategy to familiarize himself with Akainu's attack patterns and frequency. What appeared to be mere dodging was, in fact, a means to draw his opponent into his rhythm, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike unexpectedly. Before Teya, despite Akainu's rapid assault, he could not evade the perception granted by observation Haki. Teya had firmly established a superiority in strength, yet he did not wish for the match to conclude swiftly, for he yearned to learn more. The allure of new knowledge was irresistible. After each battle or training session, Teya absorbed experiences, distilling new insights into his combat techniques. Teya approaches every matter with utmost seriousness. New battles and fresh experiences bring him joy, with the exception of dealing with insignificant adversaries, which lack any technical challenge. In the face of all opponents, he exerts his full strength, as it is the least form of respect. However, when confronting Akainu, Teya increasingly feels a sense of discontent. This feeling is not born from the grievances of his past life, but is a pure, visceral irritation. Originally, a passionate youth was rather likable. How did he ultimately transform into this lifeless figure? For the past few days, Teya has been contemplating a profound question. What direction should his future take? Is it merely to follow the world's course after becoming a member of the Navy? Teya harbored no desire to continue down such a mundane path. He yearned to alter the trajectory of certain events, believing that some issues could be resolved through a different approach. If he were fated to tread the waters of the Navy, he wished to ascertain whether the world of pirates could harbor a distinct future. He pondered the extent of his own capabilities. Despite his awareness of the formidable challenge involved in transforming a person or even a singular event, he resolved that if an opportunity presented itself, he would seize it with abandon. His immediate objective was to triumph in the competition, graduating at the top of his class to establish his reputation. Only through strength could he earn recognition and wield influence. In the stands, what was Teya contemplating? Was this a competition? Akainu appeared to have regained his composure, yet his demeanor remained profoundly grave. He believed that Teya had not taken this match seriously, perhaps even dismissing him entirely, which he deemed a disgrace. With this thought, Akainu brandished his sword once more, charging at Teya. This time, however, Teya met him with a smile, surging forward with a speed that surpassed Akainu's. The clash of their wills resonated as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Teya's right hand unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Akainu, who, despite merely blocking the onslaught, appeared increasingly strained. Indeed, the resilience of Teya's finger javelins proved superior, as ordinary blades struggled to contend with them. Akainu, flustered and taken aback by Teya's formidable prowess, realized he had been dancing to his opponent's rhythm all along. Nevertheless, he did not concede defeat. He summoned every ounce of strength to withstand Teya's relentless barrage of javelin strikes. Seizing the moment when Akainu momentarily withdrew, Teya launched a punch with the force of a battering ram. Akainu, his eyes ablaze with fury, swung down with all his might. A dozen blade shadows converged, managing to collide with Teya's fist. The resounding clang of metal reverberated throughout the arena, yet it was soon followed by the sound of shattering. To everyone's astonishment, Teya's punch obliterated Akainu's sword, splitting it cleanly in two. The blow tore through the defenses and struck Akainu, who staggered backwards several paces before halting, coughing up blood, and collapsing to the ground. The arena fell into a hushed silence. The sudden turn of events had caught everyone off guard, in the blink of an eye. The tide had shifted. Observing the motionless Akainu on the ground, Zephyr resolved to step onto the stage for confirmation. Did that fellow truly just cleave through iron? Teya glanced down at her right hand, where a wound marred her joint, blood trickling down and dripping onto the ground from her index finger. Suddenly, the crowd gasped in unison. Akainu had surprisingly risen to his feet once more. Gasping for breath, he clutched his chest and declared, "I have not yet been defeated." Teya remained silent, his fists clenched tightly as he slowly approached Akainu. Akainu still held the broken sword in one hand, while the other hand was also tightly balled into a fist. The battle between the two reignited once more. Yet, Akainu was no longer a match for Teya, as he was repeatedly defeated, only to rise again time and time again. Teya exclaimed loudly, "Stop it, Sakaski." Upon hearing these words, Akainu surprisingly chuckled. "Ever since the incident of being gravely wounded, I have learned the truth behind the betrayal yet have remained ensnared in my own bitterness." Teya spoke up, expressing that the experience of confining oneself within a cage is indeed quite unpleasant. Akainu gazed intently at Teya and said, "Yet, there is something I must articulate. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still Sakazuki. I have resolutely chosen the path I shall tread. Though you emerge victorious today, I shall persist in challenging you in the future." Akainu raised his hand, signifying his concession. Teya looked at Akainu with a hint of exasperation. "Why do you still have that pout and pose of defiance after conceding? It almost seems as if I were the one who lost." Nevertheless, Teya approached Akainu and extended his hand towards him. The two exchanged a firm handshake. Zephyr's voice rang out, proclaiming, "The victor is Teya." The arena erupted with enthusiastic applause. Kizaru also made his way to the stage, wearing a rather lecherous grin as he congratulated Teya. However, there was still an announcement to be made. Zephyr's words interrupted the fervor of the crowd, drawing their curious gazes toward him. According to the assessment rules, the final results will be determined after calculating everyone's scores. I now invite Admiral Kong to announce the top three. Everyone rose to their feet, their attention directed toward the grandstand where Kong was situated. Teya thought to himself that it seemed necessary to follow the established procedure. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "According to the points tally, the top three positions are." He paused for a moment, during which a nearby crane handed him a note. He accepted it and examined it closely. Ahem, the first place goes to Sakazaki, the second to Teya, and the third to Borsalino. The smile on Teya's face vanished in an instant. What could have happened? He glanced at Akainu, who was scratching his head with a bewildered expression, mirroring his own confusion. Then, Admiral Kong continued, "Although Teya possesses the strongest combat prowess, this assessment is based on a points system. Your written exam score is a mere 0, and your shooting score is only 3, culminating in a total score that is 1 point less than Sakazuki's." Upon hearing this, Teya stood frozen, his gaze fixated on the stage. A 0 for the written exam? Hadn't he filled it comprehensively? Was there truly no acknowledgement for his efforts? Suddenly, someone in the audience couldn't contain their laughter, triggering a ripple effect that led to a chorus of hearty laughter echoing throughout the venue. To Teya's astonishment, she beheld Roy at the foot of the stage, ensconced in bandages, and a grin twisted across her lips. The public humiliation was indeed quite disgraceful. However, to someone as thick-skinned as Teya, it was merely a trivial interlude. Now, let us proceed to bestow the rewards upon the top three. Several soldiers approached the stage, carrying a table upon which rested a box. Teya gazed curiously at the box. Could the reward be contained within? What might it be? According to the order of rankings, each person was permitted to select only one. After Zifa spoke, he cast a profound glance at the three individuals, sighed deeply, and then opened the box. An unprecedented wave of gasps erupted in the room. The moment the box was unveiled, Teya instantly recognized its contents. A familiar voice echoed in her mind, albeit with a tone even more intense than before. Warning: 3 devil fruits detected. Consumption is strictly prohibited. Consequences will be borne by the consumer. Consequences will be borne by the consumer. Consequences will be borne by the consumer. In red, Chapter 29, to pretend is to fully commit devil fruits? Could it be? The system repeated the warning thrice. Yet in that instant of realizing the fruits were indeed devil fruits, Teya had already formed a general hypothesis. Zifa, with a contemplative look, glanced at the 3 individuals before unveiling the contents of the box. Inside lay 3 fruits, quietly resting, causing the eyes of the new recruits in the stands to gleam with excitement. One recruit exclaimed loudly, "They're all of the Logia type." It is well known that devil fruits are categorized into 3 types: Logia, Zoan, and Paramecia. Among these, the Logia fruit users can transform into elements, rendering them essentially immune to all attacks except for Haki and Sea Stone, which is why many favor the Logia type. I have perused the devil fruit compendium, and that particular fruit seems to resemble the magma fruit. Isn't that the legendary fruit of supreme power among the Logia types? My goodness, I never anticipated the reward to be this. Indeed, is it the magma fruit? Upon witnessing the vibrant red fruit, Teya pondered whether it might be a magma fruit. After all, both Akainu and Kazara were present. Although Teya was uncertain about when they had consumed their respective devil fruits, the inevitable was bound to occur. And here it was. Teya cast a furtive glance at Akainu, only to find him fixated on the devil fruit, his excitement palpable. Turning his gaze towards Kazara, he was taken aback to see him equally wide-eyed, gazing at the box as if it contained a rare treasure. For Teya, who had always held a deep fondness for the devil fruit, his emotions were now a tangled web of complexity. The most disheartening aspect was not the inability to obtain it, but rather the agony of being so close to something that seemed within reach yet remained forever unattainable. However, the memory of that gentle warning from 3 days prior sent a shiver down his spine, rendering all his thoughts into a singular, international gesture of camaraderie. Teya cast another glance at the box, and the golden fruit at its center undoubtedly appeared to be the shining fruit. The intensity of his heartache surged by 50%. It is likely that many, like Teya, were utterly captivated the first time they beheld the powers of the shining fruit. It perfectly embodies a timeless truth. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. It possesses unparalleled swiftness, formidable attacks, and, most importantly, an undeniable elegance. Alas, reality tends to be rather harsh. Teya could only hope that should he traverse time again, he would refrain from bestowing upon himself any inexplicable buffs. Suddenly, Teya's gaze shifted in astonishment toward the 3rd devil fruit. Moments ago, due to an unfavorable angle, only a corner of the 3rd fruit had been visible, and he had been distracted by the other 2. Now, however, he discerned it clearly. It was one of the few devil fruit shapes he recognized. The fruit was adorned with fiery patterns, resembling a blazing inferno. Without a doubt, it was the Logia type flame fruit. Teya mused to himself. How could the flame fruit possibly be here? After uttering this thought, he began to count on his fingers. The year was 1491, and Ace. It seemed Ace had yet to be born. Gazing at the fruit, Teya couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Nearby, Zephyr observed Teya's peculiar behavior, alternating between surprise and contemplation, feeling somewhat puzzled. This lad, could he be unwell? Admiral Kong then spoke. You 3 are the top contenders. Please select an order of your ranks. Sakazuki, you are first. The red dog, visibly excited, stepped forward without hesitation and seized the magma fruit. Many spectators in the stands gazed at him with envy. Obtaining a devil fruit signified the acquisition of formidable power, especially one as renowned as the magma fruit, a pinnacle of the Logia type. After receiving the devil fruit, the usually stoic Akainu allowed a smile to surface. However, Teya frowned at his unsightly grin, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike him. At that moment, Zephyr addressed Akainu with a grave tone. Sakazuki, you possess great strength. Do not neglect your training even with the devil fruit in your possession. Keep pushing forward. Upon hearing this, Akainu immediately reined in his smile, saluted respectfully, and stepped aside. Casting another glance at the devil fruit in his hand, his expression became significantly more composed. Now it was Teya's turn to choose. Sighing, he thought, what is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. Teya murmured softly before gracefully approaching the table. Everyone awaited his choice with bated breath. The most formidable magma fruit had been selected, leaving Teya undoubtedly feeling a sense of loss. The remaining options were still of the natural type. They were not devoid of merit. Were I in his position, I would certainly not be particular about any devil fruit. Such is the extent of your ambition. Teya scrutinized the box for a while before closing his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he articulated his choice, leaving everyone present utterly astonished and speechless. Teya simply stated, "I choose not to." "What? Not the devil fruit? This is a Logia type. Have you lost your mind? You encounter a golden opportunity, yet you turn it down?" All the newcomers, including several officers, could only speculate on the potential outcomes, but Teya managed to surprise them all. Admiral Kong recalled a question that Zifa had posed to him previously, plunging into deep contemplation. Could it be that this young man is genuinely different? Kong glanced at Zifa, who wore an equally astonished expression as he gazed at Teya, seeming utterly sincere. Clearing his throat, Kong inquired, "Teya, could you share your reasoning?" Teya pondered for a moment, then replied with a smile, "I wish to swim." In an instant, everyone present collapsed in disbelief, while others remained speechless in astonishment. Only Karp was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Many wore expressions of incredulity. Had there been special effects? The scene would have been inundated with question marks. Seriously, brother, what kind of ridiculous reason is that? It is true that devil fruits have side effects, but this was rather absurd. Zephyr furrowed his brow slightly and said to Teya, "What on earth are you doing? Be serious." "Ah. It seems I must put on a show after all." Teya then articulated another perspective she had just contemplated. She lifted her head earnestly and declared, "There must be a reason behind my choice." The rationale, she continued, was remarkably simple. Pausing momentarily, she gazed at Zephyr and expressed, "I understand that we cannot eternally remain under your tutelage. I am fully aware of the formidable power of the devil fruits. However, I aspire for our future vessel to have someone capable of swimming, who can rise in times of peril and serve as a steadfast support for all." Teya's impassioned words resonated powerfully, nearly moving him to tears. Remarkably, some of the new recruits were indeed brought to tears. The gazes of everyone present shifted towards Teya, now filled with admiration. Zephyr approached and patted Teya on the shoulder, exclaiming with fervor, "Well done, my boy. I knew I had not misjudged you." Kong smiled gently and continued to inquire, "Do you have any regrets?" Teya shook her head with a smile, declaring that she had no regrets. Although she appeared composed on the surface, her heart was shedding tears. Did I have any other options? In the end, Teya cast a furtive glance at the devil fruit before turning her head away. "Never mind, it is merely a devil fruit. True romance lies in the art of hand-to-hand combat, does it not?" Teya had contemplated selecting a devil fruit to keep. Yet he was loath to alter the circumstances he had already accepted. The owners of the 3 devil fruits had formed a clear image in his mind. And even if he were to retain the burn fruit, what purpose would it serve? He could only gaze at it without indulging. And the system had already begun to incessantly chatter each time a fruit was discovered, with an increasingly aggravating tendency. Teya could hardly endure being warned multiple times every day. It would inevitably drive him to madness. This sentiment was not mere fabrication. He harbored genuine thoughts behind it. There was but one path, and he aimed to traverse it with greater finesse. His actions were also intended to draw closer to Zephyr, whom he regarded as a significant ally. While it might be deemed opportunistic, it was, in truth, Teya's honest reflection. After all, what he yearned to master now was the armament Haki. Next, the yellow monkey, wearing a lecherous grin, took the glint fruit. In the face of Zephyr's earnest instruction, the yellow monkey was solely preoccupied with the devil fruit, likely not absorbing a single word. Meanwhile, Teya was lost in contemplation about other matters, entirely disregarding what Sora and the others had to say. 3 days later, the military ranks of all individuals were evaluated, and the assembly was dismissed. The graduation assessment had concluded. Chapter 30, from now on. You shall roll with me 3 days later, at the Navy headquarters square. The azure sky was adorned with a few white clouds, while the naval flags fluttered vigorously in the sea breeze beside the docked warships. Upon a raised platform stood the esteemed high-ranking officers of the Navy. Below them were all the new recruits graduating this year, with Teya and Akainu at the forefront. It was evident that many in the ranks had donned the justice cloak of the Navy, whilst others merely wore standard naval uniforms. In this moment, Teya finally fulfilled a long-held dream, donning the coveted cloak. 3 hours prior, Teya had stood before the mirror in his home. Captivated for nearly an hour by his own reflection, he appeared remarkably dashing, a sight he could not tire of. The youth in the mirror, clad in casual attire and draped in the justice cloak, had unruly black hair. Yet, at 16, he still bore a somewhat boyish visage. Once he matured, he could consider donning a black suit, a thought that amused him greatly. Imagining himself in a sleek black suit aboard a warship, capturing pirates, Teya couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Beside him, Akainu cast a sidelong glance at Teya, noticing his distracted demeanor, and nudged him with his elbow. Teya finally regained his composure. Each individual's uniform had been distributed the day prior, and upon receiving it, one could generally ascertain their prospective role. A new recruit like Teya, adorned with the mantle of justice, was at the very least of lieutenant rank. However, only those of colonel rank and above were permitted to wear civilian attire, which explained the envious gazes directed towards Teya, Akainu, and Kizaru, who were all clad in casual wear. It was merely a matter of appearances. Nonetheless, today held significant importance. After all, decisions regarding whether to remain at headquarters or transfer to a branch, as well as which commanding officer to follow, would be clarified today. Thus, this day could also be regarded as the formal induction ceremony into the Navy. On the platform, Fleet Admiral Kong gazed down at all the new recruits. Congratulations on your transition from mere recruits to true naval warriors. You are the hope for the Navy's future. The peace of the vast oceans of this world requires your guardianship, all in the name of justice. The crowd responded with fervent cheers that echoed to the heavens. Satisfied, Kong nodded and exchanged a few words with Zephyr before turning to depart. Zephyr then produced a list, adjusted his glasses, and addressed the assembly. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. I hope that as you traverse your future paths, you do not forget your original aspirations. Every position is a place for you to shine and contribute. Sakazuki, I hereby confer upon you the rank of colonel in the Navy headquarters, assigned to serve under Vice Admiral Garp. Borsellino, I bestow upon you the rank of colonel in the Navy headquarters, assigned to the Navy Science Corps. Teya, I grant you the rank of commander in the Navy headquarters, assigned to serve under Vice Admiral Crane. The emotions swirling within Teya were somewhat intricate, not merely stemming from his rank as a lieutenant, which placed him beneath the likes of Akainu and Kizaru. Rather, it was the realization that he was to follow none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru. Although he understood that Zephyr retained the title of Admiral while dedicating his energies to instructing students, Teya yearned to learn Haki from him. He would have been content to switch places with Akainu or even endure a beating alongside Garp. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that embarking on daily campaigns against pirates might not be so bad. After all, practical experience is the most effective teacher. Being under Tsuru's tutelage could also prove beneficial, but his foremost concern lingered on whether Tsuru harbored any resentment, especially since he had inadvertently referred to her as Old Lady Tsuru in the past. Sighing at the thought, Teya continued along the path to the dock. Upon reaching the harbor, he soon spotted a graceful figure waiting for him in the distance. To his surprise, Tsuru was indeed awaiting his arrival, and it appeared she had already noticed him. Teya's here. Come over. Tsuru called out, her expression radiating joy as she greeted him with a smile. Teya exhaled deeply and swiftly approached, saluting with military precision. Lieutenant Colonel Teya from the Navy headquarters reporting for duty. Heron smiled and nodded, then playfully ruffled Teya's hair. Indeed. At that moment, Teya stood before Heron like a child. Startled, Teya did not flinch away. A playful gesture? Heron then gently pinched Teya's cheek, teasingly proclaiming, from now on, you will stick with your elder sister. HM? Elder sister? Teya involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this still the composed general he? Sister. You must be 46 this year, right? However, these thoughts remained unspoken, as he dared not voice them unless he truly wished to jeopardize his standing. Yet, gazing upon his still resplendent beauty, Teya resigned himself to the reality and softly addressed her as sister he. He pondered whether this would mean his own generation had also aged alongside her. Nevertheless, he appeared quite pleased, for what woman does not desire to remain eternally youthful? After exchanging a few pleasantries, he was suddenly summoned away by an officer. Teya stood patiently in place, awaiting her companion. To her surprise, a few minutes later, Garp arrived, accompanied by another individual. As the figure approached, she discerned that it was Akainu, who was holding a large bag of donuts, his expression one of disdain directed at Garp. Garp, chuckling, addressed Teya with a jovial tone. Ah, it's you, my young friend. Do your best from now on, ha ha ha. Akainu, seemingly unable to contain himself, interjected. Garp, my dear Vice Admiral, how about a donut eating contest with Teya? Ah ha ha, I have never lost. However, Garp appeared oblivious to Akainu's remarks, continuing to engage in light-hearted banter with Teya. Teya casually responded a few times, stealing several glances at Akainu. As Akainu appeared ready to erupt like a pot of water on the verge of boiling, Garp finally took his leave. Hurry up and catch up, Garp said to Akainu before making his way towards his warship. Observing Akainu's nearly shattered expression, Teya suppressed a laugh and inquired about the taste of the devil fruit. With a peculiar look, Akainu retorted vehemently, it tastes worse than excrement. Teya blinked in astonishment and inquired, Have you truly tasted excrement? Akainu appeared genuinely irked, his eyes widening like brass bells as he let out a cold snort and departed. Once Akainu had left, Teya could no longer contain her laughter. It was puzzling to wonder who had disseminated such a peculiar description of the flavor of devil fruits. It was rather amusing. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. "Oh, Teya, what are you laughing about?" Teya turned around and was surprised to see Roy. "Roy, where are you headed?" "Oh, I have been temporarily assigned to the Shambody Archipelago branch, so I am here to await the arrival of the warship to report there." Only then did Teya notice that there were some pieces of luggage behind Roy. "So that's how it is. Let us strive together in the future." Roy gazed at Teya and expressed his gratitude. This took Teya by surprise, prompting him to inquire why Roy was thanking him when he had done nothing noteworthy. Roy replied, "I truly admire you for being willing to relinquish the devil fruit within your grasp. Your words have profoundly moved me. The disparity between us is immense." "Where?" Teya chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. "There is nothing for you to thank me for." Roy cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby before inching closer to Teya. "Do you know? Because of your selflessness, Admiral Kong has decided to bestow the remaining devil fruit upon me. Thus, I am immensely grateful to you. Without your actions, I might not have gained such formidable power." "Ah, is that so? That is wonderful." Roy's revelation struck Teya like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless. From a distance, an officer called out to Roy. After picking up his luggage, Roy bid farewell to Teya and departed. Even after the warship sailed away, Teya remained rooted in place, gazing blankly in the direction Roy had vanished. Why did this happen? Teya muttered to himself. At that moment, he recalled a phrase, "The sea is indeed merciless." Chapter 31. Setting sail on the very day he assumed his duties. Teya set sail alongside Crane. Their primary mission was to pursue the former members of the Rocks Pirates, specifically Big Mom. However, tracking her was no simple task. It was akin to grasping at shadows. This was Crane's current assignment, but with Teya aboard, it took on a different dimension. The once lengthy pursuit now included additional training for Teya. As the ship had not been underway for long, Teya asked where his ship was. Crane couldn't help but chuckle. "Your ship is still in the shipyard. Still being constructed? Custom made?" Teya blinked, not quite understanding the meaning. "You little rascal. Do you truly believe that upon assuming your position, you can venture out to sea alone? The reason for your companionship with me is also a form of cultivation. Do you comprehend this now?" "Oh, I see." Teya now comprehends that he is still rather youthful, standing at the bow of the ship. He gazes out at the vast ocean, the sea breeze billowing his cloak. This is his second voyage, and the sensation is markedly different from the first. He feels a newfound sense of composure. After all, it could be said that he possesses the body of a youth and the heart of a young man. And to call him precocious does not seem an exaggeration. Suddenly, Crane inquires of Teya, asking if he understands why he has been assigned to her vessel. Teya shook his head in confusion. Shouldn't it be the duty of a soldier to obey the organization's arrangements and follow orders? Ichi smiled and said, "This matter traces back to our very first conversation." He then shared how he was inspired by Teya's mention of comprehensive development, ultimately deciding to inform Teya about the written examination method. Upon hearing this, Teya felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why was his mouth so reckless, managing to articulate words that seemed to target him so directly? However, Hichi's reminder brought to mind that he had scored a 0 on the written examination. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Sister why did I receive a 0 on the written exam?" Hichi replied with a smile, "Oh, that was intentionally given as a 0. "What?" Teya could scarcely believe her own ears. "Teya, your thoughts diverge from those of others." Crane gazed deeply at Teya, remarking, "From your response, I discern some unconventional approaches that transcend standard tactics. You possess remarkable potential to serve as a strategist, which is precisely why I wish to retain you aboard my vessel." Teya smiled awkwardly yet politely. "This is utterly ridiculous. My assertions are entirely fabricated. The notion that I possess potential as an advisor is laughable. I might as well serve as a mere strategist." However, on another note, as the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Crane must undoubtedly possess formidable strength. When it comes to matters of cultivation, I can only rely on her expertise. Teya's mind raced as she devised a cunning plan. With her hands clasped in a gesture of feigned humility, she smiled and said, "Sister Crane, I am still quite young and cannot claim to be shrewd and calculating. I would prefer to focus my attention on cultivation for the time being. Might you offer me some guidance in this regard? Compliments are always well received, after all, as I strive to grow stronger." The situation seems almost certain for Teya, who at the very least can gain some insights from the battle experience. However, he has yet to provide a response. Teya raised her head, gazing curiously at Crane, only to observe the prominent veins on her forehead, suggesting she was visibly agitated. What could have transpired? Who had provoked her? Little brat, whom did you just call old? Crane clenched her fists, the knuckles cracking ominously, her eyes fixed intently on Teya. Huh? I didn't say anything, Teya replied. As Teya spoke halfway, he suddenly realized his mistake and hurriedly clarified. I didn't mean that. I meant to say you are. What was that synonym for cunning again? Bang. Ouch. Teya received another slap from the Crane. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, a colossal ship lay anchored on the water. The skull emblem emblazoned on its sail signified its identity. A messenger gull swiftly took flight from the vessel, shedding a few feathers in its wake. It was evident that the gull had been startled. On board, there were at least 100 individuals, seemingly engaged in a grand banquet. Congratulations, Captain. The bounty has increased by another 10 million berries. A pirate raised his goblet in toast to a burly man seated in an enormous chair. The rest of the crew followed suit, lifting their cups in celebration. The imposing captain, his face lined with scars and a menacing expression, revealed a set of yellowed teeth as he grumbled. It seems the last job wasn't ruthless enough. They barely raised my bounty. He had just plundered a village, leaving a trail of death among its residents. Captain, now that we are here in the Grand Line, we should aim for something even bigger. A fellow pirate chimed in, only to be swatted aside by the captain. The burly man glared at the pirate, who was nursing his face, and coldly replied, I'll do as I please. Without your guidance. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he burst into laughter. Listen up, lads. I have a plan. We'll target a naval warship. Surely. The Navy will take notice of me then. The once raucous crowd fell silent. Captain, you mean we're going to attack a naval ship? Exactly. Any objections? Though the crew trembled in fear, none dared to contradict their leader, replying with reluctant agreement. The captain grinned. I know your concerns. Fear not. We'll find a lone warship, disguise ourselves as a merchant vessel, and ambush them. With over 100 of us, how can we possibly lose? The pirates seemed to gain confidence, cheering for their captain's might. The burly man then ordered his crew to prepare and keep a vigilant watch over the surrounding waters, ready to report any sighting of naval ships. He could already envision his bounty soaring and gleefully began polishing his weapon. A week passed, and just as impatience was about to set in, their target finally appeared. A naval ship came into view through the telescope, steadily approaching their direction. Lads, get ready. Our chance has come. Excitement surged through the crew. Meanwhile, aboard that very naval ship, Teya was holding a basin of clothes, hanging them on a drying rack. His face illuminated with joy. His plans had been thwarted by a simple misunderstanding. This week had not only been devoid of learning, but had turned him into a mere laborer, serving tea and water, and now even hanging laundry. Teya had been harboring a great deal of frustration. Were it not for Crane's promise to teach him the art of cultivation, he would have long since abandoned his duties. After all, I am a lieutenant commander on your ship, not your servant. Is it truly necessary to treat me in such a manner? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Teya took a white shirt from the basin, gripping the collar tightly before giving it a vigorous shake to rid it of water. However, fueled by his anger, Teya seemed to have exerted too much force. With a sharp rip, he found himself holding two halves of the shirt, which had been cleanly torn asunder. What on earth? Teya let out a loud shout, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was General He's shirt, after all. What to do? Just then, the cabin door swung open, and he emerged. Teya hastily balled up the shirt and tossed it into the basin. Report to General Crane. An unidentified vessel has been sighted ahead. Understood. Everyone, remain vigilant. After sailing for a while longer, the warship had positioned itself in front of the merchant vessel. Teya gazed curiously at the vessel. Before she could examine it closely, numerous armed individuals emerged from the ship, incessantly shouting at the warship. Teya's gaze turned icy. They were pirates. On the warship, no one appeared flustered, even in the face of this 100-strong pirate crew. He, rubbing his head in exasperation, remarked, Disturbing others' afternoon slumber is truly irksome. Suddenly, a hulking figure emerged from the opposing crew, wielding an axe that stood as tall as himself. Prepare to meet your doom, Navy. I am Put, captain of the giant axe pirate crew, with a bounty of 60 million. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end. The pirates' morale seemed to surge even higher. Teya murmured softly, the giant axe pirate crew. Why does that name sound so familiar? However, in my current state of anger, let them serve as a vessel for my frustrations. Teya was already filled with rage, and now she finally had an outlet for her frustrations. Chapter 32. If only I could start over. At this moment, the Crane's warship came to a halt. Teya stood beside Crane, gazing indifferently at the pirates across the way. Yet a surge of impulsive excitement welled within him. He yearned for a raucous confrontation. Teya, in light of this situation, what will you do? Crane turned to Teya with a smile. Haki, capture the leader first. Although the opposing side appears numerous, they are merely a band of insignificant fish. Relying solely on their captain, she remarked. Crane nodded in agreement, adding, however, one must remain vigilant, for there may be hidden masters among them, necessitating caution even after revealing one's name. In truth, when the opposing crew announced their names, Crane realized they were merely a nascent pirate group, emboldened by recent successes to venture into the Grand Line. It seemed there was no need for me to take the initiative. This would serve as Teya's inaugural trial. Go forth, Teya, but exercise care. No sooner had she spoken than Teya sprang into action, employing the moonwalk technique to soar towards the pirate crew. Landing deftly on their deck, the pirates, initially taken aback, swiftly encircled them. Yet, soon after, they erupted into laughter. Who do we have here? Just a boy who has even begun to grow. One jeered. Run home to your mother. Teya remained silent, casting a cold gaze upon the absurd band of pirates surrounding him. Memories of the Storm Island resurfaced, where the Antelope Man from Kaido's crew had uttered similar words. Was there truly nothing novel about this motley crew of pirates? You lot, dispatch him, he commanded. At the sound of their captain's orders, all members brandished their weapons and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, however, the smile vanished from Put's face. The first dozen assailants were unexpectedly sent sprawling, rendered unconscious. An eerie silence enveloped the scene as the onlookers' expressions shifted, their bravado replaced by apprehension, dissuading them from making any further rash moves. Teya chuckled coldly and said, What? Are you not planning to gang up on me? Putin, incensed, called for everyone to attack simultaneously. Yet, no one dared to take a step forward, for they had failed to discern Teya's movements just moments ago, as their comrade was sent flying. Despite the fact that their opponent appeared to be merely a child, his strength was undeniable. Putin's tone grew icy as he raised the axe in his hand and declared, Are you disregarding my words? It seems your subordinates are rather disobedient. Teya deliberately provoked Put, and indeed, Put was enraged beyond measure. However, in the next moment, Teya took action. I still had a belly full of anger to vent. The ship was suddenly filled with wails of despair, punctuated by the occasional sound of explosions. And from a distance, it appeared as though a group of individuals were bouncing on a trampoline, with several of them soaring into the air in moments. The last regret that those pirates likely pondered before losing consciousness was their ill-fated decision to raid a naval vessel. In dealing with this rabble, Teya needed no more than basic techniques. It was a complete and utter rout, as simple and brutal as consuming edamame. Witnessing his subordinates fall like grass before a scythe, a cold sweat trickled down Put's brow. Could it be that I have truly encountered a formidable opponent? Nevertheless, as the captain of the Axe Pirate crew, I have never feared anyone. At this moment, only Put and Teya remained on the ship. More than half of his crew had been incapacitated by Teya, while the others were nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily jumping overboard to flee. Left alone, Put's heart brimmed solely with rage. I shall cleave you in two. Teya let out a light chuckle as he recalled reading in the newspaper a few days ago about the deeds of the giant Axe Pirate crew. In his eyes, this band of marauders, notorious for their ruthless pillaging and atrocities, all deserved to meet their demise. Teya coldly declared, You have reached your limit. Meanwhile, Put had already raised his axe, striking towards Teya, who effortlessly evaded the blow. The tremendous force of the swing cleaved a gaping hole in the deck. Yet Put's second strike came swiftly, its velocity greatly increased. Was he emboldened by the challenge? Put pursued Teya like a relentless meat grinder, wildly hacking with his colossal axe, heedless of his own safety. In the face of Put, who towered over him with a stature twice his own, Teya appeared diminutive. However, in terms of speed, Teya surpassed Put by a significant margin. Stand still. With a mighty swing, Put brought his axe down towards Teya's midsection, prompting Teya to leap into the air. Astonishingly, that single blow severed a mast as thick as a great tree. Utilizing this momentum, Teya propelled himself off the mast, launching towards Put, delivering a fierce kick to his head. The impact left Put momentarily dazed, his vision filled with stars. Yet he did not collapse. Instead, he staggered back a few steps. As Teya landed, he gazed up at Put. His right fist clenched tightly as he charged once more, landing a powerful punch on Put's broad jaw. Subjected to this relentless assault, Put cried out in anguish. But the onslaught was not yet over. Teya seized his head, forcefully pushing it downward. Already retreating, Put lost his balance and fell. Meanwhile, the severed mast toppled to the opposite side, producing a tremendous crash. In his inaugural battle, Teya emerged victorious with resounding success. Observing put sprawled on the ground. Gasping for breath, with blood streaming from his nose and ears, Teya clicked his tongue, realizing he had exerted little effort. He promptly notified the nearest naval branch to take away the giant axe pirate crew. However, upon learning that it was the newly appointed 16-year-old Naval Colonel Teya who single-handedly annihilated the giant axe pirate crew, the branch's colonel was taken aback. Yet, before departing, Put surprisingly remarked to Teya, "If I could relive this moment, I would certainly delay my entry into the Grand Line." Teya is truly both infuriating and amusing. If given a second chance, I would still wish to be that person. Thus concludes the farcical debacle of the pirate crew's self-destruction. Crane informs Teya that all of this will be recorded as his military achievements. Teya, with a conflicted expression, remarked, "Let's not discuss that for now. Can we refrain from assigning me menial tasks, Sister Crane?" Crane burst into hearty laughter, choosing to overlook Teya's plea. Yet, within her heart, she pondered the swift evolution of the times. Should the potential of this group of naval officers be fully realized, they could undoubtedly achieve great heights. It truly fills one with anticipation. Gazing at Teya's innocent and unblemished smile, Crane was reminded of her own early days upon joining the Navy. Oh dear. After all this commotion, I find myself quite famished. I shall go and have a meal now. Off to eat, la 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 la. As Teya sang a self-composed song while making his way towards the cabin, Crane could only shake his head in exasperation. After all, he was still just a child. Lost in thought, Crane approached the drying rack and noticed the laundry that had yet to dry completely, furrowing his brow. This child had left the clothes unfinished to engage in a brawl. With a resigned sigh, Crane rolled up his sleeves and organized the garments on the rack. The warship continued its journey. 2 minutes later, a furious shout erupted from Crane aboard the ship. "Teya, come out here. Explain what happened with the shirt." Chapter 33. Heritage life at sea was invariably tranquil. In his cabin, Teya engaged in the daily regimen of training. Due to his enhanced physical condition, the intensity of his daily exercises had dwindled to merely a warm-up level. To achieve new insights and improvements, perhaps more combat was required. Iron block. Teya stood firmly in a horse stance, resembling a statue. His eyes were tightly shut, and his brow slightly furrowed, as if enduring some unseen trial. After a brief moment, Teya opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Still, he could not discern a means of breakthrough. Must he truly rely on external forces to succeed? The inability to move while in the iron block state had long troubled him, and he yearned to find a solution to this dilemma. When utilizing the iron block, every muscle in his body tensed as if he were ensnared by a formidable technique, rendering him utterly immobile. Daily, he endeavored to transcend his own limitations, striving to find a way to move while employing the iron block. Yet, he had made no progress. Mastery of the 6 forms was required to unlock the ultimate skills, and advancing in technique would depend solely on his own understanding. Teya wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. In recent days, alongside his training, Teya has been contemplating another question. What other powers does this world offer for him to encounter and wield? Aside from the Marine 6 styles he currently masters, he can only think of a few. One such ability is the armament Haki, which Teya yearns to learn the most. As of now, he can only claim to have been fortunate, yet the path ahead will inevitably present him with foes possessing natural abilities. Without the enhancement of armament Haki, his chances of victory would be virtually non-existent. It would be unreasonable for him to forge a sea prism stone weapon akin to smokers, and moreover, he has little inclination towards weaponry. He believes that the truth lies in the power of his fist and feet. Armament Haki is indispensable, particularly at this stage, when the proliferation of devil fruit users is not yet rampant. For the majority of confrontations, people rely on the sheer strength of their martial arts or swordsmanship. Teya, before his journey began, was aware that even the lowliest of pirates in the New World wielded Haki. It has become an essential skill. However, mastering it requires immense dedication. And more critically, the extent to which one can develop their Haki is of paramount importance. Teya cast a glance at the crimson mark on his right hand and summoned the formidable interface of his system. His mastery of observation Haki had only recently reached the stage of proficient, yet he seldom utilized this ability. As the saying goes, a master can lead one to the door, but the journey beyond is one's own. During their time at the Naval Academy, Zephyr had briefly touched upon the essence of armament Haki, but his explanation was merely cursory, as he believed that solidifying their foundational skills was paramount. The principle he conveyed echoed the wisdom of Teya's former English teacher, who likened vocabulary memorization to laying the foundation for a grand edifice. Regarding other martial arts, aside from Fishman karate, Teya was at a loss for what else to pursue. This boundless endeavor was not something he wished to dwell upon. Instead, he resolved to focus on the present. Teya changed into a fresh set of clothes, intending to enjoy some fresh air on the deck. Just as she stepped out of her room, she happened to encounter Crane. "Teya, come with me." They proceeded to Crane's office. "Teya, it has been nearly a month since we set sail. How do you feel?" Crane inquired with a smile as he sat in his chair. "Oh, I feel quite well," Teya replied. Though internally she mused that this past month had been filled with more hardships than her previous encounter with Carp. She had also been assigned various menial tasks, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. "I am aware of your remarkable talent in martial arts. The reason I called you here today is to discuss your genuine thoughts," Crane stated. Noticing Crane's serious demeanor, Teya responded earnestly. Crane smiled and continued, "In fact, I was aware of your rewards even before the graduation assessment. No one would presume that you would decline such an opportunity, yet you are the sole exception. Your words surprised me, and I genuinely believe you are a compassionate individual." He paused momentarily. "So, you wish to ascertain whether that truly reflects my thoughts?" Teya replied with a smile. Observing Crane's lack of rebuttal, she continued. "The devil fruit is indeed a coveted power for many, and I too desire it. However, I have chosen to refuse it. As for the reason, it is rather inconsequential, merely a choice." Teya refrained from saying more, merely smiling as he gazed at Crane. Crane, seemingly deep in thought, nodded slightly. An hour prior, Crane was seated in his office when suddenly the phone rang. "Hello? Who is this?" "Oh, ha 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 ha. Is this little Crane? Has Teya been causing you any trouble?" Upon hearing Carp's voice, Crane could not help but display a look of exasperation. "If you have something to say, please do. If not, I shall hang up." Oh. Don't hang up. Since that child is with you, I feel reassured. However, there is one matter I must discuss with you, concerning Teya." After listening to Carp's words, Crane fell into silence, before finally asking, "Does that child know?" "How could he? Neither Zifa nor I have informed him." But what?" Suddenly, Carp's speech faltered on the other end of the line, followed by him shouting, "Sakazuki, where have you hidden my donuts?" After hanging up the phone, Crane retrieved a notepad where he had just jotted down the contents relayed by Carp. "Is it true that Teya's father is Yuli Carlos, the General Crane?" Observing the silent figure before her, Teya tentatively called out in a gentle tone. The Crane, pulled from his reverie, lifted his gaze to meet Teya's, his intense stare sending a shiver down her spine, causing her to involuntarily swallow. The Crane then spoke. "Teya, do you understand your lineage?" "My lineage? What do you mean?" Teya shook her head, yet she searched her mind for memories from her past in this world. However, she found no useful information. All she retained were recollections from the last 2 years since her arrival, with nothing preceding that. "In truth, I believe that Carp and Zifa are overthinking the matter." Crane sighed, noting that they were aware of your origins yet chose not to disclose them, which I find rather unjust to you. Teya listened intently, a burgeoning curiosity about his own origins beginning to stir within him. "Your father, named Yuli Carlos, was a former Rear Admiral of the Navy." A single remark from Crane left Teya momentarily stunned. Could it be that I truly possess a storied background? Chapter 34, Weighty Memories. Teya had never contemplated these matters. To encapsulate it in a classic line, "I do not wish to know how I came into existence. I merely wish to understand how I ceased to be." He was perpetually intrigued by the phenomenon of his translocation, yet he had given little thought to his current identity and the narrative that lay behind it. His focus remained firmly anchored in the present. Seeing Teya's dazed expression, Saru continued, "In truth, this situation does not significantly concern you. But I believe it is better to inform you nonetheless." Teya nodded and replied, "Then please enlighten me." He sighed, turned his gaze towards the window, and then shared with Teya. Teya's father, Yuli Carlos, a former Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, was a trusted aide to Vice Admiral Carp. He accompanied Vice Admiral Carp in the crusade against numerous pirate crews and was among the most formidable naval forces of his time. He had never consumed a devil fruit, relying solely on his exceptional martial arts and swordsmanship to conquer his foes, showcasing remarkable strength. Teya's mother gave birth to her in her hometown, Teya Island. Upon receiving the news, Yuli was filled with joy and took leave to prepare for his journey. This should have been a moment of great happiness, however. A sudden misfortune altered Teya's fate. A pirate crew attacked the island, nearly obliterating it entirely. Teya's mother concealed her, and it was fortunate that Teya's life was spared, allowing her to evade this calamity. When Yuli arrived at Teya Island, the once enchanting paradise had transformed into a desolate wasteland, a reality he found difficult to accept in the face of such an abrupt tragedy. Amidst the ruins, Yuli sat on the ground, weeping bitterly for his deceased wife. Suddenly, A faint cry of an infant caught his attention. He searched for the source of the sound and ultimately discovered Teya in a hidden basement. With trembling hands, he lifted Teya and uncovered a half-charred note from the wrappings that enveloped her. It was a hurriedly penned letter from Teya's mother. Dear Yuli, this is our child. Take good care of her. Forever yours. Yet, the name of his beloved had been consumed by the flames. At this moment, Crane seemed to recall some past events. Pausing to gaze at Teya, Teya gazed at Crane with sorrowful eyes, a look that tugged at her heartstrings. Was the burden too heavy for this child to bear? Yet, Teya nodded to Crane, encouraging her to continue. After a brief pause, Crane resumed her tale. Yuli had taken Teya back to the naval headquarters and entrusted her to Rear Admiral Karp before departing from the Navy. Thus began his long journey of vengeance. He followed every lead until he uncovered the name of that infamous pirate crew, the Rocks Pirates. Unlike other pirate crews, the Rocks Pirates were far from united. Infighting and betrayal among crew members were commonplace, their relationships fraught with animosity. Such treachery may have been the work of a particular faction within the Rocks Pirates. It was said that the attackers sought the historical texts and an ancient scroll hidden on the island of Teya, yet the truth remains elusive. However, Yuli had incorporated the entire pirate crew into his vengeful scheme. He vowed that he would not rest until he avenged his grievances. Years later, he finally tracked down the mastermind behind the atrocities, leading to a monumental clash. This battle, shrouded in obscurity, was said to feature a naval officer who cleaved the sea with a single stroke, sending countless pirates to their watery graves. At that time, Rocks had already set forth to God Valley with his most trusted subordinates, while many scattered crew members hastened from all directions. Naturally, a number of them were unwilling to participate. Yuli's target was intercepted en route by him. Karp, upon receiving news of the Rocks Pirates' impending assault on the Celestial Dragons, rushed to intercept them. He had contacted Yuli via transponder snail, but Yuli merely smiled and urged him to take care of Teya before hanging up. When the Navy finally arrived on the scene, the ocean was stained crimson with blood. It was Yuli's fierce battle that drew the attention of Rocks, momentarily stalling his advance. In the end, Karp successfully confronted the Rocks Pirates at God Valley, yet Yuli vanished without a trace after his encounter with his enemies. Due to the unique nature of the conflict at God Valley, Karp's solitary stand against Rocks earned him the title of Naval Hero. But your father, for the sake of his beloved, also stood alone against countless pirates. He preferred to fade into obscurity, for behind his hatred lay an infinite well of love. With this, the tale draws to a close. Teya suddenly felt a cool sensation on her face. Upon touching it with her hand, she realized it was tears. What is happening to me? I possess no recollection of such memories, yet why do I feel this sorrow? A vague silhouette emerged in Teya's mind, clad in white garments. Is this a fragment of my memory? Indeed, it is a poignant tale, both weighty and worthy of preservation. Teya wiped her eyes and placed her hand upon her chest, feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat. I will live on, carrying the weight of both our lives. Heron approached, gently stroking Teya's head as he spoke. Do not be sorrowful. It is enough for you to remember these moments. However, Teya, I implore you not to burden yourself with hatred as you continue your journey. Teya stood up and smiled at Crane, responding, I am perfectly fine. I have no memories of my father and mother, yet I understand that they wished for my well-being. Therefore, I shall live earnestly in their honor. Teya's past, before the journey, mirrored this sentiment. His optimistic disposition enabled him to find joy even in solitude. Though he was a sentimental person, he maintained a remarkable openness towards all matters. That is good to hear. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing Crane's inquiry, Teya indeed contemplated several questions. I wish to ask how Vice Admiral Garp raised me, as I possess no recollection whatsoever. Crane, seemingly pondering for a considerable time, finally spoke. What is the earliest memory you can recall? It seems to be around 2 years ago. Crane furrowed her brow, looking at Teya with disbelief. Do you not remember Garp taking you to a deserted island and then pushing you off a cliff? Teya shook her head. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss in those words. So, you don't recall him tying you to a balloon and lifting you into the sky? You truly do not remember? Alas, Kapu tied me to a balloon? Isn't that something he would do to Luffy in the future? Teya and Crane locked eyes, and an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Do you mean to suggest that I have lost my memory? Teya inquired. Crane remained noncommittal. At that moment, Teya found himself pondering whether it was appropriate to voice a certain thought. Meanwhile, far across the sea, a sneeze escaped from Karp, stationed aboard a naval vessel. How peculiar. He mused. Could it be that little Crane is speaking of me again? Chapter 35. A chance encounter in Town Naval Headquarters. On the training grounds, a group of newly enlisted recruits diligently honed their skills. Zephyr observed these young soldiers with a sense of pride swelling within him. The future of the Navy appeared promising. He felt immense satisfaction with the first cohort he had nurtured, which included Teya and his peers. However, he harbored lingering reservations regarding the rewards of the devil fruits. Yet, the message from the celestial dragons was clear. Since the disintegration of the Rock's pirates, many former crew members had risen to prominence upon the seas. Although the present seemed tranquil, the future ocean would undoubtedly be tumultuous. Only through a robust navy could the world government's dominion be solidified, effectively curbing the threat posed by pirates. Thus, substantial investments were made to provide the navy with Logia-type devil fruits, enabling them to swiftly cultivate the future guardians and successors of the navy. Zephyr understood this all too well. In the past, he would have vehemently opposed such measures, firmly believing in his authority over the training of his students. However, the profound lesson imparted by his former disciple, Chris, had shaken his convictions. Perhaps, the essence of power is not inherently flawed. Rather, it is the human heart that falters. Nevertheless, Zephyr now harbored new hope, and that hope was embodied in Teya. The attitude displayed by Teya during the assessment garnered the admiration of Zephyr, who saw a reflection of his younger self in the boy. He hoped that this young lad would tread a more stable path in the future. At that moment, an officer approached him from a distance. "Mr. Zephyr, the marshal requests your presence," the officer stated. "Understood. I shall attend immediately," Zephyr replied. After the officer departed, Zephyr exchanged a few words with the instructors under his command before leaving the training ground. Inside the marshal's office, Kong furrowed his brow as he perused a document. Just then, Zephyr entered the room. "Is there something you need from me?" Zephyr inquired, taking a seat unceremoniously at Kong's desk. "Zephyr, take a look at this," Kong said, placing a document face down and handing another one to Zephyr. Upon receiving the document, Zephyr's eyes narrowed in surprise. "Isn't this Teya's file? What does it mean for you to show me this?" Kong rested his chin on his hand and replied, "This file should not have been in the storage room. Yet I stumbled upon it. It seems someone intends to preserve the record of Yuli's affairs in writing." Initially, Zephyr had also discovered this in the storage room by chance. In truth, only the high-ranking naval officers were privy to the matters concerning General Yuli. Others had likely long forgotten, with only whispers remaining. At this moment, Zephyr pondered deeply, questioning the underlying significance of Kong presenting him with this document. "Zephyr, what are your thoughts on Teya?" Kong probed. "A remarkable young man. He was raised by Garp." "And you witnessed his performance during the assessment?" Zephyr responded without hesitation, causing Kong to fall silent. After a brief pause, Kong continued, "What do you think he will do upon learning about his parents? Could he possibly follow a similar radical path as Yuli?" Taken aback by Kong's words, Zephyr exclaimed, "Isn't that thinking too far ahead? He is still just a child. It's impossible. He is only 16, and even if he learns of these matters, that incident occurred 7 years ago. Moreover, the Rock's pirates no longer exist." Zephyr could hardly conceive of Teya engaging in any erratic behavior. Although he had contemplated informing Teya, he always felt the timing was not right and thus delayed. Standing up, Zephyr added, "The world government is showcasing the Battle of God Valley to create a narrative. But we understand that even if Yuli has distanced himself from the Marines, he remains an unsung hero." Kong remained silent, aware of why Zephyr held Teya in such high regard. He understood Zephyr well, and Teya's decision to forego the devil fruit brought Zephyr a sense of comfort. Yet, the path ahead for Teya may not necessarily be smooth. Kong slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "I was merely inquiring about your stance. And yet you divulged all these old matters. I am not concerned about Teya getting into trouble. Rather, I worry you may have set your expectations too high for him." Zephyr chuckled wryly, bidding farewell to Kong before departing. Alas, Kong sighed. He decided not to disclose the contents of the document to them. Picking up the file that had been set aside, he noted the title, "Responses from the First New Recruit Assessment," which contained only a few succinct sentences. The 3 fruit users who received rewards may be considered for future senior leadership training. Long-term observation of the new recruit Teya is recommended for potential development. The weather was clear, and a refreshing breeze swept through the air, invigorating the spirit. Teya was strolling along the streets of a quaint town, the vibrant town of Shireen on Phoenix Island. Teya and his companions have just arrived here, while Crane and the others headed to the naval branch in town for supplies. Teya, feeling somewhat bored, donned casual attire and meandered about. He carried with him 5,000 berries given by Crane, a sum obtained only after much persuasion. After all, it was not uncommon for him to forget to bring money when venturing out. However, 5,000 berries seemed neither too little nor too much, and fortunately, Teya did not have any particular purchases in mind. His primary expenditure would likely be for meals. The town, known as Shireen, earned its name due to the many bards who once graced its streets, rendering it a realm of poetry. Although the population is modest, Teya observed that beautiful melodies permeate the air, and smiles frequently adorn the faces of the townsfolk. Due to its unique geographical position, this place rarely, if ever, sees pirates. The series of islands to the northeast is far more suited for their respite. Nevertheless, despite the prevalence of pirates, they generally behave themselves in areas under naval jurisdiction, as they understand the principle that the first to stand out is often the first to be struck down. In places governed by naval authority, order tends to be maintained. Dew illuminates the morning, bowls brim with apples, calling, "Come by, come by." Ah, our fruits are better than theirs. This is truly the first time that Teya has witnessed a street vendor competing through song. Although the lyrics are rather ordinary, the performance is quite melodious. Teya's mood brightened considerably. As she strolled along, she noticed a restaurant to her right. Feeling quite hungry, she thought it would be delightful to indulge in a meal. Teya made her way towards the restaurant. Suddenly, she heard a child exclaiming from behind, "Sister, look quickly. It's that big brother." Teya curiously turned around and discovered two little girls, who appeared somewhat familiar, gazing at her with excitement. Teya inquired, "Do you recognize me?" A taller girl responded with a smile, "Don't you remember? It was you who saved both of us on Storm Island." This revelation sparked a memory within Teya, reminding her of the moment she had indeed rescued them. Little did she expect to encounter them here. Chapter 36. Born as a human in a quaint corner of the town stood a modest two-story house, although somewhat weathered in appearance. The entrance was adorned with an array of unfamiliar flowers, complemented by various other embellishments, giving it a unique charm. This was the home of the two sisters. Teya surveyed the interior of the room. Although it was quite simple, it exuded a pristine cleanliness that suggested the owner devotedly tidied it up almost every day. Initially, she intended to dine casually at a tavern, but the two sisters insisted fervently on inviting her to their home, making it difficult for her to decline. It was only when the younger sister displayed an expression on the verge of tears that Teya's heart softened. Teya fears nothing, no longer afraid of insects, except for the tears of a girl. Considering that he would set off tomorrow, Teya decided not to decline any further. Through their conversations during the journey, he learned the names of the two sisters. The elder sister is named Shelly, and the younger sister is called Sha. "Big brother, please make yourself comfortable. The meal will be ready shortly. No need for formalities, just call me Teya." Although Teya expressed her thoughts, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Were the two sisters truly living alone, without any adults? Glancing at Shuesha, who was seated nearby, engrossed in playing with a small bear, Teya felt a pang of discomfort. The meal, simple yet sumptuous, must have required Shirley to exhaust the household's provisions to prepare such a feast. Observing Shirley's somewhat weary demeanor, Teya felt a sense of embarrassment. However, it was no longer the time for pretense. To do so would be to disregard the kindness shown by others. The modest meal eventually came to an end. Teya assisted in tidying up and inquired, "By the way, how did you arrive here?" Upon hearing this, both Sherry and Sha revealed a fleeting expression of sorrow. Sherry then spoke, "After the incident on Storm Island, only my sister and I remained. We lost our home. Fortunately, a distant relative found us and brought us here, but..." Sherry paused momentarily. "He too passed away due to an unfortunate accident. I am deeply sorry." Teya did not anticipate that the two sisters would face an unending series of misfortunes. There are countless unfortunate souls in this world. Perhaps this is the reality of existence for the majority during tumultuous times. Merely surviving is already a stroke of fortune. Teya felt fortunate to have lived in a peaceful country before her transmigration, for there is no scar more difficult to heal than that inflicted by war. Shirley smiled resolutely, shaking her head, and then gently patted her sister's head. "So, how do you manage to make a living?" Teya inquired. "I usually sell flowers. But since my sister is still quite young, I cannot leave her alone at home. It makes me uneasy," Shirley replied. Upon hearing Shirley's answer, Teya nodded in understanding. It seemed that life was not easy for the two sisters. Without the house left by their relatives, they might have been forced to sleep on the streets. Moreover, the income from Shirley's flower sales barely sufficed to meet their basic needs. Teya noticed that although the sisters' clothing was clean, it appeared somewhat worn. The three of them engaged in a light conversation in the living room, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. Yusha yawned, prompting Shirley to coax her into taking a nap. During this time, Teya discreetly placed 5,000 berries in the kitchen cupboard. "It is all I have left. Any assistance, however small, is appreciated." At the port, Crane anxiously awaited beside the warship. "Where has Teya gone?" Report to Admiral Crane. We have searched everywhere but have not located Lieutenant Colonel Teya. Never mind. Time is of the essence. We shall not wait for her, Crane sighed, shaking her head. What if Lieutenant Colonel Teya cannot find us? She will undoubtedly inquire at the division. We shall set off. Crane received an urgent notification that a pirate had raided a merchant ship in the nearby waters. At such a critical juncture, being unable to locate Teya was likely due to her initial message indicating a departure the following day. It was both infuriating and amusing. Yet, time waits for no one. And she had no choice. After ensuring all supplies were in order, Crane's warship hastened toward the merchant ship's location. Meanwhile, Shasha had fallen asleep, and Shelley returned to the living room to continue her conversation with Teya. So, Teya, you are in the Navy, correct? Yes. What of it? Teya smiled at Sherry, sensing her hesitation, which piqued his curiosity. Sherry opened her mouth, yet the words remained unspoken, as if she were grappling with her thoughts. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. It is perfectly all right, Teya encouraged. Upon hearing his words, Sherry seemed to muster her courage and began. I cannot say for certain, but a few days ago, while I was gathering flowers on the mountain, I discovered. She paused mid-sentence, inching closer to Teya. Teya gazed in a daze at Sherry's fair visage, yet she had already leaned close to his ear. In a hushed tone, Sherry whispered, I observed a naval officer on the island, conversing merrily with a group resembling pirates, along with a vessel I have never seen before. Upon hearing this, Teya furrowed his brow. The notion of the Navy colluding with pirates struck him, and his thoughts immediately turned to Chris, although Sherry's statement carried an air of uncertainty. What did the officer look like? Do you possess any other pertinent information? Noticing Teya's serious demeanor, Sherry shrank back slightly and murmured, The officer appears to be Colonel Gyre from this division, for I recognized his distinctive handlebar mustache. Oh, and on the deck of that ship, there were several iron cages. But I dared not approach closely enough to discern what was contained within. Teya rested his chin in contemplation. A steel cage? What creature could be confined within? After pondering for quite some time, Teya found himself at a loss, for without having witnessed it with his own eyes, everything remained an enigma. However, he felt a sense of assurance. The encounter with the two sisters was entirely coincidental, and Sherry had no reason to deceive him. Perhaps it would be best to report to General Crane first. Resolute in his decision, Teya turned to Sherry and said, How about this? I will inform General Crane and see her perspective on the matter. I will accompany you. That is not feasible. Shueisha is still at home. Sherry replied thoughtfully, lowering her gaze. Will you return afterward? Teya smiled and said, Of course, I will provide you with a response. With that, she bid farewell to Shelley and departed towards the division's base. What did you say? Admiral Crane has left? Teya gazed incredulously at the lieutenant colonel before her. The very Colonel Gyra that Sherry had mentioned. Colonel Gyra, appearing somewhat helpless, remarked, Lieutenant Colonel Teya, General Tsuru indeed received an urgent assignment unexpectedly. But we were unable to locate you. Teya's emotions were tumultuous. She had significant matters to discuss with General He, yet she found herself entangled in such a predicament. Where could she seek understanding? At that moment, an elderly man was brought forth by a soldier, who addressed Colonel Gyra, expressing profound gratitude. Colonel Gyra, I am truly thankful to you. Without your assistance, this frail body of mine may have perished long ago. Upon uttering these words, the old man was overcome with tears. Gyra promptly approached to support the elder and retrieve some money from his pocket. It is nothing. This is merely my duty. You are feeling better now. So please take this and purchase some food and drink. The elder left, overflowing with thanks. Witnessing this scene, Teya felt a surge of confusion. Colonel Gyra appeared to be quite a commendable individual. Could it be that Sherry had misjudged him? Colonel Gyra exchanged a few polite remarks with Teya before stating that he had other matters to attend to and took his leave. Teya departed from the division's base. Fortunate that Heron had left his belongings for him before leaving. He donned his naval uniform. Strolling through the streets, even in the afternoon, the town remained vibrant, filled with the continuous sounds of vendors calling out. Several horse-drawn carts laden with goods passed by. Teya had encountered these carts upon his arrival. The same driver was at the reins, and at that time, the carts had been empty, likely having come to procure supplies. As he brushed past the carts, the driver, upon noticing Teya clad in naval attire, displayed a moment of surprise, quickly replaced by a smile. Such a youthful naval officer was indeed a rare sight. Ah, that wooden crate has a certain treasure-hunting allure to it, Teya remarked upon seeing the box atop the cart. He soon arrived once more at Sherry's residence. Remembering that Shusha was still asleep, Teya gently knocked on the door. However, to his astonishment, the door swung open on its own. Unlocked? Had someone gone out? Yet. As Teya stepped inside, he discovered a small bear plush lying on the floor at the threshold. It belonged to Shusha. In Teya's mind, memories of the words spoken by Shirley echoed. Cage, pirate, an unfamiliar ship. Wait a moment. Teya picked up the doll from the ground and rushed towards the location that Shelley had indicated beyond the mountain. Just moments ago, as he brushed past the carriage, he was unaware that within the canvas-covered box, Shelley and Shasha were bound and imprisoned. Through a small crack in the box, Shelley caught a glimpse of Teya. She longed to cry out for help, but her mouth was gagged with a strip of cloth. How could she have imagined this? Immediately after Teya left, two masked men, strangers to her, burst in and kidnapped her and Shasha. It dawned on her that the iron cage aboard that ship contained humans. They had fallen into the hands of slave traders. As Shelley took a final look at Teya through the crack, she could only silently pray, "Big brother, please come and save us." At that moment, Teya, filled with rage, dashed towards the location where Shelley had said the ship was docked. Employing both his swift feet and moonlit strides. "Wait for me, I am coming to rescue you." Chapter 37. Death to the human traffickers on the back mountain of Shireen Town. A dark gray ship lay anchored in the harbor. Several carriages, those Teya had seen earlier, were parked alongside the vessel. Numerous masked individuals armed with weapons patrolled the ship's deck, while others busily prepared to load goods from the carriages. Facing the ship was a cave, where two figures engaged in conversation. Beside them lay two open boxes filled with coins. "How is it, Colonel Jirai? I've given you double the payment this time. It's not a loss for you, is it?" "Indeed, quite generous. The two you captured should fetch a good price," replied Jirai, whose eyes gleamed with greed. The other individual, dressed like a merchant yet masked, wore red attire, distinguishing him from the others clad in black. With a hearty laugh, the merchant remarked, "They are indeed fine merchandise. Selling them at the auction will yield a handsome profit. Those celestial dragon nobles have wealth in abundance." Jirai understood well what the man implied. They were familiar with one another and had collaborated numerous times. In a world where survival was a challenge, money could buy life. Stealing a glance at the piles of gold, Jirai's lips curled into a sly grin. "When will the Navy earn a decent sum? What nonsense about justice? Once I save enough, I can find an island to live comfortably." A crew member approached. "Boss, everything is ready." The merchant nodded. "You all head to the old place ahead of me. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he and Jirai strolled into the cave, chatting amiably. Aboard the ship, Shelley and Shasha were untied and unceremoniously tossed into an iron cage. As ordinary children, they had no chance of resistance. And escape was not even a consideration. Shelley sat on the ground, cradling Shasha, observing the other cages that held numerous captives, some of whom belonged to unfamiliar races. Many bore wounds, while others had become emotionally numb. Since childhood, Shelley had heard tales of human trafficking. She feared she had now fallen victim to such a fate. "Sister, I'm scared." Shasha clung tightly to Shelley, tears brimming in her eyes. "Do not fear. I am here. Everything will be all right," Shelley reassured her. Hoping fervently that Teya would discover their plight, though that hope dwindled in her heart. Suddenly, a figure approached, covering them with a dark cloth, intensifying their tension and fear. Moments later, the outside erupted into chaos, accompanied by a loud crash that sent the entire ship reeling. "What is happening? Hurry and notify the boss. None of you can escape." Upon hearing Teya's voice, Shelley's heart soared with joy. "Thank heaven, we are saved. Just a minute late." Teya arrived just in time to prevent the ship from departing. His face, contorted with fury, fixated on the group of armed assailants advancing towards him. A hint of derision playing on his lips. Without a trace of mercy, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck one of them squarely in the face, causing the mask to cave in. The unfortunate soul was sent crashing into the cabin, producing a thunderous sound, leaving their fate uncertain. Standing resolutely on the deck, Teya's cape of justice billowed behind him, his gaze radiating an imposing aura that quelled the spirits of all present. With a chilling tone, he declared, "Traffickers of human lives deserve death." As he tore away the dark veils that shrouded the scene, Teya finally found the two sisters, Sherry and Shasha. "Are you both all right?" At that moment, Teya let out a sigh of relief, as he had been deeply concerned about his inability to save them in time. The sisters, unable to contain their emotions, burst into tears. Teya retrieved the key she had found and unlocked all the iron cages, liberating those who had been captured. The newly freed individuals, tears streaming down their faces, appeared to struggle with the reality of their liberation. "Thank you, Navy. Please tell me your name." "I shall not forget you." One of the fishmen approached Teya and spoke. This marked Teya's first encounter with a genuine fishman. Behind him stood two others who bore a striking resemblance, suggesting they were brothers. Teya smiled and waved her hand, saying, As a member of the Navy. This is my duty. The fisherman nodded, but glanced around at the fallen enemies and remarked, their leader is not among them. Upon hearing this, Teya furrowed her brow. Yet after inquiring with the others, she found that no one was aware of what had transpired. Teya entrusted the merman with the care of the others, deciding to remain aboard the vessel and await developments. The merman acquiesced, leading the group around the rear mountain in search of a suitable place to rest. Oh. By the way, here, take this and keep it safe. Teya emerged from behind, presenting a small teddy bear to Shisha, who, filled with delight, embraced the plush toy tightly. Gently patting Shisha on the head, Teya turned to Shirley and said, once this matter is resolved, I shall seek you out. Shirley, biting her lip, replied, you must be cautious. As the group departed, Teya remained on the ship, awaiting further developments. Upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief for having missed the timing with Admiral Crane. Otherwise, the sisters' whereabouts would have been uncertain. Yet, who orchestrated such a nefarious slave trade? Is the ocean truly this merciless? What, I wonder, is it that you summoned me here to convey? In a secluded chamber deep within the cave, Jiraiya began to grow impatient with the man before him. He still had matters to attend to and had already been away for too long. This hidden chamber was constructed by Jiraiya to discreetly conceal his activities, serving as the lower level of his office, connected by a secret door. All the wealth he amassed through these dealings was stored here, and he had envisioned a future where he could purchase a ship and vanish with his fortune. The man's demeanor shifted, and he coldly inquired, are you truly unaware of the situation? Though masked. The man's eyes radiated a chilling intensity that seemed to lower the temperature within the chamber. I do not comprehend your meaning. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, gesturing towards him. Speak plainly. The man removed his mask, revealing a sinister countenance. You have indeed engaged in dealings with Fatty, have you not? Jiraiya was well aware of who Fatty was, a rival in the slave trade, akin to an adversary. The price offered by Fatty had been double the usual rate, leaving Jiraiya with little choice. With a forced smile, Jiraiya responded, such trivial matters. We are all driven by monetary gain, wouldn't you agree? The man merely regarded Jiraiya with a cold, silent stare, causing Jiraiya's smile to falter. He realized that a resolution was unlikely today. Suddenly, the man turned his back, seemingly speaking to himself. I have collaborated with many, yet rules are rules. We established an independent partnership. Each word resonated with a palpable sense of menace. Should you dare to harm me, I am a naval commander. Jiraiya retorted. With the deeds you have committed, how can you even claim to be part of the Navy? Thank you for your ongoing cooperation. I shall utilize your savings to sharpen my blade. Jiraiya's countenance darkened instantly as he drew his sword, pointing it at the man. A violent confrontation was now inevitable. Chapter 38. What level are you on? Teya remained on the vessel, awaiting the arrival of an individual. It was not until she observed a figure emerging from a nearby cave that her curiosity was piqued. Could it be him? Teya fixed her icy gaze upon the man, who donned a striking red mask and carried 2 boxes slung over his shoulder. Upon catching sight of the ship, the man appeared momentarily taken aback, yet he continued to stride purposefully in its direction. Teya regarded the man with caution. Having no intention of concealing herself any further, she leaped down from the vessel with determination. Upon spotting Teya, the man did not halt his advance but continued onward. He merely tossed the box he was carrying onto the ground and approached Teya. When he was still 20 meters away, he came to a standstill and inquired, Who are you? Teya let out a cold laugh and remarked, This statement should be mine to make. The man scrutinized Teya closely, although young. He was clad in the attire of a naval officer. In the intelligence he possessed, there appeared to be no mention of such an individual. Since you stand here, it seems that the cargo aboard my ship has been released by you? They are human beings. Teya spoke with unwavering conviction, his patience stretched thin. Had he not been restraining himself, he would have long since confronted him with force. This contemptible wretch, who regards human life as mere fodder, what makes you believe you possess the right to act thus? At this moment, Teya was ablaze with fury. He understood that reasoning with such an individual was futile, for their worldview had become grotesquely distorted. This is the law of the world. It seems you have yet to encounter many trials, young sailor. Do not present yourself with an air of dominion. Stripped of your facade, you are nothing more than an ordinary man. The man remained silent, yet he drew 2 daggers from his waist. It appeared that negotiation was no longer an option. Teya furrowed her brow slightly, her right foot pushing off as she charged towards the man. In the span of a single breath, she closed the 20-meter distance, her right fist aimed squarely at his face. Yet, in the next moment, the man's figure flickered, and he inexplicably vanished. Teya felt a chill run down her spine, prompting her to swiftly evade to the side. In her previous position, Several glimmers of cold light had already flashed by. Even she, Teya, broke out in a slight cold sweat. It had indeed been precarious, and her anger had nearly led her to make a grave mistake. To her surprise, this individual possessed quite remarkable speed. The man, having failed to launch a counterattack, remained unfazed. It seemed that there were still a few capable individuals among the Navy, unlike that Gilray. What have you done to Gilray? Upon hearing the man's words, Teya sensed an underlying implication and retorted with a question. To her surprise, the man merely let out a cold chuckle before suddenly lunging towards her with a dagger. The clash of blades erupted along the riverbank, resonating with a cacophony of metallic sounds. After exchanging blows several times, Teya discerned that while the man's strength was unremarkable, his swiftness was remarkable, yet she remained perplexed by the nature of his elusive movements. Once she became accustomed to his techniques, Teya abruptly altered her approach. In a race of speed, I shall not yield to you. The man visibly faltered, revealing an opening. With a flurry of strikes, she unleashed a barrage of jabs. At the opportune moment, Teya unleashed a fierce assault that struck the man with considerable force. His cloak was instantly rendered tattered, and blood began to flow. Having landed a decisive blow, she sought to capitalize on his vulnerability. Teya delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying through the air. As he fell, he hurled the dagger in his hand toward her. However, the throw was feeble and easily evaded by Teya. Observing the man sprawled on the ground, Teya remarked, "Surrender willingly." "Humph, you possess some skill, but this is where it ends." Just then, she felt a sudden weakness, collapsing onto one knee and gasping for breath. The man slowly rose to his feet and approached Teya. "You are still too young," he taunted. "While you were fighting me, I had already dispersed a concocted poison into the air. You may not have noticed, but you must have inhaled a significant amount by now. Do not worry. It will not kill you, but it will leave you powerless." "What?" Teya gasped in disbelief, realizing that this man had resorted to poison. Teya wished to struggle to her feet, only to discover that she lacked the strength to do so. "Is this what is sapping my power?" Teya gritted her teeth and said, "Since you are despicable enough to resort to poison, why not simply kill me?" "Kill you? What a pity that would be. A slave like you could fetch a handsome price," the man replied as he approached Teya, picking up the dagger from the ground. "After all, someone like you would provide entertainment for the celestial dragons for quite some time. It is merely uncertain how long you would endure." Upon hearing these words, Teya gradually regained her composure. Celestial dragons? So that is it. Teya recalled the events surrounding the Sabaody archipelago. A time when no one harbored anything but disdain for the celestial dragons. The mere thought of that fool in a bubble helmet made him feel nauseous. As he lowered his gaze, Teya caught sight of the mark on his hand. It was not yet over. Activating the mark skill to restore his stamina, he felt a warmth radiating from the back of his hand. Indeed, it proved effective. Teya regained some strength. With a determined effort, he struggled to his feet and held his breath, dashing to the right. He needed to distance himself from this area at the very least. The man had not anticipated that Teya still possessed some energy, but upon seeing Teya's diminished vigor, he smirked and pursued him relentlessly. In his heart, Teya pondered that this individual might resort to poison, yet he remained oblivious to the means employed. As he continued to run, he diligently recuperated his stamina, sensing his strength gradually returning. When he felt sufficiently restored, Teya came to a halt. "What is this? Do you not intend to flee any longer?" the man mocked. Sensing that Teya appeared to have reached his limit, "You are mistaken. I merely wish to relocate our confrontation," Teya replied. Without further ado, Teya charged towards the man with all his might. The man retaliated by flinging a handful of powdery substance towards Teya. However, Teya paid no heed to this distraction and landed a powerful punch squarely on the man's face, shattering his mask. The man's pallid visage contorted grotesquely as he was struck. Moreover, Teya seized the man's cloak with his left hand and delivered a right hook to his abdomen, further distorting the man's expression. As he continued to pummel the man, Teya shouted, "Do you truly believe the same tactics will be effective against a Saint Seiya? You dare to employ such tricks again? I won't be out of breath." After a relentless barrage, the man was left resembling a battered wreck, succumbing to unconsciousness. Teya plopped down onto the ground in exasperation. How infuriating. It was always the same with these insidious individuals, reveling in their underhanded tactics. Gazing at the fallen figure of the pig-headed man, Teya remarked with a hint of disdain, "Is your character as twisted as your methods? The world of pirates shames itself with your presence." Despite emerging from the battle relatively unscathed, the effects of the poison left Teya feeling as drained as if he had sustained serious injuries. That cave? Could it be that the man mentioned, Colonel Jirai, is already? What misfortune, indeed, Colonel Teya. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from behind him. just as Teya was about to turn around. He felt a sharp pain in his back. It seemed he had received a kick. Who could it be? The fallen Teya, grimacing in pain, struggled to rise, only to be astonished by the sight before him. The person smiling at him was none other than Colonel Jirei. What? Are you surprised? Has that scoundrel on the ground informed you that I am already dead? Teya gritted her teeth and stood up, asking, why? Jirei lit a cigarette, leisurely exhaling a smoke ring. What else could it be for, considering my lack of power? Upon observing the sardonic expression on Jire's face, Teya's countenance darkened immediately. So it was you who orchestrated all of this. Chapter 39, Collision. Let us take a moment to rest here. The group that had managed to escape, under the guidance of the fishermen, had reached a forest not far from the town, except for the sisters Sherry and Shasha, who were relatively well. The others were exhausted and parched. Sitting on the ground to recuperate, they deliberated on their next course of action. The overwhelming majority longed to return home, perhaps the purest desire that arises after enduring hardships. Yet, given their current state, such a return seemed daunting. Fear held them back from approaching the town. After prolonged discussion, no viable solution emerged. At that moment, Sherry gathered some wild fruits and shared them with the group, as even amidst great adversity, one must nourish oneself. Sherry looked at her companions, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, before proposing, I have an idea. My home is located in a secluded area of the town, where few people reside. We can rest there before planning our next steps. However, this suggestion was swiftly dismissed by the fishermen, who argued that the town was no longer safe. They could not guarantee that there were no spies from the slave organization lurking about, especially since the sisters had been directly abducted. Returning now would only place them in jeopardy. At that moment, an elderly man with a grizzled beard inquired, Little girl, what was your relationship with that naval officer? He is my savior, she replied. Then, the youngest of the Fishman brothers spoke up, his face etched with hatred. The Navy is no better than the pirates or those who captured us. We were seized by the Navy and sold to the slave traders. Many among the group bowed their heads at this revelation, seemingly sharing a similar fate with the fishermen. Indeed, we have committed no wrongdoing. Why should we be captured? Sherry interjected, but wasn't it the Navy that saved us this time? Moreover, he has rescued me twice now. I believe there are villains in this world. Yet there are still good people among us. However, her words failed to resonate with the others. Perhaps they had grown numb to hope. After all, they believed that in this world, kindness often amounts to nothing. At this moment, Teya had transitioned from anger to calmness. It is often said that beneath a magnificent exterior lies an abundance of ugliness. She understood that within the Navy, there would be scoundrels who oppress the innocent and collude with pirates. Yet, she never expected to encounter such a reality so soon. With no means to contact others, she realized she could only rely on herself. Teya recalled the treacherous Colonel Mouse, who had colluded with Alone and could not help but see a likeness in the present Colonel Jirei. Although the time spent was fleeting, Teya, as a naval officer, felt compelled to fulfill his duties. The foundation of upholding justice lies in first ensuring one's own righteousness. Individuals like Jirei are unworthy of the title of naval officer. Teya spoke word by word. You are unworthy to don this military uniform. His words were more melodious than any song. Jirei responded with a detached smile, unfazed. I will forge my own path. This matter does not concern you. It may not concern me, but having encountered you today, I shall indeed take it upon myself, Teya declared. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward with a swift motion. Those consumed by rage often exhibit a sudden sense of calm, and Teya was no exception. As he ran, he swung his right arm, delivering a solid blow to Jire's face. Iron block, Jire remarked, signifying his successful defense against Teya's assault. In an instant, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Teya, who deftly grasped Jire's fist with his left hand, wrenching his arm and slamming him to the ground as though wielding a mighty hammer. Dust erupted, and the earth beneath them was significantly dented. After a brief pause, Jire rose, softly coughing twice. Soon after, the two resumed their fierce combat. It was evident that Teya held a considerable advantage over Jire. Although both were of the rank of lieutenant colonel, there remained a distinction between divisions and headquarters. However, such disparities were often merely reflected in rank. Ultimately, it was the individual that mattered. The chaotic strikes of Teya's spear resounded dully against the iron block of Jire. Yet the expression on Jire's face revealed that he was gritting his teeth in determination. With another kick, Teya sent Jire flying, landing on the ground covered in dirt. Nevertheless, Jire managed to rise once more. You truly should have departed with Admiral Crane, Jire remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon Teya. Otherwise, you would not meet your demise here. What does that mean? Even in such dire circumstances, you still dare to speak so boldly? Teya chuckled softly and remarked, "You are at your wit's end. Why pretend to be capable? Surrender willingly." Yet, Gilray displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he burst into laughter. A mere lieutenant commander of the Navy, still in his youth. He declared, "I was merely toying with you before. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true strength." With that, Gilray suddenly swept his right hand, as if casting something towards Teya. Teya abruptly retreated, only to hear a series of soft thuds. The spot where Teya had just stood was now littered with a dozen or so concealed weapons resembling nails. Yet again, such devices. One had employed poison. And now another resorted to hidden weapons. Is there truly no spark of creativity among you? Do you scoundrels revel in playing underhanded tricks? Teya furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Jirei before uttering, "Is this all?" However, at that moment, Jirei had already charged forward, displaying an unmistakable determination. The two fists collided, and blood oozed from the gaps, dripping onto the ground. Yet, to Teya's surprise, a pained expression emerged on his face. Jirei sneered. "You've fallen into my trap, kid. I am a user of the devil fruit." With that, he abruptly retracted his fist, creating a slender jet of blood. Teya gazed at the gaping wound on his right hand, blood seeping from it, as he endured the pain and turned his attention to Gyre. To his astonishment, he noticed a slender nail protruding from Gyre's fist, smeared with droplets of blood, as if it had grown from his very hand. A devil fruit? Could it be that the row of nails was a manifestation of his power? Do you understand the purpose behind my relentless pursuit of wealth? Gyre effortlessly extracted the nail from his hand, clutching it tightly in his palm, toying with it incessantly. He then cast a cold glance at Teya and declared, "It was for this devil fruit that I spent 100 million berries. I have schemed for so long, all to live the life I desire. Let me enlighten you. Young lad, in this world, power, wealth, and strength are paramount. Without them, you are nothing." The more Gyre spoke, the more fervent he became, revealing a sinister, enigmatic smile. "Do you know how the former division chief treated me? Do you have any idea how much I've earned after years of toil in this division? No. You do not, which renders you unqualified to lecture me. Justice? Bah, spare me the pretense of being a noble wolf. How can you concern yourself with the lives of others when you cannot even safeguard your own?" With that, Gyre paused, fixing his gaze on the upright figure of Teya before him. Teya spoke up, "But how does your action differ from those who treat you this way?" Upon hearing this, Gyre merely chuckled coldly. "A living slave can command a good price. Surely, he is far more valuable than a lifeless corpse." Teya finds herself at a loss for words, confronted by yet another twisted individual. However, judging by this person's abilities, they do not appear to belong to the natural or animal categories. They must be of the superhuman variety. Were they to possess natural abilities, Teya would be at a significant disadvantage. Yet, should the adversary be able to strike a tangible form, the outcome becomes clear. Action is the only recourse. To speak candidly, I wield the power of the superhuman nail fruit. Your chances of victory are non-existent. The nail fruit? How intriguing. Teya furrowed her brow, casting a cold smile at Jirei. "Then let me be candid with you. The very thought of your fruit is quite displeasing to me." Chapter 40. Proficiency soars. The battle between Teya and Gyre continues unabated. Relying on his devil fruit powers, Gyre maintains a distance from Teya, incessantly launching spiky projectiles in an attempt to exhaust Teya's stamina. However, in terms of physical combat, Teya possesses a clear advantage, having found several opportunities to draw closer to Gyre. Yet, the very essence of Gyre's cursed fruit not only repulses Teya but also leaves him at a loss for how to counter it. Each time Gyre is on the verge of being attacked, he generates spikes for defense, resembling a frenzied hedgehog. These spikes are exceedingly sharp, as evidenced by the debris behind Teya, punctured with countless spikes. The battle shows no signs of progress, and even the usually composed Teya begins to feel a tinge of impatience. Nevertheless, Teya has discerned that the number of new spikes Gyre can produce is somewhat limited. It appears that when he generates a multitude of spikes, he is unable to employ his projectile attacks. With this insight, Teya begins to contemplate a new offensive strategy. For until now, his assaults have merely been exploratory. What is the matter? Did you not claim you would defeat me? Gyre boasts with a smug grin, which is rather irksome. However, Teya pays him no mind, having entered a state of heightened concentration. After all, Gyre merely relies on the abilities granted by his devil fruit. In terms of raw strength, he is barely half of what Chris is, though the latter is a master of martial arts. Seeing Teya's indifference, Gyre flings another volley of spikes. If there exists a term for a hail of bullets, then this moment could aptly be described as a rain of iron spikes. Were this reality, one could amass a fortune merely from selling scrap metal. Teya harbors no fear of the nails that shield Jiraiya, primarily because, although Jiraiya relies solely on his singular move, the iron block, when combined with his fruit ability, it becomes quite troublesome, even if Teya manages to dislodge the superficial nails. The subsequent iron block defense remains a source of vexation. At present, Teya possesses the strength to breach Jiraiya's iron block defense. However, under such dual protection, any damage inflicted upon Jiraiya is significantly diminished. This is a source of frustration for Teya. If only he had mastery over Haki, he could have easily stripped this old porcupine of its quills, sparing himself from such complications. Currently, Teya feels akin to encountering an opponent in a video game who, despite their lackluster skills, persists in surviving and even taunts him. The sight of Jiraiya grimacing and mocking from across the way is a vivid embodiment of this sentiment. Teya began to grow increasingly irate, charging forward once more. In terms of speed, Teya was undoubtedly significantly quicker than Gile. Yet, it proved futile. Repeated attempts yielded no results against the spiked armor. Gile once again summoned a multitude of spikes to the surface, and for good measure, he reinforced himself with iron blocks. Gile mused, "Even if I stand still and allow you to strike, what can you truly accomplish?" However, Teya suddenly executed a sharp stop and leaped backward, tracing graceful arcs through the air. With a swift motion, several azure blades of vacuum sword energy surged toward Gile, who was momentarily taken aback and hastily evaded. Witnessing this, Teya revealed a faint smile, convinced that Gile could not withstand such an attack. As Gile dodged, Teya had already positioned himself behind him. Thanks to the speed of the shave technique and the distance he had just closed, it all transpired in an instant. By the time Gile sought to defend himself, it was too late. Relying solely on instinct, he managed to conjure a mere layer of spikes. Yet, Teya's full-powered punch descended upon him, followed by two distinct sounds, one being the sound of Teya's fist piercing through the spikes, and the other the sound of Gile spitting out a mouthful of blood. Teya raised his right hand, noticing two nails embedded in it. With an expressionless face, he extracted the nails. Perhaps due to a surge of adrenaline or perhaps because he had grown numb to pain, Teya felt no discomfort. On the ground, Gyre struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Teya with a hint of surprise. "Do you know all 6 styles?" The earlier blow had struck him squarely in the midsection, despite his utmost effort to generate a nail armor. He could hardly fathom Teya's reckless determination to deliver such a punch, even at the risk of crippling himself. The impact had been solid, and Gyre was significantly injured. They were both individuals who had come to terms with their fates. "What are you living for?" Suddenly, Gyre's question caused Teya to furrow his brow slightly. Yet, before Teya could respond, Gyre continued, "I live for myself. I understand that whether it is wealth or power, what others possess is of no consequence. What truly matters is what one possesses oneself. All my actions, no matter how many reasons I provide, are fundamentally flawed. The fault lies not with me but with my stance. After all, from the moment I killed my former commander to ascend to the rank of major, there was no turning back." "Well, you truly do speak without restraint. It's unfortunate that you are not worthy of sympathy." Gyre seemed resolute, gathering his strength to charge at Teya once more. However, in his injured state, he lacked the capability to obstruct Teya any longer. Teya suffered 2 injuries to his fists. Although the wounds were not extensive, they ran deep, and he had lost considerable blood during the battles. Coupled with the exhaustion from his earlier confrontation with the masked man, he was now feeling quite fatigued. Yet, to his astonishment, Gyre began relentlessly launching an unending barrage of nails. The nails scattered across the ground were accumulating, nearly forming a small mound. Teya gradually approached Jiraiya, employing a flurry of attacks that rained down upon him, leaving him with no strength to defend himself. As Teya ceased his assault and gazed at the bloody Jiraiya, an inexplicable sense of desire welled up within him. He felt an exhilarating thrill at the sight of blood. Perhaps it was due to his own significant loss of blood, but during the battle, he sensed his body becoming somewhat weightless. Lying on the ground, Jiraiya gasped. "I once believed that obtaining the devil fruit would equate to acquiring power, yet now it seems utterly laughable." Teya sat on the ground, resting, and upon hearing those words, she lifted her head in contemplation. Those who believed that possessing a devil fruit rendered them invincible were, alas, beyond redemption. In the end, Teya added silently to herself, "Unless you are truly invincible." Jiraiya let out a cold laugh, choosing to remain silent. The sky gradually darkened, and the golden sunlight glimmered upon the nails embedded in the earth, sparkling like the waves upon the sea. This day had been filled with an abundance of experiences. Teya himself was uncertain about the reasons behind it. The last time on Storm Island was no different. Each time he set sail, he encountered peculiar and often exasperating situations. At this moment, Teya was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, striving to organize his thoughts. This world concealed far too many mysteries yet to be unraveled. And given the changing times, he could no longer rely on his past perceptions of pirates. He must forge his own path. Perhaps he could endeavor to amend those unfortunate circumstances, but the weight of the pressure was immense. Such reflections ought not to dwell within the mind of a mere 16-year-old. Yet he was not just any youth. He was the future of the Navy, still brimming with time, uncertain of the extent of what he might accomplish. He considered that a shift could indeed be beneficial. Suddenly, a system notification startled Teya. The proficiency of the 6 forms has progressed to a new stage. Continue striving. Taken aback, he pondered. There was never a notification before. What is different today? Teya hurriedly opened the system interface. Upon accessing the martial arts interface, Teya was astonished. How could the proficiency have increased so significantly? Teya's proficiency in the 6 styles has reached a commendable state of gradual improvement. Chapter 41. There is still much for you to learn. 3 days later. At the port of Shireen Town. Colonel Teya, we owe you our gratitude. Without your intervention, we would still be mired in uncertainty. Thank you for saving our town. The speaker was an elderly gentleman, the mayor of Shireen Town, whom Teya had encountered previously when inquiring with Jair about the whereabouts of the crane. Initially, he had presumed the mayor was allied with Jair, but later realized that this was not the case. It could be said that Jair was orchestrating a grand scheme. Jair fabricated lies to conceal the truth and deliberately instigated events that garnered the trust of the townsfolk. In reality, he was secretly on the lookout for suitable prey. He spent considerable time finding a doppelganger to impersonate him in dealings with the slave organization, even orchestrating the transaction with the fat man as part of his elaborate plan, all driven by his own selfish desires. Jair believed his machinations were airtight and, having acquired a coveted devil fruit through the underground black market, he had amassed sufficient wealth. He had resolved to depart from this place. He forged documents to leave in his office, falsely claiming to be investigating the activities of the slave organization, and summoned his proxy to invite the masked man for a new deal. The 2 sisters were also targets he had identified. Knowing that their solitary existence meant their disappearance would go unnoticed, making them perfect bait to lure the masked man. The transaction with the fat man was intentionally leaked to ensure the masked man would seek him out for retribution. He was confident that he would come. This was one of Jair's schemes, to leverage others while creating a faude of his own demise, for only the dead keep secrets. This was a remark Jair made during his interrogation by General He upon his return. However, Jair had underestimated Teya, failing to anticipate that he would be acquainted with the 2 sisters. The masked man killed Jair's doppelganger in the cave, and from there, the events unfolded as we know. Even so, Jair could have left and vanished, but he returned with the intent to kill Teya, prompting Teya to question him in confusion. Jair replied, "Not just you. I will also hunt down those 2 sisters. Alas, it seems I have overestimated myself. She appeared where she should not have." Jair chuckled coldly. "Do you think I'm unaware of these matters? Without you, I would have thoroughly tormented them." Before Jair could finish his sentence, Teya kicked him, only to be restrained by others. "You scoundrel. Teya, step outside." Thus, the matter concluded, with Jair and the slave organization being escorted to Justice Island for trial. The entire division underwent a significant overhaul, with new officers taking charge in Shireen Town. Once everything was in place, it was time for Teya to depart. The individuals from the slave ship had already been transported away by a dedicated military vessel. As they left, the eldest of the Fishman brothers exchanged words with Teya. "Thank you, Teya. You saved my life. If you ever visit Fishman Island, do come to my home as a guest." The Fishman grasped Teya's hand tightly. Teya smiled and said, "Fishman Island, is it? I find myself somewhat eager. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly go. Alas, upon my return, I cannot escape a scolding from our leader." The Fishman gazed at the sea and sighed. You still have a leader? I thought you were merely 3 brothers." "You misunderstand," the Fishman replied, scratching his head, seemingly unable to find the words to articulate his thoughts. Teya smiled and urged them to board the ship promptly. For returning home was their true destination. Everything was beginning to return to normal. "Teya, we are ready to set sail as well. Sister He, please hold on a moment." Teya approached the crowd of townsfolk who had come to bid him farewell, where the sisters Sherry and Shasha stood beside the mayor, gazing at him with eyes filled with reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, Teya said, "Mayor, there is one matter I wish to entrust to you." The warship gradually departed from the harbor. All the naval personnel stationed at the port saluted the vessel. "Farewell, sailors. Please take care of yourselves, and thank you. Amidst the jubilant cheers of farewell, Teya heard a melodious song emanating from the distant warship. It was the residents of Shireen Town bidding farewell to Teya and the others in their unique manner, for this is the realm of bards. Teya reminisced about the time following the conclusion of the event, the warmth of the island's inhabitants, and the delightful cuisine they shared. It was yet another unforgettable memory. The residents on the shore did not depart until the warship vanished beyond the horizon. After bidding farewell, life must carry on. Surely, Shasha. How about living with Grandpa from now on and assisting in managing the town's library? The two sisters exchanged a smile and nodded in unison. Before her departure, Teya expressed her concerns about the well-being of the two sisters and requested the mayor to look after them. The mayor, being childless and without family, readily agreed. You may come and reside with me. I have plenty of vacant rooms. Very well, grandfather, we shall go and tidy up, they replied. After bidding farewell to the mayor, the sisters returned home to pack their essential belongings. Their possessions were few, and they swiftly organized everything. However, while Sherry was arranging the cupboard, she discovered 5,000 burley hidden beneath a plate. She immediately surmised that Teya must have placed it there. The image of a young boy flashed in her mind, and Sherry tightly clutched the 5,000 burley, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Yet, unexpectedly, a solitary tear, as lustrous as a pearl, fell from her eye, tracing a damp path down her cheek. Could it be, sir? Teya stood on the deck, exclaiming in astonishment, which piqued the curiosity of those around him. It appeared that Crane and Teya were engaged in a heated discussion, exchanging peculiar words. Hurry up and give it to me, Crane urged Teya, seemingly demanding something from him. Teya gazed at him with a look of exasperation and said, Sister, why are you asking me to return the money you gave me? Didn't you say you had no use for it? His retort left Teya utterly speechless. Just 5 minutes earlier, Teya and he had been standing at the bow of the ship, exchanging thoughts about recent events. In their casual conversation, the topic of money had arisen inadvertently. He had casually inquired what Teya had purchased, to which Teya replied without a second thought that she had bought nothing. Only after speaking did Teya recall that the 5,000 berries had indeed been spent, as she had given it all to Sherry. Thus, the earlier exchange unfolded. All right. I admit I did not make any purchases, Teya conceded, and proceeded to recount the entire incident to he. After listening, he expressed her agreement with Teya's decision. With a soft sigh, he remarked, there are far too many unfortunate children in this world. Not everyone is as fortunate. Teya gazed at Crane, lost in contemplation. To read a myriad of books, to traverse countless miles, and to encounter innumerable individuals, these words resonate profoundly now. Previously, Teya did not fully grasp their significance, but in hindsight, they ring undeniably true. Each person is akin to a book, a path, with unique content and destinations that diverge from one another. This world is neither as splendid as one might envision nor as dismal as feared. Shaya, what occupies your thoughts? Huh? I wasn't thinking. Wait, Sister Crane. What did you just call me? Teya stared wide-eyed at Crane, who wore a mischievous grin. Shaya, doesn't it sound unpleasant? What kind of Shaya is that? It sounds like a magical boy. Forget I said anything. Do as you please. Crane found Teya's irritated expression quite amusing. The way you treat her. Could it be that you harbor feelings for that girl? Teya gazed incredulously at the Crane, suddenly questioning whether she had boarded the wrong vessel. However, the Crane merely waved a hand and turned its gaze towards the seagulls soaring across the sky. Teya, there remains much for you to learn. The Crane seemed to muse aloud, brushing aside the hair that the wind had swept into its eyes. Some matters cannot be resolved through sheer force. The intricacies of the human heart are far more complex than you might imagine. Teya nodded. Indeed, after these two events, he had grown significantly. He naturally understood these principles. Yet some matters could only be truly comprehended through personal experience. The essence of a pear can only be discerned through tasting it. He continued, however, the fact that you triumphed over a devil fruit user sheds light on why you choose not to consume such fruits. Upon hearing this, Teya furrowed his brows. Huh? You already know? What do you know? From tomorrow onward, I shall train you in the art of Haki. What? All right. Teya was momentarily exhilarated. Then he turned to Crane with a smile. Crane, smiling in return, playfully gave him a light tap on the head. Teya immediately crouched down, clutching his head. What have I done wrong? On what grounds do you strike me? Is there some sort of addiction to this violence? Crane, however, explained that it was due to the use of Haki entanglement, which was why it hurt so much. Truly, it was no surprise that he shared this flaw with those of the same era as Garp. Nevertheless, Teya finally began to grasp the concept of armament Haki. As Crane had mentioned, a myriad of lessons awaited him in the future. Chapter 42, Cultivating Haki in a certain maritime region of the Grand Line. A black ship sailed across the waters, strikingly similar to the vessel from Shireen Town, albeit twice its size. Inside the cabin, a figure wearing a gray mask held a din mushy, seemingly engaged in a conversation, although his face was obscured. The design of the mask bore a resemblance to the red mask from Shireen Town. After a while, he stepped onto the deck, approaching a man clad in black. "Captain, Number 15 has been captured by the Navy." As he spoke, the masked man bowed his head respectfully, clearly intimidated by the figure before him. The man in black appeared oblivious, engrossed in a book he held. After a considerable time, the man in black closed his book and gazed out at the vast sea. "Find someone to take his place." "Understood." The gray-masked man bowed once more before turning to leave. Not long after, the man in black's waist emitted the sound of a din mushy. He answered the call but remained silent, listening intently. A cunning voice came through the receiver. "It's me, with new information. The celestial dragons will arrive next month to procure new goods." The man merely grunted in response before hanging up, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. He walked across the deck, the sound of his boots echoing with each step. Meanwhile, from beneath the deck, the faint sounds of wailing and the crack of a whip could be heard. In the confines of his cabin, Teya had just completed his daily regimen of physical training. A commitment he had never wavered from since he embarked on this journey, steadily increasing the intensity according to his own needs, for his physical prowess was now formidable. Following the recent events, Crane harbored a tinge of apprehension upon learning that Teya's adversary was a user of a devil fruit. Fortunately, it was merely a common paramecia type. The ding fruit. Had the opponent been of any Logia type, capable of elemental transformation in combat, Teya would have found himself in perilous circumstances. This concern underscored Crane's motivation to train him in Haki, particularly armament Haki. Previously, she had refrained from broaching the subject, believing that Zifa would be better suited to impart such knowledge. However, her priorities had shifted, and upon their return to headquarters, she would grant him a respite before ensuring he received proper instruction from Zifa. In truth, Crane herself was an adept practitioner of both armament and observation Haki. She recognized Teya's innate talent for physical combat, coupled with his awakening of observation Haki, suggesting that mastering armament Haki would not be overly challenging for him. As a naval strategist, her foresight exceeded that of her peers. She understood that in the vast oceans of the future, users of devil fruits would undoubtedly proliferate. Though that moment had yet to arrive, armament Haki would serve as a crucial weapon against this burgeoning threat. Teya's distinctiveness among other recruits piqued her interest. His earnest demeanor and kind character were qualities she deeply admired. Yet, unbeknownst to Teya, who often found himself on the receiving end of beatings, he perceived Crane as somewhat temperamental. After donning a fresh set of attire, Teya stepped out onto the deck, where Crane awaited him. Having shed her cloak in favor of a standard Navy training uniform, the normally affable Crane bore an unusually stern expression today, prompting Teya to adopt a serious demeanor as he prepared to absorb her instruction. During Teya's time in the recruit camp, while Zifa had mentioned armament Haki, it had merely been a cursory introduction. No hands-on training had been provided. The nature of armament Haki necessitated a certain level of physical strength. Training it with their then current capabilities would have been a futile endeavor. The correlation was clear. The greater one's physical strength, the more potent their armament Haki would be. Without sufficient physical prowess, one lacked the qualifications to train in it, and even if they attempted, their abilities would remain feeble in comparison to others. Teya's rate of improvement was astonishing. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he was somewhat late in his pursuit of armament Haki. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that despite his significant advancements in combat, his offensive strategies remained rather singular, primarily relying on the six forms. Teya has always felt as though she is ensnared in a quagmire. Mastering the art of Haki would, to some extent, liberate her from dependence, as an enhancement in power simultaneously augments her freedom in battle. Crane gazed at Teya and remarked, "Originally, it was Zephyr who was meant to instruct you. Yet you are aware that should you encounter a Logia user one day, you would find yourself in dire straits." Teya nodded earnestly, as this was a matter she had been contemplating for quite some time. Every technique possesses varying degrees of strength. Where there is strength, there is also weakness. And the same holds true for armament Haki. Crane devoted herself to sharing her insights and experiences, genuinely dedicating herself to instructing Teya, though Teya possesses some understanding. The guidance of a teacher will undoubtedly offer a fresh perspective. These points are also what I gleaned from Zfa's teachings. Firstly, the most fundamental concept is the entanglement of will. What does this entanglement of will entail? Now, Teya, stand still. He raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and then brought it down towards Teya's head. Teya suddenly exclaimed and managed to evade the attack. I understand. There's no need for you to demonstrate in person, sister. He let out a light chuckle and decided to relent. While a bead of cold sweat trickled down Teya's forehead, he continued, the domineering aura that envelopes you is merely the most rudimentary application of the armament Haki. It can be likened to a layer of imperceptible energy that envelopes your fists or weapons, providing only a modest enhancement to your offensive power. Teya deeply resonated with this experience. Even the most rudimentary techniques left him crying out in pain. The second method involves the hardening of the armament color. Observe closely. As Crane finished speaking, he waved his right hand, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Before them, his entire right arm transformed into a gleaming, iron-black hue, resembling a piece of unyielding steel. Teya's eyes gleamed with an intense fervor. This was the Haki he had long yearned for, and he finally laid eyes upon it. Although he had witnessed it in the anime, the sensation of witnessing it firsthand was utterly distinct. Crane smiled and remarked, to truly master the armament Haki, one must learn the technique of hardening. This stage transcends mere wrapping and instead envelopes the fists and weapons, significantly enhancing both offense and defense. With a flick of his fist, Crane exchanged a knowing glance with Teya. Teya quickly stepped back, exclaiming that if he had provoked me, this strike might render him unable to eat for the day. He Wu, with a hint of disinterest, shook his head and released his armament Haki. There exists a third method, one that allows for the complete hardening of the body with armament Haki. Those who can achieve such a level are likely to be masters in their craft. However, it would be better for Zifa to elucidate the specifics. Teya raised his right hand and inquired, Sister Crane, are you capable of fully armoring your body with Haki? In response to Teya's question, Crane cleared her throat twice and uttered a statement that nearly caused Teya to faint. It is far too dark. Having fairer skin would be preferable. Like a devilish instructor. Crane grinned mischievously at Teya and remarked, young man, mastering Haki is a grueling endeavor. Are you prepared for the challenge? Teya nodded firmly, her resolve unwavering. Excellent. The cultivation of armament Haki necessitates your dedication. Chapter 43, The Thirst for Battle. At the Marine headquarters, in the office of the Admiral, Sengoku and Kong appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion. Recently, incidents of pirates encroaching on territories have been on the rise. Kong placed a stack of documents on the desk, his expression grave as he perused the contents. Sengoku remained silent, fully aware that Kong's summons was not merely to discuss this matter. The influence of figures like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki has been steadily growing. And recent reports from those tracking their whereabouts suggest that Roger seems to have made contact with Whitebeard. Sengoku inquired with a serious demeanor, should we consider dispatching additional personnel? Kong waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern, they are being monitored. What I wish to convey is that today, the CP provided me with information regarding another individual's movements. Who? Kong handed a document to Sengoku, the topmost page displaying a bounty notice. The solitary and formidable Bartholomew Kuma. It is he, a man who traverses the seas single-handedly, possessing immense strength. Sengoku scrutinized the image on the bounty notice for a long moment. He is a figure capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Roger and his ilk. Perhaps it is time to devise a plan. This mission comes directly from the world government, and success in apprehending him is imperative. Kong stood and approached the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out contemplatively. Thus, I shall personally undertake the task of capturing him. Teya has dedicated 2 months to her training. During this period, she has diligently practiced the armament Haki every day. A power attainable solely through perseverance. What reason could there be to reject such an opportunity? With a solid foundation and the aid of her physical potential mark, which assists in restoring her stamina, Teya mastered the basics of armament Haki within just half a month. Of course, she has only grasped the fundamental technique of Haki wrapping, leaving her some distance from achieving hardening. Nevertheless, upon seeing the system panel display entry level for armament Haki, Teya could not contain her excitement. The Haki she had longed for has finally been acquired. Today, as she passed an uninhabited island, Teya felt an irresistible urge to request training in a more spacious area. Crane consented, acknowledging that the deck indeed offered limited space. After circling the island, Teya ultimately chose to train before a majestic waterfall. This choice was not made lightly. Inspired by the numerous novels he had read, he felt an ethereal connection to this location. Following the completion of his basic training, Teya commenced his mastery of the Haki technique. With a focused thought, he clenched his right fist and swiftly darted towards a large boulder. Boom! The rock shattered into countless fragments. Teya felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. In his past self, he might have only been able to pulverize that single stone. But now, his offensive capabilities had clearly undergone a significant enhancement, and this was merely the manifestation of his Haki. Teya took a deep breath, seemingly contemplating something profound. The color of his armament hardened. With both hands clenched into fists, a visible stream of black energy coiled around his hands, beginning to spread across his knuckles. It halted as it enveloped more than half of his fist. Teya furrowed his brow and let out a soft exhale. With a mere thought, intricate red patterns, indicative of his hardened armament, manifested upon his right hand. As he felt a warmth radiating from the back of his hand, he exhaled once more, and to his astonishment, the degree of hardness in his fists increased yet again, finally enveloping his entire knuckles. It was complete. Gazing at his fists, now fully enveloped in the hardened armament, a smile broke across Teya's face. After 2 months of diligent training, he had finally mastered the art of armament hardening. He even pondered if this progress was somewhat sluggish. Nonetheless, such speed was indeed remarkable, especially considering that he was merely 16 years of age. Others would undoubtedly label him a prodigy. Yet, Teya understood that without the martial arts imprint, such rapid advancement would have been impossible. Besides enabling him to expend energy for recovery, the imprint significantly enhanced his ability to wield Haki. When Teya had first acquired the knowledge of armament Haki a fortnight prior, he discovered that the martial arts imprint served as a vessel for Haki, allowing him to navigate this newfound power with ease. As he did not wield weapons, the Haki merely needed to coil around his fists, and he found his mastery of Haki to be instinctual. As time progressed, Teya began to grasp the nuances of armament hardening. Yet he soon encountered difficulties in its control, contrasting sharply with the effortless manipulation of Haki. It was during the usage of the imprint that he realized it could stabilize the previously erratic armament hardening, rendering it more manageable. This revelation facilitated his swift and proficient mastery of hardening techniques. However, this mastery pertained solely to the application of Haki. As the potency of Haki remained intrinsically linked to his cultivation level, perhaps this is the allure of the martial arts potential imprint. Without effort, how could one ever expect to reap rewards? Teya has increasingly anticipated the surprises that the mark will bestow upon him, given that it is termed potential. The depths of human capability are indeed boundless. One can only wonder how far he can develop. This month may appear fleeting, yet the intensity of Haki training surpasses any prior regimen Teya has undergone. He even sustained injuries along the way, but Teya gritted his teeth and persevered. His ambition is to achieve full-body armament Haki. Turning to a nearby stone, Teya unleashed a left punch, astonishingly piercing through the rock. Compared to his earlier feat of shattering stone, this may not seem particularly remarkable. However, Teya is acutely aware that, under the influence of the mark, his control over his strength has significantly improved. The patterns of the mark on the back of his hand have become less conspicuous, and beneath the veil of armament Haki, it has taken on a dark crimson hue. It even appears to have undergone a subtle transformation, though Teya remains oblivious to any peculiarities within himself. Upon releasing the armament Haki, Teya returned to the warship. Crane had remained on the deck, not accompanying him. Upon Teya's return, she inquired with concern, "How did it go? Any progress?" With a crisp sound, Teya's fist transformed into a shade of black. Witnessing this, Crane understood without further explanation. Yet, she was internally stirred. Teya's advancement was astonishingly rapid. Mastering Haki within half a month was impressive enough, but acquiring armament Haki in just 2 months seemed a gift of innate talent. Her confidence in him continued to grow. "Well done, Teya. You've learned to harden in such a short time. You are indeed far superior to others," Crane praised. Hearing her commendation, Teya chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Crane commanded the warship to continue its voyage. As they journeyed, Teya sat in contemplation, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts. He had been grappling with a notion regarding the pace of his skill acquisition. The battles in Shireen Town, the skirmish on Storm Island, and previous confrontations had all contributed significantly to his experience. Although regular training also fostered growth, Teya now realized that daily practice felt increasingly inadequate. Thus, he conceived a new strategy to capture pirates. It would allow him to engage in combat, accrue military merits, and perhaps even yield unexpected rewards, truly a trifecta of benefits. Teya's meticulous plans were well laid, and she intended to confer with Crane. Due to her recent focus on training in armed color, she had not encountered a single pirate during this period, let alone engaged in any combat. Teya even pondered whether the pirates had all turned to banditry. His mastery of the 6 styles had reached a gradually improving stage, while his observation Haki was slowly coming into its own. And his armament Haki had just attained a level of proficient mastery, With limited potential for further enhancement in his training, Teya felt the pressing need for more combat experience. Sister Crane, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Observing Teya's somewhat bashful demeanor, Crane couldn't help but chuckle. Discuss? Just say what you need to. Encouraged by her response, Teya cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, raised his right fist to strike a pose. Sister Crane, let us go capture some pirates. Chapter 44. A decision to walk alone bang. There was no doubt that Crane had once again delivered a sharp rap to Teya's head. Armament Haki, Harden? Teya wished to withstand the onslaught, yet he had only recently acquired his skills. How could he possibly fend off the Crane's assault? Moreover, this time, the Crane had struck him after fortifying her attacks with armament Haki. Clutching his head, Teya squatted on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Kid, just a moment ago I praised you, and now you seem utterly lost. What exactly do you intend to achieve? The Crane feigned a look of anger, yet deep down, she understood that Teya genuinely required some practical combat experience. For him, the benefits of battle far outweighed the drawbacks. This young man certainly had a firm grasp of his capabilities. Teya rose to his feet, speaking with conviction. I am doing this to enhance my combat skills. Only by becoming stronger can I better uphold the justice of the sea. Haru gazed intently at Teya, remaining silent. Eventually, Teya, unable to bear the tension, tugged at Haru's sleeve and implored, I beg you, if you refuse to let me venture out on my own, then at least allow me to explore freely. You've longed to roam alone, haven't you? Haru effortlessly pinpointed the crux of the matter, leaving Teya momentarily speechless. Indeed, Teya yearned for the thrill of adventure. Although accompanying Haru on the ship was pleasant, it felt as though something essential was missing. This was the world of pirates, where adventure reigned supreme. Even though Teya currently held the title of a Navy officer, the insatiable desire for adventure within him had not waned. After all, as someone who could be considered a spoiler player, he found himself in an era unknown to him, and how could he not long for a taste of exploration? He had envisioned that to be a Navy officer meant embodying the carefree spirit of figures like Garp, free from excessive constraints. Moreover, having mastered the art of Haki, his strength had significantly increased. Even when facing Logia-type foes, he felt emboldened to engage. Thus, he had the audacity to voice his request, just 2 months prior. Such thoughts would have seemed utterly beyond his reach. With a sigh, Haru replied, in truth, there is nothing inherently wrong with your desire. I am merely concerned that your youthful exuberance may lead you to act recklessly, without a proper sense of restraint. For instance, the leader of the slave organization you captured last time undoubtedly has a complex and vast network behind him. Teya listened intently, for he understood that in any realm, there exist individuals endowed with formidable backgrounds who wield significant influence. Yet, among these individuals, some uphold justice while others engage in nefarious deeds. Thus, at that time, he concealed the information regarding Teya's capture of the slave organization, instead informing the public of the news that Jira had colluded with pirates and was uncovered by a certain naval force, all with the intent of safeguarding Teya. Just as Teya was about to speak, the deputy of Admiral Crane suddenly approached from the cabin. Admiral Crane, you have a call. Crane nodded, signaling Teya to wait, and stepped into the cabin. Upon picking up the transponder snail, before he could utter a word, he was greeted by the sound of snoring from the other end. Crane rolled his eyes, instantly recognizing the culprit. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the receiver, sounding remarkably like Sakazuki. Old man Carp, wake up. The effect was immediate. Carp indeed stirred awake. Hello, is that you, little Crane? What do you want? Hearing Carp's words, Crane struggled to suppress his rising anger. You called me. Oh dear. My apologies. You see, Crane interrupted Carp, urging him to get to the point as he was busy. I'll keep it brief. You're aware of the current situation at sea. We received orders to capture the pirate-laid field. You should be preparing to act. Also, could you send Teya over to my ship? Upon hearing these matters, Crane found himself more concerned with the latter. After inquiring with Carp, his response was both amusing and exasperating. Carp had grown weary of Sakazuki's daily indifference, finding no joy in it, not even in jest. Crane was momentarily at a loss for words, yet an argument erupted on the other end of the line. Sakazuki, how many times must I tell you? Do not hide my donuts. The Navy should uphold its image. You, of all people, should set an example. You dare lecture me, magma brat? I'll send you straight back to headquarters. I won't care who wants you after that. Suit yourself. It was evident that Carp was quite irate, as the expression of the transponder snail turned fearful. At that moment, Crane couldn't help but interject. Carp, Teya is not on my ship. He went out to sea alone. claiming he needed to train. She recounted Teya's experiences, including his mastery of the Haki, which brought a sigh of relief from Carp. Ha ha ha, the kid is impressive. He learned Busashoka hardening in just 2 months. I wonder what Zifa will think when he hears this. Crane chuckled, who knows? This child has indeed surprised us. Eat your food before you speak, Carp muttered. Crane frowned, but surprisingly understood the remark. I gave him a spare transponder snail, just in case. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Crane hung up the call. Sighing, she ultimately acquiesced to Teya's request, but perhaps it was for the best. She retrieved a transponder snail from her office cabinet and returned to the deck. By this time, Teya had been waiting for quite a while, uncertain of what to do. He stood at the bow, lost in thought. What was the name of that character from that game he spent money on? Had the 6th installment of the game finally been released after all those years? What are you thinking about? Crane's voice jolted Teya back to reality. Nothing much. He replied sheepishly. Teya immediately turned around and offered an awkward smile. He-chun refrained from pressing further, simply placing the phone insect into Teya's hand. What is this phone insect for? Teya inquired. Whether you wish to cultivate on your own is entirely up to you. After all, you are still young. Although such opportunities will arise again, seizing them while you are young is paramount. I was once your age and felt the same. Agreed. That's wonderful. Teya's heart swelled with joy. However, Carp had mentioned wanting him aboard his ship, so he might contact him through this phone book. A tone of panic mixed with disappointment. Who would have anticipated this turn of events? Truly, every cause has its effect, and it has now fallen into his hands. Well, at least he would be able to venture out for a time. It was no great loss to have ignored calls recently. Yet, little did Teya know that if he went missing, not only would Crane search for him, but Carp would also spare no effort in his pursuit. Crane gently ruffled Teya's hair and remarked, well, you've been sailing with me for over half a year, and I've witnessed your progress. Oh, have you grown taller? Upon hearing this tender remark, coupled with the sudden prospect of departure, Teya felt a pang of reluctance. Crane's care had been maternal in nature. Nevertheless, the road ahead must be traversed alone. This hurdle must eventually be overcome. Crane patted Teya on the shoulder and turned to leave, her voice lingering in the air. The next island is Water City. You shall disembark there. Chapter 45. Water City. After 5 days of sailing, Teya finally arrived at Water City. Standing at the bow of the ship, he gazed into the distance at a distant silhouette, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Before his journey through time, he was no stranger to Water City. The events in the anime were intricately woven, and it was precisely because of the storyline involving Water City that Teya had come to know and appreciate the 6 forms. He had wept profusely during the episode where the Mary was bid farewell. During the days of sailing, Teya devised a simple plan for his impending solitude. He meticulously listed everything he could think of, employing a process of elimination to ground himself. He categorized his desires, what he wished to do, what was feasible, and what was out of the question. After all, Teya's current era was not the same as Luffy's post-departure timeline, so many matters required his own discernment, as the present was merely a prelude to future history. Thus, Teya established a rule for himself. Even though he was aware of the forthcoming events, he would never disclose them. The reasoning was quite simple. For instance, knowing that Frankie was in Water City, he could easily approach him and say, "You will follow a fellow named Monkey D. Luffy." However, he suspected Frankie would deem him insane. Furthermore, Teya believed his experiences were still limited. He required more time to hone his skills, for his future path remained uncertain. Teya, from here on, you must rely on yourself. Yet, I must remind you to always remember your position as a Navy officer. The warship anchored near a deserted shore close to Water City. Although Crane spoke sternly, her expression betrayed a genuine concern. Hearing her words warmed Teya's heart. Knowing someone cared for him brought a sense of happiness. Understood, Sister Crane. I will call you if anything arises, right? At that moment, Teya donned a casual outfit, a backpack slung over his shoulder, and a hat atop his head, resembling a tourist ready for adventure. After exchanging farewells with those who had journeyed alongside him, Teya lightly tapped his pocket and departed. Crane watched his gradually receding figure with a knowing smile. This child certainly resembled an adventurer. The warship continued its course in the opposite direction of Water City, eventually vanishing into the horizon. One wonders when most people embark on their first travel. Was it with a travel agency, a self-guided tour, or perhaps a solo graduation trip? Yet, the emotions are likely universal, excitement tinged with curiosity. As the saying goes, travel is merely visiting places that one has grown weary of. At this moment, Teya's sentiments echoed this notion. Though it could not be termed travel, in a sense, it was an adventure. This feeling was profoundly intriguing. He was acutely aware of the potential dangers that lurked, yet he could not suppress the excitement bubbling within. The world is vast, as you all understand. Navigating through the desolate shoreline, Teya finally approached the entrance to Water City. It resembled his imaginings, yet held subtle differences, although the harbor was teeming with vessels. Upon passing through the entrance, Teya sensed an atmosphere thick with tension. The pedestrians hurried along, seemingly reluctant to linger. It felt akin to the frantic rush of commuters in a crowded subway during morning hours, an air of urgency enveloping the surroundings. Teya has an inexplicable feeling that something significant is about to transpire. During this period, I am truly unaware of what may unfold, Teya muttered softly. Yet due to his slow pace, he obstructed the path of those behind him and received a sharp reprimand. The speaker's words were indeed harsh, but adhering to the philosophy that it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict, Teya chose to endure it. However, the demeanor of that group suggested they were likely a band of pirates. Pirates visiting the City of Water generally have a singular purpose, to acquire a ship. Yet, Teya found himself more intrigued by the legendary Atom Tree, said to craft vessels of remarkable durability. It was from this wood that the famed pirate King Roger's ship was constructed. Unfortunately, this exceedingly rare tree appears to exist in only a handful of locations worldwide, making it a rarity even in the black market. Dear guest, might you be in need of assistance? An elderly voice inquired, drawing Teya's attention to the entrance of a shop, where an elderly man regarded him with a curious gaze. Teya immediately smiled and said, my apologies, I'm perfectly fine. After speaking, he carefully scrutinized the establishment. A tavern without liquor? How intriguing is that name? However, the shop appeared somewhat antiquated, resembling an old establishment. Old man, is this your shop? Indeed, you seem to be from afar, don't you? Following a brief exchange, the elderly gentleman invited Teya to sit for a while in his shop. Teya, eager to learn more about the City of Water, accepted the invitation. Yet, as Teya entered the shop, he noticed a mysterious smile flicker across the old man's face behind him. A minute later, Teya stormed out of the shop, slamming the door shut and turning the sign to read closed. Upon entering, Teya had discovered that the tavern was indeed devoid of any liquor. In fact, it was completely barren. Just as Teya pondered this oddity, a group of 7 or 8 men brandishing swords and knives burst forth from an inner room. The old man chuckled behind Teya, saying, my apologies, dear guest, but you must relinquish all your valuables before you can depart. Faced with this scene, Teya felt utterly speechless. Are you certain you wish to rob me? Upon hearing Teya's words, the others paused momentarily before erupting into uproarious laughter. However, in the blink of an eye, Teya swiftly incapacitated the men who had rushed at him. The only one left standing was the old man, still laughing heartily, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Teya regarded him with a bemused expression. Young man, you have everyone in stitches, the old man began, but was left speechless in shock. After so many illicit dealings, he had finally encountered an immovable obstacle. Teya approached the old man and said, do not worry. I hold great respect for the elderly and cherish the young. I shall not harm you. You may act at your own discretion. However, upon witnessing Teya's dark expression, the old man gulped nervously and with a sudden gasp. He fainted to the ground. To my astonishment, was he fainting? Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he had truly lost consciousness. With such limited capabilities, how dare he operate an illicit establishment? Teya's cheerful disposition was abruptly shattered by the unexpected chaos that greeted her upon arrival. What a predicament! Feeling disheartened, she had no intention of lingering. Instead, she resolved to procure a meal and seek counsel from a more reliable individual. However, she had scarcely ventured outside when the ominous sound of an explosion reached her ears. Panic-stricken civilians were scattering in every direction, indicating a dire situation. Oh no! It appeared that the personnel from Shipyard 5 and Shipyard 6 had once again engaged in conflict. A voice within the crowd revealed the source of the tension that enveloped the area. The skirmish swiftly encroached upon the very street where Teya stood, escalating with alarming intensity. Suddenly, amidst the fray, a shell was fired from an unknown faction, striking a building and sending a massive sign crashing down along with debris. This was perilous. Teya beheld a small child, adorned with a white scarf, gazing in terror at the enormous sign that was about to descend, as if paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, A figure rushed forward and whisked him away from the perilous zone. The sign crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, stirring up a cloud of dust. Once the child realized he was safe, he looked up at his rescuer with gratitude, only to notice that the person seemed only slightly older than himself. "Are you all right?" "Wait, you are." Only then did Teya notice that the child before her appeared somewhat familiar. "I am Iceberg." Chapter 46, Tom the Shipwright. The very Iceberg who was saved by Teya is none other than Tom's apprentice, destined to be embroiled in the events of Water City. Yet, at present, Iceberg is merely a child, seemingly around 8 or 9 years of age. The island's navy has already deployed to quell the flames at the shipyard, bringing the chaos to a halt. In a tavern located in another district, Teya and Iceberg sat in a corner, several empty plates before them, indicating that both had enjoyed a hearty meal. During their meal, they engaged in a brief exchange. From Iceberg, Teya learned that he had been living a life of wandering, surviving primarily by scavenging. Life on the island had become increasingly arduous. Although most vagrants resided in the back alleys, he dared not venture there due to the prevalence of nefarious individuals. At this point, Iceberg lowered his head, acknowledging the harshness of fate that had befallen him, yet feeling utterly powerless. It turned out that there were 7 shipyards in Water City, and due to the current inconvenience of trade routes on the Grand Line, competition among these shipyards was inevitable, leading to friction over clientele. Initially, these disputes were minor skirmishes, but recently they had escalated into more severe confrontations, transforming from covert to overt conflict, culminating in the violent scene witnessed earlier. "How did you come to be on that street?" In response to Teya's inquiry, Iceberg furrowed his brow slightly before taking a sip of water. He gently set the cup back on the table. "I was searching for Mr. Tom, but the incident occurred before I could reach my destination." "Mr. Tom? Could it be the renowned shipwright of the world?" Teya's eyes sparkled with realization. This was indeed a remarkable individual, and he felt compelled to seek an audience. With that thought in mind, Teya stood and addressed the ice mountain. "Let us venture forth together to find him." Upon reaching the vicinity of the number 1 shipyard, they were met with a dismissive response from the gatekeeper. "Huh? What business do you have with Tom? Children should not be causing a ruckus here. Go find someone else to inquire." The guard cast a scornful glance at the pair, unceremoniously shooing them away. Just as Ice Mountain was about to apologize, Teya stepped forward and confronted the gatekeeper, saying, "Am I not being polite enough for you? Is it that you cannot comprehend a civil conversation?" Initially, Teya had approached the inquiry with courtesy, yet the guard's attitude was infuriatingly rude. It reminded him of a previous experience when he sought assistance at another establishment, only to be met with impatience from the staff. Henceforth, whenever faced with such insolence, Teya resolved to stand his ground. The gatekeeper, evidently intimidated by Teya's assertiveness, divulged the information they sought, ultimately bidding them farewell with a newfound politeness. On their way back, Ice Mountain looked at Teya with curiosity. Why were they so eager to send Mr. Tom away? Teya remained silent, as he was also burdened with a myriad of unanswered questions. Initially, he presumed that the iceberg had already been adopted by Tom, given the trajectory of future events. However, he now realized that the iceberg was not even acquainted with Tom's appearance. Glancing at the iceberg beside him, Teya couldn't help but recall those 2 sisters. It was quite vexing. Why was it that every time he ventured out, he found himself entangled with children? Was fate conspiring to make him a caretaker? As Teya silently berated herself, she spoke aloud. "Let us set aside these thoughts for now. I believe it is best to search for Mr. Tom at the junkyard." Thus, the 2 made their way toward the outskirts of the town. In truth, Teya was well aware that Tom had been cast out due to his association with the notorious pirate Roger, having constructed a pirate ship for him. Yet, when one considers the multitude of individuals who have crafted vessels for pirates, it is perplexing that Tom faced such dire consequences. This can be attributed to the notion that a towering tree attracts the wind, but ultimately, human nature remains inscrutable. After all, while a knife may take a life, one cannot simply deem the blacksmith as malevolent. Iceberg was quite familiar with the path to the junkyard, as he often ventured there to salvage useful items. The area was devoid of people, primarily littered with remnants from shipyards. Thus, Iceberg had recently taken to regarding it as his sanctuary. Upon reaching the shore beyond the island, Teya suddenly inquired, "Wait, do you not reside in the junkyard? How is it that you have never encountered Tom?" "I, too, find it rather puzzling," Iceberg replied, scratching his head as he pondered his memories, "but I truly have never laid eyes upon him." With a sigh, Teya sensed that the current situation was spiraling into chaos. Had he considered what he might say upon encountering Tom? Iceberg remained silent, furrowing his brow as if deep in thought. before finally offering a slow nod. It appeared he possessed a quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the boisterous nature of Frankie. Yet, the whereabouts of Frankie on the island were still a mystery. If memory served, Frankie had been around 10 years old when Tom took him in. Their journey continued in silence until they arrived at the junkyard. Contrary to expectations, there was no foul odor. Instead, the area was filled with discarded metal and wood, along with several derelict boats that had seemingly been abandoned for quite some time. Upon arriving, Teya discovered that Iceberg had indeed made this place his home, having skillfully crafted a shelter to shield himself from the elements, a remarkable feat for someone so young. "This is my boat," Iceberg proclaimed, pointing to a half-finished vessel lying on the ground, his face beaming with pride. It was difficult to fathom that such a creation emerged from the hands of a child not yet 10. Teya gave Iceberg a thumbs up, exclaiming, "In my hometown, we say this is a divine blessing." Iceberg chuckled, scratching his head bashfully. However, as Teya scanned the surroundings, he noticed an unsettling absence of other people. How peculiar that there was no one else in sight. Teya covered his mouth in contemplation, when suddenly, he heard a tremendous splash from afar. Sensing activity, he quickly beckoned Ice Mountain to follow him. Indeed, upon reaching a clearing by the bridge ahead, they beheld a newly constructed vessel anchored in the sea. A tall merman stood on the shore, hands on his hips, seemingly delighted and laughing heartily. Upon noticing their arrival, the merman appeared unperturbed and greeted them. "Ah, two little ones, come to admire the magnificent ship I have crafted?" It was none other than the legendary shipwright Tom, renowned as the finest in the world. Ice Mountain found himself at a loss for words. Yet as he gazed upon the completed ship, his eyes sparkled with admiration and fervor. Teya stepped forward and stood beside Tom, remarking, "What a splendid vessel it is." Upon hearing this, Tom's hearty laughter resonated once more, and he raised his sturdy hand to pat Teya on the shoulder. "Ah, quite the fine lad," he exclaimed. Upon encountering Tom in person, Teya felt an immediate sense of warmth, despite Tom's towering stature and the sharp row of teeth he displayed. Nevertheless, the jovial laughter indeed bridged the gap between them. At that moment, Bingshan seemed resolute as he approached. "Mr. Tom, please allow me the privilege of learning shipbuilding under your guidance," Bingshan said with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, Tom momentarily ceased his laughter and regarded Bingshan with earnest scrutiny. Bingshan tightly shut his eyes, too timid to raise his gaze. Teya smiled as he observed the two of them. This was likely their first encounter, and at least Iceberg had found a sense of belonging. After a moment, Tom responded with a chuckle, "I'm afraid, my child, I cannot oblige you." Iceberg stared at Tom in astonishment and asked, "Why?" Upon hearing this, Tom burst into hearty laughter. "Because I do not yet see the mark of a shipwright within you." Chapter 47. Confidence. The sky gradually darkened. Heavy clouds loomed like a mass of ink, poised to descend at any moment. Inside the meteorological observation tower of Water City, several staff members were diligently studying the current weather patterns. It appeared that the water gods were soon to arrive this year. After one elder made his observations, he instructed everyone to promptly issue a weather forecast to the island's inhabitants. At that moment, not far from Water City, a pirate ship was slowly approaching. The vessel appeared somewhat weathered, as if it had endured a fierce battle, yet its former grandeur was still evident. The pirate flag, emblazoned with a striking skull emblem, bore two vivid crimson claw prints. On the deck stood a towering figure, a man approximately 3 meters tall, flanked by a group of his subordinates. This man was Grigo, the captain of the Blood Bear Pirates, with a bounty of 87 million. "Brother, we are almost there," spoke the individual standing behind Grigo, his first mate and younger brother, Jerry, who had a bounty of 40 million. Grigo gazed toward the horizon of Water City and declared, "Now that we have a new ship, we must make a splash. After all, my bounty deserves to surpass 100 million. Rest assured, brother, your bounty is merely a matter of time. We have come to forge a ship worthy of our ambitions." Having engaged in numerous battles with pirates and even the Navy, their current ship was no longer fit for long voyages, prompting their visit to Water City to craft a new vessel. However, their aspirations extended far beyond merely acquiring a ship. Grigo and Jerry had heard whispers of the legendary Atom Tree, and somehow they had learned of the world's foremost shipwright, Tom, intending to enlist his expertise to construct a ship using Atom's wood. The price of Atom's wood on the black market eclipsed even that of devil fruits, and it was often scarce. Known for their ruthless and savage reputation, they were unlikely to part with a single coin. Instead, they had devised various schemes to coerce Tom. Upon entering the city, they discovered the streets were nearly deserted, desolate as if they were on a solitary island. In truth, the weather forecast had been disseminated, prompting the populace to retreat indoors to prepare for the impending arrival of the water gods. The tallest structures on the island were the 7 shipbuilding companies, so they made their way there. The 7 firms were in close proximity, having once collaborated, though now their rivalry had intensified due to the looming crisis. At each company's entrance, individuals awaited, recognizing the arrival of potential business, and they eagerly began to solicit clients, jostling one another in the process. It was not unusual for them to interact with pirates in times of economic downturn. Even the most notorious pirates became their esteemed guests as long as there was profit to be made. Eventually, Grigo grew impatient and demanded to know which company Tom was associated with. To his surprise, he learned that Tom had been relegated to the junkyard. The legendary shipwright is residing in a junkyard? He questioned incredulously. You, tell me where the junkyard is. Outside the city, at the junkyard. Iceberg did not fully grasp the implication of Tom's words. However, he understood that Tom would not take him in, and feeling dejected, he turned away after Tom's statement. Mr. Tom, Teya murmured, observing Iceberg's forlorn figure. Does that child possess the potential to become a shipwright? Everyone has that potential, Tom replied, prompting Teya to ponder why he would not take Iceberg under his wing. Yet, seeing Tom's earnest expression, it was clear he was not jesting. With a sigh, Tom continued, that child does not yet understand his purpose in shipbuilding. While he could easily construct a vessel, what he lacks is confidence in himself. But when he spoke of the ship he created, he was quite self-assured, Teya insisted, convinced that if Tom did not take an Iceberg, perhaps the course of history itself would be altered. After Teya finished speaking, Tom erupted into laughter again, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to rummage through the refuse. After leaving, Teya returned to where Iceberg resided. At that moment, Iceberg sat in front of the ship he had built, staring blankly into space. Teya wished to convey something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she uttered a simple phrase, urging, "You must have confidence in yourself," before departing. In this matter, Teya felt powerless to assist, and the resolution now rested solely upon the ice mountain itself. Teya believes that Tom is entirely capable of adopting the Iceberg, yet the reasons for his reluctance to do so may extend beyond mere hesitation. Perhaps Tom harbors an alternative intention that remains undisclosed. Why is the weather so peculiar? Gazing up at the sky, shrouded in ominous clouds, Teya feels an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within her. Many individuals may experience such feelings on gloomy days, even in the absence of personal troubles. One can still feel a sense of agitation. The environment indeed wields the power to influence one's mood. Teya intends to return tomorrow to converse with the Iceberg, as the latter requires a moment of tranquility. At this juncture, Teya also feels a wave of fatigue wash over him. The hour is late, and it is time to seek a place to rest. He contemplates whether to stay at an inn or to make do at the naval base nearby. Ultimately, he resolves to opt for the inn, as it is prudent to keep his current identity concealed. This time, Crane has generously provided him with a substantial sum, deeming it a subsidy for the 2 recent incidents. However, Teya is aware that Crane possesses a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Upon reaching the entrance, Teya fortuitously encounters Grigo and his party, who are departing the city. Out of curiosity, Teya steals a few glances at them. This group unmistakably appears to be pirates, and Teya surmises that the vessel docked across the entrance is theirs. Leading them is a burly man, notably tall in stature. Teya pondered that if the characters from the world of pirates were to manifest on Earth, they would undoubtedly dominate the NBA, towering at heights of 3 to 4 meters, which would be quite extraordinary. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Jerry bellowed at Teya. Teya turned his head away, for he was not in a position to invite unnecessary trouble. After much effort, he finally found a nearly closing inn in the city, where he spent his first day in the City of Water. Meanwhile, Grigo and his companions were already en route to the garbage dump. As they passed by the location of the Iceberg, they noticed a child diligently constructing a small boat, a vessel so inconspicuous that it hardly caught their interest. They chose to ignore the Iceberg and continued on their path. However, the loquacious Jerry couldn't resist making a remark, laughingly stating, "A worthless boat made by a worthless person." Halt! The Iceberg raised an iron rod, his hand trembling slightly, but his eyes burned with indignation as he glared at Grigo and his entourage. "You may say whatever you wish about me, but you shall not insult the boat I have crafted." Chapter 48. This little boat is not too slow. Teya lay on the bed in the hotel room, unable to drift into slumber. It was not the matter of the iceberg that troubled him, but rather his contemplation of future plans. He lacked the ability to navigate a ship. Even if Tom had crafted one for him, he would still be unable to venture into the sea. Now, he realized that after departing from the Crane-S warship, the absence of a goal rendered him utterly aimless. The difference between having companionship and being alone was stark. Perhaps he could register under an alias and become a bounty hunter for pirates? That seemed like a splendid idea. He resolved to pursue it the following day. With his mind made up, Teya stifled a contented yawn, wrapped himself in the blanket, and succumbed to sleep. However, just as he was on the verge of slumber, a cacophony of noise jolted him awake. Who could it be? Suddenly, all traces of drowsiness vanished. Hearing the commotion seemingly emanating from downstairs, Teya rose from his bed, donned his clothes, and ventured out to ascertain what was transpiring. Upon stepping outside, Teya discovered that she was not the only one disturbed from slumber. Numerous individuals emerged, their faces adorned with a look of drowsiness as they squinted against the light. The innkeeper, clad in his pajamas, stood at the entrance, vociferously reprimanding someone, his tone suggesting considerable displeasure. However, the person he faced was obscured from Teya's view, preventing her from discerning their identity. You claim to be searching for someone, yet you do not even know their name. How do you intend to locate them? It became apparent that this individual was indeed in pursuit of someone, leaving Teya somewhat speechless. She rubbed her eyes, contemplating a return to her slumber. Yet, a familiar voice pierced through the air, compelling Teya to halt her steps. The individual, with ebony hair and a youthful appearance, was clad in a full ensemble. As Teya turned back, he discerned clearly the figure standing at the entrance. It was none other than the Ice Mountain. The white headscarf that once adorned his head was nowhere to be found, and his hair was in disarray. His garments had become tattered, and he appeared unkempt, bearing signs of injuries. Teya hurried to the door, offering a casual explanation to the owner before leading Iceberg outside. Once they reached the entrance, Teya quickly inquired, "What transpired?" Iceberg, his voice tinged with tears, replied, "That band of pirates. They went to capture Mr. Tom." That band of pirates? Could they be the same group encountered at the gate earlier? With this thought, Teya furrowed his brow, comprehending the true intention of their visit. If their target was indeed Tom, it was undoubtedly for the ship, yet their audacity was appallingly despicable. Iceberg gazed at Teya with urgency. It turned out that after Iceberg had issued a fierce threat, Jerry had given him a thorough scolding, and his vessel had been reduced to mere wreckage. However, upon witnessing the pirates heading towards Tom's location, the astute Iceberg realized their genuine objective was Tom himself. Previously, he had discerned the arrival of those pirates, understanding that they had only two purposes for coming here: resupply or acquire a ship. Judging by the dilapidated vessel they possessed, it was clear that they sought the latter. Consequently, after the pirates departed, Iceberg sought out Teya, braving the risk of crawling through the sewers to gain entry since the gate had been shut. This explained the dirt and injuries that adorned his body. "Hold on to me," Teya urged, casting aside any concern as he hoisted Iceberg onto his back, employing Moonwalk to leap over the city gate and racing towards the junkyard. Yet, they arrived too late. The pirate ship had already set sail, and by the time Teya and Iceberg reached the scene, only the faint silhouette of the vessel remained. On the shore lay the remnants of a shattered ship, which Teya recognized as the very one constructed by Tom. There was no sign of Tom, and the destroyed ship indicated that a battle had indeed transpired here. It appeared that, as Iceberg had asserted, Tom had been captured. Tom, being a fisherman of immense strength capable of lifting an entire ship, if defeated, suggested that the assailants were formidable foes indeed. Teya recalled the imposing man he had encountered at the entrance today. It was likely that he was the strongest among that group of pirates. However, since fate had intertwined our paths, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, I would capture him without fail. A sudden realization struck the once frantic Iceberg, who hurried to rummage through the refuse. Before long, he emerged with a somewhat dilapidated small boat and began to gather materials for repairs, meticulously as if restoring a fine piece of art. Under Teya's astonished gaze, Iceberg swiftly fashioned a complete vessel, complete with 2 oars. Observing Iceberg, drenched in sweat, Teya nodded resolutely in agreement. He understood that Iceberg could not remain here waiting for him. He would undoubtedly accompany Teya to rescue Tom, though Iceberg's strength was limited, and Teya would need to protect him. At that moment, he regarded the boat and recalled Tom's earlier words. Constructing one's own vessel was a simple task. What was lacking was self-confidence. Iceberg had now met the prerequisite. Together, They pushed the boat into the sea and took their seats. Teya grasped the oars and turned to the somewhat anxious iceberg behind him. If you have any regrets, wait for me here. Otherwise, it will be too late to turn back once we set sail. Iceberg did not respond verbally, but after taking a deep breath, he nodded earnestly. Teya smiled as he pressed a dagger from his waist into his hand and then rowed towards the direction in which the pirate ship had departed. Meanwhile, Griggo and his companions had bound the already bruised Tom to the mast on the deck with chains. They had expended considerable effort to subdue him. Mr. Tom, we are not without our reasons for this. Once we acquire the Atom Tree and you assist us in constructing the ship, we shall set you free. Jerry's words elicited no response from Tom, who remained silent with his eyes closed. Humph, we have plenty of time to wear you down. With that, Jerry delivered a harsh kick to Tom, nearly losing his balance in the process. Approaching Griggo at the bow of the ship, he announced, "Brother, there are reports that the Atom Tree has surfaced in the black market. It seems fate has smiled upon us." Even the typically stoic Griggo allowed a faint smile to escape, for this was the very treasure he had long coveted. "However, brother, must we?" Jerry began. But Griggo shot him a glance that prompted Jerry to lower his head. "I understand your thoughts. We cannot breach the rules of the black market, or we will be unable to continue our lives at sea." After a moment of pause, Griggo turned, concern etched on his face, and patted Jerry on the shoulder. "Little brother, consider this a debt I owe you. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. I merely wish to help you find a Logia-type devil fruit. But I have yet to encounter one." "Brother, no more of this," Jerry interjected. "I understand that we still lack nearly 100 million berries. We must sell the devil fruit we have acquired to gather enough for the Atom Tree. I am aware of what is at stake. Furthermore, a fruit that does not appear in the devil fruit compendium may not be worth having." Jerry and Griggo exchanged a knowing smile. For even those who walk the path of violence can share bonds of brotherhood. Unbeknownst to them, however, a small boat, sleek as a torpedo, was racing towards them. Teya wielded the oars with the vigor of a powerful engine, propelling the vessel with a velocity akin to that of a speedboat. At that moment, the iceberg clung desperately to the sides of the boat, fearful of losing its grip and plunging into the abyss, tears and snot streaming down in sheer terror. "Could you slow down?" "Absolutely not. It's only because you're aboard that I maintain this pace. Otherwise, I could go even faster." Teya maintained her swift pace. Yet she turned back to the crumbling iceberg, flashing a toothy grin. Remarkably, the ship's speed seemed to increase once more. At that moment, the iceberg finally comprehended why Teya had remarked that it was not too late for regret. She truly felt a twinge of remorse. Teya fixed her gaze intently upon the indistinct shadow ahead, murmuring softly to herself. What lay ahead was to be markedly more direct and unadorned. Chapter 49, The Egg Breaker Report. It seems there are enemies approaching our vessel from behind. Griggo and Jerry were engaged in conversation when suddenly a pirate rushed in, interrupting their pleasant exchange with an air of urgency. "What is the panic? Even if it's the Navy, what does it matter? How many foes do we face?" Upon hearing these words, Griggo and Jerry exchanged a significant glance, their expressions revealing a mix of intrigue and concern. Nevertheless, they instructed their crew to halt the ship and proceeded to the stern, where they indeed spotted a small boat racing towards them at an astonishing speed. With a swift motion, Griggo signaled for all pirates to draw their weapons and assume a defensive stance. As the small vessel drew nearer, they finally discerned the identities of their adversaries. One was the shipwright whom Jerry had just reprimanded, and the other appeared to be a youth as well. Remarkably, the young lad was carrying another boy on his back, and with a nimble leap, he vaulted aboard their ship. Teya set down the ice mountain. Having already contemplated the situation upon arrival, he felt uneasy leaving the ice mountain alone on the ship, so he decided to bring it along, confident in his ability to safeguard it within his line of sight. Upon hearing the furious roars of a group of pirates behind him, Teya swiftly turned and charged towards them. Bound and restrained, Tom opened his eyes in disbelief, recognizing the young man he had encountered earlier at the junkyard. Moreover, Tom observed the ice mountain standing at the bow of the ship, clutching a dagger, though his fear was evident. "This child," Tom murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard the ship had engaged Teya in combat, with the foremost pirate inevitably being used as a primitive weapon. A human cannonball. Teya seized the pirate's leg and hurled him back towards the group, the tremendous force sending a multitude of them soaring into the air. A few agile individuals managed to evade the attack, remaining vigilant as they regarded Teya warily, hesitant to act recklessly. Teya chuckled softly and remarked, "Sure. There are a few capable ones, far superior to the giant axe pirate crew." Upon hearing this, Jerry's temper immediately flared, and he loudly reprimanded Teya. "Bah! What giant axe? A small knife would be more fitting. How dare that bunch of useless gluttons compare themselves to our blood-bear pirate crew? That foolish buffoon, possesses no skill yet has a bounty higher than mine. The next time I see him, I shall certainly slay this swine. In an instant, Jerry transformed into a furious figure, amusing Teya in the process. Meanwhile, the iceberg nearby appeared visibly shocked by Teya's displayed prowess. Tom felt a surge of admiration. Astonished that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such remarkable abilities, though he acknowledged that the opposing captain would be formidable. At this moment, aside from Gricko, Jerry, and the defeated minion pirates, there remained 5 individuals, presumably the elite crew members aboard their ship. However, to Teya, the distinction of being elite meant little. He thrived on challenging the elite. Come on, let us all attack together. Seeing Teya's audacity, veins bulged on Jerry's forehead as he unsheathed his 2 curved blades, ready to charge, only to be halted by Gricko's outstretched hand. Brother, Gricko glanced at Jerry, who managed to suppress his impulse. The 5 elite pirates simultaneously advanced towards Teya, evidently having undergone extensive training together, seamlessly compensating for each other's weaknesses, exuding confidence in their assault. These 5 had set sail alongside Gricko and Jerry, earning a modest reputation in the seas, known as the 5 Bears due to their claw-like weapons resembling bear paws. However, today they faced a setback. Their claw strikes blurred into near invisibility yet were effortlessly countered by Teya. Ultimately, the 5 were astonished to discover that the once sharp iron claws of their gauntlets had been neatly severed. Teya assumed an attacking posture resembling a hand blade, casting a mocking glance at the 5 individuals before him. This was Teya's newly developed technique, Wind Hand, an extension of his wind step. The principle was merely a transformation of the vacuum sword energy emitted from a kick into a hand gesture. However, he could currently only manifest a vacuum no larger than the size of a fingernail, and its power was rather limited. What purpose does it serve to grow your nails so long? Allow me to trim them for you. No need for thanks, he quipped. This taunt incited the ire of the 5, who discarded their gloves and charged forward. Yet, in a swift turn of events, all 5 executed a graceful dive, akin to a synchronized swimming competition. The splashes they created upon hitting the water rivaled the most impressive visuals Teya had seen in videos. Such trivial adversaries could be vanquished with a mere punch. Jerry, unable to contain himself any longer, exclaimed, "Who exactly are you? Now you wish to inquire about my identity?" "The battle is nearly over," Teya replied. "I am the one who captures scoundrels like you." Teya uttered a rather ambiguous statement, causing a subtle shift in Gricko's gaze. Jerry, still wearing an expression of fury, drew the 2 curved blades from his waist and advanced towards Teya. "I am the notorious pirate Jerry, with a bounty of 40 million. Come and claim it if you dare, bounty hunter. Indeed, it is quite unthinkable for most to suspect my allegiance to the Navy, which conveniently alleviates any potential complications." Teya secretly rejoiced as she gazed upon Jerry before her. After so many days without a single confrontation, she hoped he would not let her down. At that moment, a pirate lying at Teya's feet discreetly squinted his eyes, for he had not been defeated. Rather, he was feigning unconsciousness. The pirate thought to himself that when this individual engaged the first mate, he would seize the opportunity to capture that little rascal and leverage him for his own gain, thus securing a significant achievement that might even elevate him to the position of a chief mate. However, the subsequent events not only dashed his aspirations but also led him to embrace the depths of the sea. Teya deliberately stepped forward and forcefully stomped on his hand. "Ah!" The pirate yelped in pain, unable to restrain himself as he leapt up, clutching his hand and dancing about in distress, leaving everyone else, save for Teya, utterly stupefied. Then, with a swift kick, Teya sent him tumbling into the ocean. Tom could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face as he nearly gasped for breath. Teya seemed to have an epiphany and inquired of Jerry, "You mentioned a bounty of 40 million. What about the one behind you?" Upon hearing this, Jerry turned his gaze momentarily before raising his chin and declared, "That is my elder brother, the captain of the Bloodbear pirate crew, known as Bloodbear. His bounty stands at 87 million. What do you think? Are you frightened? Fear? Not in the slightest. I am merely assessing whether you are worth such a sum." Teya cast a disdainful glance at Jerry, pondering that if she had traversed into the world of pirates, she might indeed be concerned about her bounty. However, she soon encountered a perplexing issue. It appeared that every pirate possessed a prefix name, or rather, a moniker, like the earlier mention of Bloodbear. Yet, Jerry had not disclosed such a title, which piqued Teya's curiosity. "Hey, you claimed your bounty is 40 million. But that's surely a fabrication. Your elder brother is known as Bloodbear, yet you lack even a nickname? Nonsense. Why should I care about that? Jerry retorted, his expression darkening. Nevertheless, Teya sensed an underlying issue, akin to uncovering a blind spot. At that moment, the iceberg-like figure standing a short distance behind them finally spoke up. I heard in the tavern last time that the vice-captain of the Bloodbear pirate crew fell ill from spoiled eggs and, in a fit of rage, smashed several egg stalls across multiple islands, earning the title Egg Smasher. An immediate silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the sound of crashing waves. Jerry's face flushed to a deep purple, unable to maintain his composure. Chapter 50. The Power of the Bear. No wonder Jerry was reluctant to speak. It turned out there was such a melodramatic backstory. However, if you were to blame someone for your misfortune with bad food, shouldn't you take it out on the individual responsible? What fault did the eggs bear? Is it not a disgraceful act to waste food? Teya incessantly criticized Jerry in her heart. However, observing Jerry's expression, it was evident that he was deeply affected by the situation. He was clearly seething with rage. Brandishing his dual daggers, he charged towards Teya, exclaiming, "I will fight you." The sound of the blades slicing through the air resonated, and judging by Jerry's stance, it appeared he was unleashing his full power in the strike. Teya stood resolutely in place, an immovable figure, which provoked a hint of mockery at the corners of Jerry's mouth. "If you seek your own demise, do not blame me." Jerry lunged towards Teya, raising his right hand and bringing down his knife with the weight of a mountain. However, an immense force surged forth, and despite Jerry's desperate attempts to press down, he found himself utterly immobilized. Teya grasped Jerry's curved blade with his left hand, exerting force until the weapon was astonishingly crushed in two. Jerry's face paled in shock, and he stumbled back a few steps, unable to believe that this youth before him possessed such extraordinary prowess. Though his subordinates had previously been soundly defeated, Jerry was all too aware of their limitations. Even the formidable five bears were, in his eyes, merely five ineffectual beings. In this regard, his thoughts coincided with Teya's. After all, they were both labeled as five bears. Regardless, Jerry discarded the broken blade and charged forward once more. He had some skill in swordsmanship, and he would not concede to such a crushing defeat. With another horizontal slash, Teya's right hand became enveloped in a dark hue. The formidable Haki activated. The sharp edge of Jerry's knife barely grazed Teya's skin, while Teya retaliated by shattering another blade with a single punch, delivering a crushing blow to Jerry's face, sending him reeling backward with blood streaming from his nose. Teya took a step forward, intent on delivering the final blow to Jerry, only to be intercepted by another individual. Griggo caught Jerry with one hand while using the other to thwart Teya's assault. He set Jerry aside and gradually approached Teya. "If I lose, you may do as you wish," Griggo declared with unwavering conviction. Intriguing. I hope you possess some degree of strength." Teya now yearns for every battle. The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated he becomes. Perhaps it is an innate impulse coursing through his veins. Or perhaps it is the remarkable attributes awakened through his mastery of martial arts. In every fleeting moment of combat, Teya revels in the experience, anticipating the emergence of newfound potential within his martial prowess, possibly due to the existence of his latent potential mark. After all, the path available to Teya in terms of strength is singular, armament. With his hands enveloped in hardened armament, he strides forth with great determination towards Griggo. However, Griggo emits a low, furious growl, and his entire form undergoes a transformation, ultimately becoming a colossal white bear. A zoantite, perhaps? An opportune moment to test my strength. As Teya charges towards the giant bear, Griggo swings his massive paw in a forceful strike. Teya responds instinctively, delivering a punch that collides with the bear's enormous paw. Since setting sail, this marks the first time Teya has encountered such a formidable adversary. The power augmentation granted to Zoan fruit users is substantial, making their advancements in strength particularly pronounced. Although Teya's strength surpasses Griggo's significantly, the enhancement from the fruit allows the transformed Griggo to momentarily contend with Teya's might. Ultimately, Teya's strength prevails, pushing the great bear back several meters. In that moment, Teya finally comprehends the essence of brute force. Previously, he faced the bull fruit. Now, he confronts the bear fruit. Indeed, bears possess a greater ferocity than bulls. Once Griggo steadies himself, his blood-red eyes fixate on Teya, exuding a predatory demeanor. "Do you understand why I am called the Blood Bear?" he snarls. "It is because I rend my opponents asunder in battle, staining my white fur with their crimson lifeblood." Griggo's vivid imagery resonates, yet Teya remains unfazed. After all, such threats bear no relevance to him. If mere bravado were sufficient, the villains would have long since triumphed. Nevertheless, this giant bear should prove to be quite resilient. Teya discerned the hidden trump card of the beast-type ability user, largely due to the transformation of his own physique. which had significantly enhanced his regenerative capabilities. Thus, he regarded the imposing bear before him as a mere training apparatus. Grego, resembling a colossal tank, charged towards Teya on all fours, then astonishingly leaped into the air, crashing down upon him. The weight of the bear was palpable. As a massive shadow bore down upon him, Teya murmured to himself. With a thunderous roar, the entire vessel trembled. The already damaged ship suffered further, its deck fracturing with ominous cracks that suggested imminent collapse. The shockwave generated by the bear stirred a cloud of dust, causing the nearby iceberg, which had intended to free Tom from his chains, to stumble and fall due to the violent tremor. In that moment, Tom astonishingly broke free from his shackles and caught the iceberg in his arms. Amidst the swirling dust, a formidable figure emerged, albeit with a grotesque visage, his fur tinted with the hue of blood. Grego surveyed his surroundings, ultimately raising his gaze to fixate intently on Teya. Teya stood atop the mast, gazing down at the enraged Grigio. It transpired that even before Grigio touched the ground, Teya had already initiated his moonwalk, positioning himself above him. With the enhancement of his armament Haki, he unleashed a ferocious left and right hook that landed squarely on Grigio's face, ultimately sending him crashing to the ground. This marked the most severe setback Grigio had faced since setting sail. Previously, even when confronted by the Navy at sea, his physical prowess had allowed him to evade capture numerous times. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous young lad effortlessly brought him down, even surpassing his transformed strength. Grigio's resolve began to wane, yet Teya would not afford him an opportunity to flee, especially considering the undeniable advantage he now held. Teya could easily cast Grigio into the depths of the sea, yet that would necessitate a retrieval mission. After all, they had pretended to be pirate hunters, and the combined bounty on their heads was not an insignificant sum. Who among us does not harbor an affection for wealth? However, Teya's motivations transcended mere monetary gain. An intriguing idea had unexpectedly taken root within his mind. One might even regard it as a meaningful investment. Tom, leaning against the doorway of the cabin, sat upon the ground, cradling an iceberg in his arms. If one were to present a selection of snacks before them, they would indeed resemble mere onlookers. Mr. Tom. He was surprisingly formidable. It appears that yet another remarkable youth has emerged upon the seas. Chapter 51. Iron Block. Lifting restrictions. Teya leaped gracefully from the mast, landing softly on the deck with barely a sound. Observing the furious demeanor of the giant bear, Teya could certainly empathize. However, it must be noted that while Grigio's strength in his transformed bear form was undeniably formidable, his speed left much to be desired, as evidenced by the adage of the clumsy bear. Despite Teya's attack merely inflicting a superficial wound, it did little to diminish Grigio's fierce spirit. Instead, the bloodshed seemed to awaken Grigio's inherent bloodthirstiness. As the saying goes, it is better to confront a ferocious tiger than a mad bear. One wonders how fitting this adage is in this context. Suddenly, Grigio transformed into his hybrid form. Though slightly shorter than his bear incarnation, he retained an imposing presence. "You are indeed powerful, but I have never known defeat since my departure to sea," Grigio declared, exuding an air of superiority. "Today shall be different," Teya replied coldly. This retort evidently incensed Grigio, who charged forward with great strides, his speed noticeably increased, a razor-sharp claw aimed directly at Teya. Teya raised her arm in defense, and with a sharp sound, the claw tore through her sleeve. However, Grigor did not display a triumphant expression. Instead, he frowned and cast a glance at Teya. Alas, she had completely forgotten that clothing could not shield her from the onslaught. Teya, with a sense of helplessness, grasped the remnants of his torn sleeve, only to discover that his arm beneath remained unscathed. Although Grigori had indeed struck Teya moments ago, the sensation felt akin to grasping an object of formidable hardness. Suddenly, Grigori seemed to have a revelation and venomously declared to Teya, "You are a Navy man." Alas, it seems my secret has not been kept after all. Teya was momentarily taken aback, yet did not refute Grigor. Instead, he chuckled and ran a hand through his hair. Tom remained silent, but the icy demeanor of the situation concealed a profound shock within him. He realized that the one who had rescued him was a naval officer, surprisingly youthful at that. Grigor, shaking his fist, proclaimed, "I have encountered a naval officer capable of executing the very move you just demonstrated. You cannot deceive me. It's quite unamusing." Teya rubbed his forehead and retorted, "Do you truly believe you can overpower me? If you surrender, I might allow you to sustain less injury. Don't indulge in fantasies." "I am." Before Grigor could finish his sentence, Teya's fist had already landed squarely on his large face, sending him spinning through the air like a top before crashing to the ground. However, he quickly regained his footing and, after taking a few labored breaths, regarded Teya with a hint of fear in his eyes, now serious in demeanor. Since you have laid bare the truth, there is nothing more to discuss. What transpired before is in the past. The individual you face now is a lieutenant colonel from the naval headquarters. Teya raised his sword-like brows, pressing down on the knuckles of his right hand with his left, slightly lifting his chin to fix an impassive gaze upon Grigeo. What? He is a lieutenant commander from the Navy headquarters? At that moment, the few individuals still cognizant in the vicinity were engulfed in a tumult of emotions, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Although Grigeo found it hard to believe, Teya's display of formidable prowess, so disproportionate to his age, compelled him to accept the truth. In his previous encounters with the Navy, he had encountered formidable adversaries, yet none compared to the sheer abnormality of the man before him, who could deliver a punch before one even had the chance to react. Furthermore, how could his strikes inflict such excruciating pain? Until now, Teya had approached the conflict with a somewhat carefree attitude, not fully serious, believing he was merely a pirate hunter, thus allowing himself a degree of freedom. However, once his true identity was revealed, the stakes shifted dramatically. The chasm between Navy and pirate was unmistakable. Action was the only recourse. When it came to revelry, one should indulge fully. When it came to duty, one must act with utmost seriousness. Grigeo, invigorated, charged forward once more, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Teya. Yet Teya remained as steadfast as a rock, utterly unscathed. Even in a state of complete beastification, his attacks could not breach Teya's ironclad defense, let alone in this moment. Teya refrains from retaliating because his proficiency with the iron block has reached the pinnacle of gradually improving, with its brilliance nearly at its zenith, seemingly on the verge of transcending into the mastery phase. This advancement is largely attributed to his recent cultivation in the use of armament Haki, which has significantly enhanced the iron block and accelerated his mastery. A mere step away, it appears deceptively close, yet it remains the most arduous leap to undertake. For the sake of the profound truths articulated by the system, Teya sought a qualitative enhancement of power. Upon realizing the futility of his assaults, Grigor let out a furious roar, suddenly transforming into a colossal bear, its paws lunging towards Teya as if swatting at a mere mosquito. However, Teya merely chuckled derisively, effortlessly countering this seemingly unstoppable strike. Grasping the bear's massive paw with both hands, he exerted a powerful force, causing Grigor to feel his feet leave the ground. With a mighty heave, Teya flung Grigor from the stern of the ship to the bow, leaving yet another scar upon the poor deck. Moments later, Grigor emerged from beneath the deck, charging once more at Teya. This time, it was Teya's turn to unleash a torrential barrage of strikes upon Grigor. A flurry of finger jabs rained down upon the giant bear, each thrust penetrating the hardened flesh augmented by the power of armament. Despite the bear's formidable hide, it could not withstand the assault. Blood streamed forth, gradually staining Grigor's once pristine white fur a deep crimson. He had truly become a blood-soaked bear, albeit one marked by his own essence. Yet, Grigor, in a frenzy, showed no signs of retreat, relentlessly retaliating, though his efforts bore no fruit, serving merely as an outlet for his fury. Teya delivered another powerful blow to Grigeo's face, knocking several of his teeth out. A pool of blood on the deck lay scattered with a few pristine white teeth, severed at the roots. "Stop, please." Unbeknownst to him, Jerry, who had lost consciousness, awakened. Yet his plea went unheard. Summoning all his strength, Jerry stood up and shouted, "Stop. Don't hit him anymore." Upon hearing his words, Teya ceased his assault and turned to look. Jerry's eyes were filled with fury and tears, fixed intently on Teya and Grigeo. Indeed, humans are creatures of emotion. "Watch out." Iceberg suddenly cried out. As Teya turned back, it was evident that Grigeo had lost all capacity for resistance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Grigeo seemed to summon an unexpected ferocity, thrusting its claws toward Teya. At that instant, Teya realized the claws were alarmingly close. His eyes widened in shock, and adrenaline surged through his veins, yet his body felt utterly devoid of strength. Gritting his teeth, Teya shouted, "Move, damn it." He sensed his muscles gradually hardening, yet they also brimmed with vitality. Finally regaining his composure, Teya delivered a powerful punch that met the claws head-on. Remarkably, the claws snapped upon contact with his fist. Grigeo, now a mere shadow of its former self, collapsed like a statue. In that moment, Teya had yet to fully process the danger he had evaded. He could hear his heartbeat, the world around him fading away until all that remained was the sound of his own breath. Closing his eyes, he focused on regulating his breathing, feeling his muscles return to their original state. Moments later, a smile broke across Teya's face. He had finally achieved his goal. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. The proficiency of the iron block technique has reached mastery. Unlocking the skill of Iron Block Essence, it can now be utilized without self-imposed limitations, even while in motion. The Iron Block Essence has been detected as unnamed. Please assign a name promptly. Typically at a loss for names, Teya spontaneously suggested Iron Block, Limit Release. The naming was successful, and it was henceforth designated as Iron Block, Limit Release. Upon seeing the golden words mastery in the system interface, Teya appeared surprisingly unruffled. Although this enlightenment occurred in dire straits, it was ultimately his own willpower that had broken through the final barrier. However, he had not anticipated that the first essence he would awaken would be the Iron Block, while primarily a defensive skill. Its newfound potential could now be transformed into various offensive techniques. What once was a mere shield could now serve as a weapon. Meanwhile, Jerry remained engulfed in shock from the dramatic turnaround. Initially, upon witnessing his brother's audacious counterattack in the face of despair, a look of delight had spread across his face. Yet, what transpired next sent his spirits plummeting from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. Teya not only turned the tide but emerged unscathed. One individual annihilated our entire pirate crew. Who could he possibly be? Jerry murmured to himself, unable to fathom the reality before him. At that moment, Teya approached him and said, "I apologize, but please indulge in a little more slumber." Huh? Teya, recalling a scene from the past, struck Jerry on the nape of his neck with a swift chop, causing him to roll his eyes back and faint. To his astonishment, this technique actually worked. When Jerry regained consciousness, he found himself on the shore, thoroughly bound, alongside his elder brother, who was similarly restrained like a dumpling. Such was the predicament. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, Colonel Teya. After incapacitating Jerry, Teya, along with Tom and others, navigated the ship back to Water City. He ultimately resolved to hand over the Bloodbear pirate crew to the local navy. After all, this group of pirates had already uncovered his identity. Should he continue to masquerade as a bounty hunter, the exposure could spell disaster, and he certainly wished to avoid military punishment. Decimating a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million single-handedly marked a significant milestone in his naval career, worthy of commemoration. However, during the return journey, Teya unearthed several valuable items from the pirate ship. He intended to confiscate part of them and discarded the rest at the junkyard. It was prudent to reap some benefits, as he had a plan that required funding. Upon receiving the news, the local navy mobilized almost in full force, temporarily detaining the Bloodbear pirate crew, awaiting their transfer to Judicial Island for trial. Pirates like Grigo would likely find themselves imprisoned and impelled down. At this juncture, Jerry, having regained consciousness, commenced his performance. "You despicable Navy scoundrels, release me at once," he bellowed. Yet, his cries fell on deaf ears, regarded merely as futile rage. Bound, Jerry lay prostrate on the ground. Yet his incessant verbal tirade persisted. "You wretched Navy, remember to change my title. I am called you." Mid-sentence, Jerry's expression contorted in agony as a piercing scream escaped him, his voice altered. Unbeknownst to him, Iceberg had approached silently from behind and delivered a powerful kick to Jerry's most vulnerable area. Any man would comprehend the pain he now endured. Jerry was likely rendered incapable of even shedding tears. "You dare to damage my ship. You dare to assault Mr. Tom." Iceberg's furious voice echoed as he launched another fierce kick, eliciting a more harrowing scream from Jerry that resonated along the shoreline. As Teya and the naval officers beheld the entire ordeal, they could not help but collectively gasp in astonishment. Indeed, it is often said that an honest person's wrath is a fearsome sight. Nevertheless, Jerry's reputation as the egg breaker has been undeniably solidified. With this tumultuous episode drawing to a close and having graciously declined the enthusiastic hospitality of the naval colonel, Teya resolved to return to his residence to organize his belongings. Having scarcely slept the entire night, he found himself surprisingly invigorated, although the aftermath of the battle left him somewhat peckish. Just as he retrieved his luggage and was about to depart, the phone bug nestled in his backpack suddenly emitted a shrill ring. "You little rascal, where have you been? I've called you nearly a dozen times." The moment Teya answered the call, he was met with a tempestuous roar from the other end, ruffling his hair into disarray. Teya tidied his hair, a smile adorning his face as he exclaimed, It's Mr. Garp." Yesterday, in his haste, Teya had inadvertently left his communicator tucked away in his backpack, failing to retrieve it. Coupled with the time spent dealing with the Naval Division regarding the matter, he had missed Garp's call altogether. Acknowledging his own oversight, Teya could only endure the reprimands with a smile. After Garp delivered a thorough scolding, his tone softened somewhat, for he was genuinely concerned whether Teya had encountered any difficulties. Once Garp's temper had subsided, Teya recounted the capture of the Bloodbear pirates to him. To his surprise, Garp was already aware of the situation. It turned out that Crane had informed Garp of Teya's presence in Water City. Although Garp could not reach Teya directly, he had managed to connect with the naval colonel stationed in Water City just moments ago. Kid, you've grown some skills, haven't you? Haha. I'm curious to see what your current strength is like. By the way, the reason I called is to let you know that I'll be arriving in Water City tomorrow. You can come aboard my ship. What? The plan for the adventure had barely commenced when it was abruptly cut short, leaving him with a sense of discontent. What? I intended to take you out to broaden your horizons, and now it ends here. We shall keep in touch. Admiral Karp. It seems that even the eyes of the snail phone have closed, indicating that Karp has hung up the call. That old curmudgeon, he ended the call so swiftly. After packing his belongings, Teya left the inn with a grim expression, recalling that he still had matters to discuss with Tom and the others. Just as he was nearing the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. He remembered the tavern he first visited upon his arrival, the one devoid of alcohol, and to his surprise, the old man was still standing at the doorway. Teya was consumed by an inexplicable rage as she approached the old man with a sullen expression. To her surprise, the elderly gentleman appeared as though he had encountered a savior, greeting her with a warm and cheerful smile. Teya, what kind of plot development is this? A few individuals, wrapped in bandages, emerged from the shop. Those were the same individuals that Teya had previously bested. What brings you here? They replied, our benefactor. Ever since you taught us a lesson, we have spent the night reflecting and have decided to turn over a new leaf, abandoning our nefarious ways. They spoke with fervent conviction, gesturing toward their sign. The word no had been removed, transforming it into a tavern that serves ale. In that moment, Teya found himself at a loss for words, merely wishing to ask his friends, am I in the right? The background music began to play. However, amid such absurdity, the storm clouds of Teya's vexation dissipated. The weather seemed to brighten, and the town regained its vibrancy. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Teya, after much effort, finally reached the entrance when she suddenly heard a woman's voice behind her. Frankie, why are you so disobedient? I told you not to run around. I didn't. Turning around, she found only a bustling street filled with people, yet saw nothing amiss. Teya turned around, gently shaking her head and breaking into a soft smile. The junkyard. Iceberg was closely following Tom, attentively absorbing the shipbuilding knowledge he imparted. Today, Tom officially took Iceberg as his apprentice. When Iceberg inquired of Tom, he merely smiled and refrained from answering. It was only upon witnessing the small boat Iceberg had crafted on a whim that Tom recognized his potential, perceiving within the 9-year-old a remarkable character, which inspired him to take Iceberg under his wing. Are you busy? At some point, Teya had approached them from behind. Tom and Iceberg felt a deep gratitude towards Teya, yet upon seeing her burdened with luggage, they assumed she had come to bid them farewell. Teya will depart from here tomorrow, and he has an important matter to convey to Tom and the Iceberg. Among the treasures discovered from the Bloodbear pirates, aside from a portion retained on the ship that was confiscated by the Navy, the remainder is present here. However, it consists of merely 2 chests. I intend to take one of these back to report, while I plan to bestow the other upon you. Teya picked up a smaller box and addressed Tom and the others. This was Teya's plan, to invest this sum into the future of Tom's studio. Though he could not state it explicitly, it was indeed his desire and something he was capable of achieving. Tom and Iceberg were somewhat taken aback and hesitated repeatedly. But ultimately Teya remarked, Mr. Tom, today I am not speaking to you as a naval officer, but rather as a friend. Consider this an investment for my future vessel. Tom ceased to refuse and accepted the offer. Teya gazed at the vessel Tom was in the process of constructing. Although it had barely begun, he could not help but exclaim, I believe I understand why men yearn to venture towards the sea. Dreams reside upon the waters, regardless of the type of ship. As long as one possesses determination, they shall surely arrive. Tom laughed heartily, nodding in agreement, considering that he would depart the following day. Teya resolved to spend the night in this place, mingling with them. As for the small chest he carried, it was indeed meant to be returned as part of his duties. After all, he had recognized its contents the moment he discovered it aboard the ship. Warning: detection of a devil fruit. Consumption is prohibited, and any consequences shall be borne by the individual. Red text, Chapter 53. The taste of love's iron fist. Teya had already opened the chest containing the devil fruit. Inside lay a purple fruit, reminiscent of a cantaloupe, which he had seen in an anime before and remembered quite vividly. It was likely the paramecia-type bubble fruit. However, what puzzled Teya was why they had not consumed this devil fruit. As the captain, Greco was the wielder of the bear fruit. Logically, he should have given this fruit to his brother. Did they possess other motives? After learning from Tom the reasons behind Greco's abduction of him, Teya pieced together the narrative with considerable accuracy. It turned out they wished for Tom to use the Atom Tree to construct a ship for them. But Teya surmised that the funds aboard the ship would be insufficient to procure the Atom Tree, while he was uncertain of its exact cost. He was aware that a devil fruit fetched no less than 100 million berries on the black market. It seemed they intended to sell this devil fruit to raise money to purchase the Atom Tree. Interestingly, Teya's imagination conjured an image of Jerry consuming this devil fruit. After all, he was the notorious egg breaker Jerry, with a bounty of 40 million berries, and also the one who had devoured the bubble fruit, transforming him into the Bubble Man. In Teya's mind, an unsettling image of Jerry surfaced, his lewd expression as he caressed the bubbles that perpetually emerged from his arm. Ugh. It was the first time Teya felt nauseated by a scene conjured by his own imagination. He was truly relieved that the other party had not consumed that fruit. As for the beautiful secretary, Khalifa, that was one matter, but the thought of a burly man indulging in the bubble fruit was simply unbearable. The night passed in silence. The following day, as expected, Admiral Karp made his timely appearance. Teya had already bid farewell to Tom and Iceberg and was now waiting at the port. At this moment, Teya had donned his naval uniform, his justice cloak billowing in the sea breeze like a banner fluttering in the wind. Standing tall and spirited at the water's edge, Teya exuded an air of gallantry. Teya rendered a military salute. Karp remained silent for a moment before suddenly delivering a punch that left a sizable bump on Teya's head. The pain caused Teya to grimace, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Gazing at Karp's hearty laughter, Teya, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What have I done wrong? On what grounds do you strike me? How does the taste of my iron fist feel, lad?" Karp retorted. After enduring numerous beatings aboard Crane's warship, Teya was taken aback to find that the severity had only intensified under Karp's command. With a look of disdain, he followed Karp onto the ship. Feeling as if he had boarded a pirate vessel, the warship gradually departed from the water city. Karp led Teya to his office on the ship. "Oh, by the way, you've been promoted to colonel," he remarked. Promoted, you say?" Teya replied. "An individual who single-handedly annihilated a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Coupled with those previous two incidents, should I conclude that the adversary was weak, or that you, my lad, are a genius?" Karp chuckled as he cast a glance at Teya. Teya remained silent, merely passing the box containing the devil fruit to Karp, thus informing him of the situation. Karp, displaying a look of confusion, remarked, "Do you truly have no interest in the devil fruit?" Teya found himself unable to respond to this inquiry and shrugged his shoulders. How could he possibly lack interest in the devil fruit? Yet, he found himself devoid of options. Karp chose not to pursue the matter further, carelessly tossing the fruit aside as one might discard a piece of waste paper. "By the way, where's Sakazuki? I haven't seen him around," Karp huffed. "That magma brat? Don't even mention him. In any case, we just don't get along." He returned to headquarters to report. It seemed Karp had often put Sakazuki to work. Considering Karp himself was rather irreverent, despite only being in his 40s. "However, now that you are aboard my ship, Teya, I feel considerably more at ease," Karp said, placing a hand on Teya's shoulder. A sense of foreboding surged within Teya. Could it be that I am to become the next victim? Is it too late to leave now? After a moment's contemplation, Teya resolved to take the initiative. Since evasion was no longer an option, he might as well gain something from the situation. "Mr. Karp, as I am now accompanying you on this voyage, I will heed your commands. But I have one condition. If you refuse, I shall return to Vice Admiral Tsuru." Upon hearing this, Karp found it amusing. At least this lad was more astute than Sakazuki, prompting him to allow Teya to continue. "I hope you can guide me in my training." "Haha. I thought it was something of great significance." "No problem. While I may not compare to Zifa, I assure you I will teach you with utmost dedication." Although Karp spoke these words with a serious expression and a thump on his chest, Teya felt the degree of reliability in Karp's promise was somewhat dubious. Nonetheless, studying under Karp would undoubtedly impart valuable knowledge. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Karp." Half an hour later, Teya stood on the deck, gazing at Karp, clad in his training attire, and let out a sigh. Indeed, when this old man became fervent, nothing could deter him. "Come at me with all your strength. Let me see how far you've come." Upon hearing this, Teya chuckled. He too was eager to discern the extent of his disparity with such a formidable opponent, a wave of inexplicable exhilaration washing over him. With a sharp crack, Teya completed the hardening of his armament Haki. Indeed, just as Tsuru mentioned, Karp nodded in approval. Not only that, Teya had secretly activated his iron block. He could now maneuver freely while employing it, marking a significant enhancement to his power. However, Karp was yet unaware of this. shave. This was a combination technique Teya had not yet fully mastered. At present, he could only execute it over relatively short distances in a straight line. The principle involved merging shave with moonwalk, enabling high-speed movement while utilizing the explosive force of moonwalk to accelerate his sprint, thereby increasing the speed of his attacks. The goal was to strike swiftly, leaving the opponent little time to react, potentially achieving a decisive blow. In an instant, a tremendous sonic boom erupted on the deck as Teya vanished from his original position, the very air around him trembling. The next moment, Karp sensed a wave of energy surging toward him. Bang! Teya remained in the poised stance of delivering a powerful punch. Yet one hand intercepted his strike while the other landed a playful thump on his head. Ouch! The uproarious laughter of Karp echoed as he beheld Teya, who was crouched on the ground, cradling his head in dismay, tears of mirth streaming down his cheeks. Teya was feeling quite dejected, not due to the gap in strength, but because every time he was hurt, it was always his head. Did he truly think he had an iron head? Kid, you need to train diligently with me from now on. You still have a long way to go, Karp chuckled, before turning back to the ship's cabin. Deep down, Karp was somewhat astonished. Teya's progress and strength had exceeded his expectations. When he struck Teya on the head, Karp distinctly sensed that Teya had utilized his iron block technique. Glancing at his palm, Karp noticed a slight redness. Did I actually sustain a minor injury? A grin spread across his face. This kid has a promising future. Chapter 54. Each with their own strengths at the Navy headquarters, a warship had just docked. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you have returned. Has Karp come back? No. Vice Admiral Karp has not yet returned. After exchanging a few brief words with the officers stationed at the headquarters, Tsuru proceeded to the Fleet Admiral's office to report on the completion of the recent mission. On her way, she fortuitously encountered Zephyr, just out of the Naval Academy. Accompanied by Akaino, the two exchanged pleasantries, and Zephyr, as expected, inquired about Teya's status. That child was taken by Karp a month ago. After saying this, Tsuru discreetly glanced at the stoic Akaino, remarking that when Teya returned to the headquarters, Akaino would likely be taken aback. Is that so? I must admit, I am somewhat looking forward to it. Zephyr had been keeping a close watch on Teya, although he had only heard snippets of information through the Den Mushi. After all, Teya had been promoted to colonel, and his strength surely had improved. At that moment, Akainu interjected, Vice Admiral Tsuru, just how strong is Teya now? Zephyr glanced at Akainu, aware of his competitive nature. Having previously been defeated by Teya, and now possessing a devil fruit, Akainu had undergone a qualitative leap in strength. He had always remembered Zephyr's teaching that true strength comes from self-improvement, and he had never neglected his training. However, his fruit's powers were undeniably formidable, leading Akainu to become somewhat lax in his swordsmanship, opting instead to focus on developing his fruit abilities and physical techniques. Zephyr felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction when considering the future of the Navy he had nurtured. Although Borsalino had become entirely absorbed in studying his devil fruit abilities after acquiring them, seemingly disregarding Zephyr's teachings, his attitude appeared to have shifted following the Chris incident. Maximizing the potential of one's abilities was also a form of strength. Thus, he bore no resentment towards Borsalino. Recently, he had even visited the science division to check on him, much to Borsalino's surprise, who had thought he had committed some error. Now, in response to Akainu's inquiry, Tsuru glanced at him calmly and smiled. Teya is now unharmed by natural-type attacks. Akainu understood the implications of her statement, though he had not been with Karp for long. He had participated in several battles, and the nemesis of natural-type devil fruit users, aside from the rare sea prism stone, was the Haki technique. Could it be that Teya had already mastered Haki? It seems that the gap between us truly is widening, yet hearing you say that only makes me more eager to face him in battle. Seeing Akainu express such sentiments with a smile, his eyes filled with combat fervor, Tsuru was momentarily taken aback, before sharing a knowing smile. This boy's competitive spirit is indeed strong. By the way, Zephyr, is the Fleet Admiral in? No. He has set sail personally. On an island in the Grand Line, a bonfire blazed brightly on the shore, with two wooden sticks skewering large fish, angled into the ground. The flames roasted the fish, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Teya recalled the feeling he once experienced while passing by a barbecue stall, and it was strikingly similar to the present moment. However, he had no time to indulge in such thoughts, for he was engaged in a duel with Karp. At that moment, Karp stood before Teya, clad in a deep blue tank top that showcased his robust physique, exuding an aura as steadfast as a towering mountain. In contrast, Teya appeared remarkably composed. The accumulation of experience over time had taught him how to swiftly adjust his emotions in the heat of battle. It could be said that his mental fortitude had significantly matured compared to 6 months prior. Since boarding Karp's warship, Karp had indeed promised to mentor Teya. And by the third day, they had discovered this desolate island. After dispatching the ship to a nearby base for rest and readiness, they immersed themselves in a wilderness survival game. Over the past month, Karp had devised an array of innovative methods to train Teya, with exercises involving rolling logs and boulders becoming commonplace. Unlike in the past, Teya harbored no complaints about these challenges. After all, he had initiated this endeavor and accepted it with grace, which earned him Karp's newfound respect. With a hand on his hip, Karp chuckled, "Kid, let me see just how much progress you've made this past month." Upon hearing these words, Teya offered a slight smile and then closed his eyes. Armament. A familiar, crisp sound resonated as Teya activated his Haki. As his fist turned black, the energy continued to surge, eventually enveloping half of his arm. This was the fruit of Teya's month-long arduous training, achieving a mastery level of proficient in his armament Haki. Teya brought her right fist close to the palm of her left hand, striking a pose that exuded a certain charm. With a swift step forward, she launched herself like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling directly towards Karp. Faster! Teya gritted his teeth, and the very air beneath his feet seemed to tremble as he propelled himself forward. In a startling display, he appeared to vanish, leaving only a shadow that surged toward Karp like a blade of blackened air. This was Teya's mastery of the shave technique. Now honed to the extent that he could alter his direction with remarkable agility, both his speed and explosive power had reached levels far beyond his previous capabilities. Karp, still grinning, stood his ground. The sight evoked memories of when Teya had first boarded the ship a month prior. Yet this time, he wondered if he could achieve a breakthrough. With immense velocity propelling him forward, Teya unleashed his iron fist as he closed in on Karp. Iron Shatter Fist. Empowered by his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, his punch soared like a shooting star, hurtling toward Karp with unstoppable force. In response, Karp countered with a punch of his own, effortlessly absorbing Teya's assault. The clash of their immense energies created a tempest, akin to two powerful fans blowing fiercely against one another, stirring up a whirlwind on the ground. Under the mounting pressure of Karp's formidable strength, Teya struggled to maintain his footing, ultimately forced to retreat several steps before stabilizing himself, panting heavily. "Well done, kid. You've managed to exchange a few blows with me. You've made considerable progress in just a month," Karp praised. Teya smiled in response, feeling a sense of accomplishment at his newfound advancements. His Haki now covered nearly half of his arm, and his proficiency with the 6 techniques had significantly improved, with the remaining techniques nearing their critical thresholds. Teya felt a slight warmth in the palm of his right hand, a subtle replenishment of the energy he had expended, although he had harnessed increasingly potent forces. The formidable techniques he employed came at the cost of greater stamina depletion. Thus, it was imperative for Teya to possess substantial physical endurance to sustain his endeavors. Nonetheless, he regarded this as entirely reasonable. After all, even in the realm of gaming, the consumption of resources for ultimate abilities surpasses that of ordinary skills. At that moment, Karp approached, patting Teya on the shoulder and declaring, "It is time to set sail once more. However, let us first partake in a meal." Yet, in the next instant, a voice of astonishment echoed across the island. "Where's my fish?" It turned out that the battle between the two had inadvertently affected a nearby roasted fish. Not only had the fish been blown away, but the bonfire itself was reduced to a charred wasteland by the gusts. Those 2 roasted fish had likely found their way into the sea, becoming a meal for the fish below. Karp and Teya gazed at the disarray along the shore, exchanging glances in silent understanding. "You little rascal, this is all your fault. Who told you to secure it so poorly? You old fool. Don't place the blame on me. Was Teya you who suggested we fight? Who was it that was shouting with such enthusiasm just moments ago? Nonsense, you brat." Thus, the two engaged in a relentless quarrel over this trivial matter. Chapter 55. 2 Madmen. The sea was tranquil, and Teya stood atop the mast, savoring the sea breeze as he squinted contentedly. Unable to resist a stretch, he focused his gaze on the horizon where the sea met the sky. What a beautiful day it was. Before his journey into this world, Teya, like many, had suffered from mild myopia. To his astonishment, upon arriving in the pirate realm, not only had his nearsightedness vanished, but his vision had become increasingly sharp. However, Teya was uncertain whether this transformation was a result of his newfound observation Haki or perhaps a unique boon bestowed upon him during his crossing into this world. It was now the 3rd day since they had set sail, and Karp had not disclosed their destination. Teya, too, felt no inclination to inquire. Considering Karp's notoriously irreverent nature, he opted to remain silent to avoid any further complications. leaping onto the deck. Teya happened upon the assistant officer emerging from the cabin and inquired about Karp's whereabouts. The assistant officer replied with a smile, "Admiral Karp is in his office. Though I just saw him dozing off while enjoying a donut." Teya had grown accustomed to it. She merely nodded and returned to her room. She retrieved her phone book, deliberating for a moment before deciding to call Crane. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello? Is this Teya?" Crane's gentle voice resonated from the other end, and Teya discerned the concern woven into her tone. "Crane, hey, I missed you, so I thought I'd give you a call." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Teya recounted her recent training endeavors, for she still regarded herself as one of Crane's subordinates and held her concern in high regard. "Cap didn't bully you, did he? I just hope that old lunatic doesn't drive you mad as well." Teya certainly claimed otherwise, yet in her heart she mused that both of them had indeed bullied her quite a bit. "By the way, Crane, have there been any significant events recently?" Teya still lacked a profound understanding of the era she found herself in, although she had seemingly noted the major incidents involving pirates while watching One Piece. She had not paid them much heed at the time. In retrospect, it is indeed a lamentable truth that one only realizes the scarcity of knowledge when it is required. However, Crane remarked that no major events had transpired, though the second cohort of students from the Navy Academy, under Zifa's tutelage, was soon to graduate. Upon hearing this, Teya suddenly felt that time had flown by. She had already spent over a year in this place. Yet Zifa had mentioned that the strength of the first cohort was superior, particularly yours. "I spoke to Zifa about your experiences, and he shared your story with the other students, extolling you to great heights." "Ah, how amusing." In response, Teya could only offer an awkward yet polite smile. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, it dawned on her that many of the renowned naval commanders in the future would likely emerge from this very cohort. With only Akainu and Akiji missing among the three admirals, the year was 1491, and it would not be long before Gold Roger ascended to the title of Pirate King. At that juncture, a series of monumental events would undoubtedly unfold. Teya inquired about his recent circumstances, mentioning that he should be on his way back to the headquarters. He expressed his longing to see He, as it had been quite a while since their last meeting. However, he informed him that he was still engaged in a mission and advised Teya to seek out Zifa upon his return. For Zifa had been eagerly anticipating their meeting for quite some time. The conversation was delightful, concluding with a few friendly exchanges before Teya hung up the phone. His mood elevated, he turned around only to be greeted by the sight of a broad grin on a familiar face. "Goodness." Teya was taken aback, for Karp had unexpectedly appeared behind him. "Haha, you've really grown, haven't you? Calling Crane sister now?" Karp remarked. "General Crane instructed me to address her this way, and besides, she is quite youthful. What is wrong with calling her sister?" Karp shrugged. "I'm young too, so why do you refer to me as old man?" Upon seeing Karp's mischievous grin, Teya immediately rolled his eyes. "Am I supposed to call you big brother then?" he retorted. Indeed, Teya found himself at a loss for words. His earlier good mood had been thoroughly disrupted, and he longed to return to headquarters for a moment of peace. He now nostalgically recalled Zifa's sternness and Crane's gentleness. Realizing that after spending some time with Karp, he seemed to have lost his decorum. Could it be true that one becomes like those they associate with? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside. Teya hurriedly followed Cap onto the deck, where they observed 4 or 5 pirate ships bombarding the military vessel they occupied. Although the majority of the cannon fire struck the surrounding waters, creating towering splashes, 2 cannonballs nonetheless impacted the ship directly. Teya stood at the edge of the ship, gazing out at the formidable pirate vessels before her. Their size was comparable to that of Admiral Karp's warships, and they all bore the same pirate flag. Though Teya was unaware of the identity of this particular pirate crew, she reported to Vice Admiral Karp that they were facing the heavy cannon pirate crew, consisting of 4 ships, all of which were fully manned, with the captain, vice captain, and numerous officers aboard. The heavy cannon pirate crew? Teya had perused a multitude of bounty notices and retained a vague impression of the heavy artillery pirate crew hailing from the South Sea. As for their captain, Richard, Teya could not recall the exact number of zeros attached to his bounty. However, judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that the adversary sought to inundate them with a barrage of cannon fire, exhibiting a stark lack of humanity and reason. Yet, amidst the tension, the crew aboard the warship remained composed. Admiral Karp shed his coat and began to loosen his joints. With determination, Admiral Karp approached the ship's edge, where an apparatus reminiscent of a bowling ball conveyor belt lay, meticulously laden with black iron spheres. On the opposing vessel, Richard brandished his sword, directing his crew to continue their assault. They had fortuitously anchored nearby, only to unexpectedly encounter a naval ship. When pirates spot the Navy, two outcomes typically ensue: retreat or confrontation. Nonetheless, the heavy artillery pirate crew, renowned for their prowess at sea, feared no formidable opponents. A single volley of cannonballs would obliterate any foe. At that moment, Teya leaped into the air, executing a series of swift kicks to dismantle the cannonballs aimed at the warship. Carp, witnessing this, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Kid, don't steal my thunder. Behold this." With that, he seized an iron ball and hurled it with immense force towards the enemy, its impact rivaling that of multiple cannonballs, causing their ship to erupt in a fiery explosion. Hee, how about that? Gained some wisdom, have you? Teya was witnessing Kapu's technique for the very first time, having only encountered it previously in anime. The power it wielded was indeed astonishing. Nevertheless, Teya proclaimed, "Do not grow complacent, you old fool. Observe my prowess." With that, Teya executed a leap using the moon step, propelling herself even higher, and then traced a crescent arc in the air with her right foot, delivering a formidable gale kick. A crescent-shaped slash surged forth like a shockwave across the ocean, cleaving a vessel in two with remarkable precision. Teya smirked at Kapnu, exuding an air of triumph. Cap let out a cold snort, then hurled the iron ball with the swiftness of a meteor towards the opposite side. At that moment, the Richardians were left in a state of bewilderment. Who were they facing? Surely, it couldn't be two monsters. If Crane were present, he would undoubtedly argue that no. These were two madmen. Chapter 56. Return to the naval headquarters. It had been nearly half a year since Teya had set sail with Crane, and he finally returned to the naval headquarters. The familiar insignia greeted him, along with the nostalgic scents that evoked memories. For Teya, the days spent adrift at sea were undoubtedly exhilarating, yet he felt a profound sense of security upon stepping ashore and walking along the path. In that instant of returning to headquarters, he truly experienced a feeling akin to coming home. Time, it seemed, had flown by rather swiftly. Teya, burdened with his luggage, made his way towards the Naval Academy. Having not seen Teacher Zfa for quite some time, he found himself feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Upon arriving at the academy, he observed the new recruits training on the field, and a wave of emotion washed over him. It was as if he could see himself during his early days, struggling to keep pace with even the basic training. Reflecting on the past, he felt a sense of growth, which brought a smile to his face. As he surveyed his surroundings, he soon spotted a familiar figure and walked over. There stood Zfa, addressing a group of seated recruits, elucidating the methods and techniques of training. When he noticed someone curiously gazing at him from behind, he turned around, his expression lighting up with surprise. "Teacher Zfa." Teya saluted respectfully. After scrutinizing Teya for a moment, Zfa nodded and remarked, "Well, young man, you've certainly grown taller and matured quite a bit." To Teya's astonishment, Zfa then introduced him to the recruits, prompting a stir among them. "Is this the Teya that Teacher Zfa has always spoken of? He seems remarkably youthful." They had heard whispers of him being the strongest of the first cohort, now a colonel, with some speculating that he would become the youngest senior officer in history. So handsome, a few girls in the crowd blushed as they gazed at Teya. Amidst the buzz of conversation, Teya felt a bit uncomfortable, yet internally, he was quite pleased. Indeed, clad in his naval uniform, he exuded a striking presence. And with Zfa's lofty praises, it was no wonder that he had become an idol to the recruits. "Teacher Zfa," Teya said, casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at him. "Aha, Teya, you still feel shy? Since you've made the rare trip back, why not share a few words with these newcomers?" Zfa suggested. Instantly, the recruits' eyes sparkled with excitement, each one more eager than the last. They had grown weary of the usual teachings from naval admirals, and now, with a fresh perspective to glean, they found the prospect utterly fascinating. Ultimately, unable to decline, Teya acquiesced. Teya glanced around, observing that most of the newcomers appeared to be of a similar age to her, with some even younger. Clearing her throat, she began. "To be honest, I am uncertain where to start, given that I am not much older than you. I shall share my experiences from the time I have spent at sea." Teya recounted his maritime experiences, of course omitting certain confidential or sensitive details. Nevertheless, his vivid narration captivated the recruits. From his initial encounter with the giant axe pirate crew, to the serendipitous meeting in Shireen Town with his sister, followed by the melodramatic tavern tales from Water City, and culminating in the poignant saga of the heavy cannon pirate crew's transformation into mute figures. Teya, a natural storyteller, infused each tale with embellishments that rendered them utterly enthralling. As he spoke of the sisters' adventures, some listeners sighed in sympathy when discussing the battles involving devil fruit users. Others fidgeted nervously, And when recounting the heavy cannon pirate captain's tearful lamentations, the entire assembly erupted in laughter. After several hours of storytelling, Teya, feeling parched, realized a crowd had gathered around him, with all the recruits engrossed in his narratives, and even some nearby officers and soldiers had approached, drawn by tales they had yet to experience. In truth, he shared these stories to convey that the world is neither as splendid nor as dreadful as one might imagine, and he hoped for their collective efforts moving forward. Thunderous applause erupted, and Zephyr, standing beside Teya, wore an expression of pride. "All right, everyone disperse," Zephyr announced, noting the time was right for dismissal. Turning to Teya, he suggested he leave his belongings in the academy office. The two then departed the training ground to seek sustenance. On the third floor of the Navy office building, bright glass reflected the fluffy clouds drifting above, revealing an office within. Through the glass, one could see Garp holding a transponder snail, his face etched with concern. "Understood. I shall make my way there promptly," he said, frowning. "Rest assured. I want to take him along. That's final." After hanging up, Garp glanced out the window. The recruits had seemingly just disbanded. Though distant, he recognized two familiar figures. A recent call from Tsuru had informed Garp that Admiral Kong had arrived at the latter half of the Grand Line, although they had located Raidfield. The situation was more complex than anticipated, prompting Tsuru to insist Garp go there as a precaution. Her concerns were not unwarranted. This was no trivial matter, and the adversary's strength was formidable, which is why she had repeatedly cautioned Garp against bringing Teya along, deeming it too perilous. Garp, never one to be careless regarding serious matters, maintained a solemn demeanor. "I had intended to take you to the New World for some first-hand experience, but it seems that is no longer feasible," he muttered to himself while gazing back at the Navy headquarters from aboard the warship. In the Navy cafeteria. "What did you say? Why are you so excited? Sit down first." Teya, realizing he had acted somewhat inappropriately, promptly seated himself and discreetly removed the grains of rice clinging to the corner of his mouth, consuming them. He then blinked and quietly inquired, "Teacher Zephyr, is what you say truly the case?" Zephyr remained silent, continuing to enjoy his meal, yet he nodded affirmatively. This revelation brought immense joy to Teya. After such a lengthy wait, he had finally received the news he yearned for. Zephyr had informed him that the warship was ready. As fate would have it, their cohort coincided with the warship's refurbishment, leading to the construction of entirely new vessels. Had it been in the past, they would likely have had the honor of inheriting the legacy of their predecessors by boarding refurbished ships. Thus, Teya felt fortunate indeed. "By the way, what stage have you reached now?" "Me?" Teya replied, swallowing a sizable piece of beef with some difficulty. "Did not General Crane discuss this with you?" Zephyr set down his utensils, a smile gracing his face as he suggested, "Shall we venture to the back mountain later for me to witness your skills?" Teya had eagerly awaited this invitation. Previously, he might have trembled at the prospect, but now he perceived it as an opportunity to demonstrate his current prowess to Zephyr, hoping for new insights and understandings. It was an opportunity he had long anticipated. Chapter 57, Potential or Instinct in the Wilderness of the Back Mountain. The scattered stones and uprooted weeds bore witness to what appeared to have been a battle, though it was, in fact, the result of Teya showcasing his strength. "I initially thought promoting you to colonel was premature, but given your current capabilities, especially at your age, you are indeed deserving of this rank. After all, your mastery of the 6 styles is remarkable. Even some within the CP organization may not rival your prowess." Teya felt a swell of happiness at Zephyr's acknowledgement, recognizing that such tangible progress stemmed from his dedicated training. "However, your mastery of Haki is still somewhat unstable." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Teya inquired, "Teacher Zephyr, what do you mean? While your Haki appears formidable, after sparring with you, I discerned it seems somewhat superficial, although its intensity is sufficient. I suspect you struggle to unleash your full potential fluidly during combat, indicating that, for some reason, you have yet to fully harness its capabilities." Teya nodded, acknowledging Zifa's perspective. Zifa, indeed a master, pinpointed the crux of the issue with remarkable precision. The one who understands himself best is undoubtedly Teya. He is aware that a significant portion of his cultivation relies on the enhancement provided by the potential imprint of his physical techniques, including the mastery of Haki. The superficiality that Zifa alluded to is precisely the bottleneck Teya currently confronts, a perplexing dilemma that troubles him. It has been mentioned previously that the imprint can assist Teya in wielding Haki more effectively, although he appears to progress at an astonishing pace. Having reached the capability to harden half of his arm with armament Haki, there remains a critical point. Rapid advancement does not necessarily equate to mastery. This distinction sets Haki apart from the 6 styles. While the 6 styles require a certain degree of technique, Haki is fundamentally a manifestation of personal strength. The greater the power, the higher the intensity of Haki. However, the challenge lies in Teya's struggle to grasp the sensation that Haki's entanglement bestows upon him. When Teya solely utilized the Conqueror's Haki, he wielded that invisible aura with the grace of manipulating a tangible entity, as effortless as the act of drinking or eating. Akin to an innate talent. However, upon transitioning to the armament Haki's hardening, that elusive sensation lingered, adversely affecting his mastery of the armament. Even with sufficient strength, Teya perceived his armament Haki as akin to mercury, seemingly solid yet flowing just beneath the surface. Although the armament Haki is indeed in a fluid state, the distinction in both power and methodology is quite significant. In summary, Teya exhibited a certain eagerness for immediate results, aspiring to control his armament Haki as deftly as he managed the Conqueror's Haki. Consequently, Teya confided his innermost uncertainties to Zephyr in meticulous detail, while Zephyr appeared outwardly unfazed. He was internally astonished by Teya's approach. This young man, simultaneously honing his Haki while delving into methods of control, truly displayed remarkable ambition and aspiration. Yet, it was evident that he was somewhat impatient. The ability to independently comprehend the nuances of controlling Conqueror's Haki speaks volumes of Teya's proficiency. Placing him well above the average individual, to label him a genius would be no exaggeration. In her heart, Teya couldn't help but scoff, thinking that it was not something she had comprehended but rather felt innate. However, Zephyr must have already imparted to you the fundamental knowledge of observation Haki. So I shall refrain from reiterating that. Allow me to instead highlight the critical considerations for its application. After receiving Zephyr's guidance, Teya, having recognized the current issues she faced, endeavored tirelessly to seek a resolution. Yet, despite her efforts over several days, she encountered no significant breakthroughs. On this particular day, Teya arrived at the back mountain as usual, only to find that Zephyr had not shown up. It was peculiar. Had they not agreed that he would come to provide instruction today? Could it be that teacher Zephyr had encountered an unexpected circumstance that prevented his arrival? Teya ceased to ponder further and commenced his training in solitude. Concerning the mastery of armament Haki, while Zephyr had indicated that he currently faced no significant issues, the improper handling of control methods could adversely affect his future progression in utilizing armament Haki. 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant's nest. Such seemingly minor hazards were intolerable to Teya. Previously, when employing Haki, he merely felt a sense of curiosity, confident in his adequate strength, thus he paid little heed. However, upon hearing Zephyr's words, Teya found himself increasingly restless. If this issue remained unresolved, it could lead to complications should unforeseen circumstances arise. Suddenly, Teya sensed the approach of someone behind him. Could it be Zephyr-sensei? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt an unsettling shift and promptly turned to investigate. To his surprise, it was Akainu, striding towards him in a conspicuously vibrant red shirt. Yet, why did he appear so enraged? Akainu remained silent, advancing directly toward Teya, leaving Teya bewildered. Akainu, or rather, Sakazuki, are you seeking me? No sooner had he spoken than Akainu accelerated towards him, radiating an aura of confrontation. His heated right fist transformed into a deep crimson hue, emanating a palpable heat, clearly indicative of an elemental attack. Teya had no time to ponder. Immediately engaging with his armament color, their long-awaited reunion unfolded in this manner, which left Teya feeling somewhat disheartened. He found it peculiar that he did not evade but rather confronted him directly. After consuming the fruit, Akainu had indeed significantly enhanced his strength. However, with the augmentation of his armament color, Teya felt that his opponent could gain no substantial advantage. When Teya activated his armament color, Akainu's expression visibly altered, revealing a hint of surprise mingled with excitement. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed across the desolate ground. It wasn't long before Teya seemed to find his rhythm in the battle. Engaging with Akainu rekindled that exhilarating sensation of facing an equal adversary. Moreover, he had long desired a duel with a natural-type opponent. Face my move. Great eruption. Suddenly, Akainu, who had remained silent until then, stepped back slightly and bellowed. His arm immediately transformed, and a colossal deep crimson lava fist hurtled toward Teya. Although it was called a great eruption, it was not as exaggerated as depicted in the anime. After all, given Akainu's current prowess, he had not yet fully unlocked the fruit's potential. Nevertheless, that fist was still the size of 2 men. Yet, Teya chose not to evade. He felt a conviction that he could shatter this attack, and thus rushed headlong into the oncoming assault. Activating the hardening of his right armament color, that sensation surged once more, akin to lifting a feather with immense force. Yet Teya paid it no heed, as if it were non-existent. He then clenched his right fist, channeling the essence of each breath toward the heart of Akainu's great eruption. Unfazed and undaunted, indeed, this was it. The massive lava fist was shattered from within, and after breaching the attack, Teya's right fist halted a mere centimeter from Akainu's face. Ha 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 ha. Teya laughed heavenward. I was entirely mistaken before, utterly mistaken. Teya has finally come to understand her predicament. The overwhelming grasp of entanglement has become as instinctual as breathing. Why resort to the method of entrapment to achieve hardening? Armament Haki merely entails the process of hardening. It suffices to wield it through instinct. The potential is boundless. Yet transforming it into instinct is the ultimate goal to be attained. It appears I inadvertently reversed their fundamental order. Teya sat on the ground, laughing incessantly, as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing. Before him, Akainu remained silent, yet a subtle smile crept at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that Zifa's words were indeed correct. Some challenges could only be resolved by oneself. However, Teya, you truly possess remarkable strength. Not far behind a massive stone in the rear mountains, Zifa observed everything discreetly, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. This young man has not disappointed my arrangements. Though it may be a bit challenging for Sakazuki. Perhaps I shall invite these two lads to dinner tonight. Chapter 58. Aboard my beloved little warship. Time flew by, and half a year slipped away in the blink of an eye. It was now the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar. Ever since Teya returned to the Navy headquarters, he had not set sail but instead served as a temporary assistant instructor at the Naval Academy under Zifa. Despite his youth, Teya exhibited considerable skill in teaching the new recruits. This was partly due to emulating Zifa and partly thanks to the earnest educators he had encountered before his journey. Teaching students effectively is no simple feat. Although Teya was merely instructing these recruits in foundational training, he found parallels to the lessons imparted by his own teachers. After all, both involved the guidance of students. Teya felt fortunate that he had paid close attention in class. Otherwise, he would have likely spent the past 6 months idly practicing alone. During this half-year, Teya had not neglected his own training. Since overcoming his struggles with Haki, his subsequent practice had indeed cleared the fog, revealing clarity. However, his proficiency in physical techniques and Haki had not increased significantly, likely because genuine combat was the only surefire way for Teya to rapidly enhance his skills. Although he had not ventured beyond the Navy headquarters, he had gained considerable insight into the tumultuous seas. Part of this knowledge came from Zifa, while the rest was gleaned from conversations with Crane. Recently, Admiral Akainu returned, albeit having suffered defeat at the hands of a notorious pirate, the aloof Redfield. Teya was astounded by this news. Although he was unfamiliar with Redfield, the fact that the Admiral had been bested by him suggested formidable strength. Thankfully, Karp managed to capture the pirate, though this was only possible due to Redfield's weakened state after battling Akainu. While Akainu had lost, it seemed that his opponent had not emerged unscathed either. This news remained known only to a select few within the Navy's upper echelons. Even the capture and subsequent transport to Impel Down were conducted under strict secrecy, indicating a deliberate effort to conceal the matter. In addition to these events, the seas were rife with turmoil. From the east to the west, and the south to the north, new pirates continuously emerged, some of whom were exceptionally powerful, seeking to carve out their own legacies within the Grand Line. In the latter half of the Grand Line, renowned pirates had also engaged in significant conflicts. Though daily training may seem monotonous, Teya was fortunate that Akainu often sought him out for sparring sessions. Though these encounters were brief, Teya had never tasted defeat. Regrettably, 2 months prior, Akainu had received orders and was temporarily reassigned to the Navy's G8 branch, leaving Teya bereft of a formidable training partner, especially since he had yet to receive any mission assignments. Sigh. How tedious. Sitting in the Naval Academy's office, Teya sighed and picked up a red apple from the desk. Taking a bite, he felt as though he were on the verge of madness, akin to the days spent in school boarding, yearning for home during the term, only to crave the school once back home for too long. Though he currently found himself within the confines of an academic institution. Creak. Zifa entered, spotting Teya's demeanor and chuckling. What's the matter? Are you longing to go out? Ah, Teacher Zifa, nothing escapes your notice. Teya bashfully scratched his head and smiled, appearing considerably more relaxed in the presence of Zephyr than before. Their relationship had flourished, perhaps due to their shared solitude, as both of them had lost their families. It was possible that Zephyr had begun to see Teya as a source of solace. Ha. I always knew what you were up to, Zephyr remarked. Just so happens there's a task at hand. Are you willing to undertake it? Upon hearing this, Teya sprang up from his chair, his eyes wide with astonishment as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Yes, I will go. Oh, I am willing to go. Observing Teya nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain, Zephyr smiled gently. Then prepare yourself. You shall set off tomorrow. The following morning, Teya had completed the essential morning exercises early and arrived at the port. Zephyr had already clarified the matters yesterday and had just exchanged a few brief words with Teya before turning to leave. This task appeared to be quite straightforward, merely to fetch a newly selected recruit. However, the journey might be rather lengthy, as Teya was required to travel to the entrance of the Grand Line for the pickup. Nonetheless, Teya was aware that the division could have sent the recruit directly to headquarters. The reason for this arrangement, perhaps orchestrated by Zephyr, seemed intentional. Could it be that this recruit was indeed quite exceptional? Yet, according to instructor Zephyr, this recruit was of a similar age to Teya and purportedly possessed considerable strength. Alas, his identity bears no relevance to me. I merely hope that this voyage brings forth some intriguing experiences. Colonel Teya? Colonel Teya? An officer at the port called out to Teya several times, noticing the latter had not responded, seemingly lost in thought. Gently clearing his throat twice, he cautiously nudged Teya. What is it? Teya finally snapped back to reality. Colonel Teya, your warship is fully prepared. Then let us set sail. What are we waiting for? The officer was momentarily at a loss for words, reflecting on how he had called out for so long without a response, only to find that he was, indeed, waiting for Teya. Teya is finally about to board his own warship. Though it may be somewhat smaller compared to Karp's, its pristine condition makes Teya increasingly fond of it. No wonder he yearned for a vehicle upon arriving here. It appears the desire for a vessel stems from the same sentiment. Just as he was preparing to set sail, Teya suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he was astonished to see Roy approaching, clad in a naval uniform, his cape billowing behind him like a banner as he ran. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time, Teya, Roy exclaimed, enveloping Teya in a warm embrace. It had been nearly a year since the two had last met. Although Teya had spent almost 6 months at headquarters, Roy had been out at sea on various missions. And despite Teya's attempts to reach him, they had been unable to connect. Who would have thought that they would reunite at the port after such a long separation? Teya looked at Roy in front of him, joyfully inquiring, "What brings you here?" "I just arrived last night," Roy replied, gesturing towards the nearby warship. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here to take my ship." This scene made Teya shake his head, finding it somewhat amusing. It felt akin to hearing a friend say, while pointing at a sports car, "I'm here to pick up my new ride today." After exchanging a few casual remarks, when Teya mentioned he was on a mission, Roy remarked that he was also heading back to the base. If Teya was going in the same direction, they could travel together. Teya did not decline. It was a fortuitous opportunity to converse with Roy during the journey, as a year apart surely left much to discuss. The two warships departed the harbor, one following closely behind the other. "By the way, where are you currently stationed?" Teya stood at the bow of the warship, gazing at Roy beside him. Now, Roy had attained the rank of major, which afforded him the privilege of donning the cloak of justice. The Shambadi Archipelago. Roy chuckled softly, remarking that despite his numerous transfers, he ultimately returned to the very place he had started. Upon hearing Roy's words, Teya nodded thoughtfully. Shambadi, it seemed, was indeed a troublesome locale. Chapter 59, The Land of Controversy. The Shambadi Archipelago. Teya stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the enchanting island that resembled the one depicted in the anime almost perfectly. In fact, Teya could have witnessed the splendor of Sabaody much earlier. But an encounter with the heavy cannon pirates while returning to headquarters with Karp compelled them to alter their original course, thus thwarting their plans to journey to Sabaody. Along the way, Roy regaled Teya with numerous tales about the Sabaody archipelago. Observing Roy's professional demeanor, Teya mused that he could easily serve as a tour guide if he were given a small flag. The Sabaody archipelago boasts 79 numbered trees, each equipped with distinct facilities and town locations, which explains the necessity for numbering each tree. The entirety of Sabaody Island is composed of the roots of these trees, known as Yarkimand red trees, as the resin produced by these trees expands into bubbles upon contact with air, earning this place the moniker of the Bubble Island. Teya's impression of this place is no less significant than that of the previously visited Water 7, for in the realm of anime, this is a crucial location where Luffy and his companions set sail. However, the Sabaody archipelago appears tranquil on the surface, despite Roy's assertion that the first 30 areas indeed harbor lawless territories. The present state of affairs is far less chaotic than what is to come. After all, the pirates who have earned bounties and reached this location in this era undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Yet their numbers do not compare to the rampant proliferation of the Great Pirate Era. Consequently, the majority of those who arrive here do so primarily to coat their ships, enabling them to pass through Fishman Island and venture into the New World. Currently, a delicate equilibrium seems to exist among the pirates, residents, and the Navy. As long as no particularly outrageous incidents occur, no one is inclined to disrupt this fragile balance. In Area 66, the Sabaody Navy outpost. Welcome back, Major Roy. Several soldiers at the port saluted respectfully upon seeing Roy, casting curious glances at Teya. Roy introduced, "This is Colonel Teya from the Navy headquarters." Instantly, everyone straightened their posture, exclaiming, "Colonel Teya, we warmly welcome you to the Sabaody archipelago." Teya smiled and nodded, following Roy to the base. After Teya departed, several soldiers began to converse. Is it true? He seems even younger than Major Roy. What nonsense! Can someone really impersonate him? Have you even considered that? If that's the case, he must be even more formidable than Major Roy. It's hard to discern. Roy mentioned he was going to report to the base commander, and Teya accompanied him, only to discover that Colonel Ide was stationed at the Sabaody archipelago. Indeed, he was the same individual who had been gravely injured by the beast pirates while escorting Akina back. The three exchanged pleasantries. Although Roy and Ide were in a hierarchical relationship at work, Teya could perceive that their rapport resembled that between Teya and Zephyr. Teya was quite curious about why Colonel Ide was stationed in the Sabaody Islands, yet felt it was somewhat inappropriate to ask directly. However, Ide appeared to be in high spirits and remarked to Teya, "You young fellows are quite impressive. With heirs like you in the Navy, it bodes well for the future." Teya humbly replied, "You flatter me." Subsequently, Ide mentioned that there were no pressing matters at hand, and since Teya had made the rare visit to the Sabaody Islands, he suggested that Roy take Teya on a proper tour. Teya had long harbored this intention. After bidding farewell to Colonel Ide and instructing a few soldiers aboard the warship to remain on standby, he donned civilian attire and departed alongside Roy. Upon truly entering the charming town of Chambord, Teya was enveloped by the island's allure. In this enchanting realm, filled with beautiful bubbles, even as a boy, he felt his inner romanticism stirring, a truly dreamlike experience. As they strolled in silence, the two eventually arrived at Area 24. This area primarily housed restaurants, and Roy, understanding Teya's preferences, led him here first. As they walked the streets, Teya observed that most passers-by were clad in humble attire, with occasional peculiar figures, including some familiar fish-like beings that he had encountered before. Noticing Teya's perplexity, Roy elucidated, Area 4 is also known as the Commoner's Street. As the name suggests, it is primarily where the populace resides. Engaging in conversation, they entered a restaurant that appeared quite well decorated, though the prices remained a mystery. Alas, it seemed he had forgotten his wallet on the ship. Teya suddenly sensed an impending unease and hastily suggested, "Why don't we return to the naval mess hall for a meal? Free food surely has its merits." Roy chuckled at the conflicted expression on Teya's face. "There's no need for such formality with me. I insist on treating you. Furthermore, let us refrain from discussing this mess hall." After several refusals and realizing he could not dissuade Roy, Teya reluctantly settled into his seat. In truth, Roy felt a twinge of apprehension as well. He had not forgotten that Teya was quite the foodie. In fact, Roy privately referred to Teya as a dining machine, a title Teya remained blissfully unaware of. Neither of them was particularly hungry, opting instead for an array of snacks. They both yearned for more conversation, especially since Teya had a mission to undertake, and their next encounter was uncertain. By the way, how did Colonel Ide come to serve as the base commander here? Wasn't he previously? Teya peeled a small orange and popped it into his mouth, articulating his earlier doubts. "Oh, it's not just about that last incident." Roy appeared nonchalant, seemingly unconcerned. For this was indeed a crucial passage for pirates venturing into the New World. Colonel Ide was likely striving to uphold his sense of justice as best he could. Teya understood now. Colonel Ide was taking the initiative, especially since he had been caught off guard during the previous encounter. Let us not dwell on that. How about you set sail tomorrow? Today, let us enjoy ourselves. Roy's suggestion prompted Teya to ponder for a moment. Considering the time, it was indeed feasible. After much contemplation, he acquiesced to Roy's proposal. Roy was elated, proclaiming he would take Teya to Bubble Park for some amusement, to which Teya responded with a smile, albeit secretly thinking about the absurdity of two grown men visiting a park. However, upon arriving at Bubble Park, Teya was left astounded. It was nothing short of a paradise. A vast and opulent amusement park unfolded before them, evoking feelings akin to his first visit to Disneyland, yet distinctly different with its whimsical attractions. Observing Teya's wide-eyed astonishment, Roy could not help but chuckle. "I anticipated this reaction. When I first came here, I was even less composed than you, drooling. In fact, I have never encountered such architecture. It's simply Enchanting. Roy concurred with Teya's sentiment, for it was undeniably true. Just as they were about to enter, a commotion erupted behind them. What is happening? Teya was filled with curiosity as she observed the commotion approaching them from a distance. At the forefront were several men clad in black suits, directing the crowd to form two orderly lines with an authoritative tone in their voices. Who were they? As Teya remained perplexed, Roy abruptly tugged at her sleeve, leading her towards the rear of the crowd, where they stood amidst the throng. What is happening outside? Teya inquired, only to hear Roy, his expression grave, respond. It is the Celestial Dragons. Chapter 60. There are no gods in this world. Celestial dragons? Teya furrowed her brows, her eyes betraying disdain and contempt. To encounter such repugnant individuals here was truly disheartening. The men clad in suits had already approached not far ahead, and behind them was a grand procession. It turned out that these suited men were merely bodyguards. They all knelt down to pay homage to His Excellency, Lord Rosward. The surrounding common folk promptly fell to their knees, not daring to lift their heads. Teya cast a cold gaze at the man in the procession, adorned with a bubble helmet and sunglasses, who held an iron ring tethered to 4 chains. To his horror, the other ends of the chains were shackled to a human being. Beneath Roswad sat a battered, somewhat robust man, so tormented that he barely resembled a human. He crawled forward on all fours, head bowed in a mechanical motion. Witnessing this scene, Teya was nearly consumed by rage. Such an abominable disregard for human dignity was utterly intolerable. Teya, are you mad? Kneel down at once. Roy had already lowered himself to the ground, but he was astonished to find Teya standing still, frozen in place. They were dressed in civilian attire, which would allow them to blend in as ordinary citizens. Yet, Teya seemed deaf to the urgency, remaining motionless and turning to observe the approaching group. In a panic, Roy hurriedly pushed him down, causing Teya to lose his balance and drop to one knee. From his position on the ground, Roy stole a glance at the direction of the approaching procession. Fortunately, the group had not noticed Teya, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As the procession drew nearer, the only sounds accompanying the clanking of chains were Roswad's taunts. These filthy slaves are a blight on my eyes. With that, he lashed the whip he held against the back of the slave beneath him, who stifled a grunt as he trembled but managed to remain upright. The silent slave continued to crawl forward with great difficulty. Is this the manner in which a pirate captain conducts himself? At this rate, when will you ever reach District 1? District 1? That scoundrel. Teya understood that District 1 of the Sabaody archipelago was a place for the auction of human lives, and upon hearing this, his expression soured in revulsion. Ultimately, he fought against the impulse to rush forward and strike Roswad, closing his eyes instead. Once the procession had passed, the area returned to its previous state. Teya, do you realize how dangerous that was? If a celestial dragon had seen you, Roy still trembled at the thought, had Teya not knelt in time. The ramifications would have been unimaginable. Celestial dragons? Humph. Teya brushed the dust from his trousers and shot Roy a glance. I detest such beings more than anything. Roy rushed over to cover Teya's mouth, glancing around in fear before leading him to a secluded spot. He wanted to argue with Teya but struggled to find the words. Finally, he turned away, sighing deeply. We are powerless. This is the reality. To us, and to this world, the celestial dragons are gods. Gods that regard humanity as mere insects? Or gods that treat lives as disposable? Teya's face hardened as he scrutinized Roy's back. If these are the gods, then I would rather do without them. While Teya understood Roy's sentiments, he felt compelled to voice his own thoughts. He refused to believe that there were no others who loathed the actions of the celestial dragons. There are no gods in this world. Although Roy did not comprehend Teya's profound animosity towards the celestial dragons, he shared a deep-seated disdain for their actions. Yet, what could that disdain achieve? What could hatred change? They were Navy officers, even with immense power. What good would it do? However, Teya did not share this resigned outlook. His education had instilled in him a fundamental rejection of oppressive classism, particularly that of the long-condemned institution of slavery. The true horror of this world lay not in the presence of malevolent individuals but in the pervasive confusion between right and wrong. Good and evil embedded in the hearts of the people, that was the most terrifying reality. World aristocrats? Humph. Being born with a silver spoon does not grant one the right to act with impunity. To call oneself a descendant of the saviors and claim a position of privilege was laughable. They were merely parasites within a flawed system. In that moment, Teya recalled his experiences in Shireen Town, as well as the vacant, resigned despair he had glimpsed in the eyes of the slave. Countless individuals who should have led joyful lives were subjected to such injustice, not fate, but a man-made calamity. The sea is merciless, yet why can't we change it? With this thought, Teya couldn't help but sigh softly. Everyone had seemed so willingly subservient just moments ago, as if this were all a matter of course. Perhaps due to the omnipotent presence of the world government behind the celestial dragons. In truth, they were merely ordinary citizens. Perhaps their very survival was a form of happiness. At that moment, Teya began to grasp the rationale behind the existence of revolutionary groups. How wonderful my homeland is, free from war, with a stable life. Though there may be minor frictions, when faced with calamity, everyone unites in solidarity. Compared to this place, his homeland seemed truly idyllic. As he reflected on this, Teya could not suppress a smile. It was his first time feeling such a profound longing for home. Roy turned around, his expression one of incredulity. Teya, what are you saying? Is there really a place untouched by the celestial dragons? Oh, it's nothing. Roy could hardly fathom the origins of Teya's sentiments, nor understand his words. After all, it was merely a dream of a homesick youth. After the distress caused by the celestial dragons, Teya found little desire to continue his exploration. Teya was solely preoccupied with the desire to leave this place swiftly, and thus, she expressed her apologies to Roy, conveying her wish to depart. Contrary to her expectations, Roy did not react with anger. Instead, he gently patted Teya's shoulder and said, Teya, I understand that you are feeling down. It's all right. Just try to let things go more easily in the future. Teya chuckled softly. Roy, matters like this cannot simply be resolved by adopting a carefree attitude. As he prepared to embark, Teya paused momentarily. If only in the future. Ah, never mind. It's nothing. After bidding farewell to Roy, Teya resumed his journey, with tasks awaiting him. It was the first time he felt such exhilaration at departing from an island. The warship gradually sailed away from the harbor. Standing on the vessel, he gazed back at the dock of Chambo Island, where Roy lingered, waving at him for an extended time. Teya felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Indeed, no matter in which realm one finds oneself, it is impossible for everything to be perpetually bleak. There will always be a glimmer of hope. Roy, if I could change certain things in the future. Teya murmured to himself before turning back into the cabin, for he was aware that the journey ahead was still long. Chapter 61. The Admirer. Kazan near the entrance of the Grand Line, on a certain island. Colonel Teya, this is the new recruit you are to receive, Kazan. Gazing at the young Kazan, Teya smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. So, Kazan, shall we? Yes. At last, the transfer had been completed. Although he had encountered little trouble along the way, the long trek had been rather arduous, and now all that remained was to return the same path. However, Teya did not anticipate that the new recruit would turn out to be the future Admiral, Kazan. This was largely due to Zephyr only informing him of the rendezvous point and the code phrase, leaving him unaware of anything else. That said, one must wonder what sustenance the denizens of the pirate world consumed to grow to such stature. Recently, Teya assessed his height and estimated that he was nearing 2 meters tall. However, he found himself considerably shorter than Kazan, who must stand over 2 meters. Reflecting on the stature of the giants and Whitebeard, Teya felt no surprise. It seemed that since his arrival in this world, he had adapted to local customs. And considering he was only 17, he still had room for growth. He anticipated surpassing 2 meters in height eventually. Kazan, being only a couple of years older, found a kindred spirit in Teya, akin to long-lost friends reuniting. Oh, Teya, you are merely 17 and already hold the rank of colonel. You must possess remarkable strength. Kazan remarked. It is all thanks to Master Zephyr's exceptional teachings. You will undoubtedly excel in the future. As the warship resumed its course as planned, Teya engaged in conversation with Kazan. Throughout the journey, he had struggled to find someone to converse with, having brought fewer than 10 crew members with him. Their brief exchanges left little room for deeper dialogue. As a result, Teya often immersed himself in training during the voyage, emerging only during meals. Now, with Kazan's company on the return journey, and observing his conversational prowess, Teya felt the monotony dissipate. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted their exchange. What is it? Teya inquired. Colonel, we have spotted a pirate ship ahead. Teya promptly followed his subordinate officer out of the cabin, and indeed, he beheld a pirate ship obstructing the course of his warship. Have we ascertained the origins of the opposing pirate crew? Colonel, the adversary is the Gugu pirate crew, led by Captain Molly, who bears a bounty of 56 million. He is a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Molly? After a moment of contemplation, Teya inquired. Is the captain of the opposing ship a woman? Ah, no, it is a man, not Mary, but Molly. An officer under his command even inscribed the name Molly. And only then did Teya comprehend. The Gugu pirate crew, is it? Intriguing. The captain cannot possibly be a pigeon spirit, can he? Teya smiled faintly. Having not engaged in battle for quite some time, she was finally able to relish the thrill once more. However, at that moment, the figure of Akiji behind her spoke up. "Colonel Teya, I have a request. May I join the fray?" Teya turned to gaze at Akiji, who appeared utterly relaxed, seemingly dismissing the matter as inconsequential. "Do you have confidence?" Teya inquired, to which Akiji responded with a smile and a nod, casually running his fingers through his curly hair. Teya acquiesced to Akiji's request, and Akiji, without hesitation, leaped gracefully into the air, landing above the opposing pirate ship. The pirates, not to be underestimated, unleashed a barrage of weapons towards him. However, Teya merely smiled, fully aware of the unfolding events. "Colonel, will that rookie be in danger? Keep a close watch. The spectacle is about to commence." With his palms facing downward, Akiji emanated a chilling white aura that enveloped the incoming projectiles, freezing them into intricate ice sculptures. Yet, some bullets still struck Akiji's form. No blood flowed. Instead, a frosty mist emanated from the wounds that should have been, gradually restoring his integrity. Indeed, Akiji had consumed the ice fruit. As a Logia type, he could transform into an elemental form, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Only Haki and Sea Prism Stone could pose a threat. Judging by the pirates' reactions, it seemed they were outmatched. Suddenly, Akiji clenched his right fist, coalescing an even more frigid essence until it reached a peak. With a sweeping motion of his arm, that icy breath shot forth like a colossal bullet towards the pirate ship. Remarkably, the entire vessel began to freeze, ultimately transforming into a grand ice sculpture. The hapless pirates who could not escape found themselves encased in the frozen masterpiece. Only one managed to flee, Marley, who had transformed into a gigantic dove-human, stared in terror at the chaos that had just transpired. The bird fruit? Dove form, perhaps? Your ability to fly has spared your life, but escape is not in your favor. Marley swiftly turned, intent on fleeing, believing that no one could catch him with his flight. Although Akiji extended a long icy tendril towards his direction, it was just shy of reaching him. In that moment, Akiji felt a pang of dread. He might lose him. Just then, a shadow darted overhead. It was Teya, with a gentle lift of his right foot. Teya stepped onto Akiji's ice line, casting a bemused glance at the bewildered Akiji before propelling himself further into the air. Instantly, Akiji's icy line shattered into countless tiny fragments, sparkling like diamonds under the sun, while Akiji stood frozen in astonishment. Teya, astonishingly, soared through the heavens. The sight of Teya gliding through the sky resembled that of a majestic eagle, showing no signs of descent, and his speed surpassed even that of Marley, whom he had already caught up with. Marley turned, terror-stricken, to behold Teya hovering above him, although Teya wore a smile to Marley. It was as fearsome as the visage of death itself. With a single punch, Teya sent Marley plummeting from the sky, akin to a severed kite falling to the ground. Remarkably, Teya manipulated the trajectory of his attack from afar, ultimately delivering a kick that propelled Marley back onto the pirate ship, accompanied by the distinctive sound of shattering ice. Everyone was left utterly astounded. Teya's capabilities transcended the mere definition of a monster. Akiji gazed blankly at Teya's retreating figure, having once believed that his own abilities, derived from the fruit of his powers, rendered him formidable. Yet here was a mere 2 years his junior, who had ascended to the rank of Navy Colonel without the aid of a devil fruit. Achieving such an extraordinary feat, Akiji found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Nevertheless, he understood that he must seek Teya's guidance earnestly. The stepping technique of Teya ingeniously combines the shaving step with the moon step, resulting in a significant enhancement in both impact and velocity. However, this comes at the cost of increased physical exertion, and the moon step does not permit prolonged suspension in midair. Yet, Teya has embarked on a unique path, contemplating alternative methods for expansion. He has been pondering whether it is possible to alter his form without touching the ground, thus enabling him to soar through the skies for a period. With the augmentation of the shaving step, Teya has indeed succeeded in gliding through the air akin to a glider, albeit he must continuously shift his form to conserve energy, striving to increase his speed through a descending trajectory while minimizing wind resistance. Moreover, during his aerial glide, the explosive power of the shaving step can be harnessed to accelerate and prolong his flight, resembling the function of a jet engine. Presently, Teya's shaving step allows him to achieve movement speeds nearly akin to that of a ground-level traverse in the air. And this remarkable ability to soar is further augmented by techniques he has memorized from his gaming experiences, mimicking them with precision. Contact the nearby naval division to recruit personnel. Yes, Colonel. The crew aboard the Teya warship was filled with exhilaration, for their commander was exceptionally formidable, and they felt a sense of pride. Yet, it was evident that this method was quite taxing on one's stamina. And Teya could not help but let out a soft sigh as he glanced at his physical status interface. "Colonel Teya, you are truly remarkable." Suddenly, Akiji bellowed with enthusiasm, startling Teya in the process. With a beaming face, Akiji continued, "I have made my decision. Once the rookie training is complete, I shall accompany your ship on its voyages." Akiji felt that Teya's lack of pretension, coupled with their similar ages and engaging conversations, made it seem as though fate had intertwined their paths. Without hesitation, he expressed his thoughts aloud. Observing Akiji's sincere grin, Teya was left momentarily speechless. Chapter 62. 2 years later it was announced, the valedictorian of this naval academy is Kazan. The stands erupted in thunderous applause as all eyes turned to the young man standing on the dual platform. In the front row of the audience, Teya rested his arms on the railing, captivated by the scene, and was reminded of his own past. How swiftly the years had flown by. Remarkably, the written examination for graduation had remained intact, which struck him as quite amusing. He recalled how, after taking Akiji under his wing, time had slipped away due to their pursuits of pirates and leisurely explorations across various islands. Not only had Akiji postponed his graduation by a year, but Teya had also faced a month-long suspension for reflection. Now, in the year 1494 of the maritime era, Teya had been in this world for 4 years. The most significant change in Teya is his height, which has now reached approximately 2 meters 1. However, compared to those in the green pheasant circle, he still appears somewhat shorter. Nevertheless, despite this, Teya often feels that he remains quite the same as before, perhaps due to his adaptation to this environment. Without comparison, there is no discernible difference. After a period of training under Zephyr, Teya decided to part ways, as Zephyr remarked that Teya no longer required his guidance. Although their relationship was that of master and apprentice, it had evolved into a bond akin to that of father and son, especially since Teya had taken up residence in Zephyr's home. This poignant development took place a year ago, when Teya turned 18. Upon reaching this milestone, newly enlisted naval recruits participated in a ceremony marking their transition to adulthood, and Teya was no exception. However, the occasion weighed heavily on his heart. While most recruits were accompanied by their parents, Teya arrived alone at the venue, which cast a shadow over his usually cheerful demeanor. Yet, at that moment, Zephyr appeared, clad in an unfamiliar suit, and approached Teya. "Today is your coming-of-age ceremony, young man, and I am here to accompany you," he declared. Teya couldn't help but burst into laughter, the earlier gloom dissipating instantly. Nonetheless, he thought to himself how wonderful it would have been if Crane were present as well. Unbeknownst to Teya, it was indeed Crane who had orchestrated this meeting. She had contacted Zephyr, as she was away on a mission and wished for him to support Teya during the ceremony. Returning to the present, Teya left the venue with a serene smile. On a certain island along the Grand Line, a pirate ship lay anchored at the shore, its deck occupied by a group of pirates who stood in silence, encircling the ship's cabin as if awaiting an important announcement. After a while, the cabin door swung open, revealing 2 figures. A tall pirate hastily inquired, "Rayleigh, how's Roger?" Emerging from the cabin was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate and shipwright of the Roger pirates. With a somber expression, Rayleigh shook his head, causing the previously hopeful pirates to lower their gazes in despair. "It cannot be. Roger cannot fall here. Is there truly no other way?" the tall pirate exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. "Barrett, you must remain calm," Rayleigh urged. "Roger's illness is terminal, and time is not on our side." At this juncture, everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a deep and commanding voice resonated from within the cabin, followed by the appearance of a man, the captain of the Roger pirates, Gold, Roger. His face bore a confident smile that exuded authority. Seeing Roger's demeanor, Barrett finally composed himself. However, Roger chuckled as he scratched his head. "Before I fulfill my dream, I will require the assistance of our new crew member to take care of this body. Today, we shall host a banquet to celebrate the joining of Dr. Kurokas to our crew." Kurokas emerged from the cabin, bewildered, only to be swept away by the crew, who began to pour drinks for him. It was as if the earlier tension had evaporated, and the ship erupted into festivity. Standing beside Roger, Rayleigh mused softly, "Is this truly the right course of action?" "Rayleigh, no one can deter a man from sailing the seas. You know this well," Roger replied, gazing at Rayleigh, who finally smiled and bowed his head, closing his eyes in understanding. "How could I not know?" They exchanged knowing smiles and clinked their bottles together in a toast. Teya stood against a wall, gazing towards the venue. It appeared that the graduation ceremony had finally concluded, as a throng of individuals surged forth from the exit. scanning the crowd. Teya seemed to be searching for someone. A familiar figure emerged from the masses, making their way towards Teya. It was Akiji. Come on, top of the class. Today I shall treat you to a meal. Teya tilted his head with a teasing smile directed at Akiji, who, in turn, did not hold back and wrapped an arm around Teya's shoulder. The two departed amidst laughter and conversation. As they strolled, Teya inquired, by the way, Kazan, where is your station? Akiji responded, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Oh, I've been assigned to Admiral Garp's ship. Teya understood that for Kazan, Garp was a figure of admiration, a sentiment that Kazan had expressed to him on numerous occasions. The reason was simple. Garp's refusal to ascend to the rank of Admiral had deeply impressed Kazan. It seemed that his earlier just about following me aboard was merely a playful remark. With this thought, Teya chuckled softly. However, they had not walked far when they encountered a familiar face, Sakazuki. Teya, Admiral Garp has asked for you. He's over by the docks. Oh, understood, Teya replied. Teya cast a knowing glance at Kazan before departing towards the harbor, leaving only Sakazuki and Kazan in each other's presence. Ah, Sakazuki, Kazan. Congratulations to you, Sakazuki remarked, extending his hand. Kazan reciprocated the gesture. However, Sakazuki lingered, his grip seemingly imbued with a hint of provocation. I am intrigued by your fruitability, and thus I look forward to a duel with you, he continued. Kazan remained silent. Yet the intensity of Sakazuki's serious expression instilled a growing chill in the air. Just as the tension between them reached a boiling point, Teya unexpectedly returned, prompting both to hastily release their hold. Kazan, come with me, Teya called out. Upon hearing his name, Kazan shot a cold glare at Sakazuki before turning to leave, only to glance back with a piercing stare moments later. A vein throbbed on Sakazuki's forehead, his irritation bubbling beneath the surface. This lad named Kazan was indeed infuriating. It was perplexing how he had developed such a close relationship with Teya. Yet, as Sakazuki opened his palm, he was surprised to find a delicate layer of frost resting upon it. An ice fruit, how intriguing, he mused. A surge of warmth emanated from his hand, causing the frost to vanish in an instant. Meanwhile, Kazan, following closely behind Teya, inquired, where are we headed? Teya paused momentarily before suddenly leaping up to tap Kazan on the head. We're setting sail with Vice Admiral Garp, haha. Kazan, clutching his head in bewilderment, looked at Teya with confusion. If we're going out to sea, why do you have to hit me? However, Teya's next words finally illuminated Kazan's excitement. This time, we are accompanying Vice Admiral Garp to pursue the Roger pirates. You might want to anticipate it a little. Upon hearing this, Kazan swallowed hard. What's there to anticipate? You may be a battle enthusiast, but I am not. Chapter 63, The Big Picture Under the Blazing Sun. Even the warship cruising across the sea felt devoid of the slightest breeze, as if the entire ocean had been transformed into a pot of boiling soup by the sun. Garp emerged from the cabin, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, wiping the sweat from his brow, creating a small shade with his hand as he gazed up at the sky. It seemed the heat had worn him down to the point where he barely had the energy to speak. You two rascals. Do you have any semblance of military decorum left? Suddenly, Garp bellowed, pointing at two figures sheltered beneath a sunshade on the left side of the deck. Under the sunshade, two beach chairs were positioned side by side, where Teya and Kazan lounged in their summer vacation attire, complete with sunglasses, looking utterly relaxed. Startled by Garp's voice, the two slowly tilted their heads, their eyes behind the sunglasses revealing an air of indifference. Ah, it's Mr. Garp, came their lethargic voices, igniting a fiery rage within Garp. What are you two here for? Were you invited for a vacation? Teya adjusted his sunglasses and remarked, the weather is unbearably hot, and we have no leads. This is hardly a concern. Indeed, Kazan chimed in, almost as if he were Teya's accomplice. The two rascals. Garp, irked, turned on his heel to leave. But not far into his retreat, he felt a refreshing chill emanating from behind. Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of an iron bucket positioned between Teya and Kazan, filled with ice that exuded a frosty aura, alongside several bottles of beverages. Kazan, with his right palm facing downward, seemed to perform a magic trick as ice cubes cascaded down. Is this satisfactory, Teya? Yes, Kazan, you have indeed rendered a great service. Teya replied. The pair each seized a bottle of cold drink, relishing the unique essence of summer. Garp stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that such a thing was even possible. It seemed Kazan had succumbed to Teya's mischief, alas. However, just as Garp was about to open the hatch, Teya's voice floated from behind. Mr. Garp. There's an extra sun chair in my room. The door is unlocked. Humph. Garp scoffed, slamming the hatch shut. Half an hour later, an officer arrived on deck holding a document. Vice Admiral Karp, I just received. His words trailed off as he found himself in a stupor. Staring at the scene before him, 3 beach chairs, 2 sun umbrellas, and 2 iron buckets radiating coolness. Teya, Kazan, and Karp reclined in their chairs. With Karp's thunderous snoring echoing through the air, the bubbles of mucus forming at his nostrils. An officer, feeling overwhelmed, slapped his forehead in despair. Had he boarded the wrong vessel? In Mariehua, within an exquisitely adorned chamber, 5 venerable elders were seated upon the room's sofa. These distinguished figures were the 5 leaders of the world government, known as the 5 Elders. At the center of a circular table lay several bounty notices, showcasing the notorious names of infamous pirates such as Roger, Whitebeard, and Skypea. While piracy had reached rampant levels, it had begun to stabilize. However, Roger remained a notable concern. An elder, seated in a chair on the right, spoke with a head of white curls and a fluffy white beard, a scar gracing his left cheek. His penetrating gaze revealing considerable depth of character. Another elder, bald with a pair of handlebar mustaches, furrowed his brow, stating, "The Navy's power is ascending swiftly. And with their control over Vegapunk, these mere pirates pose little threat. My worry lies with the matter of historical records. The incident at Teya Island, which was cleared under the guise of rocks, must not be repeated regarding the ancient weapons." Upon uttering this, the elder with the long white beard rose, plunging the room into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, he approached the table, examining a document for a moment before continuing. However, the operation was executed flawlessly back then. That admiral could have been a pawn in our game. Alas, he was a victim of circumstance. Nonetheless, he inadvertently advanced the plan to eliminate rocks. Now, Roger appears to be the greatest threat. Within our controlled areas, they are merely engaging in petty skirmishes. The 5 elders spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet each utterance carried the weight of scandalous implications. The elder with the long white beard set down the document, revealing Teya's profile. At that moment, an elderly samurai clad in a white robe, wielding a long blade, interjected, "That admiral's child is now a Navy colonel. Though young, his capabilities should not be underestimated. It is said he has mastered the 6 powers." The elder with the long white beard turned to inquire, "Merely the 6 powers? One could argue it reflects talent. However, what intrigues me is his rejection of the devil fruit at graduation. If that reflects his true sentiments, I believe he could be of use to us." Agreed. Yet whether he can serve as a pawn remains uncertain. We shall observe, for he is but 19 years of age. The elders concluded this discussion, their words imbued with an air of authority akin to that of creators themselves. Meanwhile, Karp's warship continued its voyage, approaching the next island, their supply station. Since embarking on the pursuit of Roger, Teya and Kazan had proven to be a source of exasperation for Karp. Initially, he had anticipated that having 2 top graduates on his ship would allow him to mentor them effectively, but it was not long before they reverted to their unruly natures. Karp found their behavior irksome, though he could hardly complain. Despite their increasingly erratic demeanor, when confronted by pirates, these 2 young men required no assistance from Karp, effortlessly dispatching foes with ease. Particularly Teya, who had grown remarkably in just a few years since graduation. As the saying goes, the expertise of a true master is revealed in their actions. The strength displayed by Teya did not escape Karp's notice. He seemed like an entirely different person compared to his former self. Alas, this young lad has grown up, yet he has become less obedient than before. With this thought, Karp let out a soft sigh. "Old fool, what are you daydreaming about? You brat, I've told you countless times not to address me that way. Do I appear so old to you? Wait, what are you holding?" Karp swiftly snatched the donut from Teya's hand and popped it into his mouth, grumbling that Teya should refrain from rummaging through his storage cabinet. Teya observed Karp, resembling an old child, and could not help but smile softly. Suddenly, the hatch of the warship swung open, and Kazan rushed over in a flurry. "Vice Admiral Karp, we have received word that the next island may harbor traces of the beast pirates. Headquarters has instructed us to investigate." Karp responded calmly, "Understood. Remain composed." "You should learn this from Teya." At that moment, Teya maintained a serene and composed smile, yet within him, the flames of battle began to ignite. The beast pirates, truly formidable adversaries. It was the perfect opportunity to test my current strength. Chapter 64. Have you forgotten to change your shoes? Lonely Star Island is situated in the first half of the Grand Line, occupying a central position. As its name suggests, the island is rather inconspicuous, akin to a solitary star within the vast cosmos of the Grand Line. On this island, there exists but a small village, where the inhabitants have relied on fishing for their livelihood. Due to climatic conditions, foggy seas emerge each month, providing the only opportunity to catch the island's unique specialty. The fogfish, however, few are aware of this. In essence, could one not consider this island to be a rather unremarkable place? It could certainly be said so. After listening to Kazan's introduction, Teya fell into contemplation. His thoughts were not preoccupied with the fogfish, but rather with the implications surrounding the beast pirates. He pondered whether their appearance was driven by some peculiar reason, perhaps in pursuit of ancient devil fruits, yet all remained shrouded in uncertainty. Teya could only mentally prepare for the worst-case scenario, even though Karp was currently aboard the ship. The circumstances were such that the enemy was shrouded in secrecy while they remained exposed. In the distance, the silhouette of Lonely Star Island came into view, yet gradually. A thick mist enveloped the entire sea, obscuring everyone's sight. All personnel maintain a state of vigilance. Karp commanded, and everyone fell into a defensive posture, wary of their surroundings. Although the fog was a product of the local maritime climate, it was plausible that adversaries lay in ambush nearby. Poised to launch a surprise attack, an instinctive caution that should reside in the mind of any prudent individual. However, upon the warship's arrival at the shores of Lonely Star Island, no suspicious traces were discovered. Yet, Teya felt an unsettling stillness permeating the entire island. Quietly employing his observation Haki, he indeed sensed the presence of individuals within the village. Teya softly approached Kapu and whispered, "Old man." Kapu nodded silently in acknowledgement. Consequently, he led Teya off the ship, heading towards the village, while Kazan remained aboard. Poised for action. They had not ventured far when a group of armed individuals suddenly dashed out from the village. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be villagers. With fierce glares directed at Teya and Kapu, the leader of the group declared, "You despicable pirates, get out of our village." Pirates? Teya was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering her gaze to examine her attire. Indeed, she was clad in a naval uniform. How could she possibly be mistaken for a pirate? "You must have misidentified us. We are the Navy." Despite Teya's earnest explanation, the villagers remained unconvinced, insisting that she and her companions depart from the area. Suddenly, Karp intervened, halting Teya, who was about to protest, and inquired, "Could you enlighten us on what transpired?" "Humph, you band of pirates masquerading as the Navy, do not presume we are oblivious." Upon hearing this accusation, both Karp and Teya's expression shifted, a surge of unbridled fury igniting within them. Pirates impersonating the Navy? Who possessed such audacity? After prolonged negotiations, one of the villagers recognized Karp, prompting the villagers to lower their weapons. It was revealed that prior to Teya and her companion's arrival, a group claiming to be Navy personnel en route to the headquarters had passed through, seeking a place to rest. The villagers, perceiving no unusual behavior from these supposed sailors, welcomed them. However, to their astonishment, this band of so-called Navy members suddenly turned hostile, plundering the villagers' homes before departing in haste. Teya suddenly inquired, "But how do you know they are pirates?" At that moment, a man spoke up, leaving Teya and the others utterly astonished. The man claimed to have seen a pirate among the group adorned with a symbol he recognized, one reminiscent of the emblem of the Roger pirates. "Impossible. Roger would never stoop to such deeds," Karp exclaimed, glaring at the man who seemed taken aback, retracting slightly. "Mr. Karp, I too find this matter quite suspicious. According to the reports, it should be the beast pirates responsible. Could it be they are orchestrating this deception?" Yet, Karp remained silent, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he queried, "How long ago did that group of pirates leave?" "Not more than an hour," came the response. Upon hearing this, Teya contemplated that pursuing the pirates was the only way to uncover the truth, but their whereabouts remained a mystery. Could it truly be the work of the Roger pirates? Teya lowered his head in contemplation, yet inadvertently cast a glance at the cluster of villagers, and suddenly, his expression brightened as if he had stumbled upon a new world. After a moment of reflection, he rose and gently nudged Capra aside to express his thoughts. "Mr. Cap, what do you think of this plan? You could pursue those rascals aboard a warship while I remain here on standby." "On standby? What do you mean?" "I may have uncovered some clues. Albeit still in the realm of suspicion, however, I believe there might be something worth investigating. I will stay in contact with you via the communication device." Cap pondered for a while, stroking his chin, and eventually acquiesced to Teya's proposal. At present, it seemed to be the most mutually beneficial approach, and he placed his trust in Teya. After inquiring about a few details, the warship departed from the island, with Teya standing at the shore, watching Cap and the others fade into the mist of the sea. The once smiling Teya's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of cold indifference, a hint of a sneer emerging as he made his way towards the village. The village appeared as unremarkable as ever, with the villagers still gathered at the entrance. However, Upon noticing Teya's return, they expressed a mixture of surprise and quickly greeted him. "Young naval officer, what brings you back?" The speaker was not the usual elder but a robust middle-aged man who claimed to be the village chief. "Oh, Vice Admiral Cap has departed, and I am here to tend to some matters. I assure you, I shall not be a hindrance." Teya had already noticed that a few individuals in the crowd displayed an air of hostility upon seeing her return. However, after she uttered that particular phrase, their demeanor shifted and the tension dissipated. She exchanged a few more words with the village chief, though they were merely trivialities. During this time, Teya observed the villagers' behavior. They did not disperse but instead remained, seemingly anxious, as if awaiting something. Teya glanced around and seemingly spoke to herself. "By the way, village chief, are you not going out to sea for fishing today?" The village chief chuckled awkwardly, yet his smile abruptly froze the moment Teya uttered her next words. "Isn't your specialty the mist fish, only catchable today?" Instantly, the atmosphere here felt as though it had solidified, enveloped in an extraordinary silence. Teya had already sensed a murderous intent emanating from a few individuals within the crowd. In response, he stoked the flames further, igniting the fuse of conflict. Moreover, one of your subordinates had forgotten to change his shoes. All eyes turned towards one another, ultimately settling on a somewhat portly man, whose iron boots were incongruously paired with his fisherman's attire. To Teya's astonishment, the village chief drew a dagger and lunged at him. Teya firmly grasped the blade, his black fist crushing it into a twisted mass. Surrounded by a throng of villagers, he remained composed, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Dare you claim you lack martial prowess?" Chapter 65. Confrontation. At that moment, Teya regarded the pirate-clad villagers with a scornful grin. The audacity of such a ruse was utterly laughable. "Navy, you could have walked away, but do not blame us for your own folly." After the village chief's declaration, he lifted his tunic, revealing a suit of leather armor beneath, and blew a whistle. To Teya's surprise, numerous pirates clad in iron armor surged forth from the village, resembling the depictions of Viking marauders he had seen before. It appeared that the rumors were true. This must indeed be the Beast Pirates. A formidable name, the Beast Pirates. Yet you remain but a band of miscreants. Teya directly launched a collective mockery, inciting the wrath of the pirates who immediately brandished their weapons and charged toward him. Over a dozen pirates surrounded Teya, unleashing a flurry of attacks. However, Teya did not retaliate but instead evaded their onslaught. Remarkably, none of their strikes managed to land on him. To their eyes, Teya resembled a nimble piece of paper, effortlessly dodging their every effort, regardless of how fervently they exerted themselves. The pirates soon found themselves panting heavily, while Teya stood unfazed in his position. Suddenly, he stamped the ground with tremendous force, producing a thunderous sound that sent several pirates flying, crashing to the ground. Teya merely employed paper drawings. Yet the 6 techniques he now commands are far beyond the ordinary mastery possessed by typical naval forces. Even within the CP organization, Teya's mastery of the 6 techniques would leave those so-called geniuses in utter astonishment. Over the past 2 years, Teya has refined all but the finger gun to an extraordinary level of proficiency, having also mastered the ultimate techniques, placing him in an entirely different realm from mere expansion. However, Teya has remained discreet, dedicating these 2 years to diligently solidifying his foundation, marking a period of remarkable advancement while maintaining a low profile. Yet now, Teya has resolved to shed this reticence. Hence, his reaction upon hearing the name of the Beast Pirates was entirely justified. His desire to remain alone stemmed not only from the realization that these individuals were not villagers but pirates, but also from a yearning to ascertain their true capabilities. No matter how formidable the adversary, as long as Teya remains unscathed, he only grows stronger. Nevertheless, Teya is not like Kaido, recklessly seeking peril. He never forces encounters but seizes opportunities when they arise. Observing the pirates' expressions of bewilderment, Teya comprehended that they were not yet worthy of him unleashing his full power. However, he would no longer confront pirates with the same attitude of restraint that characterized his previous approach to training. His stance dictated his attitude. Through 2 years of experience, Teya realized that even the weakest opponent deserves to be faced with utmost seriousness, for it reflects respect for the adversary. As the pirates charged at him once more, a mysterious smile graced Teya's lips as he vanished silently from sight. At that moment, Carp emerged from the ship's cabin, his expression grave. Kazan inquired, "Mr. Carp, is Teya all right?" "I remain somewhat concerned. That lad is a monster. There's nothing to worry about. My current concern lies in whether there are any hidden plots at play." "Yet I have no leads," Carp replied. The 2 men fell silent, gazing out at the sea, when Carp suddenly shouted, startling Kazan. "No. I must dispatch a naval vessel from the nearest base to assist Teya. He cannot remain there indefinitely without any clues. With that, Carp hurried back to the cabin. Kazan chuckled softly to himself. Mr. Carp is still quite meticulous, though sometimes a bit short-sighted. Returning to Lonely Star Island. The sight of pirates writhing in pain on the ground, some losing consciousness, left the so-called village chief trembling, unable to fathom the events that had just transpired. They had no inkling of what had occurred. Teya had simply vanished, silently. While they stood in shock, a sudden sound of air being sliced apart resonated. And a pirate was hurled through the air, a red, indented mark from a punch etched on his cheek, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. This was swiftly followed by a second, then a third, until only the village chief and 3 henchmen remained, with no sight of their assailant or sound of footsteps. The only indication of the onslaught was the echo of fists and feet colliding with flesh, instilling a profound sense of dread in the hearts of those who remained. Teya suddenly reappeared within their line of sight, vanishing quietly only to materialize once more, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the remaining 4 individuals. The minion behind the monstrous figure unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed by fear. This was an unforeseen reaction for Teya, who had merely employed the silent technique of shave out of whim. The essence of shave is quite simple. It allows one to approach an adversary at high speed without making a sound. While this technique is effective against weaker foes, a sufficiently powerful opponent can still detect its user, for instance, through Haki. As someone who struggled with naming, Teya never felt embarrassed. Rather, he was quite fond of the name he had chosen. After all, he did not need to announce the name of his technique every time he executed it. Personal preference sufficed. Had he relied solely on shouting, he would have long since dubbed himself Super Invincible Thomas Spinning Rainbow Slash, rather than laboriously pondering over a name. Remarkably, one of the remaining 4 turned to flee, a prospect Teya had not anticipated. Yet, just as he was about to pursue, a flash of cold light suddenly streaked overhead. And although the pirate continued to run forward, a crimson line appeared around his neck. In a shocking turn of events, the pirate's head tumbled to the ground like a ball, while the headless body staggered forward a few steps before collapsing. The abruptness of the incident left Teya on high alert, his senses heightened as he scanned the surroundings for any further anomalies. Utilizing Haki, he attempted to gauge the movements around him, yet found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, the remaining pirates had knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down their faces as they pleaded for their lives. However, in a swift succession of cold flashes, vibrant lives were extinguished, leaving only emptiness in their wake. Teya shouted loudly, "Who is it?" A burst of laughter, unmistakably feminine, echoed from above. Sensing the impending threat, Teya swiftly dodged the attack, causing a resounding thud where he had just stood. Descending from the air, a tall man landed heavily on the ground, with a voluptuous woman perched on his shoulder. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down, while her skin-tight leather attire, complemented by a revealing neck garment, exuded a captivating allure. In her hand, she wielded a crimson dagger, which she teasingly licked, her lips adorned with a vivid red lipstick. "The charming Navy has some skills," she taunted, "but as a high-ranking officer of the Beast Pirates, I shall not let you escape so easily." "High-ranking officer?" Teya sneered coldly, remarking, "Your life is at stake here. Whether you possess the ability to seize it remains questionable." The woman, unfazed, suddenly unleashed a flurry of darts from the opposite side, hurtling towards Teya. After Teya deftly evaded his pursuers, he discovered that there were indeed 2 more individuals present, their attire suggesting they held positions of authority. The woman chuckled mockingly at Teya, yet in an instant, her demeanor transformed dramatically, her expression contorted with malice and a murderous intent surging forth. "Everyone is here. Kill him." Chapter 66, 1 against 4. In that fleeting moment, her command acted like a stimulant for the other 3, who charged towards Teya with ferocity. Meanwhile, the woman remained at a distance, seemingly observing Teya rather than joining the fray. Teya observed the 3 individuals advancing towards him. At the forefront was a towering man with dark purple skin, a woman perched upon his shoulder. His robust physique was accentuated by iron gauntlets adorning his hands, and each footfall reverberated against the ground, akin to a tremor. The other 2 figures, clad in silver half-masks obscuring the lower halves of their faces, were discernibly a man and a woman, their forms and hairstyles betraying their identities. Dressed entirely in crimson, they exhibited remarkable swiftness, reminiscent of ninjas. The trio approached in a triangular formation, executing their movements with the precision characteristic of trained fighters. Upon seeing Teya encircled, the woman revealed a sinister smile, her confidence in victory palpable. "Dealing with a bunch of weaklings is manageable for you, but my subordinates are of the true combat caliber. Once I capture you, I shall relish in tormenting you." Her gaze, fixed intently on Teya, brimmed with malevolence. In that moment, the three adversaries were mere paces away from Teya. The colossal man stood at an imposing height of 4 to 5 meters, his muscles bulging like granite, and his fists were as formidable as cannonballs aimed at Teya. Concurrently, the male and female ninjas flanked him, the man wielding a rope aimed at ensnaring Teya's legs, while the woman hurled shuriken in an attempt to seal off his escape route. Suddenly, Teya sprang into action, deftly evading the giant's fist. The man struck the ground with a resounding thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air, and his punch left a crater in the earth. At that instant, Teya had pivoted, positioning himself atop the giant's wrist, his gaze fixed on the approaching duo. Although their movements momentarily faltered, their assault remained relentless. The rope lunged towards Teya's face like a venomous serpent, yet he grasped it firmly in his hand. The man, attempting to exert his strength, found himself utterly unable to budge Teya. Meanwhile, the shuriken hurled by the female ninja neared its target, threatening to pierce Teya's body. However, before she could revel in her anticipated success, the sound of clinking metal echoed as all the shuriken clattered to the ground, their attack proving ineffective against Teya. What? The female ninja gasped in disbelief, though her expression was concealed by her mask. The astonishment in her eyes was unmistakable. A surge of dark violet energy enveloped Teya's fist, gripping the rope, and with a cold smirk, he swung the man and the rope as if it were a ball and chain, sending him hurtling through the air. The male ninja, intent on resisting, found himself overpowered by Teya's immense strength, becoming akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring away. Just then, the female ninja, recovering from her shock, felt a gust of wind as a shadowy figure zipped past her. By the time she recognized the threat, it was too late. It was the human projectile, the male ninja. Teya swung the man, along with the rope, to the side, not anticipating that he would collide with the female ninja. The two were sent tumbling, disoriented, and fell several meters away, landing with a dull thud. Surprisingly, upon hitting the ground, they found themselves entangled in the very ropes that bound them, struggling awkwardly to free themselves from the binding. The scene was momentarily awkward. Suddenly, the tall man beneath Teya aimed a punch at him with his other fist, but Teya deftly countered the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the man withdrew his other fist and launched a similar strike toward Teya. However, Teya had already evaded, positioning himself in front of the man. Grasping the collar around the man's neck, he hoisted him effortlessly overhead and hurled him like a sandbag across the space, resulting in a significant impact that created a large crater upon landing. Teya flicked his cloak and remarked coldly, "It appears I have truly overestimated you." The woman was evidently taken aback by Teya's prowess. She had not anticipated that even when besieged by 3 formidable opponents, they would gain no advantage. Had she indeed encountered a formidable adversary? Nevertheless, she approached the towering man who had just risen, still slightly dazed, and viciously kicked him. "You're all a bunch of useless fools. Must I take matters into my own hands?" she snapped. "My apologies, Lady Tessina." The other 3 bowed their heads before the woman named Tessina, their expressions a mix of anger and wariness directed at Teya. Tessina advanced a few steps, scrutinizing Teya. The playful demeanor had vanished from her face as she coldly stated, "Not bad. It seems our true fighters of the Beast Pirates are no match for you. Clearly, you possess some skill. What is your name?" Initially disinterested in conversing with her, Teya nonetheless replied, "Teya. Oh, a rather fine name. However, today you shall become my prized possession." Tessina chuckled sinisterly. Upon hearing this, Teya furrowed his brow, feeling a deep disdain for the queenly posture she assumed. At this moment, he was only inclined to deliver a couple of solid punches to her face. "Remember my name, for you are about to confront one of the 6 strongest true fighters of the Beast Pirates." "Oh, so you are not the strongest?" Tessina retorted, her forehead twitching with indignation. With a furious laugh, she twirled the red scimitar in her hand and charged at Teya with an overwhelming aura. Despite her high heels, her movements were swift, resembling a crimson specter, and her speed appeared to be increasing. It was clear that Lady Tessina was genuinely enraged. Encountering the one known as Blood Shadow, the Navy was surely doomed. The observing couple exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with victorious smiles. Meanwhile, Teya remained acutely aware of the red figure weaving around him. While others might find it difficult to track Tessina, he was capable of perceiving her every movement. Indeed, her speed rivaled that of the shave technique. Yet it was still insufficient. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed, reminiscent of the moment when the mob had been vanquished. The dazzling light sped towards Teya, followed by several more beams, Tayson AS slashes. Paper drawing, 1,000 absolutes. Yet, Teya remained nearly motionless, though others perceived a fleeting distortion in his form as he seemed to twist in an incredible manner. The cold light appeared to have passed through a mere afterimage, leaving Teya unscathed. Teya, still in rapid motion, was taken aback. She had never encountered such an uncanny technique, and her attacks had never missed their mark before. Gazing into Teya's indifferent eyes, she felt a trickle of cold sweat form, yet gritting her teeth, she lunged forward menacingly. The red scimitar in her hand became enveloped in a shadowy aura, aimed directly at Teya's heart. Let's see how you evade this. Teya thought she had secured victory. As the scimitar was poised to strike Teya, the couple called out, "Lady Teya has landed a hit." However, they soon found something amiss, from their perspective. Teya remained frozen in her lunge, the battle seemingly at a standstill. What is happening? A bead of sweat trickled down Teya's forehead as her right hand, clutching the scimitar, trembled uncontrollably, immobilized as if ensnared in quicksand. A black hand had grasped the scimitar, yet not a drop of blood was shed, resembling an iron grip. The once indifferent Teya's gaze turned icy as he delivered a punch to Teya's abdomen. The impact elicited a pained expression from Teya, who let out a muffled groan. Teya executed a swift kick, sending her opponent soaring, before discarding the curved blade in his hand. On the ground, Teya struggled to rise, her voice trembling with disbelief. Impossible. How could I lose to you? She scoffed at the notion of a mere real fight daring to boast before her. She demanded a formidable challenger to face her. A gust of wind billowed Teya's cloak as he spoke, his words harsh, yet Teya found herself unable to retort. Acutely aware that their strengths were not merely disparate but worlds apart, gazing at Teya, she was once again engulfed by the specter of fear and the ominous threat of death, reminiscent of her initial encounter with Captain Kaido. Chapter 67, The Brutal Conqueror, My Lady Teya. The other three fighters rushed to assist her, yet rather than rebuke them, Teya remained lost in astonishment at Teya's prowess. However, Teya, uninterested in further discourse, lunged toward her with a sudden advance. The tides of battle shifted dramatically. "My Lady Teya, we will intercept him." The trio positioned themselves before Teya, attempting to halt Teya's advance. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and turned to flee. "None shall escape," Teya barked. Leaping to subdue a towering man, pressing him down as though he were a mere wall, the man crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, Teya activated the moonwalk. Pursuing the fleeing Teya, he moved through the air with the same ease as walking on solid ground, the explosive speed of the technique closing the gap between them, leaving the two ninjas far behind. Moonwalk, solitary journey. This advanced technique allowed Teya to traverse terrain freely, even in midair, akin to Sanji's ability to walk upon water. Yet, Teya realized that although he had awakened the advanced techniques of the six forms, each could only be employed independently. Unable to merge with others, perhaps due to his own latent potential not yet fully realized, he sensed, deep within, that he was capable of more. Now, the distance between Teya and Teya had diminished significantly. Despite her frantic navigation through various obstacles, they posed no hindrance to Teya, who seemed to glide effortlessly. "Do not flee. Surrender," he called out to the beleaguered figure of Teya, yet received no reply. Desperately, Teya continued her flight, but as she heard his voice so close, a wave of unexplainable panic washed over her. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, followed by a tremor that shook the very ground beneath them. "What is happening?" Teya halted, standing atop a rooftop in the village, her brow furrowed as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. It emanated from beyond the mountains. Teya also came to a stop, ceasing her flight. She appeared to be trembling all over, her lips moving as if whispering something. But Teya could discern nothing due to the faintness of her voice. Regardless of what it might be, the priority was to subdue her first. Just as Teya intended to apprehend Teya, a tremendous whooshing sound echoed from above. He looked up to behold a colossal weapon, resembling an iron rod that was as large as a house, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. In a frantic attempt to evade it, Teya stumbled backward. The immense iron rod struck the ground with the force of a meteorite, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse under the tremor, and a vast cloud of dust billowed up, reminiscent of a sandstorm. This was the first time that Teya encountered such a situation, and he had yet to discern the true nature of his adversary. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the swirling dust, hurtling directly towards Teya. He swiftly transformed his form and rushed towards the dark silhouette. However, as the cloud of dust dissipated, Teya was astonished to discover that it was Teya. She appeared to have been affected by the earlier collision, having lost consciousness, her body resembling a marionette with its strings severed. Teya was initially ready to deliver a powerful punch, but he was momentarily taken aback when he was unexpectedly collided with by Teya, who fell into his arms. He felt a wave of softness before being toppled into a thatched hut, marking the first instance of his defeat since setting sail. As he brushed aside the straw from his body and dusted himself off, he noticed Asina was still unconscious. However, he had no time to bind her, for a new adversary had emerged. Upon stepping outside, Teya was confronted by a colossal creature, towering before him like a small mountain. It boasted 2 horns atop its head, one of which was broken midway, and its height was estimated to be nearly 15 meters, significantly surpassing even that of the giant race. Clad in an oversized suit, it displayed a set of menacing fangs, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity mixed with an indescribable quality. The beast hefted a metal rod onto its shoulder, scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. At that moment, the 3 genuine ninjas arrived, assisting the fallen Asina. However, upon witnessing the monstrous figure before them, they trembled in astonishment, with one of the female ninjas collapsing onto the ground in fright. "Why is Lord Shurian here?" the trio stammered, as if they had encountered a ghost. "Shurian? Is that the name of this creature?" Teya pondered aloud, glancing at the ninjas. "Is this fiend one of your associates?" Noting Teya's nonchalant demeanor, the male ninja suddenly shouted at the monster, "Lord Shurian, this naval officer has thwarted our plans." Following his exclamation, he turned to Teya with a wicked grin, declaring, "This time, you are finished. Lord Shurian is a formidable brute." Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him as he fainted, having not realized Teya had swiftly approached from behind and struck him unconscious. Yet, even in his stupor, the creature named Shurian had taken notice of Teya. He bellowed, "Tayson, the mission has failed. You are expelled from the pirate crew. The rest of you, be exterminated." Though his words were deliberately articulated, the meaning was unmistakable. It appeared Sina and her companions were indeed cast out. Teya recalled the previous words of the ninja, which highlighted the tiered structure of the beast pirates. Above the genuine ninjas, aside from the 6 strongest, were the monstrous figures known as the brutes, aligning with the descriptions he had previously heard, towering even above the giants. The others stood in stunned silence upon hearing Shurian's decree. They had set sail with Sina, finally joined the beast pirates, yet today they faced consecutive setbacks, now potentially losing their lives. Despite merely hearing rumors of the brutes being savages capable of turning on their own, it seemed preferable to be imprisoned by this naval officer. "Hey, so you are called Shurian, are you?" Teya suddenly soared into the air, standing atop the roof as he gazed at Shurian. Shurian, with his obsidian red eyes, fixated intently on Teya, and then articulated with deliberate clarity, "The Navy shall perish." Upon uttering these words, he raised the iron rod in his hand and executed a sweeping strike. The buildings before him crumbled like mere toys, collapsing into a chaotic ruin. At that moment, Teya, employing the moonwalk technique, dashed across Shurian's shoulder, heading towards his head. "Damnable insect!" Shurian exclaimed, swatting at him like a bothersome mosquito. But Teya deftly evaded each attempt, drawing ever closer to Shurian's cranium. As Teya activated the essence of the iron and Abusashoka Haki, a sudden thought crossed his mind. The mark that had been concealed under the Haki on the back of his hand began to emerge, transforming into intricate patterns that spread across his right hand like a blossoming flower. Teya clenched his right fist and let out a fierce shout, his bicep swelling as he swung towards Shurian's head. "Iron shatter!" he roared, delivering a powerful punch that struck Shurian's face, unleashing a wave of shock that sent a tempest of wind swirling around them. Shurian's colossal form toppled backward, akin to a mountain crumbling under its own weight. Teya maintained a poised stance, his fist still emitting wisps of smoke. At that moment, Tashina awoke, rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before her. Had the barbaric conquerors truly been vanquished? Synopsis. Transported to the year 1490 of the Sea Circle, Teya acquires a potential mark for physical prowess. Developing this latent ability becomes his means of empowerment. He aspires to master all forms of martial arts, the 6 styles, Fishman Karate, and Haki. Unable to consume a devil fruit? No matter. Hand-to-hand combat embodies the true romance of a man. With tears in his eyes, Teya gazed at the 3 devil fruits before him and smiled.